Suddenly, I met an untimely demise and awoke to find myself in the world of Naruto, having become Uchiha LiHuo, currently partaking in the entrance examination of the Ninja Academy. System binding successful. This system is the headpat system. Patting the head grants you partial abilities from the other party. LiHuo gazed contemplatively at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, before him. Ding. Patting strength ninja. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please select 5 reward from the following options. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations. Mastery of Konoha fluid techniques. 5 random genjutsu technique. Sealing technique. Corpse demon extermination. Shadow level chakra control. Shadow level seal speed. 10 random ninjutsu techniques. Chapter 1. Am I really going to pat Sarutobi Hiruzen? In the land of fire, Konoha village, at the Ninja Academy, the annual enrollment season had arrived. The once empty playground was now bustling with eager children craning their necks, awaiting a speech from the village leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen. For this occasion, Hiruzen donned the ceremonial robe that symbolized the Hokage. Suddenly, a piercing scream silenced the crowd. Da-da! The cry came from an Uchiha boy named Uchiha LiHuo, whose body had been overtaken by a youth from Blue Star. Amidst a throbbing headache, the memories of his predecessor surged toward LiHuo like crashing waves. Thanks to the powerful mind he had acquired through his transmigration, LiHuo swiftly assimilated all the memories of his former self. His predecessor, also named Uchiha LiHuo, was born in Konoha 34 years ago, sharing the same age as Kakashi Hitaki and others. Both of his parents were Chunin of the Uchiha clan, tragically perishing in the Second Shinobi World War, leaving behind some savings and a modest home. I've transmigrated into the most familiar world of Naruto, though peril lurks within this universe. Having a profound understanding of the plot grants me the advantage to survive. LiHuo glanced at the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest. Survival seems implausible without a golden finger. Perhaps it's time to contemplate an escape plan. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System binding successful. This system is the headpat system. Patting the head grants you partial abilities from the other party. The succinct words struck LiHuo, causing his pupils to constrict. Based on my extensive reading of web novels, this must surely be a golden finger. This method of gaining strength. LiHuo's expression revealed his hesitation. Just as I desired. This is precisely what you meant by becoming the head patter. Although his mind had been racing since his transmigration, to onlookers, it appeared as if a Uchiha boy had suddenly shouted out during the entrance ceremony. This situation naturally astonished many, with Uchiha Bito, also of the Uchiha clan, being the first to notice LiHuo. After LiHuo became an orphan, Obito and his grandmother provided him with considerable assistance, thus forming a bond between them. LiHuo, are you alright? Did you awaken your sharingan due to the excitement of starting school? The enthusiastic Obito's inquiry incited laughter among a group of Uchiha youths. Obito, if it were that simple to awaken a sharingan, I would have had my 3 tomo ages ago. Ha ha! The laughter of his kin caused Obito's face to flush with embarrassment as he tightened his goggles, falling silent. Yet, just as LiHuo digested the unfolding events, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Drawn by the earlier commotion, he instantaneously transported himself in front of LiHuo, crouching down. An exceptional Uchiha youth. What is your name? LiHuo, gazing at Hiruzen, felt an unusual sense of unfamiliarity. That moment, Hiruzen was not the benevolent elder depicted in the anime. Before him stood Hiruzen, slightly aged, yet emanating an indomitable presence that made it clear he was the leader of the shinobi world, the Hokage of Konoha, and the doctor of ninjutsu who commanded thousands of techniques. Though the third Hokage's inquiry was calm, it bore an implicit weight that felt hard to refuse. However, having lived 2 lives, LiHuo could not escape the pressure of strength, but the weight of status felt negligible. Thus, as he contemplated the crouching figure of the third Hokage, a wicked plan blossomed in his mind. LiHuo widened his eyes, gazing innocently at the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, there's nothing wrong, it's just that Uchiha Obito has insulted my dream of becoming Hokage. Obito. Get lost, LiHuo. What did I ever insult you? Besides, I am destined to be Hokage. Seeing it was merely a childish dispute, the third Hokage paid it no mind. You all aspire to be Hokage? Then strive together one day, you will achieve it. LiHuo had been waiting for Hiruzen's words, and, upon seeing him rise, quickly interjected. Thank you, third Hokage. May I pat your Hokage hat for inspiration? At this request, the third Hokage momentarily hesitated, not expecting the youth to make such a demand. Afraid of being denied, LiHuo promptly reached toward Hiruzen's head. Ding! Patting strength ninja. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please select 5 rewards from the following options. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations. Sealing technique. Corpse demon extermination. Shadow level chakra. Control. Shadow level seal speed. 10 random ninjutsu techniques. 1 composite ninjutsu of your choice. Proficient use of a large, sturdy, black stick. The chilling voice of the system resonated like celestial music in LiHuo's mind. Beholding the array of rewards, LiHuo's breath quickened noticeably. I hit the jackpot. I've struck gold. This is my first step toward dominating the ninja world. Unaware of LiHuo's ulterior motives, the third Hokage observed the boy's evident excitement, believing he had genuinely inspired the youth, and smiled kindly. It seemed the Uchiha clan also had spirited young talents. Standing nearby, Uchiha Obito watched his friend bask in such treatment, feeling envious. Hokage-sama, I want to. Before Obito could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already teleported to the podium, bringing the farce to an end. LiHuo nudged Obito. Did you see that? This is what it means for the brave to enjoy the world first. Obito taught. Thanks to LiHuo's Hokage dream, the third Hokage, greatly encouraged, extended his speech by a full hour. The children below appeared utterly disenchanted, clearly bewildered by the old man's words. Yet LiHuo displayed an expression of eager anticipation, not because he was genuinely moved by the Hokage's words, but because he found himself grappling with an unprecedented fear of choice. I want them all. The rewards for Strength Ninja are simply too bountiful. However, what on earth does proficient use of a large, sturdy, black stick entail? 7 rewards to choose 5. This is a question I can handle. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations must be included. That's fundamental for roaming the ninja world. Although corpse demon extermination is powerful, it's unnecessary, as it's in a sealing book and likely would lead to my own demise if used. Chakra control and seal speed are equally enticing choices. Even though later on, various deities would arrive with a snap of their fingers, the speed of forming seals is indeed crucial in the early stages, as evidenced by Zabuza, who executed 43 seals for a mere water dragon technique. If the seal speed is swift, one could genuinely seize the initiative in the current ninja world. Chakra control is an essential trait for becoming a formidable ninja. After much contemplation, LiHuo finally made his decision. Chapter 2. An entrance exam. System. I choose 0.5 types of chakra and their nature transformations, shadow level chakra control, shadow level hand seal speed, 10 random ninjutsu, and 1 selected composite. Ninjutsu. Claim your rewards now. In the fleeting moment, when LiHuo finished conversing with the system, a sudden and intense headache washed over him. The pain was just enough to be disorienting without being debilitating. Accompanying the discomfort was a wealth of experience in hand seals and meticulous chakra control. LiHuo felt his hands becoming extraordinarily nimble, effortlessly mastering the 12 seals. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the meager chakra flowing within his body. He carefully directed his chakra to his feet, enabling him to levitate without disturbing the ground, effortlessly climbing trees and walking on water. Furthermore, LiHuo became acutely aware of a new presence within him, previously unknown chakra meridians. Although he had been unaware of his chakra attributes, it was certain that he would soon possess all 5 types. Before LiHuo could conduct further experiments, a chilling system voice echoed in his mind. Now, selecting 10 random ninjutsu for the host, excitement surged through LiHuo's heart. Let's see how many coins the ninjutsu can yield. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Ninjutsu, body replacement, technique, shadow clone, substitution, transformation. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Earth release, earth wall, shadow clone technique. Telescope technique. Shuriken shadow clone. Water release, water barrier. System extraction complete. Rewards are being processed. LiHuo was left astounded by the scene before him. I swear, from this moment forth, I shall never disparage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, he is the epitome of a perfect ninja in my heart. No, a perfect leader, primarily because the coins he generates are simply irresistible. Aside from a few basic techniques, the rest are genuinely powerful ninjutsu. Yes, And there's also the remarkably gentlemanly telescope technique. Before LiHuo could react, the pain surged back like a tidal wave. After a bout of intense headache, LiHuo instantly mastered the 10 ninjutsu. It should be noted that an ordinary chunin could never hope to perfectly grasp these 10 techniques simultaneously. Thanks to his powerful abilities, LiHuo successfully integrated these techniques into a cohesive whole. What I lack now is merely chakra volume and combat awareness. Of course, there's also the greatest asset of the Uchiha clan, the sharingan. With the sharingan, I could become a master of ninjutsu myself, LiHuo mused. Claim the composite ninjutsu. The cold system voice appeared at the opportune moment. Please select a composite ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Fire Flow. Combines Earth Release and Fire Release ninjutsu to unleash a powerful fireball from a mouth, paired with Earth Release, Earth Dragon. Bullet for an attacking combo, creating a fire-breathing Earth Dragon. Composite ninjutsu. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Merges Water Release and Lightning Release ninjutsu to produce an electrified Water Dragon Bullet for attacking enemies stronger than the Water Dragon Bullet and capable of inducing paralysis. LiHuo contemplated these two formidable techniques. Among the 10 randomly selected ninjutsu, there was a predominance of fire and earth styles, while water and lightning styles leaned more towards defense. Thus, he resolved to choose the composite ninjutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. After all, in the early stages, the elemental advantages between chakra attributes remained especially significant. If faced with an opponent wielding lightning and water attributes, the Lightning Water Dragon Bullet would undoubtedly excel. Moments later, whether in the method of execution or the relevant experience, LiHuo had fully mastered the techniques. Naturally, this was accompanied by the familiar headache. I wish the rewards could come without the accompanying pain, he complained. Headaches are a necessary condition for the system to transmit knowledge and transform the body. Please endure, the system replied. Well, truly a remarkable system, he retorted. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed all rewards. Now, datafication of all abilities is underway. Host, Uchiha LiHuo. Ninjutsu. Body Replacement Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Great Waterfall Technique. Heart Decapitation Technique. Earth Wall. Shadow Clone Technique. Telescope Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Water Barrier, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet, Taijutsu, none. Genjutsu, none. Chakra. Microchakra, a fraction of Kakashi's, can only release one ninjutsu at full capacity. My goodness, although it was my luck, and my own courage that earned me such rewards, he mused. Yet these rewards are exceptionally generous after a few more headpats. I could truly rise to prominence. Wait. I can repeatedly pat the same person's head to refresh the rewards. I am indeed a head-patting genius. System notification. Unless the same ninja undergoes changes in abilities and talents over different periods, repeated head pats will not yield rewards. TCH, no loopholes to exploit, he sighed. After LiHuo claimed his rewards, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy speech finally reached its conclusion. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire continues to burn. The flames shall illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Now, I declare the entrance ceremony officially concluded. The entrance examination begins. LiHuo was taken aback. There was an exam for enrollment. What do little kids need to be tested for? Beside him, Obito, exhausted from the Third Hokage's hours-long speech, noticed his friend's confusion. You fool, LiHuo, you didn't know? Let me enlighten you. This is to evaluate whether someone like you, a straggler, possesses the qualifications to become a ninja. And for a genius ninja like me, this is the perfect stage, ha! LiHuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Obito before him was no longer the reckless troublemaker, but a spirited fool wearing goggles. His words, however, were unrelenting. You clumsy Obito, the one who can't even manage to register on time for school, is the true straggler. We shall see your true mettle on the training ground. At that moment, an arrogant voice intruded. Uchiha LiHuo, Uchiha Obito, two uncultured individuals, only bringing shame to the Uchiha clan. The voice belonged to an Uchiha youth who looked down his nose at everyone. Orphaned on the battlefield, no one to raise you. No wonder you lack manners. Yet you openly aspire to be Hokage, laughable. Upon hearing this, Obito's anger ignited instantly. Say that again if you dare. Obito roared, ready to charge at the other for a decisive battle. Suddenly, a small hand pressed down on Obito's head. It was LiHuo. LiHuo's gaze was surprisingly calm, his voice devoid of emotion, yet sent chills down one's spine, impossible to ignore. Hey, nosehole, Our parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. They are the pride of the Uchiha clan and the village. As for our true abilities, let's settle it on the training ground. Feeling his authority challenged for the first time, Nosehole erupted into fury. Kid, do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, LiHuo suddenly erupted with incredible speed, stopping right in front of Nosehole. Shoo, side characters don't need names. The entrance examination officially commenced. Sudden cardiac arrest led to an unexpected awakening. I found myself traversing into the world of Naruto, becoming Uchiha LiHuo, and presently participating in the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy. System binding successful. This system is the headpat system. By patting someone on the head, one can acquire a portion of their abilities. LiHuo gazed intently at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lost in contemplation. Ding. Headpat on strength ninja. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Please select 5 rewards from the following options. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations. Mastery of Konoha, fluid technique. 5 random illusions. Sealing technique. Corpse demon sealing. Shadow level. Chakra control. Shadow level hand seal speed. 10 random ninjutsu. Chapter 1. I patted Hiruzen Sarutobi. In a land of fire, within Konoha village, at the Ninja Academy, the annual entrance season had transformed the previously empty playground into a bustling scene filled with eager children craning their necks, awaiting a speech from the village leader Hiruzen Sarutobi. On this day, Sarutobi donned the ceremonial robes symbolizing the Hokage. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, silencing the crowd. The cry came from an Uchiha youth named Uchiha LiHuo, whose body had been occupied by a young man from another world. A fierce headache struck. The memories of the former self surged toward LiHuo like crashing waves. Thanks to the powerful spirit brought by his crossing, LiHuo swiftly assimilated all the memories of his predecessor. The former self, Uchiha LiHuo, was born in Konoha 34 years ago, sharing the same age as Kakashi Hitaki and others. His parents, both Chunin of the Uchiha clan, perished tragically in the Second Shinobi World War, leaving behind some savings and a house. I have crossed over to the world of Naruto, which I am most familiar with. Though the world of Naruto is indeed fraught with peril, having insight into the plot provides a significant advantage for survival. I will glance down at the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest. Survival seems impossible without a golden finger. Perhaps I should contemplate how to defect swiftly. That moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System binding successful. This system is the headpat system. By patting someone on the head, one can acquire a portion of their abilities. The succinct, forceful words caused LiHuo's pupils to constrict. From my extensive reading of web novels, this must surely be the golden finger. This method of becoming stronger. LiHuo displayed a flicker of hesitation. Perfect. You have bestowed upon me the role of the head patter. Although LiHuo's thoughts had been racing since his crossing, to onlookers, it merely appeared as though a Uchiha youth had suddenly shouted in the midst of the entrance ceremony. The first to notice LiHuo's outburst was Uchiha Obito, also of the Uchiha clan. After LiHuo became an orphan, Obito and his grandmother had provided him with considerable assistance, forging a bond of friendship between them. LiHuo, are you alright? Did you activate your sharingan due to excitement for school? The enthusiastic and somewhat foolish Obito's inquiry elicited laughter from a group of Uchiha youths. Obito, if it were that simple to activate the sharingan, I would have achieved the 3 tomo long ago. Ha! The laughter from his clansmen caused Obito's face to flush with embarrassment as he tightened his goggles and fell silent. Just as LiHuo processed what had transpired, an unexpected figure appeared before him. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Drawn by the earlier commotion, he instantly teleported to LiHuo's side, squatting down slowly. Excellent Uchiha youth, what is your name? As LiHuo looked at the third Hokage, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. This moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not the kind, grandfatherly figure depicted in the anime. Before him, despite showing signs of age, Sarutobi exuded an unmatched presence, making it clear that he was the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, the foremost ninja village in the world, a ninjutsu doctor who mastered thousands of techniques. Though the third Hokage's inquiry was calm and unhurried, it carried an implicit weight that was hard to refuse. However, LiHuo, having lived 2 lives, could not escape the pressure of his prowess. Yet the pressure of status was negligible that moment. As he gazed at the third Hokage squatting before him, a wicked plan surged into his mind. LiHuo widened his eyes, looking innocently at the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, it's nothing serious. It's just, Uchiha Obito has insulted my dream of becoming Hokage. Obito, oops. Get lost, LiHuo. When did I ever insult you? Besides, the Hokage should definitely be me. Seeing only a childish quarrel, the third Hokage paid it no mind. You all aspire to be Hokage? Then strive together one day. You will achieve LiHuo had been waiting for the third Hokage to speak, and as he began to rise, LiHuo hastily interjected. Thank you, third Hokage. May I touch your Hokage hat for inspiration? At this request, the third Hokage visibly paused, taken aback by the boy's unexpected request. Fearing that the Hokage might decline, LiHuo reached up to pat the hat atop Sarutobi's head. Ding. Head pat on Strength Ninja. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Please select 5 rewards from the following options. 5 types of chakra and nature transformations. Seeding technique. Corpse demon seeding. Shadow level chakra control. Shadow level hand seal speed. 10 random. Ninjutsu. 1 composite ninjutsu of your choice. Proficient use of a large, thick, and dark object. The cold, systematic voice resonated in LiHuo's mind like a celestial melody. As he beheld the dazzling array of rewards, his breathing grew noticeably heavier. I hit the jackpot. Now I've struck it rich. This is the first step toward dominating the shinobi world. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, who had been patted, LiHuo's evident excitement led him to believe he had genuinely inspired the youth, prompting a warm smile from Sarutobi. It appeared that the Uchiha clan also had vibrant, youthful spirits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, witnessing his friend receiving such treatment, was filled with envy. Hokage, Lord, I also want. Before Obito could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already teleported to the podium, bringing an end to this farce. LiHuo nudged Obito. Did you see that? This is what it means for the brave to enjoy the world first. Obito, taught. Thanks to LiHuo's Hokage dream, the third Hokage was significantly encouraged, extending his speech by a full hour. The children below appeared utterly disillusioned, clearly bewildered by the old man's rhetoric. However, LiHuo was brimming with enthusiasm, not because he was genuinely moved by the Hokage's words, but because he found himself grappling with unprecedented decision. Paralysis, I want them all. The rewards for Strength Ninja are simply too abundant. Yet, what in the world does proficient use of a large, thick, and dark object even mean? Choosing 5 from 7 rewards? This is just a combination problem I've encountered before. It'll definitely take the 5 types of chakra and nature transformations, as it is foundational for traversing the ninja world. Though the corpse demon sealing is powerful, it's unnecessary. It's in the sealing book, and using it likely means my own demise. Both chakra control and hand seal speed are enticing choices as well. Even though later on, various powerful figures would intervene, initially, hand seal speed was indeed crucial point. One could see this from Zabuza's 43 hand seals for the water dragon jutsu. If the hand seal speed were swift, it could grant a significant advantage in the current ninja world. Chakra control goes without saying, as it is standard for becoming a formidable warrior. After much deliberation, LiHuo finally made his decision. Chapter 2. Is there an exam for enrollment? System. I choose 0.5 types of chakra and their nature transformations. Shadow level chakra control. Shadow level sealing speed. 10 random ninjutsu. 1 self-chosen composite. Ninjutsu. Claim now. At the very moment when LiHuo finished conversing with the system, a sudden, intense headache swept over him. The pain was just the right intensity, dizzying yet not debilitating. Along with the pain came a wealth of experience in hand seals and meticulous chakra control. LiHuo felt his hands become incredibly agile, mastering the 12 seals with effortless ease. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the faint chakra coursing through his body. He delicately attached chakra to the soles of his feet, neither damaging the ground nor losing the ability to lift off the ground. Climbing trees and walking on water became trivial tasks. Furthermore, LiHuo could clearly sense that something new had developed within him, an unprecedented chakra meridian. Although he was previously unaware of his chakra affinity, subsequent tests would undoubtedly reveal a complete mastery of all 5 chakra types. Before LiHuo could experiment further, a chilling voice from the system echoed in his mind. Now, 10 random ninjutsu will be drawn for the host. LiHuo's heart raced with excitement. Let me see how many coins the ninjutsu can yield. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Ninjutsu, 3 body technique, shadow clone, substitution, transformation. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. Earth Release. Heart Beheading Technique. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Shadow Clone Technique. Telescope. Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Water Release. Water Barrier. System extraction completed. Rewards are being processed. LiHuo was utterly astonished by the scene before him. I swear, from this moment forth, I will never disparage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, he is the epitome of perfection in my eyes. I mean as a ninja. Mainly because the coins he yields are simply too appealing aside from some basic ninjutsu. The rest are all formidable techniques that and there's also a rather gentlemanly telescope technique. Before LiHuo could react, the pain surged back like a tidal wave. After a bout of headache, LiHuo instantly mastered 10 ninjutsu. It is worth noting that an ordinary Chunin could never perfectly master all 10 techniques simultaneously. Thanks to the powerful golden finger, LiHuo successfully integrated these 10 ninjutsu into a cohesive whole. What I lack now is merely a sufficient amount of chakra and combat awareness. Of course, I also need the greatest asset of the Uchiha clan, the sharingan. With the sharingan, I could even become a master of ninjutsu myself, LiHuo mused. Claim the composite ninjutsu. The cold voice of the system appeared just in time. Please select a composite ninjutsu. Host. Composite ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Combines Earth Release and Fire Release, launching a powerful fireball from the mouth that pairs with the Earth Release. Earth Dragon. Bullet to create a fire-breathing Earth Dragon. Composite ninjutsu. Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Combines Water Release and Lightning Release, creating an electrified Water Dragon Bullet to attack enemies, with power surpassing that of the Water Dragon Bullet and capable of causing paralysis. LiHuo gazed thoughtfully at these two powerful ninjutsu. Among the 10 ninjutsu extracted by the system, there were more fire and earth techniques, while water and lightning techniques were fewer and more defensive. Thus, he must choose the composite ninjutsu, Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. After all, in the early stages, the interplay of chakra affinities is particularly crucial. If he encounters an enemy with lightning or water chakra types, the Thunder Water Dragon Bullet will undoubtedly be remarkably effective. Moments later, he had completely mastered both the casting methods and relevant usage experiences, though this came with a familiar headache. I wish the rewards could be delivered without the accompanying headache each time, he complained. Headaches are a necessary condition for the system to transmit knowledge and transform the body. Please endure. Host. You know what? That this system is quite good indeed. Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming all rewards. All abilities are being digitized for you. Host. Uchiha LiHuo. Ninjutsu. 3 Body Technique. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Great Waterfall Technique. Heart Beheading Technique. Earth Flow Wall. Shadow Clone Technique. Telescope Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Water Barrier. Thunder Water Dragon Bullet. Taijutsu. None. Genjutsu. None. Chakra. Microscopic fraction of Kakashi's. Able to unleash only 1 ninjutsu at full capacity. My goodness. Although I've acquired these rewards through sheer luck, it is still an astonishing bounty. But these rewards are incredibly generous. With just a few more headpats, I might just rise to greatness. Wait, I can repeatedly pat the same person's head to farm rewards. I truly am a head-patting genius. System prompt. Unless the same ninja undergoes changes in abilities and talents at different times, repeated headpats will not yield rewards. TCH, no loophole to exploit. Once LiHuo finished claiming his rewards, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy speech finally drew to a close. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire thrives eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Now, I declare the entrance ceremony officially concluded, and the entrance examination begins. LiHuo was taken aback. There was an exam for enrollment? What could these little kids possibly be examined on? Beside him, Obito, who had been worn down by the third's hours-long speech, noticed his friend's confusion. Foolish LiHuo, you didn't know this? Let me enlighten you. This is a test to determine whether someone like you, at the bottom of the barrel, has the qualifications to become a ninja. And for geniuses like me, this is the best stage. Haha. LiHuo couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Obito before him was not the same scoundrel who betrayed his teacher and clan, but rather a passionate fool wearing goggles. His words, however, were merciless. You idiot Obito, the guy who can even be late for registration, is the real bottom feeder. Let's see who shines in the training grounds. At that moment, an arrogant voice suddenly interrupted. Uchiha LiHuo, Uchiha Obito, two uncultured brats who only bring shame to the Uchiha clan. The speaker was an Uchiha youth who looked down his nose at everyone. Orphans who lost their parents on the battlefield. No wonder you're so uncultured, and you dare claim you want to be Hokage? Truly laughable. Upon hearing this, Obito's anger erupted instantly. Say that again if you dare. Obito shouted angrily, ready to charge at the opponent for a showdown. Suddenly, a small hand pressed down on Obito's head. It was LiHuo. LiHuo's gaze was surprisingly calm, his voice devoid of joy or sorrow, yet chillingly compelling. Hey, nose picker, our parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. They're the pride of the Uchiha clan and the village. As for whether we possess true skill, let us settle it in the training grounds. Feeling his authority challenged for the first time, the nose picker boy exploded in rage. Kid, do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, LiHuo burst forth with astonishing speed, stopping right in front of the nose picker. Shoo, extras don't need names. The entrance examination has officially begun. Chapter 3. The contest. The entrance examination has officially commenced. The rules of the examination are quite straightforward. The teachers will sequentially select 2 students to engage in combat, while the remaining students observe, awaiting their turn. Throughout this process, the instructors will assess various essential ninja qualities, such as motor skills and coordination. Additionally, members of the Hyuga clan will be invited to examine the students' chakra pathways, allowing for a comprehensive evaluation of each student's potential to become a ninja. Therefore, this examination does not solely rely on victory or defeat to determine qualification. Rather, it serves as a means to probe the student's abilities through combat. Thus, even if one loses in a duel, it does not necessarily lead to disqualification. Conversely, winning does not guarantee acceptance if the examiner deems the student unfit for ninja status, as exemplified by Guy. At this moment, LiHuo is gently resting his hand on Obito's shoulder, massaging his slightly trembling calves. Earlier, to calm Obito down, he had patted his head, inadvertently triggering the headpat system. Ding. Headpat level ninja. Uchiha Obito, ninja rookie. Please select one reward from the following options. The affection of middle-aged women, 10,000 yen. Protective goggles, choosing the 10,000 yen. LiHuo mused that such rewards in this era are rather unimpressive, yet a bit of savings is always welcome. At this moment, Obito's voice broke through his thoughts. Idiot LiHuo, why did you let him go so easily? And why are you acting so smug? Teach me that technique, now? In response, LiHuo merely smiled. Silly Obito, just watch the match. Wait until I get my chance to crush his head. What? You really plan to fight him? Are you out of your mind? I know your level. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Obito retorted mercilessly. LiHuo, however, remained unfazed, gesturing for Obito to pay attention to the match. Yet, internally, he felt anything but calm. I managed to achieve a brief burst of chakra to execute a rudimentary body flicker technique, and my calves still throb with pain. Despite possessing exceptional chakra control, without the correct technique, it is futile, akin to having Tsunade-level chakra control, but lacking healing ninjutsu. One cannot save lives. LiHuo finds himself ensnared in this dilemma, unable to utilize the skills acquired from the Third Hokage effectively. If I truly face that bastard, I'll need to devise a strategy to counter him. My shortcoming lies in having an abundance of ninjutsu and chakra control, yet my chakra reserves are merely subpar. Aside from the 3-body technique, I can only unleash a single jutsu. To defeat the nosehole guy, I must seize the right moment to unleash that one jutsu. With this thought, LiHuo's eyes gleamed with determination as a plan began to form in his mind. For the duration of the examination, he diligently refined his strategy. After all, this is his inaugural battle, and the Uchiha clan values strength above all. If he truly lacks power, he wouldn't dare to boast in front of me. During his contemplation, LiHuo encountered several familiar faces at the training ground. Ebisu, Aoba Yamashiro, and Asuma, among others, who were all accepted. Kakashi also won his duel in a spectacular fashion and departed swiftly. Lin's match drew Obito running over enthusiastically to cheer her on. Ultimately, both Lin and Obito were recognized as possessing the potential to become ninjas and were granted acceptance. At this moment, LiHuo's gaze lingered on Kakashi's departing figure, beside whom stood a tall, silver-haired man with a short sword on his back, Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Truly, he lives up to his reputation, merely standing there. He resembled a sword yet to be drawn, concealing a sharpness within. However, The training ground was rife with tension as Nosehole Guy drew a seemingly inconsequential civilian ninja. Referee. He is too weak. Where's Uchiha LiHuo? Let him face me. His arrogant proclamation incited the ire of the instructors present. One teacher, unable to tolerate such insolence, rose to address him. Young man, you do not dictate who you fight, and you ought to show respect to your opponent. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders and execute missions. This behavior is unacceptable. The arrogant youth held his head high, dismissive. This is a matter of the Uchiha clan. You have no right to interject. Let that coward LiHuo come face me. LiHuo, undeterred, stood up and walked confidently toward the training ground, internally mocking the arrogance of his clan. If this is the caliber of individuals within the Uchiha clan, it is no wonder they face such isolation from the villagers. Having just witnessed the clash between Asuma and Kakashi, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was about to resume his duties, paused at this scene with great interest. Isn't that the child who just touched my Hokage hat? Intriguing. I shall observe his performance further. Although, it seems my official duties will be delayed, which is quite unfortunate. In summary, the third Hokage also turned his attention to this contest. LiHuo and the Uchiha youth stood facing each other, both radiating an intense combat spirit. The assessment instructor spoke first. Both contestants formed the hand seals. During the sealing process, Nosehole Guy continued to spew nonsense, but LiHuo paid him no heed. He immersed himself entirely in this battle, the first confrontation after his transmigration. The duel commenced. In an instant, LiHuo and his opponent rapidly distanced themselves. Just as LiHuo searched for an opportune moment to strike, his adversary made a move, not to close the distance swiftly, nor to unleash a jutsu, but to execute a classic Uchiha technique he had forgotten, the shuriken. These seemingly simple shurikens subtly obstructed all of LiHuo's escape routes. With no time to ponder, and unable to evade, LiHuo chose to confront the attack head-on. He maximized his dynamic vision, swiftly withdrawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, advancing towards his opponent, and deflecting the incoming shurikens, seamlessly closing in on him. Your throw lacks precision, LiHuo exclaimed before launching a direct punch, caught off guard by the sudden approach. His opponent hastily crossed his arms to guard. Yet, unexpectedly, LiHuo's punch emitted a resounding thud. Boom. His opponent was forced back 10 steps, stumbling and rolling to dissipate the force. It's not like I'm hurt, the opponent gasped. The onlooking youths were all taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Why? How can your strength be so immense? While the inexperienced merely watched in awe, the experienced, including the Hyuga clan's assessing ninja and the third Hokage, discerned the underlying truth. LiHuo possessed nearly no combat experience. Yet he managed to repel his opponent with a single strike, owing to his exceptional chakra control. By concentrating chakra in specific areas of his body and unleashing it in an instant during an attack, he inflicted tremendous damage. The third Hokage nodded in approval. This boy's technique bears similarities to Tsunade's monstrous strength. However, knowing the pain his attack could inflict, his opponent would no longer stand idly by. Chapter 4. The technique of decapitation in the heart. A gentle breeze swept across the training ground, stirring up clouds of dust. LiHuo watched, rubbing his arm. As his somewhat disheveled opponent rose to his feet, clarity dawning upon him. LiHuo understood that he was fraught with shortcomings. Having just transitioned from a law-abiding citizen of Blue Star, competing against ninjas raised from childhood to be lethal weapons was a preposterous notion. Moreover, the rewards acquired from his unique abilities could not perfectly resolve his current predicament. Only by leveraging his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses could he possibly uncover a glimmer of opportunity amidst adversity. After all, this was not an elite match. Why was it proving to be so arduous? In the arena, LiHuo assumed a combative stance, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Logically, the two Uchiha youths standing here had undergone rigorous training and were deemed by their clan as worthy candidates to become ninjas. This confrontation was merely a formality, and based on the abilities displayed by the two boys, they had already proven themselves competent. The reason for the teacher's delay in declaring the end of the match was that the third Hokage had temporarily taken over the judging duties. He wished to observe just how far these Uchiha boys could go. On the training ground, the two youths had progressed to the stage of taijutsu confrontation. After experiencing the might of LiHuo's attacks, the opponent clearly opted for a more agile approach, skillfully dodging LiHuo's strikes while waiting for an opportunity to wear him down. LiHuo quickly grasped his opponent's strategy. and a chill ran through him as he thought, I cannot underestimate any of these supporting characters. Am I truly this cautious as a soul-type player? It is time to execute my plan. With that in mind, he feigned an opening to lure his opponent into action, intending to react swiftly to any attack. However, to his surprise, his opponent anticipated his move and swiftly retreated. You underestimate me too much. Is this the extent of your tricks? He taunted while awkwardly beginning to form hand seals. Wait, that seal is. Lord Third, please stop him. A Nin teacher exclaimed urgently. The Third Hokage, however, calmly halted everyone, for he saw not panic on LiHuo's face, but an unprecedented focus. Come now, Uchiha youth, show me your prowess. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards LiHuo. At this distance, even the Sage of Six Paths cannot save you. Accept your defeat. The searing fireball rushed forward, and LiHuo merely floated a casual remark. Look, doesn't that leave you vulnerable? The scorching flames erupted, billowing smoke, leaving only a charred tree stump behind. The Nin teacher was left astonished, standing in disbelief. Substitution technique? That can't be. I didn't see him form any seals. The Third Hokage paused for a moment, then said leisurely, his seal speed is remarkable. Look, the duel is nearing its end. The opponent, having exhausted all chakra from unleashing the great fireball technique, was equally astonished. Where is he? There's no one around, not even in the sky. That means, in an instant, a faint chakra fluctuation emanated from the ground, and a pale, small hand emerged from the soil, gripping the opponent's ankle like a vice. Then, LiHuo exerted force, dragging his opponent into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. LiHuo's figure materialized quietly, pressing his hand upon the opponent's head, and calmly declared, Earth release, heart decapitation technique. You have lost. What is your name? Without further ado, the Nin teacher stepped forward to announce, Uchiha LiHuo and Uchiha Awoke are both qualified. He then liberated Awoke from the earth. Now, form the reconciliation seal. LiHuo chuckled lightly. Your name suits you well, Uchiha Awoke. It is a displeasure to meet you. Please do not act so rashly next time. Awoke displayed a begrudging expression. LiHuo, just you wait. I will make you pay for this. Just as LiHuo was stepping down, a spiky-haired figure lunged at him with incredible speed. It was Obito. Foolish LiHuo, what are you doing? Why act so cool? Rin has been asking about you. How could you do this? Watching Obito, who was already harboring feelings for Rin, LiHuo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He then turned towards the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds from his memories. After observing LiHuo's duel, the Third Hokage leisurely returned to the Hokage office. Reflecting on the boy's exceptional chakra control, prodigious seal speed, and impressive tactics, yet contrasting it with his complete lack of practical experience. This Uchiha boy is intriguing. With that thought, the Third Hokage raised his left hand slightly. You, please investigate Uchiha LiHuo's personal information. A gentle breeze swept through, as though nothing had occurred. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the Hokage's direct umbu were resolutely executing his orders. Meanwhile, LiHuo returned home, familiarizing himself with his surroundings before organizing the gains from his day of traversal. Upon opening the system panel, a striking notification caught his eye. You have received a reward. Please claim it in a timely manner. It dawned on LiHuo that he had inadvertently patted Awoke's head. Claim. Ding. Headpat level ninja, Uchiha Awoke. Please select one of the following rewards. 50,000 yen, neck-shaped pillow. A compendium of trash talk, he decisively chose the money. Having anticipated that Awoke would not yield anything of amusement. After reflecting on his day's gains, LiHuo spread out paper and pen, beginning to strategize for his future development. With 10 days remaining until the official opening of the ninja school, he recognized his current shortcomings in taijutsu, chakra volume, and shuriken throwing. Chakra needed to be gradually refined, while training in taijutsu and shuriken throwing had to be prioritized immediately. Tomorrow, I must purchase new ninja tools and weights, intensify my taijutsu training, and seek out a training partner. Thus, LiHuo meticulously arranged his training schedule for the next 10 days into a comprehensive plan. Simultaneously, at the Uchiha clan grounds in a grand mansion, Awoke was lamenting to his parents, Mom and Dad, you must avenge me. Despite Awoke's mischief, he spoke truthfully, recounting the entire incident to his parents. His father trembled with rage. Awoke initially thought it was due to his grievances, but to his astonishment, his father bellowed. Who told you to speak ill of him? Challenging others after making mistakes? Losing and then seeking parental intervention? Is this the extent of your character? Apologize to LiHuo tomorrow. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 5. 10 days of training. The following day, LiHuo woke early, for it marked the inception of his training regimen. Donning the familiar black short-sleeved uniform of the Uchiha clan, he meticulously wrapped bandages around his elbows and knees. With a sprightly demeanor, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, acknowledging that the attire of the second pillar indeed had its charm, and more importantly, he was handsome enough, at least half as charming as his readers might consider. After indulging in a moment of vanity, LiHuo set off with a light step towards the Uchiha ninja tool shop. As he walked, he couldn't help but reflect on the absurdly high sense of honor that the Uchiha clan possessed. On the streets, every Uchiha donned clothing emblazoned with the clan's crest. Although in later years the second pillar and Itachi chose not to display the crest, the ubiquitous sharingan was an unmistakable testament to their heritage. Lost in thought, LiHuo arrived at the largest Uchiha ninja tools store. The reason for not visiting the Konoha shop was simple. He trusted the quality of his own clan's products and found their prices quite reasonable. After all, Uchiha do not deceive fellow Uchiha. Upon entering the shop, LiHuo had anticipated encountering someone haughty like Uchiha Outyin. To his surprise, the sales clerk was a vibrant young woman. "Hello there, young ninja. What can I assist you with today?" Her unexpected enthusiasm caught LiHuo off guard. "Oh dear, our little ninja seems a bit flustered. Judging by your age, you must still be in the ninja academy. Are you here to purchase practice kunai?" Regaining his composure, LiHuo replied, "Yes, I need some practice kunai and shuriken, along with weights, and finally, a standard combat ninja tool pack." The saleswoman seemed taken aback by LiHuo's sudden clarity of expression, pausing for a moment before smiling and saying, "Certainly, we have practice kunai and shuriken, as well as weights suitable for you. However, the standard Uchiha ninja tool pack contains explosive tags and soldier pills. Explosive tags are too dangerous for children, and consuming too many soldier pills can be harmful to health, so children cannot purchase those." LiHuo felt an unexpected sense of detachment. It was a peculiar sensation. Having watched Naruto, he had perceived these animated figures as possessing emotions and logic, yet ultimately lacking substance. However, this saleswoman, with just a few words, made him acutely aware of the reality of this world. In the recesses of his memory, aside from Obito, other Uchiha clan members had, to varying degrees, contributed to his upbringing. It could be said that LiHuo was raised with the collective kindness of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't help but ponder the emotions Itachi must have felt while committing atrocities against these innocent Uchiha civilians, who lacked even the qualifications to be ninjas and merely wished to lead peaceful lives. Was it truly fair that their lives were forfeited simply for bearing the Uchiha name? Snapping back to the present, LiHuo looked at the kind young woman before him and increasingly recognized the importance of strength. He truly wished to shield the beauty of this moment from destruction. 48,000 yen, the saleswoman announced, and suddenly, she seemed less appealing. Wincing at the expense, LiHuo fished out his wallet and accepted the pristine kunai and shuriken. The moment he donned the weights, he distinctly felt the burden they imposed upon his small frame. Fortunately, he had earned 60,000 yen from Obito and Outyin. Otherwise, relying solely on his family's meager resources would have been untenable. As the saleswoman counted the money in the background, LiHuo exited the tool shop and made his way directly to the Konoha training grounds. Did the Uchiha clan lack training grounds? Certainly not. They boasted well-equipped facilities amidst beautiful scenery. However, LiHuo opted for the widely accessible Konoha training grounds to meet his future training partner, Might Guy. Upon arriving at the training grounds, LiHuo was already drenched in sweat. The added weight made every step a considerable effort for a child of merely 6 years. All right, let us commence training. LiHuo lacked a systematic method for physical training. The scrolls left by his parents offered no guidance on physical techniques, and the Uchiha clan style of martial arts was largely unrecognized in the ninja world or even within the clan itself. This was because the Uchiha family valued physical prowess the least. With sufficient physical strength, even the most common techniques could be effortlessly countered. As illustrated by Sasuke's self-developed Lion's Barrage, before those eyes, one stood no chance. Thus, LiHuo, deprived of access to physical training methods, resolved to first strengthen his body. Only with robust physicality could he hope to practice martial arts. The means to acquire such techniques could be found in Might Guy and Might Dai, who could provide him with valuable insights. Konoha's physical techniques were essential for him, especially with his current lack of chakra. Mastering physical skills was a necessary path to enhancing his strength. Without delay, LiHuo commenced the arduous training that would push his limits. He began with warm-up exercises in the morning, followed by kunai throwing practice at noon, and then engaged in relentless martial arts practice in the afternoon. In the evenings, he would replenish his energy and attend to the injuries sustained during training. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 9 days had passed. Throughout this period, LiHuo had become a frequent visitor to the ninja tools shop, not only due to the wear and tear on his training equipment, but also because he could purchase bandages and medicinal alcohol there. His relationship with the saleswoman had grown more familiar. During these 9 days, Obito would occasionally visit to play, but LiHuo would insist on rigorous training, much to Obito's dismay. One evening, Aoyan also stopped by and silently observed LiHuo, whose body bore the marks of intense training. Without a word, he left, only to return later with a basket of fruit, then departed again in silence. Only Aoyan's underlings knew that from that day forward, they would be subjected to daily enforced training alongside Aoyan. Due to the intensity of his training, LiHuo's expenditures on training tools and medical supplies skyrocketed. To offset this, he resorted to playing rock, paper, scissors, where he would earn a handsome income from the Uchiha children by offering to pat their heads when he lost. Everything proceeded smoothly, and on the evening of the 9th day, just as LiHuo was completing his final set of push-ups, an enthusiastic voice rang out from a corner of the training ground. "Go, Kai! Just 2,000 more kicks. Ignite your youth." "All right, Dad. I can feel my youth ablaze." LiHuo smiled faintly, realizing that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Yet, he did not act immediately. Instead, he persevered to complete his final set of training. "Father, it seems there is a member of the Uchiha clan training over there," he remarked. Hearing his son's words, Might Dai turned his gaze towards LiHuo. Displaying the family's inherited courage, LiHuo approached the Might father and son. "Greetings. I have witnessed your training and have been moved by your youthful vigor. May I join you in your practice?" Upon hearing the word youth, Kai became particularly excited. Since he and his father had begun their training, they had faced nothing but mockery and ridicule. Two individuals in peculiar attire, only training in taijutsu. What significance does that hold? Just a mere lowly genin. What accomplishments could he possibly achieve beyond taijutsu? However, today, from the lips of an Uchiha genius, he heard acknowledgement of their youthfulness. The joy he felt was indescribable, and he eagerly looked at Dai, hoping his father would agree. At that moment, Dai was also moved to tears. Nevertheless, as an adult and a seasoned ninja, he was accustomed to the deceptions and schemes of the world. If this child were merely pretending to approach me under someone's direction, it would be to learn our forbidden technique, the 8 gates. Yet, when Dai observed LiHuo, whose clothes were soiled from training, and examined the boy's appearance, he noticed that LiHuo was drenched in sweat, with visible signs of rigorous practice, wearing weights that indicated he had been training for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, Dai broke into a wide smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. "Very well, Uchiha youth, you shall join us, and together we shall celebrate our youth." Chapter 6. Ninja School. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day holiday had swiftly passed, and today marked the official opening of the ninja school. LiHuo woke early, choosing to don a blue Uchiha short-sleeve shirt and white shorts, a departure from his usual black training attire. After finishing breakfast, he packed an extra rice ball and embarked on his academic journey. As he walked through the Uchiha compound, he encountered many kind-hearted elders who expressed their warm concern for him. "Little LiHuo, have you eaten? Come try the cakes I made." "No, thank you, Uncle Han. I've already eaten. By the way, when I see Obito, please tell him to hurry. He will be late." In this friendly atmosphere, LiHuo exited the clan grounds. Outside, Uchiha clan members typically served as the Konoha police force, each bearing a serious demeanor, with some occasionally exhibiting an air of arrogance. This is the Uchiha clan, a complex entity embodying pride, arrogance, kindness, and obsession, LiHuo mused. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, he occasionally overheard passers-by whispering, "Wow, that kid is so cute and a bit handsome. Exactly. If only he were a little older, I would definitely pursue him." "Calm down, Jingbua, you're 50. LiHuo glanced at the woman buying breakfast nearby, internally rolling his eyes. So this was the feeling when he was referred to as the second pillar. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, accompanied by rhythmic shouts. "Run 10 laps around the village. If you don't finish, you'll have to perform 500 leg kicks. Burn my youth." It was Kai training hard. Although he had passed the entrance exam this year, he was rejected due to a lack of chakra talent. Dai encouraged Kai, assuring him that as long as he kept striving and igniting his youthful spirit, he would surely achieve greatness and protect those he wished to safeguard. Consequently, Kai trained even harder, which put pressure on LiHuo to keep up, leading him to increase his training regimen as well. "My good friend, are you going to school?" Kai shouted, his vibrant green outfit and bushy eyebrows drawing the attention of passers-by. Although LiHuo was not easily intimidated, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Yes, we'll train together after school. By the way, where is Uncle Dai? Isn't he training with you?" "Dad, he is on a mission, apparently a B rank 1. Seeing the sweat pouring down Kai's face from the exertion, LiHuo helped wipe his brow, taking the opportunity to style Kai's hair. "Ding. Headpat level ninja, Mike Guy. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1 set of green spandex. 1 tube of eyebrow thickening agent. Konoha Strong Fist." Without hesitation, LiHuo selected Konoha Strong Fist. Immediately, a slight headache followed as the techniques of the Konoha Strong Fist style ingrained themselves into his mind. Not only that, LiHuo felt his muscles strengthening, becoming more attuned to the striking methods of the style, as if muscle memory was forcibly implanted, allowing him to react with remarkable speed. This undoubtedly marked a significant enhancement to his taijutsu. With newfound joy from his reward, LiHuo became even more exhilarated, but as class time approached, the two exchanged brief pleasantries. Kai continued his strenuous training while LiHuo set off for school. However, as he walked, he could no longer suppress his frustration and grumbled internally. Who was the fool that decided to place the Uchiha compound on the outskirts of the village? It's such a hassle to get to school. No wonder Obito is always late. If only the Uchiha compound were as conveniently located as the Hyuga, Sarutobi, or even the Inuzuka clan. Speaking of which, why would someone as powerful as Uncle Dai take on a B-rank mission? Ah, right, he is still a chunin. It's no wonder Konoha lacks the ability to recognize talent. Navigating through the streets and alleys, LiHuo finally arrived at the classroom just in time, immediately enveloped by the lively atmosphere. After all, they were children, restless and chattering, each contributing to the vibrant cacophony. Among them, LiHuo spotted many familiar faces: Asuma, Kakashi, Rin Noera, and Gunma Shiranui. Yet, conspicuously absent was Obito, who seemed to have arrived late once again. Additionally, there was an unexpected presence: Uchiha Outyin, the clan's notorious ender. However, Outyin now bore the marks of a recent encounter, his face bruised and battered, seated quietly at the back by the window as he prepared for class. LiHuo surveyed the room and decisively chose to sit beside Outyin. Why? Because the back row by the window was the territory of kings. To reign supreme in this academic realm, this was undoubtedly the place to be. He tossed his backpack onto the desk nearest the window and patted Outyin on the shoulder. "Uchiha Outyin, may I sit here?" Outyin, with his nose bandaged, sniffed and looked up at LiHuo. "Uchiha LiHuo, I know I am your defeated foe. You need not resort to such measures to humiliate me. Outyin, you're not Shao Tian. No one would intentionally seek to insult you. I'm merely looking to enjoy the scenery outside during class." Outyin fell silent and silently made way for him. LiHuo settled in, organized his belongings, and pulled out a bottle of medicinal wine, tossing it to Outyin. "What happened? Did someone beat you up? Why do you look like that?" "It's due to my training, LiHuo. One day, I will surpass you." LiHuo found himself in an amusing predicament, as he had not anticipated that the youth he had vanquished would suddenly display such fervent determination. "Very well, do your best. Here, take this medicinal alcohol for bruises. I have plenty of it," he said. Aotion gingerly touched his shin, only to wince in pain. Yet ultimately reason triumphed over emotion, and he accepted the alcohol, murmuring a quiet thank you. Suddenly, the cacophony in the classroom seemed to be muted, plunging into an unexpected silence. Drawing from his over a decade of student experience, LiHuo surmised that a teacher had arrived. Indeed, the newcomer was a robust, square-faced, middle-aged instructor with a kindly demeanor. "Hello everyone, I am Daoheng Longzhu, your homeroom teacher. I look forward to your cooperation," he announced. Thus commenced the mundane and monotonous routine of academic life. The curriculum arranged by the Ninja Academy for LiHuo and his peers consisted of theoretical lessons in the morning, followed by practical drills in the afternoon. While LiHuo placed great emphasis on personal cultivation, he also held a keen interest in theoretical knowledge, just as he was voraciously absorbing information like a sponge. A sound akin to an army in disarray reverberated through the hallway. "We're going to be late." The source of the commotion halted at the classroom door. It could only be Uchiha Obito. "I'm so sorry, teacher. I'm late because I helped an old lady on the way," he panted. Daohong-sensei chuckled amiably. "It's all right. Uchiha Obito, please come in. Just try not to let this happen again." Little did he know that Obito would be tardy every day henceforth. At that moment, Obito, as if granted a reprieve, hurried into the classroom and took a seat beside LiHuo. The last row now consisted of Aotion, Obito, and LiHuo. Obito, disliking the proximity to Aotion, nearly leaned against LiHuo. Upon noticing the rice balls in LiHuo's drawer, Obito wasted no time in popping one into his mouth. "Obito, not only are you late, but you also stole my rice ball," LiHuo exclaimed. "Haha, what's ours is ours, right? I'll bring you one later." Obito replied, though the rice ball was several days old. "Is that so? No wonder it tastes a bit off. Indeed, it has expired." "What? Then why did you bring it?" "I only realized after I brought it." Chapter 7. The tragedy induced by the rice ball. The morning lessons passed in the blink of an eye. Daohong-sensei elaborated on the methods of chakra refinement in a manner that was both insightful and accessible. LiHuo could not help but reflect on the distinct advantages that come with being born into a prominent family. Clans such as Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi provide systematic foundational education to their young, ensuring that the children possess essential knowledge and skills. Take Aotion as an example. While common ninjas were limited to wielding kunai in close combat, he could unleash fire-style techniques in training sessions. Such proficiency was beyond the reach of a novice in the ninja academy. This advantage extended not only to the transmission of ninja techniques, but also to a profound understanding of the history and culture of the ninja world. In contrast, children from smaller clans or common backgrounds often find themselves disadvantaged from the very outset. Because of his familiarity with chakra refinement methods, LiHuo decisively opted for training over idleness during class. Thus, he remained focused on refining his chakra, and over the course of 10 days, he was astonished to discover a gradual increase in his chakra reserves. He speculated that this transformation was closely linked to his rigorous training. This regimen not only enhanced his physical fitness, but also awakened his latent potential. Now, LiHuo's chakra was twice what it had been before. Previously, after executing a single technique following the shadow clone jutsu, he would be utterly exhausted. However, times had changed. He could now consecutively perform 2 techniques with ease. Indeed, when one is at the bottom, any small leap feels like progress, LiHuo mused inwardly. Yet, he diligently continued refining his chakra, striving to resolve the issue of insufficiency. This lesson is dreadfully dull. It consists entirely of knowledge I have already mastered. If the practical drills this afternoon are equally tedious, I might seriously consider sending a shadow clone to attend class in my stead, he thought, idly observing his surroundings while refining his chakra. Most students were engrossed in Daohong-sensei's teachings, their faces alight with curiosity and eagerness for knowledge, while a small fraction displayed signs of ennui. Just then, a figure caught LiHuo's attention. Due to her position at the back by the window, he could only vaguely see a girl with a high ponytail. Her lustrous black hair gleamed in the sunlight, framing her fair neck. As Daohong-sensei lectured, her head bobbed rhythmically as if keeping time with an unseen metronome, indicating her deep engagement in the lesson. She seems quite attentive, even nodding in agreement now and then. Yet, judging by the clan emblem, she must be from the Nara family. How is it that this generation of Naras is so earnest? Wait, what is that shiny object on her desk? Is it drool? Perhaps she has indeed dozed off, LiHuo thought, inwardly criticizing the typical demeanor of the Nara clan. Returning to reality, the morning class drew to a close. As the bell rang, Daohong-sensei exited the classroom, ushering in lunchtime. Students eagerly unveiled their lunchboxes, congregating in groups to indulge in their meals. Especially notable was the Akimichi clan's chubby member, who devoured 3 lunchboxes in quick succession, still yearning for more. As he ripped open a snack package to stuff into his mouth, familiar faces like Asuma and Ebisu also produced their lunch containers, chatting amiably with friends as they ate. In stark contrast, Obito and LiHuo lay despondently on their desks. "You fool, Obito. It's one thing to be late, but how dare you steal my rice ball? Do you not realize that was my lunch?" Upon hearing this, Obito sprang up as if injected with adrenaline, his face flushed as he retorted, "You imbecile LiHuo. If it weren't for you, would I ever have eaten an expired rice ball?" Perhaps it was the sheer volume of Obito's voice that led to a momentary silence in the classroom. This occurred after Kai publicly proclaimed his youthful declaration. thrusting LiHuo back into the societal spotlight. Ah, that familiar sensation, that excruciating awkwardness that made one want to dig their toes into the ground. It has returned. It has all returned. Before LiHuo could shake off the embarrassment, a gentle voice broke the silence. Obito-kun, LiHuo-kun, did you forget your lunch? If you don't mind, you can share a bit of mine. I haven't eaten yet. It was Rin Noera. Due to Obito's influence, both LiHuo and Rin had come to know each other. Observing the modest portion of food in her bento, LiHuo felt a surge of gratitude. Truly, she was a kind-hearted girl. Feeling exposed, Obito wished he could vanish into the ground. However, the insistent growl of his stomach compelled him to accept Rin's generosity. LiHuo, on the other hand, refrained from taking any of Rin's food, firstly because they were not close enough for such familiarity, and secondly, he did not want to let someone who had acted so kindly go hungry. Watching Obito merrily depart with Rin, LiHuo could only rest his head on the desk in solitude. Suddenly, a bento box slid over to him, adorned with the prominent Uchiha clan emblem. This is for you, Obito, said Outyin silently. LiHuo was taken aback, but after confirming that Outyin had eaten his fill, he expressed his gratitude and accepted the offering. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived, ushering in the highly anticipated practical training session, still led by teacher Oshima. The first half of the class would be dedicated to practice, while the latter half focused on real combat. During the initial session, LiHuo concentrated on honing his kunai throwing technique. Though an orphan who had never received hands-on guidance, his diligent training rapidly improved his accuracy. The next step was to engage with a member of the Uchiha clan to learn the Uchiha kunai throwing technique. Obito insisted on training alongside LiHuo, but midway through, his stomach began to grumble. Did you not eat lunch? Are you still hungry? I'm not hungry per se, just feeling a bit off. Never mind, LiHuo. Hurry and teach me how to train. The latter half of the class consisted of sparring in pairs. The first match featured Outyin facing off against Kojima Genta. Outyin stood in the training field, hesitating to speak. LiHuo could tell he wished to challenge himself, yet unexpectedly, Outyin did not express dissatisfaction as he had previously. Instead, he swiftly concluded the battle. It seemed Outyin had indeed changed significantly. Next, it was Noera Kurama against Ebisu, and Asuma against Kamado Tanjiro. The following bout pitted Obito against Hatake Kakashi. Yay! Obito exclaimed, nudging LiHuo as if to encourage him to hold back something significant. However, just as he took a step, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach. His face paled as he exclaimed, I can't hold it. My stomach hurts. With all eyes upon him, he dashed to the restroom. LiHuo, I hate you. Obito had not held back, but rather had an unfortunate accident. Teacher Oshima sighed in exasperation before announcing that due to Obito's absence, the match order would be adjusted, resulting in Uchiha LiHuo facing off against Hatake Kakashi. LiHuo was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? Against Kakashi? Kakashi was undoubtedly a prodigy, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6 and mastering the Hatake sword style. At this stage, he could easily overpower nearly all his classmates. To be honest, LiHuo did not wish to confront Kakashi just yet, as he lacked absolute confidence in securing victory. Nevertheless, he felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, a surge of fighting spirit arose within him. He was eager to gauge the gap between himself and a genius, to test the fruits of his 10 days of training. Stepping onto the training field, LiHuo observed Kakashi from a close distance for the first time. Kakashi's eyes displayed a sense of boredom, as though his opponent held no interest for him. The two exchanged no further banter, and after forming their respective seals, the battle was poised to commence. Chapter 8. Hatake Kakashi before the battle began. LiHuo had analyzed his strengths and weaknesses, a hallmark of his thought process. After all, only by understanding oneself and one's opponent could one discover the means to triumph. While others might be oblivious to their adversary's abilities and ninjutsu, LiHuo, well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, had thoroughly memorized the traits and techniques of any named character. This was the essence of intelligence, LiHuo's true strength. Faced with Kakashi at this stage, his remarkable taijutsu and ninjutsu posed significant obstacles to LiHuo's victory. Conversely, while LiHuo possessed numerous powerful techniques, the limited amount of chakra made it exceedingly difficult to secure victory with just 2 jutsu. Moreover, having trained for merely 10 days, it was improbable for him to have greatly enhanced his physical prowess. Thus, overcoming Kakashi in taijutsu would be exceedingly challenging. LiHuo understood that to achieve victory in this duel, there was only one viable strategy: to touch Kakashi's head during the fight. If he could manage to do so, he would likely gain an enhancement, and given Kakashi's prowess, the rewards would undoubtedly be worthwhile. As long as there was a reward that could turn the tide of battle, he could reverse the situation. Hence, the most critical step in this confrontation was to reach Kakashi's head. Though it seemed as if an eternity had passed, in reality, this was merely the result of LiHuo's instantaneous contemplation. The battle was about to erupt. Kakashi did not hold back, launching an assault on LiHuo with remarkable speed. LiHuo, however, was reluctant to engage in close combat immediately. As he watched Kakashi charging toward him, his eyes shifted slightly as a plan formed in his mind. His hands moved like shadows, swiftly forming seals with an impressive speed that left everyone present oblivious. He then reached for his ninja tool pouch, sending a flurry of kunai and shuriken hurtling toward Kakashi. Thanks to his diligent training, LiHuo had significantly improved his kunai throwing ability, and the thrown projectiles subtly obstructed Kakashi's movement. Kakashi, unfazed, deftly drew a kunai and skillfully deflected all the shuriken to the ground, causing a brief pause in his advance. This was the moment LiHuo had been waiting for. He quickly closed the distance, but he did not immediately attempt to touch Kakashi's head. He was acutely aware that his earlier attack had not troubled Kakashi significantly. LiHuo surged forward, employing his chakra control to concentrate energy at his feet and unleashing it in an explosive burst, propelling himself directly in front of Kakashi. The sudden appearance of LiHuo caught Kakashi off guard. He had not anticipated such speed. With a powerful kick, LiHuo spun into action, initiating a low kick that transitioned into a high kick, ultimately concluding with a heel strike, the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Thanks to the mastery of the Konoha Fierce Fist, LiHuo's martial arts have undergone a remarkable enhancement. Moreover, he has ingeniously integrated the explosive force of immense strength into the Konoha Great Whirlwind, a technique of extraordinary power. It is evident that Kakashi feels the pressure. After neutralizing the initial assault, he realizes that he cannot withstand this attack head-on. He deftly dodges and evades LiHuo's strikes, though his kunai is sent flying by a swift kick. Kakashi rubs his aching wrist and acknowledges, "You are formidable. However, no matter how powerful a technique may be, it is meaningless if it cannot land a hit." This brief clash elicits gasps from the surrounding classmates. After all, this is Kakashi. It is astonishing that the Uchiha LiHuo can hold his ground. Wow, this Uchiha youth is so handsome. I wonder what his personality is like. Both are so charming. How shall I choose? LiHuo pays no heed to the murmurs around him. At this moment, his sole focus is to triumph over Kakashi. He thinks to himself that the duration of this technique cannot last much longer. He must strive for a swift resolution. Glancing subtly at a kunai nearest to Kakashi, he is unaware that even the faintest of glances cannot escape Kakashi's vigilant eye, which is fixed upon him. Why is he looking at the kunai on the ground? Though the answer remains elusive, Kakashi resolves not to let him succeed. At this moment, Kakashi sheds his usual nonchalance, his gaze filled with seriousness and gravity. This young man named LiHuo is no ordinary opponent. It appears that a serious approach is warranted. Kakashi swiftly draws a kunai and leaps forward, his pace and speed markedly different from before. While LiHuo could previously anticipate Kakashi's movements and block them, he now finds himself unable to discern how to intercept Kakashi's assault. As Kakashi rapidly approaches, LiHuo exhales in relief, for it seems he has indeed discerned Kakashi's approach. Realizing he cannot halt Kakashi's charge, LiHuo draws his kunai, prepared for confrontation. Yet, this close-quarters battle unfolds in a decidedly one-sided manner. No matter how LiHuo defends, Kakashi always manages to strike from his blind spots. Whenever LiHuo attempts to counterattack, Kakashi evades like a nimble rabbit. Flag tree blade technique. LiHuo is taken aback, realizing that even without a short blade, a kunai can unleash such formidable power. Thus, he cannot underestimate it. LiHuo, though I do not understand your fascination with that kunai, I must apologize. I will not allow you to prevail. Kakashi grips his kunai tightly and delivers a fierce downward slash. LiHuo raises his kunai to block, but the sharp clang of metal resonates as his kunai is knocked to the ground. Yet, LiHuo smiles. Indeed, you saw it. I'm glad you did. Suddenly, the kunai that had just been struck down beneath LiHuo emits a resounding bang and transforms into LiHuo himself. What? How is this possible? The classmates gasp in astonishment. This cannot simply be a substitution technique. Only Kakashi, Asuma, and a few seasoned students and nin instructors remain silent. Recognizing that this is not a mere substitution technique, but a more advanced art, the shadow clone technique. By seamlessly combining the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique, he turns a shadow clone into a kunai, launching a surprise attack at a critical moment. However, what perplexes the observers is when LiHuo formed the necessary hand seals. LiHuo does not afford them time to ponder. His shadow clones spring into action, executing a rapid and powerful spinning kick aimed at Kakashi. Konoha Fierce Whirlwind. The forceful kick prevents Kakashi from continuing his assault on LiHuo's true form. As he swiftly sidesteps to evade the attack, his kunai strikes the shadow clone, shattering it instantly. But where is LiHuo's true form? Behind Kakashi, a voice emerges. Look, isn't that a classic follow-up? A hand rests atop Kakashi's head, only for him to swiftly counter and attempt to throw LiHuo forward. Yet, LiHuo suddenly exerts his strength, breaking free from Kakashi's grasp and distancing himself like an arrow released from its bow. Ding! Touching a top-tier ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Flag Tree Blade Technique. 2. Konoha's Secret Transmutation Technique. The 1,000 Years of Pain. 3. Moderate enhancement of physical attributes upon surveying the rewards before him. LiHuo hesitates not for a moment, opting for the moderate enhancement of physical attributes. Internally, he grapples with indecision. The 1,000 Years of Pain is useless in his current situation, lacking a winning strategy. Though the Flag Tree Blade technique is powerful, it cannot be used in Konoha, as it is the ancestral technique of the Hatake clan, and its origins would be difficult to explain. After all, who would believe that a child with no ties to the Hatake clan, and who has yet to awaken his sharingan, could swiftly master the Flag Tree Blade technique? Thus, this seemingly unremarkable moderate enhancement of physical attributes becomes the most prudent choice. Rewards have been dispensed. As the cold, mechanical voice reverberates, LiHuo realizes that this battle is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 9, Lion's Barrage. Unlike previous rewards that came with pain, this time, the physical attribute enhancement envelopes him in a tingling sensation throughout his body. Initially, it is but a mild prickling, but in an instant, it escalates to an overwhelming numbness that courses through him. This sensation causes LiHuo's movements to stiffen slightly. This is utterly exhilarating. I can hardly move. Kakashi, having observed LiHuo's momentary lack of coordination, seizes the opportunity to charge at him. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai magically appears in his hand. Employing the unpredictable steps characteristic of the Flag Tree Blade technique, he swiftly closes the distance to LiHuo. In an instant, Kakashi stands before LiHuo, his kunai poised to slice toward LiHuo's throat. Due to the special kunai, this strike will not inflict serious harm upon LiHuo, which emboldens Kakashi to unleash his finishing move. Yet, in LiHuo's eyes, Kakashi's movements seem to slow, transforming what was once elusive into something strikingly clear. Have I awakened my eyes? No. It is the enhancement of his physical attributes that has significantly improved his reflexes and dynamic vision. It seems my choice was wise. LiHuo suddenly crouches, evading what should have been a lethal strike. Raising his head, he meets Kakashi's astonished expression with eyes full of determination. Surprised? The best part is yet to come. With a swift motion, LiHuo spins and delivers a powerful kick to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him soaring into the air. Teacher Oshima gasps in shock. Is that Shadow Dance Leaf? The abrupt impact causes Kakashi to momentarily lose focus. LiHuo grins, not even close. Regaining his composure, Kakashi quickly forms hand seals. LiHuo suddenly stomps the ground, appearing beneath Kakashi. The two soar through the air. LiHuo remains calm, his left hand poised in a seal against Kakashi's waist. Let us see how you handle this. LiHuo twists midair, transforming what should have been a disadvantageous position into his arena, executing a swift and powerful whip kick aimed at Kakashi. Boom! Kakashi raises his arm to block, but this strike causes his movements to stiffen. I've been waiting for this moment. Lion's Barrage. As LiHuo pivoted to deliver a swift elbow strike, it landed squarely upon Kakashi's face. Subsequently, LiHuo pushed off the ground, deftly positioning Kakashi beneath him before unleashing a powerful punch that sent Kakashi crashing to the ground. After rolling a few times to dissipate the force, LiHuo, wary and alert, swiftly drew a kunai, bracing himself for what was to come. Suddenly, he sensed a faint yet distinct chakra fluctuation emanating from above, a sensation that stirred a sense of familiarity within him. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. With a resounding bang, the fallen Kakashi transformed into a plume of white smoke. From within the shadows, Kakashi stealthily emerged, cleverly concealing his true form within the illusion. Fortunately, LiHuo's heightened senses allowed him to react swiftly, creating distance between himself and Kakashi. Uchiha LiHuo, you are formidable, Kakashi remarked. I hope you grow even stronger. LiHuo silently added to his thoughts. This way, I can continue to reap the benefits. Teacher Oshima promptly intervened, bringing the training session to a close. LiHuo and Kakashi exchanged a gesture of reconciliation, with Kakashi proposing a rematch at a later date, to which LiHuo readily agreed. He recognized that engaging in battles with formidable opponents not only enhances one's strength, but also hones combat skills, an endeavor worth pursuing. As the practical training approached its conclusion, Teacher Oshima delivered a summary. Asuma's physical prowess needs improvement. He must train diligently. Hibiki has a solid foundation, yet his fighting style appears overly rigid. Suddenly, the distant trees quivered slightly, unnoticed by everyone except Oshima, who paused momentarily before regaining his composure. LiHuo's ninjutsu and taijutsu are commendable, particularly his original technique, the lion's roar, which showcases significant creativity. Upon hearing this, LiHuo felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that the credit for such a technique was shared with his comrades. Oshima's admiration for talent was evident as he turned his gaze towards LiHuo. If you wish to progress, you must focus on enhancing your taijutsu. In this duel, your physical skills were lacking at the start, and it was only through sheer physical conditioning that you overcame Kakashi. LiHuo nodded humbly, acknowledging Oshima's keen insight. Had Kakashi, who had just faced him in combat, made such observations, it would have come as no surprise. After all, one can gauge an opponent's state in real time through battle. However, for Oshima to discern such nuances solely from observing the fight was indeed impressive. Once Oshima had concluded his evaluation of all students, the late arriving Tobi, the spraying warrior, entered. Oshima said little, only encouraging him to train harder to catch up with his peers. Soon, the bell rang, and students exited the classroom in groups. Tobi glanced at LiHuo, asking if he intended to train today. LiHuo nodded. I have arranged to train with Guy. Tobi appeared momentarily disheartened, but upon seeing Rin packing her bag, he hurried over to her, leaving the classroom in jovial spirits. At that moment, Kakashi approached LiHuo's desk, softly inquiring, "Are you heading to train after class?" "Indeed," LiHuo replied. "I have a friend joining me. Could I accompany you?" Kakashi asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Taken aback, LiHuo quickly realized Kakashi's intent. It was rare to meet someone of equal caliber among peers, and curiosity about each other's training methods was natural. Upon noticing the slight flush on Kakashi's face, LiHuo recognized he had hesitated too long, causing Kakashi some discomfort. Resolutely, LiHuo responded, "Certainly. I was just thinking of introducing my friend to you. I believe you two will become great friends." Just as their conversation blossomed, the boisterous Outyin abruptly leaped up, racing out of the classroom, likely to lead his underlings in yet another training session. As LiHuo and Kakashi walked side by side out of the school gates, LiHuo suddenly felt another peculiar chakra fluctuation from above. He remained composed, aware that the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. Recognizing this chakra could shift the dynamics of their encounter, LiHuo chose to remain still, carefully attuning himself to its essence. This chakra was extraordinarily unique, bathing the earth in a gentle yet subtle glow, imperceptible even to seasoned Nin unless they possessed specialized techniques. LiHuo sensed a familiarity with the nature of this chakra. During his earlier duel with Kakashi, he had not had the luxury of contemplation. Now, with a moment's reflection, the answer crystallized in his mind: the telescope technique. The Third Hokage was spying on them. During his encounter with the Third Hokage, LiHuo had drawn the telescope technique from the deck, making him acutely aware of the chakra fluctuations it emitted. He pondered whether the Hokage was observing him or Kakashi, realizing that he had unwittingly become the subject of scrutiny on 2 occasions. The implications of this realization left LiHuo with numerous unanswerable questions, the most pressing being the origin of his ninjutsu. He needed to act swiftly to address these concerns. Meanwhile, Kakashi, oblivious to LiHuo's thoughts, noticed his distraction and called out, "Hey, are you all right?" "Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought. Before we train, let me treat you to a meal. What do you like to eat?" "Fish," Kakashi replied. "You fancy 3-color dumplings, right? Come, I know a delightful place." "Clearly, you just want to eat dumplings yourself," LiHuo teased. As the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling the approach of evening, Oshima did not head home immediately, but proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. During his final evaluation, he had received a summons from the Umbu regarding the Hokage's call and hurried to meet him. Upon entering the Hokage Tower and walking down the corridor to the office, Oshima sensed subtle movements in the shadows, quickly returning to stillness, a silent confirmation of the Umbu's presence, ensuring the identity of the visitor. Upon pushing open the Hokage's office door, Oshima found the Hokage diligently attending to his duties. Noticing Oshima's arrival, the third Hokage smiled gently. "Ah, Oshima, you may rise. You are no longer a member of the Umbu. Now you are simply a teacher at the Ninja Academy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Hokage got straight to the point. "How do you find this batch of students?" Oshima replied earnestly. "They are exceptional. Several possess the potential of J-Nin. Kakashi Hitaki is remarkably strong and nearing graduation standards. What astonishes me most is Uchiha LiHuo. This boy rivals Kakashi in strength, yet given his Uchiha lineage, it is hardly surprising. Of course, Asuma Sarutobi is also quite impressive, excelling in both ninjutsu and taijutsu." Here, a lengthy commentary is omitted. Alright, enough of the praise for Asuma. I am well aware of his situation, the third Hokage remarked, a hint of mirth in his expression. "Uchiha LiHuo is indeed a promising talent. We should keep a close watch on him." Oshima nodded in agreement. After Oshima departed, the Hokage fell into contemplation. The chopping technique, shadow clone technique, and the rapid sealing that even I find hard to follow. "Uchiha LiHuo, are you truly a genius, or?" With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his direct Umbu. "Call Orochimaru. I want him to investigate Uchiha LiHuo." Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to LiHuo. Upon arriving at the dumpling shop, Kakashi was immediately struck by the establishment's popularity. With a throng of customers, the line extending beyond the entrance. With so many people, will we even have time to train? LiHuo remained silent, calling out to the shopkeeper, "Uncle Asahi, 3 skewers of sweet 3-color dumplings, please. 1 skewer will suffice for me." "Oh, right, I almost forgot you. Make that 4 skewers." Upon hearing the sound of fire, the middle-aged man bustling inside the shop instantly broke into a smile. "All right, little Fire." Before long, a girl, approximately the same size as Fire, dashed out. "Brother Fire, here are the meatballs you wanted." "Thank you, little shopkeeper," Fire replied, beaming. Observing Fire's cheerful demeanor, Kakashi found it somewhat peculiar, as he had only witnessed Fire's fierce determination in their previous encounters, never this amiable side. Sensing Kakashi's curiosity, Fire handed him a skewer of meatballs and explained. "Not long ago, the owner's beloved cat went missing, and the whole family was quite anxious. Just as they were about to head for the mission board, I happened to be out buying meatballs and helped them find it." "How did you manage to find it?" Kakashi inquired. Fire took a bite of a meatball, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. "It's simple. The Uchiha clan has a close bond with ninja cats. I know all the happenings in the cat community. After finding the kitten, the owner, in gratitude, gave me a voucher for free food. I thought the name was unappealing, so I renamed it to a direct purchase voucher for meatballs without waiting in line." Suddenly, both Fire and Kakashi heard spirited shouts. Before Fire arrived, "If you can't walk on your hands through the village, you must do 1,000 push-ups." The voice belonged to none other than their intended destination, Mike Guy. "Guy, over here," Fire called joyfully upon spotting his friend. Upon seeing Fire, Guy rushed over, disregarding his image, and enveloped Fire in a bear hug. Kakashi's eyes widened at the speed. "My dear brother, you finally arrived. Training has been dreadfully dull without you. You came just in time. I haven't touched this skewer of meatballs, so it's yours." The sudden appearance of a training companion and the gift of camaraderie under the early autumn sunset encapsulated the essence of youth. Fire hurriedly stuffed the meatball into Guy's mouth, lest they face an awkward silence again. "Kakashi, this is my training partner, Mike Guy. We met before, haven't we? I believe you two will become wonderful friends and, in time, exceptional ninjas." "But he doesn't even know any ninjutsu," a clear, melodic voice interjected, akin to the sweet song of a oriole. "Just look at his hands and feet. They are marked by the rigors of training. He must train diligently. With his perseverance, he might very well become a remarkable ninja. If you don't believe me, the re-enrollment list from the Ninja Academy will be released soon. You can check it out. The Hokage won't let talented individuals go unnoticed." The trio turned towards the source of the voice to see a girl dressed in Nara clan clothing. Her hair tied up high, revealing her fair neck. Her face was cute and charming, with jet black hair cascading down the sides, exuding vibrancy. At that moment, she was in line, holding an empty skewer of tricolor meatballs. Fire recognized her immediately. She was the girl who had dozed off in class earlier that day. Out of courtesy, Fire introduced himself. Hello, I am Uchiha Fire. I know. I watched your match against Hitaki Kakashi, she replied. This is Mike Guy, my good friend. The girl smiled slightly, her large eyes curving adorably. It's a pleasure to meet you both. My name is Nara Shikimaru. Noticing the skewer of tricolor meatballs in her hand, Fire casually asked, are you still in line? Yes, after buying one skewer. I found it delicious and decided to get another. I have an extra skewer here that I haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind before Fire could finish. Shikimaru snatched the tricolor meatball skewer and devoured it with delight. Thank you. At this moment, Fire realized that all 4 of his skewers of tricolor meatballs had been consumed, while he himself had only eaten one, leaving him feeling a pang of regret. It seemed not all members of the Nara clan were particularly astute. Fire silently chastised them for their gluttony. However, Shikimaru's next question sent a chill down Fire's spine. At that moment, why did your shadow clone not retreat after failing its strike, instead risking dispersal to pat Kakashi on the head? This question was pivotal. I could comprehend other aspects of the match, but why did you touch his head? Moreover, after that, you swiftly used the Lion's Barrage. You clearly possess such speed. Why not utilize it from the start? Fire was taken aback, glancing at Shikimaru, who still had traces of the tricolor meatball syrup on her lips. Her large eyes filled with curiosity. In Fire's perspective, he felt like a perpetrator under Conan's scrutiny, a sense of urgency enveloping him. With a quick shift of thought, he devised a rather unorthodox solution. It was merely my peculiar whim, Fire replied dryly, gently tapping Shikimaru's head. I suppose it's just a special quirk of mine. As he noticed the system notification sound, he swiftly withdrew his hand, fearing to incite her displeasure. Shikimaru paused briefly before breaking into a smile. Not everyone is allowed to touch my head, but for the meatballs you gave me, I'll let it slide this time. With that, she walked away, munching on the meatballs towards the Nara clan's territory. Fire breathed a sigh of relief and began to check the rewards for this encounter. Ding. Headpat level ninja, Nara Shikimaru. Please select one of the following rewards. 50,000 yen. Beginner chakra control. In release chakra amplification. Upon seeing the final option, Fire's eyes widened in astonishment. I guessed correctly. He chose in release chakra amplification. Chapter 11. Forgery. Fire's decision to pat Shikimaru's head stemmed from a desire to redirect her attention. The moment he executed that action, regardless of the reason, as long as Shikimaru's focus shifted, he could seize the opportunity to change the subject. Additionally, he was intrigued about the reward for patting Nara Shikimaru's head. Fire did not harbor curiosity about the Nara clan's secret techniques, for like the Hitaki sword technique, even if one learned a secret technique, it would remain concealed for a significant duration. Fire had a clear developmental goal, akin to playing a roguelike game. A character adorned with golden traits may not necessarily be formidable, yet a harmonious blend of various traits could wreak havoc in the game. Fire understood that the Nara clan's secret techniques relied on the exquisite manipulation of in-release chakra, which represented mental strength and was also the primary source of power for the Uchiha clan's sharingan. Thus, Fire decided to take a gamble with Shikimaru, and it paid off. However, Nara Shikimaru was indeed not to be underestimated. At such a tender age, she had earned a system-level ninja evaluation without even having mastered the Nara secret techniques. In terms of paper strength, she was at least on par with the current Kakashi, though in practical combat, the situation would differ entirely. Ding. System rewards have been distributed. As the cold mechanical voice echoed, Fire felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, a refreshing sensation surged through his mind, akin to applying cooling ointment. However, the subsequent feeling resembled the sudden rush of cool water after consuming a peppermint candy. Gradually, Fire sensed that his own senses had been magnified immensely, with a plethora of information flooding his mind, even causing a momentary daze. Slowly regaining his composure, Fire noticed that everything around him had become strikingly clear. Unlike the previous enhancement focused on physical strength, this enhancement emphasized sensory perception, particularly his vision. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its powerful sharingan. So much so that the tactical mantras of Sunagakure warned against engaging with the sharingan. One-on-one, one must flee. Yet Fire was acutely aware of his current state. He had not yet awakened his eyes. The benefits of in-release chakra amplification lay in the direct enhancement of mental strength, primarily reflected in the ability to unleash greater power once his eyes were opened, as well as significantly boosting immunity against genjutsu when his eyes were closed. If he were to face Kakashi now, Kakashi's unpredictable movements would become remarkably clear in fire's sight. Even Kakashi's flaws could be discerned. Upon regaining his composure, LiHuo cast his gaze towards Kai, who was idly picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer, and the seemingly bored Kakashi. With a resounding shout of "Go! Time for training! Youth, let us embark!" he expressed his eagerness. They had long been anticipating this moment. Subsequently, the trio arrived at the training grounds of Konoha and commenced their routine exercises. As Kakashi was new to the group, LiHuo took the liberty of introducing the customary training methods, which involved pushing one's physical limits through sheer exertion. After explaining, he invited Kakashi to join them. Perhaps due to the requirement of a robust physique for the Konoha sword techniques, Kakashi did not decline LiHuo's invitation and began training alongside them. During the session, however, Kakashi was astonished to discover that both LiHuo and Kai were wearing considerable weights. This revelation jolted him. So this was the state in which they had been fighting me. Observing their movements, it was evident they had adapted to the burden, executing their techniques with remarkable ease. Particularly, with Kai's brawny physique, his martial arts prowess was indeed formidable. Witnessing such exceptional talents among his peers ignited Kakashi's competitive spirit, prompting him to train diligently. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their training session neared its conclusion. Kai, panting heavily, remarked, "LiHuo, how have you become so incredibly strong? It feels as though every aspect of your physique has multiplied in strength." In response, LiHuo merely chuckled, attributing it to his remarkable talents, and chose not to elaborate further, instead pondering the matter of increasing their weights. After their training, the three friends returned to their respective homes. LiHuo handed Kai some money, as Uncle Dai was absent, and he feared Kai might neglect his meals. When Shuo-Mo saw Kakashi return home, he was taken aback. Despite Kakashi's daily rigorous training, which primarily focused on techniques, today's session had been exceptionally intense. "Kakashi, did you train with that boy in the green jumpsuit?" "Yes, father. His name is Mike Guy, and there's also Uchiha LiHuo. Both are incredibly strong." "Is that so? Have you made friends?" "However, their training methods may not be suitable for you. Tomorrow, I will teach you a set of training techniques from the Hitaki clan that complements the Hitaki sword techniques." "Thank you, father." LiHuo returned home, but unlike his usual relaxed demeanor, he felt tense. He could not shake off the words of Lu Miao, nor the observations made by the Third Hokage. He knew he must act swiftly to patch up his vulnerabilities. He recalled the technique of the telescope jutsu and, using a mirror as a medium, discreetly released his chakra around the house. Thanks to his superior chakra control, he could manipulate the telescope jutsu precisely to detect any potential spies without alarming the Third Hokage. After confirming that no one was watching, LiHuo retrieved an empty scroll left by his parents and quickly began to write. Currently, the only ninjutsu he had exposed was the heart decapitation technique and the shadow clone technique. To rationalize their origins, he needed to forge some false scrolls. He swiftly penned 2 scrolls and laid them out on his desk, both to allow the ink to dry quickly and to create the illusion of intense study around the clock. After completing these tasks, LiHuo disarranged the scrolls in his parents' room and wiped away the dust from all the scrolls to fabricate the appearance of a thorough search. Once everything was prepared, LiHuo was already drenched in sweat. He understood the necessity of appropriately showcasing his strength, for in this world, and within this family, the doctrine of power reigns supreme. Only the truly talented could garner greater resources and protection. He needed to master the art of revealing his prowess, solidifying his identity as a genius while avoiding suspicion and jealousy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, LiHuo fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha compound, within a grand Japanese-style estate, akin to the one where Sasuke resides, Aotion returned home, weary. "Young master Aotion, you've worked hard. We shall assist you with changing and prepare your bath." Upon hearing the butler's voice, a middle-aged Uchiha uncle sitting in the main hall could no longer remain seated and hurried to Aotion's side. "Aotion, please don't overexert yourself. Your father misspoke. Matters of character are inconsequential. Do not jeopardize your health." During the previous competition, Aotion had indeed made a misstep in his words, but he had apologized, so there was no need for such grueling training. Aotion recognized his father's concern, but with a resolute expression, he firmly declined. "Thank you, father, but I truly wish to surpass LiHuo. He is my goal." After stating this, Aotion walked towards his bedroom, leaving Uchiha Ting in a state of shock. Realizing that his son desired to grow stronger, Uchiha Ting did not impede him. The side door creaked open, revealing Uchiha Ting's brother. Ting sighed and instructed, "Arrange for a private tutor for the young master tomorrow. We shall devote all resources to his training." After issuing these orders, Ting turned to his brother, his expression shifting from warmth to a steely resolve. Who exactly is Uchiha LiHuo? A junior who has recently made waves at the Ninja Academy. And today he evenly matched with Hitaki Kakashi. The Dove faction has grown too powerful. Fugaku's son is in his prime, yet lacks any sharpness. He shall not achieve greatness in the future. The old man Shan is still imprisoned, and now the Hawk faction is showing signs of decline. We must nurture exemplary successors. What do you mean, brother? If Uchiha LiHuo possesses genuine strength, we could share some resources and entice him to join the Hawk faction. Could this be too hasty? We shall approach him with courtesy and emotion. If he truly is a genius, what harm would it be to offer him favors? After all, we cannot let the Dove faction gain any advantage. Indeed, Uchiha Aotion's father is currently a powerful elder within the Hawk faction, and together with his brother Uchiha Tang, they are the key figures of the Hawk faction. Inform the young master that I wish to invite LiHuo for a meal in a few days. Let him assist in conveying our sentiments. What about the specific timing? Let the young master decide. Chapter 12. Spiral Sphere. The next day, the butler conveyed his father's intentions to Aotion, who gladly accepted the guidance of the private tutor. However, regarding the invitation to LiHuo, Aotion, though unsure of the rationale behind it, could vaguely sense his father's stance. Since father had entrusted this task to him, it implied that their relationship was not trivial. Otherwise, he would not have assigned it to him. Please inform father that I will invite LiHuo, but only after I defeat him. I believe that day is drawing closer. With that, Aotion headed off to school without looking back. In the classroom, teacher Oshima addressed the students, "Classmates, today let us welcome a new student who has successfully enrolled in the Ninja Academy through his exceptional talent and diligent efforts. Let us welcome Mike Guy." A figure clad in green entered the classroom. "Hello everyone. My name is Mike Guy, and I am delighted to meet you all. I hope my youth can collide with yours in vibrant ways. Indomitable, resolute, and persevering through challenges and setbacks. That is what youth embodies. In our future endeavors, I also look forward to your support. I will strive to shine with youth." After a lengthy introduction, when the earplug-wearing Lu Miao had finally dozed off, Oshima asked Kai to step down from the podium. Kai noticed that LiHuo was already surrounded by classmates and promptly took a seat next to Kakashi. As Kai was about to say something to Kakashi, the latter raised his lifeless eyes and uttered, "Youthful fool, pay attention to class." Kai fell silent. Witnessing this, Obito burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, struggling to contain his mirth. "Did you see that, LiHuo? Evil people have their own nemesis. Kakashi, that pretentious guy, is being thoroughly restrained by the newcomer Kai." Ha ha. His laughter was so loud that even teacher Oshima on the podium cast several glances their way. "Well, I did notice. Little horn. However, while you're at it, why not clap your own thigh instead of mine?" After saying this, LiHuo playfully tapped Obito on the head. "Focus on your studies and training. Look at what your grades have become." Upon hearing the words, Obito lowered his head, yet his expression remained nonchalant. "This is merely the result of diligent preparation. Once I open my eyes, I will catch up with all of you in an instant." Noticing Obito's stubbornness, Fire did not feel inclined to say more. In contrast, Aotion, who stood beside Obito, displayed his usual earnestness. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Fire did not cease his training. Rather, he doubled his efforts alongside Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi had demonstrated the physical training techniques passed down from the Hitaki clan. Yet Fire and Guy soon realized that this method was incompatible with their own training styles. In other words, only Kakashi could reap significant rewards from this training, while Fire and Guy would only experience marginal gains. However, they did not succumb to discouragement. As their physical prowess improved, their training volume increased, and the weights they carried grew heavier. In this month, Fire became a frequent patron of the Uchiha Ninja Tool shop, regularly purchasing training supplies. The results were gratifying. Fire could distinctly sense a marked enhancement in his physical condition, and his chakra reserves had multiplied several times over. Most delightfully, the system had bestowed upon him additional rewards. Throughout the month, Fire had cleverly persuaded many classmates, and a considerable number could only provide 100,005,0000 yen. This sum, though small individually, accumulated into a substantial amount that Fire utilized for training and daily expenses, with the remainder stored in the system's space for future needs. Among his more notable classmates, several yielded valuable rewards. Patting the head of Hibiki, he acquired mastery of basic knowledge. Patting the head of Shiranui Genma, he gained shuriken throwing technique. Patting the head of Sarutobi Isuma, he received slight enhancement of physical qualities. Patting the head of Yamanaka Ino, he obtained Yamanaka's secret technique, perception. Fire dared to select the Yamanaka secret technique due to its remarkable efficacy and the fact that its use would not attract unwanted attention. The effect of perception is as follows. With closed eyes, one releases chakra to sense the enemy's location, number, and characteristics. With mastery, one could even discern the enemy's speed in detail. Upon discovering this technique, Fire was elated. This was a rare perceptive ninjutsu. Although not as potent as the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shinto, it was more than sufficient for detecting enemy movements without revealing the user's identity. Without hesitation, Fire chose perception. System. Open personal panel. Host. Uchiha Fire Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Waterfall Technique. Heart Cut Technique. Earth Flow Wall. Shadow Clone Technique. Telescope Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Water Barrier. Perception. Due to an excess of ninjutsu, some will be abbreviated to avoid excessive word count. Taijutsu. Konoha Strong Fist. Shuriken Throwing Technique. Genjutsu. Nun Chakra. One of Kakashi Hataki's chakra, Elite J-Nin. Although unable to unleash ninjutsu freely, one can release 5 or 6 techniques without exhausting oneself. Strength. Elite Genin numerous attributes, such as enhancement of physical qualities and shadow-level seal speed, while not displayed on the personal panel, have solidly contributed to Fire's strength. Gazing at the results of the past month, Fire could not deny his happiness. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had recently felt a vague sense of impending danger, as if someone were lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Then there was Uchiha LiHuo. He was no longer merely a shadowy observer. Over the past month, Fire had consistently felt LiHuo's growing strength and the intensifying battle intent in his eyes. To enhance his own power and prepare for the forthcoming crisis, Fire resolved to initiate a long-desired plan to train in the Rasengan. There were 3 reasons for this decision. First, due to copyright issues. Minato was likely still a J-Nin, currently honing his Flying Thunder God technique. The Rasengan was developed by Minato to enhance his lethality after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. If Fire began training now, he might even develop it before Minato. Second, regarding difficulty, the Rasengan, as a high-level ninjutsu, had its training method fully revealed through Jiraiya in the anime, significantly lowering the training barrier. Third, in terms of practicality, the Rasengan, being a ninjutsu without hand signs, is characterized by rapid deployment and high lethality. Furthermore, it can be infused with wind attribute chakra to form a spiraling shuriken, showcasing excellent growth potential. In summary, the Rasengan was the unequivocal choice for Fire's training. According to Jiraiya's method, training in the Rasengan comprises 3 steps. 1. Mastering the rotation by using chakra to break a water balloon. 2. Enhancing power by using chakra to break a rubber ball. 3. Maintaining form by integrating steps 1 and 2 to create a membrane around the chakra. Only then is the Rasengan learned. Those familiar with Naruto would not find this training method unfamiliar. After all, it took Naruto a month of sleepless training to finally master the Rasengan. Now that Fire had resolved to train, he would undoubtedly exert every effort. While Guy and Kakashi practiced their taijutsu and sword techniques, Fire commenced his training in the Rasengan. He understood that Naruto took a month to master the technique with the aid of shadow clones. With his shadow-level chakra control, Fire could more easily achieve the transformation of chakra, allowing him to perform the Rasengan in its true sense, instantaneously. To maximize his training time, Fire even summoned 2 shadow clones, one to assist him in the morning and the other to train alongside him in the Rasengan. Soon, half a month had passed. Observing the rapidly spinning light blue chakra sphere in his hand, Fire's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. With a gentle push against a tree trunk, the bark immediately splintered, followed by the trunk breaking apart under the immense rotational force. With a loud crash, the trunk fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I did it. Hearing the commotion, Guy and Kakashi rushed over. Fire, have you finally succeeded? Yes. Let me demonstrate for you. With that, Fire spread his right hand, and a light blue sphere materialized instantly, spinning rapidly and emanating a menacing aura. I've never seen this technique before. What is its name? I call it the Rasengan. What? Even Kakashi has never seen it before. Is this a technique you created yourself, Fire? Indeed. Would you like to learn it? If you do, I can teach you. Thus, Fire imparted the training method for the Rasengan to both of them. After all, they would both become elite Jonin in the future and would not lack opportunities to encounter high-level ninjutsu, making it irrelevant whether he taught them early or late. Just as Fire was explaining how to train in the Rasengan, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed, igniting a wave of excitement within him. Ding! Detected host successfully training in a high-level ninjutsu, advancing strength to nin. The novice period has ended. Now issuing graduation rewards. Chapter 13. Simplified Sage Mode. Ding! The system is extracting rewards. Please wait. In that moment, Fire completely forgot the exhaustion from training the Rasengan, his joy palpable, prompting Guy and Kakashi to tease him. Creating a high-level ninjutsu yourself is truly impressive. I want to create a similarly powerful high-level ninjutsu in the future. Although Kakashi's words carried a hint of jealousy, Fire had unwavering faith in Kakashi's ability to create a high-level ninjutsu, perhaps even more than Kakashi himself. The powerful ninjutsu birthed from the flames of youthful passion was indeed exhilarating. Guy, with his ever-enthusiastic spirit, remained as passionate as ever. Fire encouraged the two to continue their training, seizing the opportunity to dismiss them. Open the reward. As soon as the words left his lips, the indifferent system voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the novice period. Now issuing graduation reward, simplified sage mode. Fire looked at the reward before him, somewhat perplexed. As a seasoned veteran, he was well aware of sage mode, but the system's simplified sage mode left him somewhat bewildered. Before Fire could ponder further, a sharp pain coursed through his abdomen. The intensity of the pain was akin to having a Rasengan pressed directly against his stomach. Why must every reward distribution be such an agonizing experience? Initially, LiHuo could still voice his grievances, but as time progressed, he found himself devoid of even the strength to speak. As the sensation of pain gradually subsided, LiHuo finally became aware of the new changes within his body, more accurately, the changes occurring in the external world. Now, he could distinctly perceive the fluctuating energies surrounding him. In conjunction with the sage mode, it became evident that these fluctuations were indeed natural energy. Previously, it seemed as though a thick barrier encased his body, isolating him from the natural energy. However, now he could freely absorb it, signifying that he had truly laid the foundational groundwork for cultivating sage mode. LiHuo slowly recalled the methods for training in sage mode. If chakra is the perfect amalgamation of physical and mental energy, then sage chakra is the elevation of this combination through the infusion of natural energy, achieving a sublime balance of 111. Mastery of sage mode, however, necessitates a vast reservoir of chakra. Otherwise, recklessly introducing natural energy could result in being engulfed by it. At this moment, the system's voice, which had been silent for a while, once again resonated. This reward is a simplified sage mode, which boasts quick activation and minimal side effects. Correspondingly, its power will be significantly diminished, and its duration shorter than that of true sage mode. Upon hearing this, LiHuo understood that this simplified sage mode was akin to a harmless curse seal, where the seal passively absorbs natural energy to enhance the user's abilities, making it more challenging to control. Having comprehended the pros and cons of the system's reward, LiHuo finally felt at ease. In the original narrative, Naruto utilized sage mode to shatter 5 of the 6 paths of pain, cornering Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. He wondered what impact this simplified sage mode would have on his own strength. Without delay, LiHuo sat cross-legged, adeptly absorbing the natural energy from the surroundings. Thanks to his mastery over shadow-level chakra control, achieving the 111 energy ratio was effortless for him. He felt no regret about having touched the head of the Third Hokage. This ability was known only to those who wielded it. Gradually, LiHuo sensed his chakra merging with the natural energy, forming a new energy, sage chakra, that was both profoundly harmonious and devastatingly powerful. To the outside observer, LiHuo had become one with nature, his presence imperceptible through the fluctuations of his aura. With a low exclamation, he declared, "Sage mode, activate." To his astonishment, the surrounding trees began to sway without a breeze. as if an invisible force brushed against them. Rising to his feet, LiHuo attentively felt the changes within his body. Will entering Sage Mode cause any eye markings to appear? He inquired of the system. The simplified Sage Mode will not, but the host can customize this. True Sage Mode will inevitably produce eye markings, which the host cannot adjust, came the response. Then I shall forego the eye markings. If they appear, everyone will know I've reached the second stage. Stealthily transforming without them is the true path. Clenching his fist, LiHuo felt that his physical abilities had improved by approximately 30%. Moreover, the integration of Sage Chakra significantly enhanced the potency of his ninjutsu. He decided to test his sensory capabilities. In the original narrative, Naruto pinpointed Nagato's location from 1,000 miles away, demonstrating the heightened perception granted by Sage Mode. Closing his eyes, he activated the mountain's secret technique, sensory. He could sense not only his surroundings, but also every blade of grass and tree. Suddenly, he detected a chilling chakra. Within his perceptive realm, a pair of emotionless serpentine eyes emerged, accompanied by a distinctly cold chakra that sent shivers coursing through him. In an instant, LiHuo was compelled to exit Sage Mode, collapsing to the ground. In a daze, he glimpsed a brownish-yellow python slithering away. Did I see that correctly? Before long, Kai and Kakashi hurriedly arrived. LiHuo, what happened? Weren't you training in ninjutsu? They inquired, concern etched on their faces. LiHuo chose not to disclose the truth. After all, knowledge can sometimes be perilous. Subsequently, Kai and Kakashi escorted him home. As they parted ways, Kakashi remarked, I wish to assess the results of your training over this past month. Once you recover, shall we spar? I would be delighted, replied LiHuo. Early the next morning, Kakashi roused LiHuo from his slumber. What is the rush? It's so early. Aren't we supposed to spar? But does it have to be this early? Hurry up. After the match, I need to train. Today, Uncle Dai's mission concludes, and Kai may not be available in the afternoon. Where shall we spar? At my home. Oh, wait. Is Uncle Shimo there? Of course, my dad is always at home. Are you an idiot? Upon hearing he would meet the legendary Konoha White Fang, LiHuo leapt out of bed with excitement, quickly dressing and grooming himself. To make a good impression on his senior, he even donned a black Uchiha training outfit. Appearing particularly spirited and handsome, at least 1/3 as handsome as the esteemed readers. Let us go. Wrong way. I need to buy some blade oil for my uncle at the ninja tools shop. When meeting someone for the first time, one must bring a small gift. That'll be 100,000 yen. We look forward to your next visit, young man. The beautiful shop assistant's enthusiastic greeting left LiHuo feeling pained as he exited the store. Although he had accumulated a fair amount of wealth from headpats, this shopping trip could be deemed a significant financial strain. You really didn't have to buy such an expensive gift. You wouldn't understand. The blade oil I purchased is of high quality, abundant in quantity. One bottle can last through 3 generations. It's a worthy investment. It seems I was mistaken about your knowledge of blades. Their playful banter continued as they arrived at the ancestral home of the Hitaki clan. Perhaps due to a decline in fortune, the Hitaki family lacked the opulence of the Uchiha estate, possessing only a quaint ancestral residence. Upon entering, LiHuo beheld the legendary Konoha White Fang. When he first traversed into this world, he had encountered Shimo and felt as though he had witnessed a sword being sheathed, an unexplainable awe. After more than a month of training, LiHuo had gained a deeper understanding of the power structure in this world and began to perceive the true strength of Shimo. He recognized that while Kakashi's strength was discernible, Shimo's prowess was inscrutable. It was akin to encountering an enemy in a game whose level and health bar were both marked as a chilling prospect indeed. Yet at that moment, Shimo presented a different image than LiHuo had previously imagined. Clad in an apron, he wielded a spatula with ease. Kakashi's back. Is this your good friend LiHuo? Come in. I'll have the fish ready in no time. LiHuo certainly did not wish to breach etiquette. Hello, uncle. I am LiHuo, a friend of Kakashi. I have long heard of your great strength, and upon seeing you, it is evident that you are extraordinary. This is a small gift I brought along. I hope you will accept it. Kakashi rolled his eyes at the flattery. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, LiHuo could clearly sense that this elder bore no airs. Instead, he was exceedingly amiable. Ultimately, Shimo accepted the blade oil and promised to guide LiHuo in his training. Following this, Shimo treated LiHuo to fish he had personally prepared, which was utterly delectable, earning LiHuo's enthusiastic praise. Feeling moderately full, LiHuo and Kakashi instinctively set their chopsticks down, acknowledging that overeating would not benefit their performance. They positioned themselves in the backyard of the Hitaki residence, readying for battle. The confrontation was imminent. Chapter 14. All are geniuses. The duel commenced. The two figures swiftly collided with one another. Shumo appeared at the opportune moment in the backyard, leaning against the doorframe, smiling as he observed the two. Attention! In this contest, the paramount objective is to discern one's strengths and weaknesses. The outcome of victory or defeat holds little significance. The two nodded in agreement, swiftly engaging in a fierce battle. They tacitly refrained from using kunai to test each other's capabilities. Firstly, due to their profound understanding of one another, rendering such tactics unnecessary. Secondly, they possessed unwavering confidence in each other's prowess, believing that kunai would not impose any pressure. Thus, once the battle commenced, it evolved into an intense physical confrontation. Kakashi made the first move, advancing rapidly towards LiHuo with a deceptive gait. However, thanks to his enhanced physical conditioning and the augmentation of his yin chakra, LiHuo's dynamic vision and reflexes had improved significantly compared to a month prior. "Your steps are futile before my eyes," he remarked. In response, Kakashi altered his approach, his movements becoming increasingly erratic, yet maintaining their speed. "You haven't even opened your eyes yet you boast so boldly," he teased. Shuo Mao chuckled at the sight. Kakashi's use of the reverse Konoha body technique was audacious indeed. Realizing he could not decipher Kakashi's footwork, LiHuo resolved to take action, stomping his foot to create a minor crack in the ground before charging at Kakashi with great velocity. Kakashi twisted his body, executing a horizontal kick aimed at LiHuo, who adeptly blocked the attack with his arm. "Soft as cotton. Now it's my turn," LiHuo proclaimed, swiftly launching a powerful punch towards Kakashi's face. As the fist loomed closer, Kakashi recognized the imminent danger. He attempted to intercept with his palm, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward, rolling twice before coming to a halt. However, the spectators understood that LiHuo's strike had not truly succeeded, despite its impressive power. Kakashi had effectively dissipated much of the force through a series of evasive maneuvers. For LiHuo, that punch felt akin to striking a pillow. "LiHuo, your extraordinary strength has increased. Need I say more?" Without granting Kakashi a moment's respite, LiHuo surged forward, raising his right fist. Astonishingly, a pale blue sphere of concentrated chakra began to swirl around his fist. "You must dodge," he called out. Yet he showed no sign of holding back as he unleashed his punch. Too slow. Kakashi sidestepped and rolled, narrowly avoiding LiHuo's strike. To their astonishment, however, Kakashi grimaced in pain, collapsing to the ground. "How could this be? I clearly evaded your attack," he exclaimed, bewildered. Shuo Mao, taken aback for an instant, soon realized the truth. LiHuo had concentrated chakra near his palm, effectively enlarging the area of his attack. Although Kakashi had dodged the punch, he had still been caught by the chakra nearby. LiHuo, both impressed by Shuo Mao's keen observation and pleased with his own achievement, recognized that combining his brute strength with the frog kata, akin to Naruto's Sage Mode, was indeed a sound strategy. Substituting chakra for natural energy yielded equivalent results. Kakashi, appearing somewhat disheveled, rose and brushed off the dust. "Now, I must become serious," he declared, deftly summoning a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. LiHuo sensed a shift in Kakashi's aura. The kunai in his hand felt more like a razor-sharp dagger. Employing the Konoha sword technique, Kakashi launched a rapid assault. While LiHuo brandished his own kunai, his eyes darting to discern each of Kakashi's attacks. The two exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, with LiHuo managing to defend against Kakashi's strikes, albeit with great effort. Ultimately, Kakashi raised his kunai high and executed a swift downward slash, the speed of which astonished even Shuo Mao. LiHuo, realizing Kakashi's intent, quickly raised his hands to defend, but unexpectedly, Kakashi altered his approach. The kunai danced around LiHuo's guard, striking his calf. Instantly, LiHuo lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling away just before Kakashi could pursue. Through this intense exchange, both fighters understood that their physical prowess was evenly matched. The next phase would be a confrontation of ninjutsu. Kakashi swiftly retreated, exerting every effort to distance himself from LiHuo, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuo Mao pondered why Kakashi was so desperately trying to create space. Soon enough, he discovered the answer. LiHuo was not forming any seals at all, utilizing his incredible speed to close the gap between them. As LiHuo approached within mere strides, he spread his hand, instantly conjuring a pale blue chakra sphere. Even from a distance, Shuo Mao could sense the formidable destructive power of this technique. Just as LiHuo's Rasengan was about to strike Kakashi, the latter completed his hand seals. Earth release, earth wall, he bellowed, and a wall of earth erupted from the ground. Albeit lacking the formidable capabilities of its original depiction, yet it successfully obstructed LiHuo's path. With a resounding crash, the earthen barrier shattered, leaving LiHuo standing before Kakashi. I concede, his unsealed ninjutsu is too swift, Kakashi admitted, exasperated. Shuo Mao approached, brushing off the dirt from both combatants and offering his assessment. Kakashi, your swordsmanship has improved significantly, though you overly focus on technique and neglect your physical conditioning. You must diligently practice the body conditioning methods I have taught you and enhance your hand seal speed in ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded in agreement. LiHuo is indeed a rare talent, exhibiting exceptional chakra control, superb chakra application, and even developing his own unsealed ninjutsu, achievements that many strive for a lifetime to attain. LiHuo felt a tinge of embarrassment at such praise. However, to advance further, consider the seamless integration of body and chakra. I have observed that your attacks often require a brief pause before executing the next strike. That momentary hesitation can reveal fatal vulnerabilities. If you can make your attacks more fluid, it will greatly benefit you. LiHuo comprehended Shuo Mao's intent, to strive for a seamless execution of attacks without lingering recovery. After this enlightening exchange, both Kakashi and LiHuo garnered invaluable insights, for not everyone has the privilege of receiving the patient guidance of an elite jonin. After a brief conversation, LiHuo prepared to depart when Shuo Mao called out to him. LiHuo, I recall that your self-created ninjutsu is an unsealed technique, correct? Indeed. Uncle, I happen to know a junior who is also delving into unsealed ninjutsu. I believe you two could exchange ideas. LiHuo's heart raced at the thought. Who else could be developing unsealed ninjutsu at this moment? Yet, he maintained an expression of curiosity. Uncle, who is this junior you speak of? He is the disciple of an old friend of mine. And like you, he is also a genius. Great. Uncle, just let me know when my senior has time. I will definitely come. By the way, I haven't asked, what is your senior's name? Minato Namikaze. Chapter 15. The Battle Against the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly. Days after LiHuo's spar with Kakashi, this day found Guy in class while LiHuo and Kakashi, coincidentally, decided to skip class using shadow clones to train in the training ground. However, just as they were engrossed in their practice, LiHuo suddenly clutched his head, crying out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before Kakashi could inquire about the cause, he too let out a muffled groan, rubbing his own head. It turned out that teacher Oshima had announced a midterm exam for the following day, mandating everyone's attendance. Thus, he disrupted LiHuo and Kakashi's shadow clones, utilizing the information-sharing trait of the technique to inform them. Teacher Oshima's methods are rather barbaric, Kakashi remarked. He must have been displeased with us using shadow clones in class, and is now seizing the opportunity for revenge. Just then, a green figure sped towards them. It was Guy, freshly released from school. Hey, my dear comrades. Tomorrow, we have a youthful gathering. During the midterm examination, we were aware of the urgency to train. LiHuo swiftly patted Kai's shoulder, interrupting the spellcasting, and the three resumed their training as usual. The following day, the midterm examination commenced as scheduled, with teacher Oshima personally overseeing the proceedings. When LiHuo and Kakashi entered the classroom, the amiable teacher Oshima approached them and playfully delivered a light smack on each of their heads. How could teacher Oshima do this? LiHuo exclaimed indignantly. How else could I distinguish between the two of you if not for this? After all, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. Teacher Oshima replied with a smile before departing. LiHuo turned to Kakashi. This must be personal revenge. Teacher Oshima certainly has a wicked sense of humor, doesn't he? Kakashi, however, wore a serious expression. There's no escaping it. With our skills, even an average chunin would be a formidable opponent. So why can we not evade teacher Oshima's punches? LiHuo's demeanor shifted from his usual lightheartedness to a more serious tone. Indeed, the ninja world is filled with hidden talents that should never be underestimated. With that, the two returned to their seats. Just then, a melodious voice called out to LiHuo. Isn't this the Uchiha prodigy, LiHuo, who insists on using the shadow clone technique to attend school? LiHuo turned to see Nara Shikamaru, her beautiful large eyes fixed on him, filled with playful teasing. Oh, I thought I recognized someone. It's the Nara sleeping god, who insists on getting 8 hours of sleep in class every day. Neither was willing to concede in their banter, resulting in a sharp exchange of words. I had planned to use this secret to get the better of you, but now that Teacher Oshima has exposed it, you must treat me to a skewer of 3-colored dango. LiHuo chuckled at her request. All right, follow me after school. Great, boss. Shikamaru replied cheerfully. The sharp chime of the class bell interrupted their conversation. The midterm examination officially begins. The exam comprised 2 parts, a written test and a practical performance. The written portion would assess the foundational knowledge acquired over the past 2 months, crafted personally by Teacher Oshima. This set of questions includes both simple and advanced problems. If you study diligently, scoring 80 points is achievable, but attaining 100 points is no simple feat, Teacher Oshima confidently declared. Thanks to the mastery of fundamentals acquired from Ebisu. The questions on the paper were child's play for LiHuo. He swiftly answered the entire set of questions with fluidity and grace. While his classmate Obito was still scratching his head in confusion, LiHuo calmly set down his pen and took a moment to rest. Suddenly, Obito nudged LiHuo's elbow, seeking a private conversation. LiHuo, do you know the answers? I need help. Didn't I tell you to study hard? Let me tell you a story. Bang. A piece of chalk flew through the air, smacking Obito right on the forehead. Uchiha Obito, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and write. Teacher Oshima reprimanded. Seeing Obito struggle brought LiHuo a sense of amusement. Didn't I tell you? You can answer the questions, right? LiHuo approached the podium and placed his paper gently on it. I'm going to prepare for the second part of the exam now. Teacher Oshima gasped. You got them all right. He was aware that if LiHuo had copied, he would never have escaped the watchful eyes of a former UMBU member like him. So it could only be his own work. Who knew that using shadow clones for studying could enhance learning efficiency? Only Obito lamented, once. I had a perfect paper right in front of me, and I didn't cherish it. Soon after, the exam concluded, and Teacher Oshima collected the papers, marking the end of the first part. After a brief break, the second part of the examination commenced. The rules of this exam were straightforward. Freely form 3-person teams and engage in battles against one another, with evaluations based solely on performance rather than victory or defeat. LiHuo naturally teamed up with Kakashi and Kai, aiming for a swift completion of the exam to return to training. However, their formidable presence instilled a sense of intimidation in the other teams, who were reluctant to face them. In a similar predicament was the new Inoshikicho team, led by Nara Shikamaru. Unlike LiHuo's team, which boasted powerful individual strength, the reluctance to engage with Shikamaru's team stemmed from their exceptional teamwork. Consequently, the 2 isolated teams naturally became opponents, drawing significant attention to their impending clash. As the examination progressed with fervor, the next match featured Uchiha LiHuo, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy against Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji. Both sides took the stage, performed the necessary hand seals, and without much ado, the battle was about to begin. The Inoshikicho combination had long been renowned since the Warring States period due to their formidable cooperative abilities. Thus, this match should not be underestimated by LiHuo. He recalled the intelligence regarding these 3 individuals. Shikamaru, needless to say, was evaluated as an upper-tier ninja, symbolizing his outstanding prowess. Furthermore, the Nara clan's true terror was never their strength, but their intellect. Yamanaka Ino typically remained silent, his strength unknown. As for Akimichi Chuji, predictably, he was on the heavier side. However, unlike other members of the Akimichi clan, Chuji sported a unique hairstyle reminiscent of a punk, exuding a rebellious air. Yet, LiHuo had a hunch that Chuji might be the strongest among the trio. The Inoshikicho trio formed a triangular formation, with Shikamaru smiling and saying, "We've all learned our family's secret techniques, so be careful not to lose." Shikamaru turned to his companions and instructed, "Hold them off for 3 minutes." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ino and Chuji sprang into action, racing towards the trio. The 2 exchanged glances, their expressions serious. Although LiHuo's team seemed disorganized, they exhibited no vulnerabilities. LiHuo slightly nodded at Kai and Kakashi. "You 2 go. Don't boss me around." Kakashi retorted, but despite his words, both he and Kai rushed forward. At that moment, Shikamaru, who had been quiet until now, made his move, quickly throwing shuriken to create distractions. LiHuo had anticipated this. Knowing that Shikamaru would not remain passive, especially given the significant disparity in strength, only strategy could turn the tide. "No matter what you intend to do, I will not allow you to succeed," LiHuo declared, using kunai to deflect each of Shikamaru's shuriken. Unbeknownst to him, Shikamaru had seized this brief moment to set a trap in front of him using explosive tags. Ino and Chuji, engaged in battle with Kakashi and Kai, let out cries of pain as Kakashi and Kai swiftly dispatched their opponents with ease. Shikamaru's expression turned grave as he softly uttered, "Do you understand?" "Understood." Ino and Chuji replied in unison. LiHuo comprehended that at this moment, Ino was utilizing the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to create a communication network, allowing for encrypted communication. Chuji, having retreated from the trap, summoned his chakra, preparing for the next move. "Chuji, I need you to block their line of sight." "Understood." Expansion technique. Chuji's body rapidly expanded, a surge of dangerous power emanating from him. Human bullet tank. Chuji charged forward, forcing Kakashi's team to dodge and weave. Yet his attack failed to land a single blow. "As long as you can't hit, this technique is meaningless," Kai proclaimed proudly. "No. The dust kicked up on the field has obscured our vision." Chapter 16, Explosion. The dust swirled around the battlefield, completely blinding LiHuo's team. "Is this considered smoke cover?" LiHuo jested. However, those observing could sense that the usually composed LiHuo's expression had turned serious. As the brain of the Ino Shikacho, Shikamaru would not resort to such trivial tactics. They could not afford to remain idle. "Break through," LiHuo commanded, and the three dashed in different directions, striving to escape the smoke. Just as LiHuo began to sprint, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. This chakra swept over him like a radar. Yet its application felt somewhat inexperienced, leading LiHuo to uncover the truth. At that moment, the Yamanaka clan's secret technique perception was in play. This was bad. Our positions had been completely exposed. In the vicinity of Lumiao, the trio enveloped in smoke and dust remained unseen. However, Jingwen, who had retreated back to the trap, sensed their movements using his perceptive ninjutsu and promptly relayed instructions to Dai, urging him to entangle Might Guy. Lumiao issued directives through a secure communication channel, recognizing the daunting nature of the task at hand. With urgency, Dai sped towards Guy, exclaiming, "We have little time. Act swiftly." Lumiao skillfully launched shurikens to disrupt Guy's focus, while anxiously imploring Jingwen to hasten his efforts. Despite his exhaustion from continual use of secret techniques, Jingwen strove to gather chakra. At that moment, LiHuo and Kakashi were oblivious to the chaos, struggling to break through the dust-laden battlefield. Suddenly, Dai arrived just in time to intercept Guy before he could escape the smoky haze. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, but Dai was swiftly overpowered and brought to the ground. "Rest here, I must break through," Guy declared, but Dai, trembling yet resolute, insisted, "I cannot allow you to leave. This task has been entrusted to me." Guy, perceiving Dai's precarious condition, acknowledged, "Your efforts are commendable. Let us have our battle." With that, Guy charged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Dai, with a strained smile, replied, "I have never employed this technique before. You shall be the first to experience it." Partial multiplication technique. In a surprising display, Dai's massive hands captured Guy, who winced as blood trickled from his mouth. "You three are undoubtedly talented. However, I possess my own strengths, being the most steadfast weapon for Lumiao's strategy." "Lumiao, are you prepared?" Jingwen whispered. "Dai, I have kept you waiting." Lumiao replied as he swiftly crouched and performed hand seals, a shadow darting from beneath him. Guy gazed at the young warrior with great admiration, reflecting, "While I lack ninjutsu, I can only enhance myself through relentless training. Yet, you have mastered the Akimichi clan's techniques at such a tender age. My friend, you are the true genius." With a determined posture, Guy unleashed unprecedented power. "This is no jest. I shall confront you with my utmost strength," he proclaimed, but before he could utter another word, he fell silent. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Lumiao struggled to assert, urging Jingwen to act swiftly. Without a word, Jingwen nodded and initiated the mind transfer technique, sending a surge of spiritual energy towards Guy, who collapsed behind the trap. What overwhelming power! Guy's voice resonated, albeit in an unfamiliar tone. Lumiao quickly instructed, "Seize the opportunity. Strike them one by one while they remain unaware." "You shall not succeed," LiHuo exclaimed as he leapt high above the dust cloud, soon followed by Kakashi from another direction. The classmates, finally grasping the situation, gasped in astonishment as they beheld Guy, Dai, and Lumiao confronting LiHuo and Kakashi. "Oh no! Guy is under the mind transfer technique's control," LiHuo mused with interest. "You three are quite formidable, employing trap formations to protect Jingwen's essence, utilizing smoke bombs." and extending the range of your shadow imitation technique through the shurikens on the ground. Truly impressive. Despite the commendation, Lu Miao felt no joy, sensing a lack of concern in LiHuo's demeanor. But can Jingwen truly master Guy's body perfectly? Or do you believe we are that weak? LiHuo challenged. And in an instant, he and Kakashi surged towards the trio. Jingwen struck first, delivering a fierce punch aimed at LiHuo's face. You really hold nothing back, do you? But have you trained in the Leaf Village Strong Fist? LiHuo effortlessly dodged the blow, countering with a powerful kick that sent Guy sprawling to the ground. Yet, rather than press his advantage, LiHuo raced towards the trap, knowing that seizing Jingwen's essence would conclude the battle. Kakashi faced Dai, who was already on the brink of exhaustion. Though Dai's attacks were still formidable, Kakashi's elusive movements left him disoriented. Finally, Lu Miao stood before LiHuo, playfully remarking, I never expected you to be this strong. Indeed, this victory shall be mine. LiHuo retorted, preparing for the confrontation. Unlike Kakashi's intricate footwork or Guy's grandiose strikes, Lu Miao's movements flowed like water, graceful and evasive, rendering her nearly untouchable. Yet, LiHuo's Leaf Village Strong Fist proved insufficient against her agility. Although he pressed her back towards the trap, submit, you stand no chance. Behind you lies a myriad of explosive tags. Lu Miao smirked, revealing her cunning strategy. However, LiHuo found her demeanor somewhat endearing. Whose back is guarded by explosive tags? I believe it is yours. Lu Miao attempted to slip behind him, but LiHuo, anticipating her ploy, engaged her in a fierce struggle. Unbeknownst to them, an explosive tag suddenly ignited, releasing a perilous aura. While Lu Miao remained oblivious to the impending danger, LiHuo's instincts flared. Danger! I cannot hold back, he declared, shedding several kilograms of weight, causing dust to billow around him. Simple Sage Mode activate. A gust of wind radiated from LiHuo, dispersing in all directions. At the same time, Teacher Daohai recognized the precarious situation and rushed towards Jingwen's essence and the incapacitated Guy, rescuing them just in time. However, before he could assist further, boom! The explosive tag erupted, sending shockwaves that hurled Kakashi and Dai far away. Teacher Daohai swiftly erected a simple barrier to protect the surrounding children as dust and smoke engulfed the area. Where's LiHuo? Kakashi inquired anxiously. Are you all right? Dai called out, struggling to be heard. LiHuo tightly embraced the unscathed Lu Miao, feeling her tremble from fear, and gently patted her back to provide comfort. It's all right. Everything is fine. With wide eyes, Lu Miao finally registered LiHuo's presence, her tears flowing as she sensed the heat and impact he had absorbed on her behalf. Meanwhile, LiHuo, relieved to see Lu Miao unharmed, felt a weight lift from his chest. As Simple Sage Mode faded, fatigue washed over him, and he collapsed. In a rush, Teacher Daohai hurried towards the two, but on his way, he stumbled upon a small white snake. Chapter 17. Yang released chakra with no time to ponder. Teacher Daohai dashed towards the epicenter of the explosion. He had anticipated the worst, that the two children would be gravely injured from such a violent blast. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him astounded. Lu Miao, cradling LiHuo in her arms, struggled to approach him. Though they were both covered in dirt, they appeared relatively unharmed, eliciting a wave of relief from Teacher Daohai. Quick, get the medical team. As the ethereal fire awakened once more, he found himself reclined upon a hospital bed, the faint scent of disinfectant pervading the room. Opposite his bed lay an array of fruit baskets and vibrant flowers. But what captured his attention most was an immense pair of antlers. Glancing sideways, he noticed Lu Miao, who was dozing at the table, clearly having kept him company for an extended duration. Previously, he had only seen her silhouette napping in class, but now, observing her face, he realized that even in slumber, this girl possessed an extra touch of charm. Before he could further examine his surroundings, a subtle ache began to creep up his back. Soon, the discomfort intensified, causing him to involuntarily emit a sound of distress, which roused the sleeping Lu Miao. Ah, you're awake. I'll go call the doctor, she exclaimed, darting away like a startled rabbit. The doctor arrived promptly, assuring that there was nothing gravely wrong. Merely exhaustion from overexertion had led to his fainting, compounded by injuries from an explosive tag. The pain he felt was to be expected. Furthermore, due to his extensive training, his muscles were unable to cope with the strain. And if this continued, he risked sustaining hidden injuries. LiHuo nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Doctor, how long have I been asleep? He inquired. Not long, just a day. Be sure to thank your little girlfriend. She has been here with you the entire time, the doctor replied, causing Lihua's face to flush instantly. No, that's not it. We're not like that, he stammered, but before he could elaborate, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Teacher Oshima, who still clutched a triangular ruler. Evidently having rushed over upon hearing the news. Lihua, you finally awakened. How do you feel? He asked. The doctor tactfully excused himself, leaving the two alone. Before Lihua could explain his situation to Teacher Oshima, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Lihua, my dear brother, you've worried me sick. It was Kai and Kakashi, followed closely by the trio of Inuzuka, who were panting heavily from their sprint to deliver the message, with Lu Miao blushing from the exertion. The camaraderie was warm and inviting as they inquired about Lihua's well-being. Once reassured that he was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, urging him to rest and not to overexert himself. Lihua nodded in agreement, reflecting on how since his arrival in this world, he had forged many friendships, an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. He sat up and beckoned Akiyama Dai to come forward. Dai, I heard what you said during the battle. I truly admire your courage and perseverance for the team. Look at us. We are not geniuses, just diligent individuals. With that, he gently ruffled Dai's hair. Ding. Head patting ninja. Akiyama Dai, please choose one reward from the following. Choose later, Lihua silently thought. Go for it, Dai. I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. Previously, Dai might have dismissed Lihua's encouragement, but after their encounter, he realized just how formidable Lihua truly was. Being recognized by someone stronger than many of his peers left Dai somewhat astonished. Lihua, I bought you many snacks. All of my favorites. Thank you for encouraging me, he said, his cheeks slightly flushed, inciting laughter from the group. After exchanging a few more words, Teacher Oshima instructed everyone to return to class and promised to come back once Lihua was discharged. The students followed him back to the Ninja Academy. But Lu Miao volunteered to stay behind, stating she would look after Lihua. Teacher Oshima chuckled, tacitly approving of her decision. At that moment, only Lihua and Lu Miao remained, and the atmosphere in the room grew subtly enigmatic. Lihua felt his heart race a little faster. The room seemed warmer than before. Their eyes locked, and Lu Miao broke the silence first. Why did you wait until the end to unleash your formidable power? Because this was merely a contest, not a battleground for life and death, he replied. Why would you risk injury to save me? Lu Miao recalled the moment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lihua understood that if he spoke any touching words now, they would undoubtedly overwhelm the young girl. Yet he chose to remain true to his instincts. It's not just for you. I would strive to protect any comrade in danger because you are all my allies. Lu Miao was taken aback by his words, inexplicably feeling a tinge of loneliness emanating from him, which cast a mysterious veil over the young man before her. My parents are very grateful to you. They wish to invite you to dinner in a few days. I hope you can honor us, she said before fleeing the room as if escaping. With Lu Miao's departure, Lihua's heart grew heavy. He recalled the doctor's warning that if he continued such intense training, he might incur lasting injuries. Yet, how could he survive in a perilous ninja world without training? Both aspects were indispensable. Thus, Lihua thought of patting Dai's head, for Dai possessed something that Lihua had yet to acquire. System, extract rewards. Ding. Head patting ninja. Akiyama Dai, please choose one reward from the following. Shamart style teaching. Yang release chakra. 100 bags of chips. Here it comes. Indeed, there is. He exclaimed. I choose Yang release chakra. Reward has been dispensed. Instantly, Lihua felt as though he was immersed in a warm spring, devoid of pain, as if cradled by a gentle breeze. He wished to linger in this sensation a while longer. Yet, this warmth was fleeting, and soon, Lihua sensed a new energy within him, one entirely foreign. Even to the Uchiha clan, Yang released chakra. With the aid of shadow-level chakra control, Lihua quickly grasped the essence of Yang release chakra. Yang release symbolized physical strength, and the techniques of Yang release could infuse life into forms. However, lacking the six paths power, namely sage body and sage eyes, Lihua could not wield Yang release with the same might as Naruto and Sasuke from the original tale. Nonetheless, through simple development, Lihua comprehended the benefits of Yang release for himself. Firstly, as a passive skill, Yang release could enhance his healing speed, recovery rate, and bolster vitality and physical constitution. Unlike the system's physical quality enhancement, Yang release chakra provided a gradual and enduring improvement, ultimately fortifying his body over time. Secondly, as an active skill, he independently developed the Yang Release secret technique, life restoration. Indeed, LiHuo drew inspiration from One Piece and refined it, using intricate chakra control to infuse Yang Release chakra into his various organs, allowing his body to act according to his will. This included, but was not limited to, rapidly consuming food to expedite digestion, enhancing metabolism to heal wounds quickly, controlling his heart to beat slowly for a state of suspended animation, and treating hidden injuries. LiHuo immediately began experimenting, voraciously devouring the fruits and food gifted to him, fervently activating the life restoration technique. His stomach felt like a bottomless pit, eagerly absorbing nutrients. The result was rapid recovery. LiHuo instantly felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. "This power is incredible," he exclaimed with excitement. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully gathering 7 types of elemental chakra. The hidden mission bloodline collection is now activated." Upon hearing the system's notification, LiHuo abruptly ceased his frenzied eating, overwhelmed with joy as he began to contemplate. In the original story, bloodline collection was a capability that transcended both bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. Formed from the fusion of fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang elemental transformations. It is a power truly possessed only by celestial beings. Also referred to as the power of the Otsutsuki. The system has designated Bloodstain Network as a hidden mission name, its purpose remaining unclear. Just as LiHuo pondered this enigma, the system provided a timely explanation. Mission content: fulfill certain conditions to annually exchange for corresponding bloodstain limit or bloodstain elimination. Additionally, possessing both a celestial body and celestial eye, while meeting specific criteria, allows for the exchange of bloodstain network. This implies that I can acquire any bloodstain limit. The bloodstain limit serves as the foundational logic of this world. I have never encountered a ninja who possessed a bloodstain limit yet failed to make a name for themselves. With the bloodstain limit, I gain the capital to contend in this ninja world. With this thought, LiHuo was filled with immense excitement. System: exchange for wood release. Wood release: 20 ninjutsu of earth release level or above, 20 ninjutsu of water release level or above, celestial body, and a headpat count of 1, 621, 500. System: exchange for sharingan. Single tomo sharingan. Uchiha bloodline. Headpat count of 162, 500. Upon seeing these exorbitant conditions, LiHuo immediately lost interest. Indeed, great power is not easily attained. In the following time, LiHuo diligently studied the exchange system, discovering that the requirements for exchanging bloodstain limits generally fell into 2 categories. The first category pertains to the reserve of ninjutsu corresponding to 2 types of chakra, while the second requires the headpat count to reach a specific standard. The stronger the bloodstain limit, the greater the required headpat count. There exists yet another category with particularly unique demands, which LiHuo categorized as special requirements. For instance, wood release necessitates a celestial body, Byakugan requires the Byakugan, and Sharingan requires the Sharingan. Although this may seem absurd, upon meticulous study, LiHuo discerned a pattern. Taking the Sharingan as an example, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he inherently possessed the bloodstain limit of the Sharingan. In contrast, characters like Kakashi and Danzo, who had the Sharingan transplanted, could not wield it with ease. However, if Kakashi were to possess the system, he could utilize its power to truly transform the Sharingan into his own bloodstain limit. Similarly, Ao from the Mist Village, having had the Byakugan transplanted, could never fully unleash its potential. Yet, if LiHuo were to transplant the Byakugan, he could genuinely master all its applications through the power of the system. After a thorough selection, LiHuo finally discovered an exceptionally potent bloodstain limit. System: I exchange for dark release. Indeed, it is the dark release employed by the antagonist Baryu in the theatrical adaptation, with its signature skill being dark release, absorption hole. This narrative adopts the dark release used by Baryu in the movie, rather than the version presented by Kage in the Fourth Great Ninja War. The practitioner releases absorbed chakra in the form of blue flames for attack. The ability to absorb chakra was a significant reason LiHuo chose it, as Baryu boldly declared that ninjutsu would be utterly ineffective against him in the film. This capacity to devour ninjutsu and subsequently retaliate filled LiHuo with envy. And its exchange conditions were not overly stringent. Dark release: 2 ninjutsu of earth release level or above, 2 ninjutsu of water release level or above, celestial body. Headpat count of 162, 150. Exchange successful. As the system's voice resonated, LiHuo's entire body was engulfed in intense pain, an all-too-familiar sensation of growth. The pain was swift to arrive and just as swift to depart, and LiHuo instinctively comprehended the usage of dark release and its signature technique, absorption hole. Correspondingly, two diamond-shaped symbols appeared in the palms of LiHuo's hands, serving as the foundation for utilizing absorption hole. Concerning dark release, LiHuo felt as if he had practiced it countless times, achieving a level of mastery akin to perfection. In his mind, LiHuo silently chanted, "Simple Sage Mode, activate." Thanks to the minor side effects and rapid activation of Simple Sage Mode, LiHuo could swiftly enter Sage Mode. It was through this rapid burst of power that he had previously rescued Lu Miao at a critical juncture. Upon entering Sage Mode, LiHuo's perception ability significantly heightened. Sitting cross-legged, he circulated chakra and activated Mountain's secret technique, perception, keenly sensing his surroundings. After confirming the area was secure, LiHuo raised his right hand, palm open, towards the absorption hole. An invisible suction emanated from his palm, and as LiHuo opened his left hand, a pale blue Rasengan instantly formed, exuding a menacing aura. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo pressed the Rasengan against the technique's symbol on his right palm. The Rasengan was unable to touch the symbol of absorption hole, instead transforming into chakra that was absorbed by the technique. This technique is formidable, LiHuo marveled inwardly. Content with his experiment, LiHuo contemplated how this technique could serve as his trump card, catching opponents off guard. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in LiHuo's perception. Slowly approaching his hospital room, Uchiha LiHuo. LiHuo hastily ceased the absorption hole, restoring the room to its original state in anticipation of Ao's arrival. Ao pushed the door open, placing down the items he had brought. "LiHuo, how is your health?" "Thank you, Ao. The doctor said there is no major issue." Unlike LiHuo's other friends, who casually sat down and chatted, Ao remained quietly standing. "Ao, is something the matter?" LiHuo inquired, puzzled. "LiHuo, you are remarkably strong and rapidly growing stronger. I initially intended to wait until I was absolutely certain before challenging you. However, I fear that if I delay any longer, I shall never catch up to you. Therefore, I wish to issue you a challenge." LiHuo understood that since he had defeated Ao, the latter had been training tirelessly day and night, improving far beyond his previous self. Ao's goal had long been clear to LiHuo, to surpass him. Thus, LiHuo felt no surprise at the current situation and readily agreed. "Very well, I accept. I shall see just how much you have progressed in these 2 months. Then it is settled. Once you have recovered, we shall engage in a proper match." Chapter 19. The Challenge of Outyin. Following Outyin's challenge, LiHuo exhibited no signs of complacency. He voraciously consumed a variety of foods, utilizing his ability of life restoration to convert them into the energy his body required, thereby recovering his strength and alleviating his internal injuries. Within a day, LiHuo's wounds had healed significantly, astonishing both Kakashi and the attending physician. At Kakashi's behest, LiHuo underwent a comprehensive examination, and only after the doctor confirmed that LiHuo's health had largely returned and he was ready to resume training did Kakashi consent to his discharge. However, it was noted that the cellular strength of Uchiha LiHuo had evidently diminished compared to before, as if he had been forcibly drained, the doctor added. Kakashi regarded LiHuo with a look of inquiry, his expression suggesting that he would not allow LiHuo to leave without a proper explanation. LiHuo, pleased to have such a caring friend in Kakashi, explained, "This is a secret technique of mine." Kakashi ceased his inquiries, but still ensured he understood the situation clearly. In cases like Uchiha LiHuo's, typically, a few days of rest would gradually restore cellular strength. However, if he continued to employ this secret technique consecutively, it could potentially lead to the disintegration of his body. Upon hearing this, LiHuo grasped the gravity of the situation and vowed not to utilize this technique unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, the two completed the discharge procedures, and LiHuo informed his friends of his release. Everyone, including teacher Oshima, found it astonishing. "What a monstrous recovery ability," Dai exclaimed. "You've worked hard lately. The school has decided to grant you a 7-day leave," teacher Oshima remarked, without mentioning that he had specifically requested this leave from the Third Hokage. "As long as there are no lingering side effects, take these next few days to rest well," Lu Miao added, not forgetting to inject a bit of sarcasm. After receiving the blessings of his mentors and friends, LiHuo entered his 7-day leave, having made an agreement with Outyin to spend the first 5 days preparing and recuperating. and to engage in their duel on the sixth day. During the remaining time, LiHuo visited Kakashi's home almost daily, becoming a frequent guest primarily to receive guidance from Shuo Mao. Since their last confrontation at the Hitaki residence, Shuo Mao had left home to complete a mission of significant rank, not the one from 3 years later. It was only when LiHuo had recovered that Shuo Mao returned. Seizing the opportunity, LiHuo persistently sought Shuo Mao's counsel, for the guidance of an elite jonin was a rare treasure. Shuo Mao, appreciating this eager and amiable Uchiha youth, imparted his knowledge without reservation. Though he found it somewhat burdensome that LiHuo always brought along a large jar of oil for blades. As LiHuo would say, I cannot allow Uncle Shuo Mao to guide me without offering something in return. Shuo Mao thought to himself, what kind of good person only brings one type of gift? Could you not at least bring a scabbard? Throughout these 5 days, LiHuo trained diligently at the Hitaki residence during the day and returned home at night to consolidate his learning. Like a sponge, he absorbed knowledge voraciously, to the point where even Kakashi urged him to take appropriate breaks. Yet, LiHuo replied, I have a duel with Outyin. Of course, I must prepare thoroughly. Kakashi, puzzled, expressed, but with your strength, defeating Uchiha Outyin should be a walk in the park. To which LiHuo solemnly responded, Outyin has been preparing for this duel since months ago. He is treating it with utmost seriousness, and I must respond in kind. I believe he is also diligently training at this very moment. Indeed, as LiHuo anticipated, Outyin was undergoing rigorous training, his father, Uchiha Ting, having spent a fortune to hire elite jonin from the Uchiha clan to guide Outyin's training. When the private tutor reported to Ting, he stated, young master trains diligently, always pushing himself further. I am unsure of the goal he is striving for, but I can sense that it instills a profound sense of urgency within him. Time swiftly passed, and the 5 days of training came to an end. LiHuo finally learned from Shuo Mao how to swiftly organize a subsequent attack after a failed strike, without revealing any openings. Finally, the duel was set to commence. With the venue chosen as an abandoned training ground belonging to the Uchiha clan, a place long forsaken by others. The once expansive training area was now overgrown with weeds, and the training stakes bore the rust of neglect. I truly wonder how you found this place, LiHuo remarked. Indeed, it was you all along, Outyin replied, arriving with a throng of at least 20 to 30 followers, while LiHuo approached alone. I never noticed you had such charisma. What? Are you planning to gang up on me? LiHuo teased, yet he understood that Outyin's rigorous training was not for the purpose of a mere brawl. They're merely here to spectate, rest assured, Outyin said calmly, though he felt a twinge of nervousness within. Without further ado, the two entered the training ground, and Outyin's followers instinctively formed a circle, falling silent as they observed. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the weeds of the training ground, and suddenly, the two figures clashed together, swiftly springing apart. Thus, the duel officially commenced. After a brief exchange to gauge each other's abilities, LiHuo gained a preliminary understanding of Outyin's prowess. Compared to the strength he exhibited when he initially enrolled months prior, Outyin had made remarkable strides in speed, power, reflexes, and technique. This guy truly is dedicated, LiHuo mused. Outyin swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch, producing a kunai without hesitation and throwing it. Following this, he executed a flurry of kunai throws with fluidity, as if these movements had been drilled 1,000 times. LiHuo's eyes darted, calculating the optimal escape route. With a decisive stomp, he propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the encirclement of kunai. Naive, Outyin scoffed, launching his final kunai with force, targeting the very kunai he had thrown earlier. This final kunai triggered a chain reaction, causing the airborne kunai to scatter and accelerate, ultimately sealing off all of LiHuo's escape routes. This was the Uchiha kunai throwing technique that LiHuo had desperately sought, but could not master. Just as the multitude of kunai threatened to pierce LiHuo, he deftly flicked his right hand against his tool pouch, producing a kunai with grace. Immediately, he utilized both hands and feet to deflect the incoming kunai, transforming what seemed to be an unavoidable demise into an elegant display of evasion akin to a whirlwind dance. Is Uchiha LiHuo truly this formidable? One follower gasped. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand why the boss trained so diligently. If it were me, I would have been skewered 8 times by now. Contrary to the astonishment of his followers, Outyin remained unfazed by LiHuo's agile evasion. He was convinced that such strength could not possibly hinder LiHuo, and his objective was to close the distance while LiHuo was preoccupied with defense. Outyin swiftly closed the gap, launching a rapid and precise jab. LiHuo, of course, noticed Aoyin's approach. This kunai is no longer so soft, he thought, evading Aoyin's attack with a nimble sidestep, only to be unexpectedly struck by Aoyin's blow. Though Aoyin had trained hard, he could not surpass the relentless effort of LiHuo, who possessed a unique advantage, resulting in the jab inflicting only minor damage. Instead, it piqued LiHuo's curiosity. I clearly dodged. How did you hit me? I'll tell you if I win. Aoyin retorted, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange once more. Yet, within 3 moves, LiHuo discerned a pattern. He observed that Aoyin's attacks were not straightforward, but rather designed as feints, luring his opponent into predictable movements to exploit their reactions. Then, what if I evade in an unpredictable manner, or even choose not to evade at all? In LiHuo's eyes, a frenzied glint emerged. In an instant, Aoyin's formidable punch struck again, yet LiHuo stood rooted to the spot, as if in a daze. Had Uchiha LiHuo lost his wits? What do you know? He was utterly overwhelmed by the boss's onslaught. However, the next scene left the onlookers aghast, for Aoyin's fist landed squarely on LiHuo's left side, precisely where he typically dodged. It seems my prediction was correct. This makes your effort rather pointless. Taste this. LiHuo abruptly swung his fist, the speed so astonishing that Aoyin failed to perceive it. Instinctively, Aoyin evaded the rapid strike, yet the following moment, his face contorted as if struck by a speeding freight truck, and he was sent flying backward. I thought the Uchiha fluid technique would subdue you, but it seems I have overreached. What is the Uchiha fluid technique? It is a martial art heavily reliant on the sharingan, allowing its user to predict an opponent's evasive maneuvers and launch preemptive strikes, employing genjutsu to disrupt techniques, making it a formidable combat style. Aoyin chuckled self-deprecatingly. But alas, my talent is insufficient to wield it correctly. LiHuo gazed steadily at Aoyin. Do not belittle yourself. Do not forget your original intentions. The duel is far from over. Chapter 20. A brother's tribute. Upon hearing LiHuo's words, the confusion and self-mockery in Aoyin's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a fierce determination. The contest of martial skills is not yet concluded. I shall not concede to you. Aoyin swiftly charged at LiHuo, initiating a new round of competition with a flying kick. Yet, regardless of Aoyin's techniques, LiHuo effortlessly countered each assault. LiHuo remained calm and composed while Aoyin, ever aggressive, broke into a sweat. This spectacle left the surrounding subordinates dumbfounded. They were aware that before their boss participated in the entrance exam, they were a notorious prankster gang within the Uchiha clan, often inciting the ire of their elders. However, ever since their boss entered the exam, everything transformed. He began to train them daily, and day after day, many could hardly endure it. Whenever someone contemplated backing out, they would glance at their boss, who consistently outperformed them in training, which was why they persisted. Yet now, their usually formidable leader revealed a vulnerable side. LiHuo suddenly trembled, causing Aoyin to stumble back 10 steps. LiHuo spoke slowly. Your foundational skills are quite solid, and your effort commendable. Yet the lack of time has hindered your physical prowess. No worries. With perseverance, given time. Stop with the platitudes. There is no time left. Aoyin suddenly erupted. Then, as if resigned, he quietly said, Uchiha LiHuo, I recognize your strength. We need not compare ninjutsu any further. You have already triumphed. But I wish to know, just how strong are you? Can you show me what true genius looks like? LiHuo understood that the youth before him was unwilling to accept defeat. However, out of respect for his opponent, LiHuo resolved to reveal his true strength. Let me show you my utmost power in a normal state. With that, LiHuo's form trembled, unleashing a silent shockwave that caused his burdens to drop to the ground, creating a small crater. No way, that weight is absurd. The surrounding subordinates could distinctly feel that LiHuo was now vastly different. His aura was continually rising. Suddenly, LiHuo vanished from sight, only to reappear before Aoyin like a specter. A sharp kunai pressed against Aoyin's neck. You have lost. Aoyin, despondent, lowered his head. Observing this, LiHuo inquired, why are you so determined to surpass me? Feeling utterly dejected, Aoyin finally laid bare his heart. Since I can remember, my father has sighed, as if it were his inherent nature. Yet whenever he faces me, he always appears as if nothing is amiss. I overheard his conversation with my uncle and learned that the current state of the Uchiha clan is far from optimistic. Yet I can offer no assistance. It wasn't until I was defeated by you that I sought my father for vengeance, realizing I had always lived in his shadow. Watching you train so diligently, I wondered, if I too trained fiercely and grew strong, could I ease my father's perpetual sighs? As he spoke, tears streamed down Aotian's cheeks. After all, he was still a child, his heart not yet hardened. LiHuo gently patted Aotian's shoulder. The Uchiha clan is thriving. Why is the situation so dire? Aotian raised his gaze to LiHuo, as if seeing this genius for the first time. I did not expect you to be so unaware of the Uchiha clan's plight. With the pressures from the Hokage, the hawkish faction led by my father is losing its foothold while the dovish faction grows stronger. However, mere compromise and acquiescence will only lead to gradual erosion. LiHuo found it hard to believe that such thoughts could arise from the young Aotian. They must stem from his eavesdropping on his father's conversations. Yet there was some truth in his words, as the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's demise years later would confirm. LiHuo asked, "What do you intend to do?" Aotian stood frozen for a moment, then bitterly replied, "I do not know." But then his expression hardened. "However, I know one thing. Within the Uchiha clan, strength reigns supreme. Since I have been bested by you, I shall naturally acknowledge you as my elder brother." LiHuo was taken aback, and the surrounding subordinates were equally astonished. "Boss, please don't abandon us. No, we cannot bear to lose you." Aotian turned to survey his surroundings, and in that moment, he truly resembled a leader. Everyone has witnessed Uchiha LiHuo's strength, and I have interacted with him. He is a kind-hearted individual, and I trust him. From this day forth, I recognize him as my elder brother. If you all believe in me, follow me. Seeing the situation unfold, LiHuo was about to decline when Aotian silenced him with a single statement. "With your capabilities, you will surely partake in Uchiha clan affairs in the future, and we will be your steadfast support." Noticing some of the subordinates still hesitating, Aotian raised his voice, "Salute to Brother LiHuo." With Aotian leading, the subordinates followed suit, and 20 to 30 young Uchiha collectively called out, "Salute to Brother LiHuo." LiHuo, unflustered by such a display, remained composed. "Thank you all for your trust. I shall not let you down." In the ensuing days, while LiHuo continued his relentless training, he also sought to understand the circumstances of his subordinates under Aotian. To his astonishment, he discovered that Aotian's followers constituted nearly 2/5 of the current generation of Uchiha youths, an impressive number indeed. The fact that Aotian could manage such a large group with remarkable order speaks volumes about his leadership abilities. Adhering to the principle of trusting those he employed while ensuring he had ample time for his own cultivation, LiHuo entrusted the entirety of team management to Aotian. Drawing from his own training experiences, he compiled a simple physical training regimen tailored to their age, which, though rudimentary, promised significant improvement if practiced consistently. Furthermore, based on his past experiences, LiHuo authored a guide titled On Establishing a Harmonious Atmosphere of Unity, Friendship, and Mutual Assistance Within the Uchiha Clan, which he entrusted to Aotian to instill a proper set of values in the young Uchiha. Initially, the youths paid little heed to this, and even Aotian was uncertain of LiHuo's intentions. However, upon genuinely assisting their clansmen and receiving commendation, they began to eagerly help their fellow Uchiha. As time passed, half a month slipped by unnoticed. At Aotian's residence, he informed his father, "Father, I have completed my match with LiHuo." The father replied, "I am already aware. How could I possibly conceal anything from you, father? I even read that guide. And what do you think? I must say, the writing does not resemble that of a mere novice freshly entered into the ninja academy. Rather, it bears the hallmarks of a seasoned politician like the Third Hokage. However, I find the content acceptable. The essence is mutual assistance among clansmen, and as long as it benefits the Uchiha clan, I see no issue. Moreover, I have taken the liberty of promoting this to others." Father, does that mean you recommended this book to others?" "Indeed. I even had it secretly printed and distributed among other Uchiha children. Isn't that tantamount to printing pirated copies?" "Silence. Mind your own business. Father, I plan to invite LiHuo over in 3 days. You still remember that? Very well. I shall ensure a warm welcome for your friend." Aotian promptly conveyed this news to LiHuo, who naturally could not decline such kindness, though he secretly wondered why Aotian's father would extend an invitation at this juncture. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground base of Konoha, a cold-blooded member of Root respectfully placed a book on the desk of the leader, Danzo. "Sir, this is a book that has recently begun circulating within the Uchiha clan." "Just a book? What significance does it hold?" "The publisher is Uchiha Toru, a powerful elder of the hawkish faction. Danzo's interest was piqued, and he began to read attentively. Bang. Nonsense. Mutual assistance within the clan. What does he think of Konoha? Such dangerous thoughts. Author, Uchiha LiHuo. Investigate this LiHuo thoroughly, but remember, do not raise any alarms. With that, Danzo stormed towards the Hokage's office, brimming with fury. Chapter 21. Aotion's family banquet in the evening. The Hokage's office stood in stark contrast to the bustling activity of the day, enveloped in an eerie silence as the setting sun cast long shadows, accompanied only by the concealed figures lurking in the dark. Suddenly, a figure intruded upon the Hokage building, striding aggressively toward the Hokage's office. The Hidnumbu, upon recognizing the visitor, tacitly permitted this intrusion. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was thrust open violently, revealing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared slightly taken aback. Danzo, what brings you here? You could have at least given me a heads up. As he spoke, the third Hokage pretended to pour tea for Danzo. But the long-standing brotherhood forged through shared trials was well understood by Danzo. Stop pretending. It's already past working hours. You deliberately lingered here because you knew I would come. Unfazed, Hiruzen reclined comfortably in his chair and inquired, what brings you here? Is Root encountering difficulties? Danzo, momentarily distracted by an old friend's interruption, quickly regained his focus and slammed the guide onto the desk. Hiruzen, look at what this Uchiha brat has written. He recklessly places the clan above all else. What does he think of Konoha? The third Hokage casually perused LiHuo's book. Yet Danzo could sense that Hiruzen was not entirely unfamiliar with its contents. After reading, Hiruzen merely smiled. This young lad is quite ambitious. Just months ago, he was clamoring to become Hokage, and now he seeks to care for the Uchiha. Danzo, exasperated that his old friend remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, erupted in frustration. Hiruzen, the content of this book is detrimental to the village. It was published by the hawkish faction of the Uchiha. If such material spreads throughout the clan, do you comprehend the consequences? Hiruzen fell silent, deep in thought. Seeing that his concerns seemed to resonate with the Hokage, Danzo seized the opportunity to intensify his argument. This Uchiha LiHuo, he harbors sinister ambitions. He must be dealt with by Root. Enough about LiHuo. I have already dispatched Orochimaru to investigate months ago, interrupted Hiruzen. What? Orochimaru is not conducting experiments in Root because of a mere brat? You yourself acknowledge that he is no ordinary child, Hiruzen remarked ambiguously. Danzo paused momentarily before declaring loudly, regardless of your perspective, this publication must be banned. And Uchiha LiHuo must be placed under Root's supervision. Sensing Danzo's obstinacy, Hiruzen sighed softly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face flushed with anger. As a tide of past grievances washed over him, he stormed toward the door. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Unperturbed, the third Hokage chuckled lightly. Danzo, with your temperament, you are destined to never become Hokage. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan had long harbored grievances. It was better to ease tensions than to stifle them. If they abruptly suppressed the publication, it would only invite disparagement for pettiness. Resolving issues often proves far more challenging than addressing those who raise them. As long as LiHuo remained aligned with the village, even if he were truly ambitious, he would be firmly tethered to the village. Contemplating this, Hiruzen could not help but chuckle, suddenly struck by an idea. I have heard that Nara Shikaku plans to host a banquet for Uchiha LiHuo. Why not seize this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship? With this thought, Hiruzen raised his hand slightly, and a shadow swiftly emerged from the darkness. You. Fetch a high-level illusion scroll and deliver it to Nara Shikaku. He will understand my intentions. Also, inform Orochimaru to continue monitoring Uchiha LiHuo. He may need to be tested when the time is right. You departed silently, while Hiruzen prepared to conclude his day. At that moment, LiHuo was engaged in rigorous training with Guy and Kakashi. Why do you think Aotion's father wants to see me? LiHuo panted, seated on the ground, evidently exhausted from the grueling training. How should I know? Perhaps he learned that you bested his son and intends to set a trap to teach you a lesson? Having spent time with LiHuo, Kakashi had grown increasingly sharp-tongued. Why bother with such concerns? Youth is about forging ahead. Hesitance like yours is unacceptable. The youthful fool contributed his thoughts. Enough. It truly is a challenge to converse with two individuals devoid of emotional intelligence. Let us return to training. A few days later, LiHuo returned to school, and the long-anticipated Uchiha family banquet was set to take place that very evening. Consequently, LiHuo had inquired early about the preferences of the Uchiha clan and procured gifts, as it would be remiss to arrive empty-handed when invited by elders. Accompanied by Ao, he arrived at the latter's opulent residence, instantly taken aback by its grandeur. Wow, Ao, you never mentioned your family home was this vast. Quite impressive indeed. Of course, my friend. Just take a look at who my father is. Having shed his earlier reservations, Ao was becoming increasingly cheerful. If you desire, I could gift you a set. A deep, authoritative voice resonated behind LiHuo. That would be splendid, LiHuo exclaimed, only to freeze in place. Dad, what are you doing out here? Ao asked, his face lighting up. Naturally, I came to observe what kind of genius has recently joined the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ting replied with a smile. At that moment, the embarrassed LiHuo finally regained his composure. Good evening, uncle. I am Uchiha LiHuo. I apologize for my earlier presumption. Please accept this gift as a token of my esteem. Seeing that the gift was to his liking, Uchiha Ting was genuinely pleased. He thought to himself, this young man possesses strength, character, and etiquette, truly an exceptional Uchiha. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Come, let us retreat inside, he exclaimed, leading the way. Only then did LiHuo realize that he had not sensed Uchiha Ting's presence behind him earlier. First, it was teacher Dajong, and now Ao father. Why did both possess such remarkable discretion? Once inside, the three took their respective seats and engaged in light conversation, which mostly revolved around pleasantries and sharing experiences, nothing particularly significant. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, LiHuo instinctively sensed that this gathering was far from ordinary. Young LiHuo, what do you think is more significant, a village or a clan? Ting suddenly posed, his demeanor surprisingly clear-headed despite the effects of alcohol. LiHuo was aware from Ao that Uchiha Ting was a prominent figure within the hawkish faction of the clan, possessing both cunning and strength. He understood that this question was the true aim of the banquet. I was born into the Uchiha clan, and it is my uncles and aunts who raised me. They are my closest kin. Seeing that LiHuo refrained from answering directly, Ting was not displeased. Instead, he grew more fond of the young man before him. To be honest, I do not indulge in convoluted rhetoric. My intentions are straightforward and sincere. For that reason, I have personally funded the publication and distribution of your work to more Uchiha youth. I hope you do not mind my goodwill. Upon hearing this, LiHuo's heart sank. This was no mere courtesy. It was a blatant maneuver. If you wish to remain neutral, I will take the liberty to position you. Ting's intentions were clear. LiHuo could easily envision how various factions would perceive the publisher as aligned with the hawkish side. Undoubtedly, he was now partially ensnared on their ship of ambition. Without allowing LiHuo much time to ponder, Ting continued. If two factions arise within the clan, one favoring clan interests and the other prioritizing the village's welfare, how would you handle such a situation? Ting's demeanor shifted, his presence suddenly commanding. He anticipated that a youth of LiHuo's age would typically hesitate when faced with such a dilemma, especially under the weight of his imposing aura, which could catch anyone off guard. However, LiHuo, shedding his earlier hesitance, declared resolutely, regardless of whose interests are at stake, if it harms the innocent, I shall fight to the bitter end. Ting was taken aback by this response. He was astonished by LiHuo's decisiveness and suspected that the young man had deeper implications in mind. Pleased with LiHuo's answer, Ting waved his hand decisively. Invoking a secret technique, he not only assumed full responsibility for LiHuo's training expenses, but also pledged to provide a steady monthly supply of resources and funds. Elder Ting, you are well aware that I have some family resources as well, LiHuo replied. My intention is to bolster your power, Ting responded with a hearty laugh. LiHuo's insatiable desire did not irk Ting, rather, it reassured him. He understood that the Uchiha clan never lacked for talent, but rather for those who could harness their gifts. Moreover, nurturing an exceptional Uchiha was beneficial both publicly and privately. I shall also provide you with a scroll for a high-level ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, LiHuo was overjoyed. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was prosperous and generous. He expressed his gratitude to Ting and accepted the offer. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, LiHuo wisely took his leave. On his way home, he couldn't help but reflect. It was certain that as his strength grew, he was garnering the attention of many influential figures, and it was only a matter of time before he interacted with them. He needed to enhance his abilities swiftly, for strength was the greatest currency. Upon returning home, LiHuo discovered a key lying quietly on his desk. bearing an address in the most affluent district of the Uchiha clan territory. It appeared to be an additional gift from Ting. Chapter 22. The shadow of the serpent emerges. LiHuo was astonished to learn that Aoteon's family was truly affluent, casually offering a house in the most prosperous area of the Uchiha clan. However, he held no intention of residing there. Choosing sides was not so simple. At present, he was merely a fledgling genius of the Uchiha clan, and the clan was not short of prodigies. Enjoying privileges that did not align with his current status could easily lead to manipulation by others. Furthermore, LiHuo understood that one should not choose sides too early. He had revealed little of his true capabilities, showcasing only enough to attract resources from various factions. If he chose a side from the outset, opposing forces would no longer offer him any resources. While accepting the house was harmless, living there might lead to complications. In the following days, LiHuo attended school as usual. To bolster his resources, he diligently trained with Kai and Kakashi, striving to enhance his abilities. During this period, LiHuo frequently visited Hatake Sakumo, seeking guidance on practical combat techniques. After some time training together, he found himself able to exchange over a dozen moves with Sakumo without the latter resorting to lethal techniques. Young LiHuo, your progress is remarkable. If you continue at this pace, we old-timers might find ourselves obsolete. Sakumo remarked with admiration. Uncle Sakumo, your prowess is indeed legendary. The acclaim of Konoha's White Fang is well-deserved, LiHuo responded earnestly. This was not mere flattery, but a heartfelt acknowledgement. After all, there are only misnamed individuals, not misnamed titles. The moniker of Konoha's White Fang was forged in the crucible of battle. Every sparring session with Sakumo instilled in LiHuo a profound sense of pressure, a feeling of helplessness that even with all his skills, he could not escape unscathed. Uncle Sakumo, do you know the whereabouts of the renowned Jonin Namikaze Minato, who is currently developing the Flying Thunder God technique? I have some inquiries regarding ninjutsu development that I would like to discuss with him. LiHuo's question appeared casual, but was laden with intent. After all, securing an audience with the illustrious Yellow Flash to learn about the legendary Flying Thunder God technique would be an extraordinary opportunity. Though LiHuo had already mastered the fundamental 5 elemental ninjutsu, they were merely transitional skills. The Flying Thunder God technique, on the other hand, was among the few high-level space-time ninjutsu that could be deemed a graduation gift. This technique could serve him well until the very end. Moreover, it was highly likely that Minato had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Could LiHuo possibly not covet such a skill? Shuomo, undeterred, gently patted LiHuo's head, patiently explaining that he was currently engaged in a high-level mission that only he could complete, thus he could not offer guidance at this time. All right. When you have the opportunity, you must introduce me, LiHuo replied with a smile, though inwardly he thought, I can hardly wait to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After bidding farewell to Shuomo, LiHuo hurried to the training ground to practice with Kai and Kakashi. Watching LiHuo's retreating figure, Shuomo couldn't help but marvel at how this child had nearly attained the strength of a nin. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. As days passed, Lu Miao informed LiHuo that he would soon be inviting him to a banquet to express gratitude for saving his life. Naturally, LiHuo accepted with delight. Moreover, he keenly sensed an underlying significance in Lu Miao's words. It seemed the Nara family had invested an excessive amount of time in preparing for this banquet. Unlike the Uchiha clan, who invited him to a feast shortly after he defeated Aoteon, the Nara family's lengthy preparations felt rather peculiar. Additionally, given their unwavering loyalty to the Hokage, it was highly likely that this gathering also contained hidden intentions from the Third Hokage, perhaps extending an olive branch to him. He eagerly anticipated what splendid gifts they might bestow upon him. LiHuo did not dwell on this, but instead took the opportunity during school to pat the head of Yuhi Kurenai. Previously, he had considered doing so, as her genjutsu, although not particularly strong, was still somewhat useful for a novice Uchiha like him. Unfortunately, Asuma had kept a watchful eye on her, leaving LiHuo with few chances to get close. This time, however, he clearly seized the opportunity. Ah, indeed, the sensation is quite pleasant, LiHuo thought as he quickly ran away after the act, effectively preventing Asuma from his inevitable outburst. Ding! Head-patting ninja, Yuhi Kurenai. Please choose one of the following rewards. 10,000 yen. Original flavor plush bear. Slight enhancement of genjutsu talent. LiHuo gazed at the rewards with a wry smile. I knew it. Such a young child wouldn't yield anything worthwhile. Especially the second option. which held no allure for him whatsoever. Perhaps it could suffice to appease Asuma, but it was of no use to him. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo chose the slight enhancement of genjutsu talent. System: what benefits does this slight enhancement of genjutsu talent provide? Host: as the name suggests, this talent enhances your genjutsu ability and modestly increases your resistance to genjutsu, embracing the philosophy that even the smallest of gains is still a gain. LiHuo opted for the slight enhancement of genjutsu talent. The system's upgrade was swift, and he scarcely felt the legendary pain that usually accompanied such enhancements. Yet he soon recognized the advantages this talent afforded him. He could now slightly disrupt the chakra of others. In the world of Naruto, the fundamental principle of genjutsu lies in disrupting, obstructing, or even controlling an opponent's chakra to incapacitate them or severely damage their psyche. With this newfound talent, LiHuo could subtly manipulate others' chakra, greatly easing his future endeavors in learning and utilizing genjutsu. Ultimately, he reaffirmed to himself that while such enhancements were beneficial, his primary focus must remain on strengthening his own capabilities. Only through improving his foundational strength could he encounter more formidable individuals and garner greater experiences. With renewed determination, LiHuo immersed himself back into his training. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location in Konoha, within the underground base of the root, an uproar erupted. The laboratory door was forcefully flung open, and a dozen root members stormed in, filling the space with an air of menace. Following closely behind was Danzo, his countenance twisted in fury. Orochimaru, do you have any regard for the rules? If you choose to collaborate with me, you must adhere to the regulations of the root. Instead of conducting research in the lab, you heed Danzo's orders to investigate a mere Uchiha brat. I offer you two choices: cooperation or mutual destruction. Given the underhanded dealings you've engaged in, I assure you that your reputation in Konoha will be in tatters, he declared. In stark contrast to Danzo's domineering presence, the members of the laboratory remained silent from the outset. Yet, this silence weighed heavily on all present, compelling the root members to adopt a vigilant stance upon entry. Indeed, the only individual who could command Danzo's attention was the notorious Sannin, Orochimaru. Ah, Danzo, there's no need for such anger. It might frighten my pet. Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice a calm contrast to the tension in the room. As he finished speaking, a white snake materialized silently around the neck of each root member. What? When did this happen? The typically unfeeling root members could not suppress their shock, for none wished to find their lives held at the whim of another. Offering no time for astonishment, Orochimaru continued, Mr. Danzo, I assure you that my research will be completed on schedule. As for now, I believe I have stumbled upon an intriguing specimen. Humph. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of whom you speak, Danzo retorted. The root is not to be trifled with. A child causing turmoil within the Uchiha clan must not be allowed to flourish. Ah, Uchiha LiHuo. This youth has indeed provided me with many surprises, Orochimaru remarked, hinting at deeper implications. However, Danzo was not fond of his subordinates hinting at veiled meanings. Yet he understood that he still needed to rely on Orochimaru's intellect, and to easily dominate him, the root's current strength fell short. Orochimaru, I do not care what your intentions are. First and foremost, you must focus on your responsibilities. Our collaboration concerns the future of Konoha. With that, Danzo swept away, leaving only a quiet remark. If possible, bring Uchiha LiHuo into the root. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated as the root members, who had been on high alert, retreated like shadows, leaving the room in silence. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, embodying an air of calm indifference. He strolled through the laboratory, filled with test tubes and experimental apparatus, his pale hand gently brushing against a petri dish. The future of Konoha? How absurd. I believe this experiment pertains more to your ambitions, he mused. Ah, Uchiha LiHuo, the more I observe you, the more fascinating you become. I eagerly await the day we meet, and I trust that day is not far off. With that, Orochimaru returned to his research, muttering to himself. Yet another test subject devoid of vital signs. Hashirama cells, you truly are formidable. Just as he prepared to summon the root members to dispose of the experimental subjects, the life sign detection device began emitting a faint beep. Beep, beep, beep. To Orochimaru, this sound was like music to his ears. He dashed towards one of the petri dishes, his eyes fixated on the boy submerged in the culture solution, filled with fervor. He rapidly assessed the boy's vital signs. All results indicated that the youth had indeed survived after undergoing the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Ah, it seems this direction is indeed correct, Orochimaru chuckled, pondering whether it was mere coincidence. Days later, LiHuo finally received a formal invitation from Lu Miao. Is it necessary to make such a grand affair for a simple meal? He mused. For the first time, LiHuo received such a formal invitation, his gaze slightly bewildered. I don't know, he said, feigning nonchalance as he glanced at the youth before him, though inwardly, he felt a flutter of excitement akin to a fawn in distress. How could someone be so strikingly handsome? Lu Miao mused, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Well then, please convey my gratitude to uncle and aunt, LiHuo said with a smile as he accepted the invitation. Upon seeing LiHuo accept it, Lu Miao felt a surge of delight and playfully patted his shoulder. Come on, sister will take you shopping. Huh, what are we buying? Don't you always need to bring gifts when interviewing elders? I'll help you choose something. Ha ha, consider it a thank you. Let us grab some 3-colored dumplings. LiHuo chuckled as they set off together. The journey was silent, but when the appointed evening arrived, LiHuo, bearing exquisite gifts, approached Lu Miao's home. From a distance, he spotted Lu Miao waiting at the door, dressed in loungewear adorned with the emblem of the Nara clan, glancing around while rubbing her slightly sore calves. That annoying LiHuo, making me wait out here for so long. Though there were still 10 minutes until the agreed time, she thought, surely this fool could have arrived a bit earlier. Hearing her murmur, LiHuo couldn't help but smile and quickened his pace. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, he said upon reaching her. Lu Miao quickly halted her movements, her cheeks flushing slightly. Huh, who? Me? I just happened to step out for a stroll. Since you're here, come on in. LiHuo said nothing further, merely uttering a polite excuse my intrusion before entering the house with Lu Miao. Upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed the harmony that enveloped this family. Though he himself had no parents in this life, he could clearly see that Lu Miao's home was meticulously maintained, indicating a capable matriarch, and various details suggested the patriarch shared in domestic duties, ensuring that conflicts over household chores would be minimal. Lu Miao's parents welcomed LiHuo warmly, and their interactions were effortlessly pleasant. After some polite exchanges, upon noticing the gifts LiHuo brought, their expressions turned slightly serious and contemplative. We've long heard Lu Miao speak of your good manners, and today it is evident. However, we cannot accept these gifts as our invitation was merely a gesture of gratitude for saving Lu Miao, her father remarked. Indeed, please take them back, young LiHuo. LiHuo did not press the matter further, and the dining portion of the evening commenced. During the home banquet, LiHuo distinctly felt the contrast between Lu Miao's family and that of Ao Tian's. At Ao Tian's home, conversations often veered into profound and serious territory, leaving little room for interjections, whereas at Lu Miao's, she frequently chimed in, eliciting bursts of laughter from everyone. LiHuo reflected that perhaps this was the true essence of family. As the evening progressed, Lu Miao's father, unusually serious, seemed poised to address LiHuo with something significant. LiHuo, what are your thoughts on the village? Lu Miao's father initiated, posing a question that seemed far too complex for a mere child from a ninja academy to answer. Yet, LiHuo was unperturbed, recognizing that this was the moment the Hokage lineage began to test him. Before the establishment of Konoha, the world was fraught with conflict during the Warring States period, with families embroiled in strife and individuals living in constant fear. However, since Konoha's founding, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, alongside my ancestor, Madara Uchiha, quelled the chaos and fostered a peaceful environment. Although disputes still arose, I have felt an abundance of care within Konoha. This sentiment was genuine, as since his arrival, he had clearly sensed the harmonious atmosphere permeating the village. Despite occasional instability, the residents rejoiced together, supporting one another. Kakashi, Dai Lu Miao, and teacher Oshima, each bond quietly deepening LiHuo's sense of belonging to Konoha. Lu Miao's father appeared taken aback by LiHuo's articulate response, evidently surprised by the boy's eloquence. He continued to pose several questions, to which LiHuo adeptly replied. His answers deftly struck at the heart of the Hokage lineage's concerns, establishing him as a youth who passionately loved his village in the eyes of Lu Miao's family. Young LiHuo, it is clear to me that you are a devoted young man who cherishes the village. I shall refrain from further questioning, her father concluded. In fact, your Hokage grandfather is aware of your visit today, and to commend your bravery in saving Lu Miao, we have prepared some gifts for you. LiHuo understood that this was the moment he had eagerly anticipated, the moment of reward. what splendid treasures might await. First and foremost, on behalf of our family, we extend our heartfelt gratitude, and thus, we present you with a set of exquisite ninja tools and 3 boxes of the finest soldier pills. The side effects have been minimized, making them suitable for emergency use. Upon delivering the gifts, Lu Miao's father presented them to LiHuo. Looking at the offerings in his hands, LiHuo felt a wave of joy, fully aware that the best was yet to come. Sure enough, with a smile, Lu Miao's father added, "The clan leaders of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly have also heard of your talents and have informed me that we will cover your training expenses for the next 6 months. Moreover, should you require assistance from the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans in the future, we shall gladly oblige, provided the Hokage grants permission." At this proclamation, LiHuo's heart soared with elation. These clans were indeed making a substantial investment. It was clear that the Hokage had intentions of forging alliances, as such generosity was not common. Lastly, the Hokage sent a special gift. The Hokage is aware of your prowess in ninjutsu and taijutsu, yet recognizes that genjutsu remains a weakness. Thus, he has bestowed upon you a high-level genjutsu. Upon hearing this, LiHuo was utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! How many heads must I touch to obtain a high-level ninjutsu? And yet it is simply given to me. Thank you, Hokage-sama, the 3 clan leaders, and you as well. Sir, may I inquire what this genjutsu entails? He asked eagerly. The Nirvana Sanctuary Technique. Chapter 24. The shadow of the serpent unfolds. The Nirvana Sanctuary Technique may have long been forgotten by many readers. It is a high-level genjutsu unleashed by Kabuto during the Chunin exams, plunging the spectators into slumber as a signal for Orochimaru's attack alongside the Sand Shinobi. When this ninjutsu is cast, white feather illusions descend from the sky, which the caster uses to induce sleep. Those who behold the feather illusions will inevitably fall into slumber. While the technique excels in its extensive control, it is not without its drawbacks. The learning curve is steep, and even Jonin, Chunin, and skilled genin can dispel it. It is evident that although classified as a class of illusionary arts, its effectiveness in one-on-one combat may prove to be minimal. As a gift, it not only demonstrates the Hokage's regard but also refrains from disclosing more formidable jutsu, making it a most fitting choice. LiHuo quickly grasped the implications but chose to remain silent. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a piece of meat. Moreover, while this technique may lack utility in direct confrontation, it holds significant strategic and tactical value. One can never predict when it may prove advantageous. LiHuo graciously accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude once more. Once the official matters were concluded, the family resumed their harmonious state, engaging in cheerful conversation. Before long, LiHuo announced his departure, as the hour had grown late, making it unwise to linger. Lu Miao wished to escort him, but he politely declined, asserting that she had her own journey home and it would be more convenient for her to let him go alone. Understanding this reasoning, Lu Miao remarked on the rarity of such thoughtfulness and cautioned him to travel safely. LiHuo nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Lu Miao and her family before embarking on his journey home. The distance between the Nara clan and the Uchiha clan was considerable, and with nightfall approaching, LiHuo was keen not to squander time on the road. Moreover, he was eager to learn the techniques of the Nirvana Pavilion to further enhance his strength. Thus, he sprinted between the buildings with remarkable speed, ensuring not to disturb the residents' repose. As he traversed midway, an unsettling chill coursed down his spine, a surge of danger erupting in his mind. Instinctively, he waved his hand, retrieving a sharp kunai from his pouch. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted in the darkness as LiHuo deftly deflected the kunai aimed at him. To his surprise, the finely crafted weapon he had just acquired was now put to immediate use. LiHuo mused internally, yet vocally he declared, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Who dares to ambush in Konoha village? I urge you to reveal yourself. The Umbu of Konoha are not to be trifled with." Though his loud proclamation seemed uncoordinated, his mind was as clear as day. A midnight ambush likely signified premeditation, and, as the term suggests, an ambush is inherently stealthy. How could mere words expose the assailant's location? His call served merely as a delay, granting him precious moments to focus his thoughts. Simple Sage Mode activate. A gust of wind swirled outward from LiHuo, his aura surging dramatically. Although this mode could be summoned swiftly, its duration was limited. He needed to conclude matters decisively. In the shadows, the concealed attacker sensed the shift in LiHuo's energy and began to move swiftly. Attempting to flee? Not so fast. Through the mountain's secret technique, perception, a small amount of chakra, infused with natural energy, spread rapidly around him. This method allowed LiHuo to perceive every movement in his vicinity, even tracking the rapidly moving figure. Found you. LiHuo grinned, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards the ambusher. The night was sparsely populated, and with his high-speed maneuvers, it was evident that such precision in throwing kunai could not have been accidental. Fear not, I shall learn your identity. The two figures engaged in a relentless chase, one fleeing, the other pursuing, until LiHuo cornered the shadowy figure in an abandoned training ground. Now, where will you run? He called out. Speak. What compelled you to ambush me? Upon hearing this, the assailant stepped out of the shadows without hesitation. As LiHuo discerned the attacker's features, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively assumed a combat stance. The assailant appeared to be in his 20s, tall and clad in a Konoha jonin vest. The forehead protector glimmering faintly in the moonlight, his complexion pale. Yet, what astounded LiHuo was the discernible object tucked within the vest, an unfamiliar forehead protector, indicating that this might be a ninja from another village. Alarm bells rang in LiHuo's mind, and his muscles tensed, preparing for a rapid response. Of course. I merely wish to observe this newly minted Uchiha prodigy. The assailant's demeanor remained relaxed, yet LiHuo's vigilance heightened. If the intent was merely observation, why the kunai? LiHuo questioned, while internally he executed seals at lightning speed, mastering the shadow clone technique and the earth release, decapitation technique in tandem for a swift retreat. As long as he evaded the ninja's perception, his shadow clone would remain secure. What? You inquire about the whereabouts of my shadow clone? Naturally, it has gone to the Konoha guard, the true bastion of Uchiha strength. What fool would recklessly engage an unknown ninja alone? Summoning reinforcements is the wisest course. But unexpectedly, bang. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area as LiHuo's shadow clone was dispelled 100 meters away. The memories of the clones surged back into LiHuo's mind, revealing the formidable strength of the person before him. They were indeed powerful. It appeared the assailant had intentionally lured him here. Ha ha ha, let us not squander time with trivialities, the ambusher remarked, still appearing nonchalant. LiHuo understood that this battle could very well be the most arduous he had faced since his arrival in this world. He would need to employ every tactic at his disposal to stand a chance of victory. Observing that his opponent had yet to make a move, LiHuo swiftly summoned his system to assess his capabilities. Host, Uchiha LiHuo ninjutsu, body flicker technique, fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, great waterfall technique, earth-style wall, telescope technique, shuriken shadow clone, water barrier, perception, Rasengan taijutsu, leaf whirlwind, thousand needles throw, life restoration, Uchiha kunai, throwing technique. Simple frog manipulation genjutsu, nunchakra, 1/10 of Kakashi Hataki's chakra, elite jonin, sufficient to perform numerous jutsu without succumbing to exhaustion. Bloodline limit, Meitun strength, chunin indeed. After a period of diligent training, LiHuo had made substantial progress. Not only had he mastered the complete leaf whirlwind technique, but he also sought guidance from Ao Tian and his private instructor regarding the Uchiha kunai, throwing technique. Through relentless effort, he had finally acquired these two highly practical skills. With the growth of his strength, his chakra reserves had also increased, now allowing him to execute 8 or 9 jutsu without fainting. His overall prowess had ascended to the level of a chunin. Gazing at his attributes, LiHuo's mind began to churn with strategies. He needed to ascertain whether the individual before him was an ally or adversary from Konoha. If they belonged to Konoha, diplomacy would be the priority. If not, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. Should he resort to all means necessary, he must ensure that the enemy remained incapacitated. Moreover, with such a formidable opponent, LiHuo began to imagine the rewards that might accompany a victory over him. How much longer will you remain idle? If you do not make a move, I shall. The assailant's icy words jolted LiHuo from his reverie, but before he could fully react, the attacker advanced toward him. To LiHuo's astonishment, the assailant made no aggressive move. He merely approached at a measured pace. From LiHuo's perspective, it felt as if he were confronting the greatest terror in the world. In the eyes of LiHuo, what approached him was not merely a humanoid creature, but rather an amalgamation of terrors that embodied the very essence of horror itself. If there exists anything that could be aptly termed as terror, LiHuo, with nearly 3 decades of life experience spanning past and present, could undeniably assert that the entity before him epitomized it. It exuded an aura steeped in the stench of blood and the chilling malice of the grave. LiHuo trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware that any movement on his part would surely spell his doom. How could one possibly triumph over such a fearsome presence? In the depths of his mind, a frantic voice screamed for action, yet his body, paralyzed by dread, could not respond. He could only watch helplessly as the adversary advanced step by deliberate step. Think of something. Quickly. Suddenly, a memory flashed before him, of Juzi, who, during the Chunin exams, had encountered Orochimaru and had been equally petrified by his overwhelming presence. How had he broken free from that paralysis? Yes, through pain. He had stabbed himself with a kunai. A flicker of clarity ignited in LiHuo's eyes as he bit into his own tongue, the excruciating pain restoring his control over his body. It was then that he sensed the activation of his illusion technique enhancement, indicating that his opponent had employed genjutsu to amplify their aura. What a masterful tactic. Yet, rather than act, LiHuo maintained his facade of terror, feigning fear as he watched the enemy draw ever nearer. The expression of fright on his face, coupled with his slight tremors, could very well earn him an Oscar. The enemy, blissfully unaware of any deception, continued to taunt him. Heh. So this is the newly emerged genius, Uchiha LiHuo? Hardly impressive. His demeanor dripped with arrogance. As the adversary closed the distance, LiHuo understood that this was his prime opportunity. If he failed to strike decisively now, the next encounter would be even more daunting. His mind raced, seeking the most effective method of attack. Ultimately, he resolved upon a plan that was both perilous and prudent. As the enemy approached, LiHuo sprang into action. His legs propelled him backward with explosive force, a demonstration of his mastery over the monstrous strength technique, causing the ground beneath him to crack. In the midst of his retreat, LiHuo's hands moved at lightning speed. The dual forces of shadow-level chakra control and sealing techniques allowing him to unleash multiple jutsu in an instant. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, two identical clones materialized beside him. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, LiHuo surged forward, while his clones simultaneously began to weave hand signs, declaring, Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball, radiating a searing heat, hurtled toward the enemy. If Juzi and Tion's great fireballs represented the standard prowess of Uchiha youth, then LiHuo's fireball was a testament to the caliber of an elite Chunin. Following closely behind were countless smaller fireballs, arcing swiftly towards the foe, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. At this juncture, LiHuo deliberately slowed his pace, employing the Uchiha kunai throwing technique to launch a barrage of disruptive assaults. Oh, how intriguing that you've organized an attack so swiftly. Even a Chunin would need to brace themselves against LiHuo's formidable display, yet his adversary remained unfazed. The first kunai flew through the air. Though lacking the enhancement of the sharingan, LiHuo had perfected this technique to an art form. The kunai clashed and danced in midair, effectively blocking all routes of evasion for the enemy. However, the opponent merely flipped their hand, revealing a kunai of their own, and without hesitation, launched it back. This kunai collided with LiHuo's, disrupting his carefully crafted assault. Without the sharingan, his kunai throwing felt somewhat rigid. The audacity of this opponent to critique him. Soon after, the massive fireball and phoenix fire arrived. Despite their grandiosity, they were far too easy for this formidable foe to evade, as he effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming barrage. With a thunderous boom, the enormous fireball struck the ground, unleashing a blinding light and a cacophony of sound, sending clouds of dust swirling. Yet, it failed to reach its intended target. LiHuo felt no disappointment. His aim had never been to harm, but rather to draw the attention of the guard and the umbu. After all, the sheer ferocity of the enemy's presence suggested that they were no ordinary opponent. Brute force alone would lead to an early demise. The enemy landed lightly, a nonchalant smile gracing their lips. I advise you to abandon your little schemes. I have established a barrier here, and those outside cannot see in. Yet, to their astonishment, LiHuo's true form emerged from the thick smoke, appearing behind the enemy like a specter. I found you. LiHuo spread his hand, revealing a pale blue chakra sphere that emanated a palpable sense of danger. This sudden, formless technique seemed to rattle the enemy's composure. Rasengan. Without hesitation, LiHuo thrust the Rasengan towards his opponent. But to his dismay, The adversary seized his wrist with an irresistible force, pinning the Rasengan to the ground with brute strength. The sound of the Rasengan impacting the earth reverberated, as smoke billowed and the ground fractured beneath them. LiHuo was astonished by his opponent's reaction and the immense power they wielded. Who was this formidable entity? Yet, the enemy appeared intent on capitalizing on this opportunity, launching a powerful kick that sent LiHuo flying several meters. Coughing, LiHuo felt the sting of the blow. His body, honed through countless trials, felt fragile in the face of this adversary. Yet he did not yield. Instead, a relentless battle spirit surged within him. He had sensed it before. As the enemy had stated, this place was sealed by a barrier. Defeating them was the only path to freedom. For the first time since his arrival, LiHuo faced an overwhelming challenge. The thrill of life and death was invigorating. Aware that his simple sage mode was nearing its end, he understood the necessity for swift resolution. He needed to devise an effective strategy. If his own strength was lacking, he would have to rely on external forces. As he rapidly utilized life restoration techniques to mend his injuries, a plan began to crystallize in his mind. His eyes flickered with determination. Thus far, the only ability he had kept hidden was his power of the underworld. This was his greatest asset, and he had to catch his opponent off guard with it to seize the upper hand. Only by acquiring the enemy's strength could he hope for even a sliver of victory. LiHuo swiftly formulated a battle plan, and as the smoke began to dissipate, his body had almost fully recovered. The final confrontation was about to commence. Chapter 26. Ding. Head-level ninja, Orochimaru. As the smoke gradually cleared, the voice of the enemy echoed from afar. Your self-created formless techniques indeed pack a punch. Uchiha LiHuo, you truly live up to the title of genius. The voice was deep and slightly hoarse. Though it carried an air of self-praise, LiHuo felt no joy in it. He recognized that despite employing numerous tactics, each had been effortlessly countered by his opponent. Oh, it seems you have also mastered some form of medical ninjutsu? The sound echoed from afar, carrying a hint of mockery as it reached LiHuo's ears. He understood that the dark escape was his final trump card. He had to seize the opportunity to touch his opponent's head if he wished to grasp a sliver of hope. Before he could contemplate further, the thick smoke began to dissipate. This method of searching is far too slow, he thought. Wind release, great breakthrough. As the slightly hoarse voice resonated, LiHuo could distinctly sense a violent surge of chakra emanating from afar. The magnitude of this wind release was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind surged towards him, carrying a cutting sensation. The surrounding dust was swept away in its wake. LiHuo's heart raced with alarm at the rapidly approaching tempest. He could not afford to meet this attack head-on. With a powerful push from his feet, he narrowly evaded the swirling wind's reach. Bang! The ferocious gale ultimately struck a wooden post on the training ground, which crumbled under the immense force. To LiHuo's astonishment, the shattered post was etched with numerous deep scratches. He realized that within that great breakthrough, his opponent had incorporated a transformation of wind nature into their technique. While it did not rival Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, it effectively elevated the destructive power of the original technique to an extraordinary level. This adversary was undoubtedly a master among masters. He could not allow them to regain the upper hand. With this thought in mind, LiHuo did not hesitate. He surged towards his foe at full speed. Not bad in speed, but your trajectory is too straightforward, the enemy remarked. Swiftly forming hand seals aimed at the advancing LiHuo. The wind release, wind cutter carried a chilling aura. Suddenly, countless minuscule wind blades erupted from his hands. Racing towards LiHuo, realizing that these seemingly small and formless blades were indeed lethal, LiHuo regretted not seeking Shuan Mao's guidance on footwork. His own heavy-footed style could not allow him to maneuver freely within the circle of wind blades. Faced with this dire situation, LiHuo felt a surge of rage boiling within him. Determined to trade injury for injury, without slowing his advance, he resolved to evade as many wind blades as possible and to return the blows he could not escape with his very life. Victory or defeat rested on this singular moment. Observing LiHuo's relentless advance through the wind blades, the enemy was taken aback. Oh, have you changed your tactics? I cannot allow you to approach so easily, he declared, intensifying the output of wind blades until a dense net of attacks formed before him. However, due to his earlier rapid advance, LiHuo had reached his enemy's front. As the wind blade net surged toward him, a sense of danger rushed to his mind. His pupils constricted, and he extended his left hand forward. Dark escape, absorption. In an instant, A powerful suction erupted from LiHuo's left hand, rendering the once deadly wind blades remarkably docile. A multitude of wind blades dissipated, transforming into pure chakra that was drawn into his body. Exhilaration coursed through LiHuo as he felt himself brimming with strength, chakra nearing the limits of what he could contain. Seeing his opponent momentarily stunned, LiHuo grinned broadly. That kick from earlier? Here it comes. Before his words could fully escape his lips, LiHuo swiftly reached out with his right hand, touching his opponent's head, and then executed a powerful kick toward the still-dazed enemy. Bang! The opponent was sent flying backward, transformed into a shadow, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a stop. Amidst the smoke, the enemy slowly rose. Ding! Congratulations on the head touch. Feeling the surge of chakra within him and gazing at the opponent who had persistently pressed him, LiHuo could no longer contain his fury, and a bold idea surged into his mind. I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself descends, I shall deliver this blow. Ignoring the system notification in his mind, LiHuo rapidly formed hand seals, and two shadow clones suddenly appeared. With his hand outstretched, a pale blue Rasengan materialized in an instant. But that was not all. The two shadow clones assisted him. One maintained the Rasengan's shape, while the other infused it with wind nature transformation using shadow-level chakra. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. And sensing the rapidly depleting natural energy, LiHuo realized his rudimentary sage mode was about to conclude. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. A massive chakra shuriken materialized in LiHuo's hand, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing sound, generating countless wind blades around him. With great force, he hurled it towards his opponent, and in that moment, his rudimentary sage mode completely dissipated. As he watched the shuriken fly away, LiHuo steadied his mind, for he knew this was his strongest technique. By the way, system, you said I touched whose head? I must carefully select my rewards. If he survives, I might still have a chance to extract more. Ding. Head touch on the level ninja, Orochimaru. Please select 3 rewards from the following. Ah, who could it be but the familiar Orochimaru? Isn't he an enemy ninja? A torrent of thoughts cascaded through LiHuo's mind. Why would he disguise himself as an enemy ninja? And why would he attack me? My trump card has been fully exposed. What implications will this have? These thoughts swirled in LiHuo's mind, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. Observing the rapidly departing shuriken, LiHuo mused, at this point, I shall select my rewards. What? Save a life? If a formidable opponent like Nin can survive the Rasen Shuriken, then surely the most resilient of all, Orochimaru, will as well. LiHuo held no worries about Orochimaru's survival, for the outcome was certain. He understood that this battle would fundamentally alter his standing within Konoha. Whether for better or worse remained unknown. If he did not swiftly enhance his strength, he would merely be regarded as prey, lying still on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. As the Rasen Shuriken accurately struck the location of Orochimaru, countless minute chakra blades erupted forth. Due to this being his first attempt, LiHuo was unable to achieve the terrifying lethality of Naruto's cell-slicing technique as depicted in the original story. Nonetheless, this level of destruction was sufficient to pose a significant threat even to elite Nin. System, claim my rewards. Ding. Head touch on the level ninja, Orochimaru. Please select 3 rewards from the following. Facial transformation technique. 5 elements sealing. Summoning technique. Triple gate of heaven. Significant enhancement of physical qualities. Random 3 techniques from the Orochimaru style. Random 5 wind release techniques. What a bounty. LiHuo gazed at the myriad of rewards before him, utterly dazzled. Though lacking the powerful techniques such as Edo Tensei or the 8-headed serpent that Orochimaru would possess later, these rewards were more than sufficient to upgrade LiHuo's current arsenal. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood that once the residual effects of the Rasen Shuriken concluded, Orochimaru would reappear, and that moment would mark the final act. He must do everything in his power to bolster his chances. System. I choose Triple Gate of Heaven, significant enhancement of physical qualities, and random 3 techniques from the Orochimaru style. The rewards were immediately dispensed. As the fervent call of the fire of departure echoed within his heart, a familiar pang swiftly coursed through his entire being. Yet, this time, rather than feeling wearied, he found an unparalleled sense of tranquility. For before this man, it was only through possessing ample leverage and worth that one could earn the right to engage in equal discourse with him. Enduring the pain of bodily enhancement, He observed the spiral shuriken wreaking havoc upon the very area where Orochimaru had just stood. The choice of these three rewards was not made lightly. The enhancement of physical prowess was self-evident, exemplified by Orochimaru forcefully pinning the Rasengan to the ground. Without matching physical attributes, even the finest ninjutsu would yield little return on effort. Furthermore, the triple gate of the hell and Orochimaru's techniques were also born from his own hidden ambitions. Given the battles of today, it was almost inevitable that, with his escalating strength, he would encounter a growing number of adversaries eyeing him hungrily. It was only prudent to prepare for such eventualities, and the triple gate of the hell would become one of his trump cards in the future. This technique, inheriting from the original Hokage's 5 gates of the hell, summoned barriers capable of absorbing all attacks. To summon 3 of these gates simultaneously was a physical defense technique employed by Orochimaru himself. The first gate would absorb the brunt of incoming attacks. The second would diminish their power, and the third would diffuse the pressure of the assault. With these uniquely functional gates, the potency of any attack reaching the practitioner would be significantly reduced. Since the era of the first Hokage, only Orochimaru had the capability to wield this ultimate technique of absolute defense. The accolades of the gates of the hell are indeed impressive, having been utilized by Orochimaru to defend against the tailed beast bomb of the Four Tails Naruto, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The final technique, Orochimaru's ninjutsu, was a gamble he wished to take. The faceless technique was excessively cruel, and he had no immediate need for wind-release ninjutsu. The 5-element seal seemed of little utility to him at present, especially since sealing techniques could be acquired later through Kushina. The Orochimaru's ninjutsu, however, was uniquely his, and the Orochimaru's substitution technique was coveted among many transgressors as a life-saving skill. Its effectiveness was well documented. Orochimaru had used it to escape death, and even Sasuke had turned peril into safety with it. The life-preserving value of this technique could not be overstated. After enduring the agonizing transformation, he suddenly felt a surge of power within his body, which had been battered by the fierce battles. For him, this enhancement of physical capability was nothing short of exponential. He was certain that his current physical attributes surpassed those of Guy, who had trained tirelessly day and night. If he were to engage in combat with Kakashi once more, he would undoubtedly send Kakashi sprawling to the ground within 50 exchanges, even factoring in the enhancement from the Konoha blade technique. If the opponent were Orochimaru, he could only say that he would not find himself in such dire straits as before. The triple gate of the hell was swiftly activated, and he had already mastered its use for defense, achieving a level of proficiency rivaling that of Orochimaru himself. Beep. Commencing the random selection of 3 Orochimaru ninjutsu. The cold, mechanical voice resonated within his mind, and he understood that the fate of his survival hinged upon this moment. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the grade ninjutsu Shadow Serpent's Grip. The signature technique of Orochimaru. Congratulations, host, you have acquired soft body modification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Orochimaru's substitution technique. His heart soared with joy, for he realized that with these pivotal techniques, even if he were to sever ties with Orochimaru and Konoha, he would still possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Subsequently, the methods for employing these 3 techniques materialized in his mind. However, he was somewhat disheartened to discover that the Shadow Serpent's Grip required a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave for activation. In the original narrative, both Orochimaru and Enko had followed this path. Nevertheless, he had fully grasped the other 2 techniques, allowing him the means to evade death akin to Orochimaru through the Orochimaru's substitution technique. At last, he had assimilated all the rewards bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, and the lingering force of the spiral shuriken dissipated entirely in that moment. The area that had been struck revealed a large pit, riddled with numerous marks from the wind blades, and devoid of any surviving creatures save for the earth itself. Suddenly, a white serpent, thick as an arm, burst forth from the depths of the pit, having evidently burrowed underground before the explosion of the spiral shuriken. As anticipated, the serpent's mouth opened at an unimaginable angle, and from it emerged a pair of pale arms, Orochimaru. Soon after, Orochimaru's entire form emerged unharmed from the serpent's maw, although covered in viscous slime. A ninja who could escape unscathed from the onslaught of the spiral shuriken was a rarity indeed. Ha ha ha. Have you integrated a change in nature into your self-created grade ninjutsu to forge such a formidable technique? Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed once more in LiHuo's ears, Yet LiHuo could distinctly sense the weakness in his tone. It was evident that even surviving the grade ninjutsu had taken a toll on Orochimaru. Truly a powerful youth. Uchiha LiHuo, you continue to pique my interest. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, heedless of decorum, and licked his lips. Do not test me further, Lord Orochimaru, for I am already aware of your identity, LiHuo proclaimed, though the clenched fist betrayed a hint of trepidation in his heart. LiHuo was engaged in a grand gamble, wagering on his ability to maintain a peaceful existence within Konoha. Oh, Orochimaru feigned surprise, then abruptly tore away the mask from his face, grinning widely. How did you uncover my identity? Your exquisite wind-release ninjutsu. A presence reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, coupled with your formidable physical prowess, keen battle instincts, and the ability to evade death beneath a grade ninjutsu. No one in Konoha possesses such capabilities except for you, Orochimaru. Though the lengthy praise seemed to flatter, it was, in truth, a sincere acknowledgement of Orochimaru's might. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that a younger generation would remember me. What an honor indeed. Orochimaru laughed, yet his words were laced with a chilling undertone. Uchiha LiHuo, you know me, and I, of course, know you. However, I must ask you some questions. First, why are you so keen on headpatting? Thud thud thud. Had it been anyone else, LiHuo might not have felt such dread, but with Orochimaru asking, it indicated he had likely gleaned something significant. According to the reports from teacher Oshima and the Umbu, during your initial battle with Kakashi, you were initially at a disadvantage, yet later exhibited a remarkable surge in strength, coinciding with a headpat. Orochimaru slowly approached LiHuo, including today's battle. The number of individuals you have patted on the head is countless. Can you reveal the reason behind this? As Orochimaru closed the distance, a familiar sense of dread enveloped LiHuo once more. Unlike before, this time it felt akin to the panic of a secret being unveiled. Lord Orochimaru, everyone has their own secrets, do they not? Perhaps I am simply concealing my talents, LiHuo replied. Concealing your talents? Orochimaru chuckled softly, noncommittal. Then might I inquire as to the origin of your ability to absorb natural energy to enhance yourself? Upon hearing this, LiHuo suddenly recalled feeling a cold chakra probing him when he first activated the simplified sage mode. It was Orochimaru. And why were you able to unleash astonishing speed at a critical moment to save that girl from the Nara clan? What? How does he know about this as well? LiHuo suddenly recalled the small white snake that teacher Oshima had casually mentioned during his visit. So, it appears that Lord Orochimaru has been observing and testing me from the shadows all along. Indeed, initially, it was the Third Hokage who instructed me to observe you. But who would have thought you would continue to astonish me? With these words, Orochimaru finally stood before LiHuo. Chapter 28. Transactions and Apprenticeships. Orochimaru slowly crouched down, his cold, serpentine eyes fixated on LiHuo's gaze, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. When it appears in your line of sight, it signifies your imminent demise. As LiHuo's mind raced to devise a strategy, Orochimaru could not help but marvel at the extraordinary youth before him. His mastery of physical combat, ninjutsu, and mental fortitude was far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. It was conceivable that he had been subjected to a forbidden technique by enemy ninjas to seize his mind. Contemplating this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening with the scent of danger. If he were indeed a latent threat, this boy must not be allowed to remain. At that moment, despite having delved into forbidden experiments, Orochimaru had not yet completely lost faith in Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have executed the Third Hokage's orders. Just then, LiHuo spoke up, inquiring about Orochimaru's purpose for being there. I have already mentioned it. I need you to answer a few of my questions. Upon hearing this, LiHuo straightened his posture, though he was met with Orochimaru's piercing gaze. My apologies, Orochimaru-sama, but that is my secret. Oh, Orochimaru's aura erupted violently, a wave of deathly energy surging forth, with LiHuo standing closest to him, bearing the brunt of it. The overwhelming pressure crashed against LiHuo's mental defenses, making him feel as though he were a small boat struggling against a tempest. However, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, LiHuo clenched his fists. His eyes locked onto Orochimaru. He was gambling, wagering that Orochimaru would not kill him and that he had not yet unearthed his deepest secrets. He hoped that his recent acquisition of the Uchiha clans and Hokage's backing would suffice to keep him alive. Gradually, however, LiHuo found himself faltering under the oppressive pressure. unable to withstand the onslaught of Orochimaru's might, which merged illusion and intimidation to assail his psyche. I ask you, do you wish to destroy Konoha? Orochimaru's deep, gravelly voice echoed, yet to LiHuo, it felt surreal, at times resonating like thunder, shaking him to his core, and at others, whispering like a specter, dredging up his most genuine thoughts. No, Konoha holds my friends in bonds. I will not harm them, LiHuo declared vehemently. In an instant, Orochimaru's aura receded, the terrifying atmosphere dissipating. LiHuo collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, acutely aware that had he answered incorrectly, he would have already met his end. Orochimaru was indeed terrifying. With a meaningful smile, Orochimaru acknowledged that his interrogation technique rivaled the secret arts of the clan in the mountains. Unless faced with someone significantly stronger, it was nearly impossible to resist the compulsion to reveal one's innermost thoughts. Since you pose no threat to Konoha, the task assigned to me by the Third Hokage can be considered complete. Orochimaru rose, his tone lightening slightly. However, there is another task. Would you care to join Root? A chill ran through LiHuo. Indeed, that old dog Danzo had taken notice of him. He must not show any weakness now. What is Root? LiHuo feigned ignorance. After Orochimaru briefly explained the nature of Root, LiHuo resolutely declined Danzo's offer, for no sane individual would wish to join such an organization. Very well. The task for Danzo is complete, Orochimaru said dismissively, appearing quite bored. Just as LiHuo thought Orochimaru was about to take his leave, he crouched down once more, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and danger. Now we must address my question. Uchiha LiHuo, I require your assistance in researching natural energy. The amplification state you enter after absorbing natural energy bears some resemblance to the aura of the two frogs summoned by Jiraiya. I desire to acquire this power. With that, Orochimaru's expression turned fervent. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo replied, No, that is my secret. Oh, Uchiha LiHuo, I believe you do not wish for your secret to be known by all, do you? If that were to happen, could your trump card still be considered as such? LiHuo thought to himself, what a ridiculous line. Yet his mind raced with contemplation. Perhaps, but this is my closely guarded secret. Oh, you mean it requires compensation? Haha, it has been ages since I encountered such an amusing little brat. Daring to negotiate with me is truly delightful. Speak. Ninjutsu, money, anything you desire, I can provide. Orochimaru said with a smile. I wish to be your disciple, LiHuo declared, resolutely voicing a long-held aspiration. Silence. After LiHuo uttered this phrase, both fell into a heavy silence. Why? Orochimaru stood, scrutinizing LiHuo as though seeing him for the first time. That is my condition. I have little opportunity for growth in the Ninja Academy. By following you, I can become stronger. Haha. Orochimaru seemed to find this utterly ridiculous. Becoming stronger? Little do you know, by following me, you may very well face death. With that, a rare, inexplicable sadness washed over Orochimaru, a sentiment seldom seen in him. He recalled a boy who once fervently aspired to become Hokage and remembered the scene of that boy gravely injured by an explosive tag, where even divine intervention could not save him. If this is the risk required for strength, I willingly embrace death. Though he was small, his spirit was not. What compelled such a desire for strength? Orochimaru's cold gaze bore into LiHuo, as if attempting to extract his deepest truths. I have stated it clearly. It is to protect those I hold dear. LiHuo responded, unyielding. Once more, a long silence ensued. Very well, for the sake of researching natural energy, and to keep a close watch on you, a suspicious member of the Uchiha, I agree to become your teacher. But do ensure you do not perish. LiHuo pays his respects to his teacher. The following day, in the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage regarded Orochimaru and LiHuo with evident skepticism. Are you serious, Orochimaru? You wish to take LiHuo as your disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru as if witnessing an extraordinary event. Ah, Hokage-sama. I wish to take this genius as my apprentice. Upon receiving confirmation, the Third Hokage turned to LiHuo, studying the promising youth who had recently garnered much attention. Then, what is your stance, young LiHuo? I am willing to be apprenticed to Orochimaru-sama. Haha, if that is the case, then it is settled. The Third Hokage waved his hand, establishing the master-disciple relationship between Orochimaru and LiHuo. However, LiHuo is still attending the Ninja Academy. Hokage-sama, I will apply for early graduation. Haha, so you have it all planned out. Very well, I shall speak with Oshima. If you can graduate early, you may follow Orochimaru for your studies. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Chapter 29. Graduation preparations shortly thereafter, Orochimaru and LiHuo exited the Hokage building. In an instant, the previously serious master-disciple dynamic transformed into an air of unfamiliarity. LiHuo gazed at his future mentor, about to voice something, only to witness Orochimaru nonchalantly open his mouth wide. Ugh! Accompanied by an unmelodious sound, a scroll slithered from his throat into his mouth, ultimately coated in mucus, which he grasped in his hand. It seems you truly possess a remarkable ability for rapid recovery. Otherwise, it would be impossible for yesterday's injuries to heal so swiftly. Such feats are beyond ordinary medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru remarked with keen interest. Master Orochimaru, that is not something you need to concern yourself with, LiHuo retorted, slightly pouting, seemingly displeased with Orochimaru's inquisitive demeanor. Ah, don't be so distant, Orochimaru chuckled, handing the scroll to LiHuo with a serious expression. I suspect that you did not hold back yesterday. Thus, I have devised a rigorous training regimen tailored to your true capabilities. Though it may sound boastful, if you adhere strictly to this plan, you will undoubtedly achieve significant progress. Suppressing his discomfort, LiHuo accepted the scroll from Orochimaru and began to read intently. The more he read, the more he marveled at Orochimaru's astute insights and unique training methods. He was certain that if he followed this regimen, his strength would soar. One cannot deny that while Orochimaru's methods may be ruthless, he, like Jiraiya, is a devoted mentor. In the original narrative, during the 3 years of training, he not only transformed Naruto into a formidable force, but also laid a solid foundation for Sasuke in analyzing enemy capabilities and formulating strategies. This was precisely why LiHuo chose Orochimaru as his teacher. Currently, he found little opportunity for advancement at the Ninja Academy. Moreover, graduating early and being assigned to a regular 3-man team would not yield the same benefits as receiving direct mentorship from one of the legendary Sannin. Furthermore, as Orochimaru had indicated, last night was the only occasion when he had not held back. Thus, only Orochimaru could craft the perfect training plan for LiHuo. Little LiHuo, successfully graduating early will be my first test for you, so do not disappoint me. Lastly, ensure you sign the contract with the Dragon Cave as soon as possible. It will facilitate our communication. When I have the time, I will summon you to explore natural energy together, Orochimaru added with a smile, leaving behind the contract scroll for the Dragon Cave before vanishing in an instant. Who does he think he is? LiHuo muttered dismissively to himself. Graduating early is hardly a challenge for me. At this stage, a mere glimpse into natural energy is sufficient for you to study for several years. With this thought, LiHuo couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? A familiar voice interrupted from behind. It was Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, what brings you here? My father has received a mission from the Hokage and is about to depart. So I came to see him off. A task that requires Shoba Senpai's involvement must be quite significant. Ah, I wouldn't know about that. But what about you? Why are you here? Kakashi inquired, slightly puzzled. LiHuo recounted the events leading to his decision to apprentice under Orochimaru, omitting the details of their fierce battle, merely stating his intention to become Orochimaru's disciple. Oh, the legendary Orochimaru? He is indeed a formidable ninja. Indeed. Would you care to join me? No. I plan to continue training in the Konoha blade technique after graduation. Kakashi's response was expected, as he was currently focusing on swordsmanship, which was not aligned with Orochimaru's methods. Then how about you join me in graduating early? There's not much left to learn at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi pondered for a moment before raising his head. Agreed. What about Guy? LiHuo asked. Despite Guy's exceptional taijutsu, his other skills were rather lacking. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, his strength is unquestionable, but he has yet to meet the graduation standards in other areas. Then he will need more time to develop. With that, the two laughed and made their way to the training grounds to share this good news with Guy. It was not that they were indifferent to leaving Guy behind. Rather, they shared a mutual understanding that everyone has their own path. The journey need not be identical, nor should it demand rigid companionship, as long as friends are striving together. That is sufficient. They were confident that with Guy's abilities, he would inevitably become a self-sufficient ninja in the future, while they focused on their own growth. Upon hearing the news, Guy intensified his training efforts. The following day, Kakashi and LiHuo unusually refrained from using shadow clones to attend school and instead sought out teacher Owashima after class. Looking at the two youths before him, teacher Owashima felt a wave of emotions. Since transitioning from the Umbu to teaching, he had increasingly come to appreciate the terror of true genius. while their peers toiled away. These genuine talents had already grown into ninjas capable of standing on their own. "I have heard about your early graduation," Teacher Owashima stated seriously. "What I must convey is that the standards for your assessment will be even more stringent than those for the regular candidates. After all, I do not wish for my negligence to result in my students' demise during missions." Listening to Teacher Owashima's words, LiHuo and Kakashi finally regarded the upcoming examination with the seriousness it warranted. Subsequently, Teacher Owashima elaborated on the rules of the graduation exam. Unlike the original story where Naruto's generation faced a less rigorous assessment, the current examination was exceptionally strict. First, there would be an evaluation of foundational knowledge, conducted in accordance with the content that graduates are expected to master, and because there were only 2 candidates, the number of proctors would even exceed the candidates, leaving no room for cheating. Next was the practical combat segment. At this point, Teacher Owashima particularly emphasized, "I know you both possess formidable strength. I can see it in your regular training. Other students, aside from Guy, cannot even touch your shadow clones. This practical exercise will involve you battling an examiner, who will grade your performance throughout the encounter. Therefore, do not underestimate the examination, nor any future missions." The 2 nodded in agreement, and Teacher Owashima proceeded to remind them of several details, concluding with, "The examination will take place in half a month, coinciding with everyone's final exams. I hope you 2 geniuses prepare well and wish you success." After thanking their teacher, they exited the school. After hearing Teacher Owashima's warnings, "I believe this exam is no trivial matter," Kakashi remarked. "Indeed, especially regarding foundational knowledge, we still have much to catch up on." "It's you, not us," LiHuo interjected. "Oh, shouldn't this knowledge have been mastered before enrollment?" Kakashi queried, realizing for the first time why he had become a nin at the age of 6. "The competition is indeed fierce. I suppose I should use this half-month to bolster my foundational knowledge," LiHuo said nonchalantly. "As for the practical exercise, I'm rather confident. They wouldn't send a nin to face us, would they?" With that, LiHuo excused himself under the pretext of studying at home. Upon returning home, he retrieved the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave gifted by Orochimaru. As for why LiHuo was unconcerned about his foundational knowledge, jokes aside, the mastery of fundamental knowledge acquired by Mo2 Hebe can easily tackle the majority of exam questions. As for the remaining challenging problems, all that is required is to seek the assistance of a few senior academic prodigies tomorrow. LiHuo mused, "Learning is an impossible endeavor. It will never be achievable in this lifetime." Upon opening the summoning scroll, Orochimaru's name stood prominently among others. Faced with the summoning scroll of the 3 great sanctuaries, LiHuo did not hesitate for a moment and decisively inscribed his name. After pricking his thumb, he pressed his handprint beneath his name, feeling a subtle connection to an unknown realm. However, LiHuo lacked the skill of summoning. Otherwise, he would have conjured a serpent to entertain himself. Subsequently, LiHuo delved into the training regimen devised by Orochimaru, adhering strictly to the plan. Time swiftly passed, and the next day, LiHuo returned to school. Upon entering, he activated a simplified sage mode, shedding his burdens and maximizing his speed. In a flash, he patted the heads of every teacher and student in the school. While doing so, he exclaimed, "Do not scold me. I am Hitaki Kakashi. If you dare to criticize me, I, Uchiha LiHuo, will not let you off easily." Experience the prowess of Uchiha Obito. Except for a handful of exceptionally skilled teachers who managed to evade him, everyone else fell victim to LiHuo's antics. As he would no longer be here in the future, it was only fitting to reap the rewards swiftly. After a vigorous harvest, LiHuo experienced the joy akin to that of a farmer. The rewards for his head-patting endeavors generally ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 yen. While several teachers and classmates unveiled enhancements such as complete ninja knowledge, advanced knowledge mastery, and slight enhancement of physical fitness. Accumulating these rewards proved immensely fruitful, and accompanied by the pain of receiving his rewards, LiHuo delightedly improved his strength. "Uchiha LiHuo, what have you done?" The furious roar of Teacher Oshima echoed from afar. Feeling a pang of guilt, LiHuo hastily fled, shouting, "I am not Uchiha LiHuo. I am Might Guy." In the following days, Teacher Oshima was preoccupied with addressing the complaints that piled upon his desk, while LiHuo diligently trained to solidify his strength. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Examiner. Just as LiHuo was engrossed in preparing for the graduation exam, a discussion was underway in the Hokage's office regarding the upcoming examination. Only a few attendees were present. The third Hokage, Teacher Oshima, and Orochimaru, those most familiar with LiHuo and Kakashi. The reason I summoned you both is to deliberate on the selection of the examiner for the practical trials, stated the third Hokage. Orochimaru chuckled, saying, indeed, with their abilities. It is quite the challenge to find a suitable opponent. How about I take on the role of their adversary? Teacher Oshima proposed, his expression grave, unable to fully shed his umbu habits. Ha ha ha, Ryanosuke, I reassigned you to teach because you were injured on a mission. How could I possibly employ you now? The third Hokage raised his hand slightly, signaling Teacher Oshima to relax. A prolonged silence enveloped the office as everyone pondered the appropriate candidate. Ah, I have a plan, exclaimed the third Hokage. Isn't there a former prodigy who has just returned to the village? Upon hearing this, Teacher Oshima displayed immense confusion, for in his current capacity, he could not discern the movements within the village. However, Orochimaru appeared to contemplate. If it is him, this battle should be quite interesting, he mused. The third Hokage, pleased to see his disciple in agreement, declared, perfect. Since Shikamaru has taken over the patrol of the Cloud Village border, he is free now, making him the ideal mysterious guest. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced towards a shadow in the office, instructing, summon the Jonin. Meanwhile, LiHuo continued to digest the bountiful rewards from the recent collective headpatting. If only these were 100 elite shinobi instead of just 100 children, I would be immensely powerful. It was not unreasonable for LiHuo to entertain such thoughts, for the system had bestowed an abundance upon him. Just the monetary rewards alone would ensure a lifetime of comfort. Furthermore, he had received 3 enhancement rewards, including slight enhancement of physical fitness. Given his current physical condition, even a minor improvement required tremendous effort. Thus, LiHuo was elated. Over the past few days, he had acquired past graduation papers, and although he had never studied them, the questions seemed effortlessly simple to him. Advanced knowledge mastery truly lived up to its name. Moreover, LiHuo adhered strictly to Orochimaru's training regimen, astonishingly discovering that this method resulted in a more comprehensive and rapid improvement, further solidifying his desire to be his disciple. Although he understood the potential dangers of this double-edged sword, LiHuo felt confident in his ability to wield it wisely. Soon, half a month slipped by, during which LiHuo and Kakashi had even refrained from sending shadow clones to school. Some classmates with influential backgrounds, particularly those like Rukomaru and Aoyin, became aware of their impending graduation through various channels. Yet, they collectively refrained from disturbing them. Even Obito, who had previously clamored for LiHuo to restore his reputation, remained unusually quiet. Finally, the much-anticipated final examination arrived, and LiHuo and Kakashi prepared to face the graduation exam befitting their prodigious talents. Typically, Teacher Oshima personally supervised the final exams. However, this time, he surprisingly did not appear in the classroom, as he had to attend to a far more pressing matter. The teacher's office stood empty, as all educators had made their way to oversee the various classes. At that moment, led by the third Hokage, Orochimaru and Teacher Oshima accompanied LiHuo and Kakashi as they entered the office. This is where your theoretical examination will take place, the third Hokage announced. You have 120 minutes, and cheating is strictly prohibited. Begin when you are ready. LiHuo and Kakashi exchanged glances, each recognizing the confidence reflected in the other's eyes. Let us commence, Hokage-sama, they declared in unison, and with that, they began to write fervently. Ordinarily, individuals of Orochimaru and the third Hokage's caliber would not need to personally attend such engagements, yet this time, both unexpectedly graced the scene. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Teacher Oshima, for he was the one who crafted the exam. On the surface, Teacher Oshima appeared as calm as a seasoned veteran. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, realizing that he had created an excessively difficult exam. At that moment, Teacher Oshima was grappling with the consequences of the complaints that had arisen from LiHuo's escapades, which included grievances against Aoyin, Obito, and even Might Guy. He had witnessed LiHuo swiftly burst through the door, patting the heads of all the teachers. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have faced dire consequences. Teacher Oshima was seething with anger. Ah, Uchiha LiHuo, is this the graduation gift you have left for me? Then I shall ensure you do not graduate. Thus, in the midst of crafting the examination papers, the esteemed Teacher Oshima inadvertently produced the most challenging version in history. Although his temper had since cooled, the paper remained irretrievable. Teacher Oshima thought to himself, oh no, if these two students are unable to graduate due to my fleeting emotions, I would have truly committed an atrocity. Moreover, I have entangled myself with the Uchiha and the Hitaki clans. What will become of my standing in Konoha? Alarmed, he noticed that Rei had raised his hand, signaling a potential report. At this moment, Teacher Oshima regretted his earlier actions. I have finished, and this question was exceedingly simple, proclaimed the third Hokage. Teacher Oshima's complexion paled. See, I told you, Rei finds this question too easy. What? Easy? Teacher Oshima exclaimed. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This paper was crafted with utmost diligence, and is theoretically the most difficult ever. In disbelief, Teacher Oshima hastened forward to seize Rei's paper. The third Hokage and Orochimaru observed Teacher Oshima's excitement and joined in to scrutinize Rei's work. The third Hokage mused, momentarily taken aback. My future apprentice has truly astonished me, Orochimaru remarked. Only Teacher Oshima dared express the truth. Rei, your handwriting is quite challenging to describe. It resembles that of a ninja dog. This caused Rei to feel a tad embarrassed, as he had been preoccupied with training since his arrival and had not practiced his calligraphy even once. Yet, aside from the less-than-pleasant handwriting, the three were astonished to find that Rei had answered every question correctly. Is this what true genius looks like? Teacher Oshima marveled. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Young Rei, you have certainly broadened the horizons of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to praise Rei. Even Orochimaru patted Rei on the shoulder, acknowledging, well done. Without a doubt, Rei's knowledge had been impeccably assessed, earning the unanimous approval of the three examiners. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi also completed the paper, successfully passing the examination. The two finished their papers even faster than their contemporaries, such as Outyin, who had begun at the same time. Congratulations. You have both passed the first round of knowledge assessment. You now have 2 hours to rest, Teacher Oshima informed them after glancing at the clock. No need, Teacher Oshima. We are in excellent condition, they replied. Finishing early means concluding early. The three examiners exchanged knowing smiles. Oh dear, it seems our examination has been underestimated. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. With the confirmation from both students, Teacher Oshima announced, the practical exercise begins now, at a certain training ground in Konoha. To avoid disturbing other students, your practical examination will be conducted here, Teacher Oshima declared, continuing, the rules are simple. Seize the bell. The examiner will carry a bell. And if you manage to take it, you will pass. Hearing this, Rei was filled with skepticism, pondering how many generations this bell-snatching examination had persisted. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's students to Kakashi's, even the graduation exam employed this method. Was there truly no innovation? However, the three examiners, oblivious to Rei's inner thoughts, continued, and today, your examiner is. Rei immediately began to look around, curious about who his examiner would be. Yet, despite straining on tiptoes, he could find no trace of any ninja. Just as he prepared to use his sensing abilities, he noticed the third Hokage leisurely crouching down, inserting a specially crafted trident kunai into the ground. With a flash of golden light, am I late? Chapter 31. I will confront Minato Namikaze. Only upon seeing Minato Namikaze did Rei truly grasp the terror of the Flying Thunder God technique. In one moment, one could be anywhere, engaging in any activity, and in the next, appear precisely where desired, provided that location bore the Flying Thunder God seal. Rei scrutinized the Minato of this era. He wore a dark blue undershirt beneath a ninja vest, his flowing yellow hair dancing in the breeze. Observing this attire, Rei silently assessed. He appears significantly younger than during his tenure as Hokage, with a somewhat youthful countenance. He is evidently in his prime. Wait, a youthful Minato. Apologies, sir. I did not recognize you earlier. Regrettably, the others could not hear Rei's spirited monologue. The third Hokage patted Minato on the shoulder and addressed Rei and Kakashi. Your opponent in seizing the bell is the esteemed Jonin of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, Minato offered a modest smile before turning to Rei and Kakashi. So, you are Kakashi and Rei. My predecessor SH-Ma has mentioned you both, especially you, young Rei. After our spar, we can discuss ninjutsu. Rei nodded in agreement. Then it is settled, Senior Minato. Teacher Oshima interjected. You have half an hour to discuss tactics. After half an hour, the practical exercise would officially commence. Rei and Kakashi nodded, understanding that this was unlike the theoretical examination. Their opponent was Minato, and neither dared to underestimate him. Moving away from the four examiners, Rei observed Kakashi, noticing the tension in his eyes. What troubles you, Kakashi? This is unlike you. Did you not claim to be a genius? Enough with the jesting. You saw that space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi replied, his expression grave. Ray solemnly agreed. Indeed, Senior Minato is formidable. I have heard my father speak of him, claiming he is a once-in-a-century genius. If he truly employs space-time ninjutsu, how shall we respond? Kakashi frowned, while Ray placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let us not bolster the opponent's confidence. Our focus should be on strategizing for battle. I have a technique that may prove effective, Ray whispered in Kakashi's ear. Your insight remains as sharp as ever, Kakashi remarked. Let us proceed as you suggest. Rest assured, it will succeed, Ray confidently assured, patting his chest. Thus, the two meticulously formulated the details of their plan, and half an hour swiftly elapsed. When the third Hokage and the others observed Ray and Kakashi, they noted the determination radiating from the two. Ha, what an impressive aura. Ri-no-suk announced the commencement of the assessment. Upon receiving the cue, Teacher Oshima exchanged a glance with Minato, confirming his readiness, and then declared, the practical exercise begins now. Before his words faded, Kakashi surged forward like a leopard, employing the distinctive steps of the Hatake style, momentarily leaving Minato unable to predict his movements. However, Minato, a renowned jonin and a product of Jiraiya's meticulous tutelage, was undisputedly powerful. He did not hastily deploy his flying thunder god kunai, for this was an assessment, not a true battle. Consequently, he propelled himself toward Kakashi with vigor. Rei's eyes narrowed. He positioned his hands near his ninja tool pouch, lowering his stance to find the optimal point for exertion. Once everything was ready, Ray swiftly raised his hand, unleashing kunai that shot forth like bullets, colliding midair and effectively sealing off Minato's escape routes. Witnessing this, Minato's expression grew serious, for he understood that if he did not showcase his true strength, he might find himself at a disadvantage. These two youths were far from the level of freshly graduated academy students. Both possessed latent abilities nearing that of a nin. With this realization, Minato drew a kunai from his pouch, and the sounds of clashing metal echoed. Amidst the clang of steel and the sparks of fire, Minato swiftly deflected the shuriken, carving a path for himself. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Kakashi had already closed the distance, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, trading dozens of blows in an instant. Such a level of confrontation would elude the eyes of even a typical chunin, but aside from these two formidable figures, the only witnesses were a retired Umbu and a Uchiha prodigy endowed with exceptional prowess. These three could distinctly perceive the intensity of the battle. It was evident that Minato was holding back. After all, this was merely the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, not a chunin examination. Had he unleashed his full power, Kakashi and LiHuo would stand no chance of victory. Even so, Minato seemed to maintain an upper hand, compelling Kakashi to retreat step by step. LiHuo recognized Kakashi's dwindling momentum but remained stationary, as if contemplating something. Gradually, LiHuo's distraction slowed, further intensifying Kakashi's pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Minato struck Kakashi with a powerful palm, sending him flying. Unbeknownst to anyone, a series of intricate characters imprinted themselves upon Kakashi's chest, boldly inscribed with the words, Sword of Endurance. This was indeed Minato's flying thunder god technique. At that very moment, as Kakashi was propelled away, LiHuo sprang into action. Though not a Rasengan, his next move was equally decisive. With muscles taut, LiHuo stomped fiercely, unleashing a burst of chakra that propelled him like a cannonball, aiming straight for the bell at Minato's waist. From the outset, their objective was not to defeat Minato, but to seize the bell. However, Minato was far from oblivious. Despite being momentarily caught off guard, he remained calm. As LiHuo charged forward, Minato inwardly lamented the situation. If Kakashi's movements were erratic and his strength lacking, LiHuo's raw power was overwhelming. Without hesitation, Minato's extensive combat experience dictated that he must evade immediately. As LiHuo approached, Minato deftly sidestepped, eluding LiHuo's grasp for the bell. This flawless maneuver showcased Minato's exceptional battle awareness. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, the bell unexpectedly soared away. The mastermind behind this twist was none other than LiHuo. He had anticipated Minato's evasion, employing simple frog hand during his attack. While the untrained might watch with curiosity, the seasoned observers knew precisely what was unfolding. With just a glance, they comprehended the innovative application of chakra that LiHuo had executed. Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim his admiration for this creative technique. Indeed, while it was a minor trick, it proved to be of substantial utility, as the Third Hokage acknowledged. Minato, having noticed the bell's disappearance, attempted to reclaim it, only to find Kakashi blocking his path. "Apologies, but I cannot allow you to pass," Kakashi declared, while LiHuo unleashed a remarkable burst of speed, intent on seizing the bell. Yet Minato exhibited no concern. He swiftly hurled a kunai that struck precisely beside the bell. Witnessing this, LiHuo's pupils constricted as he instinctively began to retreat. In an instant, a flash of gold appeared. Minato materialized next to the bell. "You two are quite formidable. It seems I'm struggling without utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique," he remarked. LiHuo recognized Minato's modesty. As a jounin, Minato's strength could easily overwhelm both of them. However, he was deliberately suppressing his power, transforming into a formidable opponent with deceptively normalized stats. As Minato produced more Flying Thunder God kunai, LiHuo promptly retreated, launching his own kunai to disrupt Minato's formation. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the ground was soon littered with Minato's kunai. Minato stated with gravity, "You two are about to lose." To which LiHuo responded with a grin. "Who says we are losing? Since you have inquired so sincerely." Minato interjected, "I truly did not ask. Why are you explaining this? We anticipated your use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Earlier, we disrupted the path of your kunai. Now observe. Do the landing points of your kunai align with your expectations?" Minato's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, the scattered kunai's effectiveness had been significantly compromised due to LiHuo's interference. "It seems you've realized," LiHuo continued. "But have you noticed that I have not employed any ninjutsu until now?" As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, chakra pouring forth recklessly. Water release, great waterfall technique. Chapter 32, The Youngest Genin. A name recognized across the land. LiHuo's speed in forming seals astonished everyone present, particularly Minato. The others had either witnessed LiHuo's ninjutsu before or had clashed with him directly. They understood that his seal's speed rivaled that of an elite shinobi. Yet, Minato was caught off guard by this information. Water release, great waterfall technique. As the words left his lips, LiHuo's hands, nearly a blur, froze on the final seal. To everyone's astonishment, the previously arid ground beneath LiHuo transformed, gushing forth with water, rapidly forming a pool at his feet. "Brace yourself," LiHuo bellowed. In an instant, the water surged upward, creating a swirling vortex behind him. Boom! The sound of rushing water echoed loudly. Subsequently, torrents of water erupted from the vortex, cascading down with the force of a waterfall. Witnessing this spectacle, Minato's pupils dilated, revealing a hint of surprise. When it comes to water release, the second Hokage was unrivaled. He could utilize powerful water jutsu, even in arid conditions. For someone as young as Uchiha LiHuo to achieve such mastery was beyond mere genius. The third Hokage sighed in admiration. As the individual most qualified to comment on the second Hokage's prowess, his words were undoubtedly insightful. Standing nearby, Oshima understood that when an individual's water release could compare to that of the second Hokage, their skill was not to be underestimated. However, Minato did not appear as tense as one might expect. He recognized that LiHuo's technique was not intended for offense, but rather to consolidate the Flying Thunder God kunai embedded in the ground. With Minato's combat intelligence, he instantly conceived a strategy to turn the tide. Yet he refrained from action, aware that this was merely a graduation exam and not a life-or-death battle. Excessive rigor might undermine the confidence of the two young shinobi. Resolving this, he swiftly formed hand seals, observing the torrent of water surging toward him, and forcefully struck his hands together. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy and broad earthen wall erupted from the ground, enveloping Minato completely. To everyone's astonishment, this wall was not a flat surface, but a right angle, its apex facing the roaring water. All present understood that Minato had chosen to allow some leeway. They were unaware of the brilliant strategy that had formed in his mind in that moment. They simply trusted in Minato, the man who had conjured miracles countless times, believing he would not be rendered helpless in the face of such a challenge. Crash! The torrent of water collided with the earthen wall, yet it was effortlessly split into two streams, neutralized with ease. Humph! Merely defending without attacking. How underestimated, LiHuo scoffed, expressing his resignation. However, observing the Flying Thunder God kunai scattered by the great waterfall technique, LiHuo understood that he had achieved his objective. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi, seizing the opportunity while Kakashi's vision was obscured. In a flash, two figures darted towards Minato like phantoms. Minato, who was concealed behind the wall, sensed their movements and reacted swiftly, propelling himself backward as if to escape the earthen barrier. Just as he was about to break free, LiHuo and Kakashi arrived. Kakashi immediately engaged Minato in combat. At that moment, LiHuo quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Nirvana Sanctuary Technique." Indeed, ever since acquiring this illusion from the Konoha household, LiHuo had mastered it during the 2 weeks of preparation, aided by his illusion talent amplification. Mastering this level of illusion required only a modicum of effort. Haha, the ninjutsu I gifted you. The third Hokage glanced at Orochimaru and Oshima beside him, smiling as if to boast. However, Minato, caught in a precarious situation, had no time to ponder the origin of the technique. He noticed a feather gently landing on Kakashi, followed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. "Break!" Minato exclaimed, shaking off the profound lethargy that had enveloped him. This was entirely within LiHuo's expectations, for the strength of the Nirvana Sanctuary technique lay in its extensive control range rather than sheer force. It was anticipated that a ninja of Minato's caliber could easily dispel the illusion. Yet, he hesitated for just a moment. This brief pause allowed LiHuo to seize his opportunity. He summoned all his strength, reaching out towards the bell like a bolt of lightning. Just as LiHuo was on the verge of touching the bell, a flash of golden light appeared, and the bell vanished in an instant. At that moment, LiHuo's mind raced, strategizing. "LiHuo, why didn't you engage with Minato-senpai in the plan?" Kakashi questioned, perplexed. The user of the Flying Thunder God technique could unknowingly mark others, necessitating one person to provide support. LiHuo contemplated that the other kunai had been swept far away, so the only location he could teleport to on this battlefield was the living Flying Thunder God. In that instant, LiHuo's reflexes peaked. He spread his hand, and a pale blue Rasengan swiftly materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and aimed at Kakashi, executing the movement fluidly and seamlessly. Ding! As the bell chimed melodiously, Minato's voice resonated beside Kakashi. "I concede, you two are truly remarkable." The 3 examiners present spontaneously erupted into applause. "What a thrilling duel," the third Hokage proclaimed first. "Indeed, it has broadened our horizons," Orochimaru remarked with keen interest, gazing at LiHuo. Oshima, too, wore a proud smile, unable to conceal his emotions. "LiHuo isn't your student. Why are you so proud?" murmured. Oshima then cleared his throat and stated, "Congratulations, Uchiha LiHuo and Hatake Kakashi, for passing the early graduation exam and becoming official ninjas of Konoha." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached with a benevolent smile, personally bestowing headbands upon the two. Symbols of Konoha's ninjas. The cold touch of the headband brought an unreal sensation to LiHuo. "Am I truly now a ninja of Konoha? LiHuo, you have not disappointed me. Henceforth, you will be my disciple, adhering strictly to my training regimen. Should I require your assistance, I will notify you through the snake of secrecy," Orochimaru said cryptically, before excusing himself due to pressing matters. Following a brief discourse on the will of fire, the third Hokage also departed, leaving Oshima behind. Observing Oshima's hesitant demeanor, LiHuo, feeling despondent, said, "Teacher, if there's something on your mind, please speak candidly. We are not pressed for time." Unexpectedly, the usually stern Oshima stepped forward and embraced LiHuo and Kakashi. "I am proud of you both. Take care after becoming ninjas." With that, Oshima vanished in an instant. At that moment, LiHuo gained a deeper understanding of Oshima. Subsequently, he and Kakashi returned to share this monumental news with their friends and comrades. "Data, what? You truly became a ninja? I knew you could do it. Even that cocky Kakashi has become a ninja. I will surpass him one day." "Kai, that's fantastic. Youth is all about boundless effort and progress. I must double my efforts. Starting with 10,000 push-ups. If I can't do it, Komeo, I never imagined you, Uchiha LiHuo, could be this incredible." Just as LiHuo shared his joy with friends, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage office, issuing orders. From now on, the personal abilities and growth records of Uchiha LiHuo and Hatake Kakashi will be classified. No one may access them without my permission. Moreover, spread the word widely. Let it be known that 1 week from now, at the Sand Village, in the Elder's residence, the youngest genin of Konoha, the prodigious Uchiha, and the White Fang of Konoha will be highlighted. Chio exclaimed, "This infuriates me. The White Fang killed my son and daughter-in-law. Yet he lives in ease. Relay my orders." "Sister, Please calm down. It is unwise to act rashly, said the elder. Then what do you propose? Uchiha LiHuo and Hatake Kakashi must not be allowed to remain. After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, Sister, we can approach it this way. Unbeknownst to them, the Sand Village's talented puppet master, Sasori, who was merely 2 years older than LiHuo, overheard their conversation. However, what Sasori did not realize was that from that day forth, a special task force targeting Konoha was established within the Sand's intelligence department. Chapter 33, Ding. Top-tier ninja, Minato Namikaze, youth. In an undisclosed location in Konoha, at the root headquarters, Danzo meticulously reviewed the intelligence presented by his subordinates. So this Uchiha LiHuo has not only become Konoha's youngest genin, but has also taken Orochimaru as his master, he murmured, contemplating some nefarious scheme. Raising his hand slightly, a root ninja appeared instantaneously. Retrieve all files on Uchiha LiHuo. Sir, the Third Hokage has classified the files on Uchiha LiHuo and Hatake Kakashi. We lack the authority to access them. Haruno, Sarutobi. Danzo's voice trembled with suppressed fury, clearly displeased with his former friend's decision. Then go to Orochimaru and instruct him to ensure Uchiha LiHuo is brought to root. Upon hearing this, the root operative revealed a troubled expression, causing even Danzo to sense the dilemma hidden beneath the mask. Speak plainly. Yes, the operative replied. Orochimaru has explicitly rejected Root's attempt to recruit Uchiha LiHuo. He also stated that your relationship is solely one of cooperation and asked that you do not overreach. Bang! Danzo's arm slammed down on the table. This is utterly intolerable. The table? It's not iron. How presumptuous of you. The rakeage can smash a table to pieces. Yet you think you can just bruise your arm by slamming it down? You really are something else. Yet, in his rage, Danzo disregarded such trivialities and hastened to confront Sarutobi, only to return empty-handed. Furthermore, the news of LiHuo becoming the youngest genin stirred considerable excitement within the Uchiha clan, especially among the hawkish faction, who believed they had made a wise investment. Not only the Uchiha elders, but many hawkish elders offered financial support, jutsu, and vowed to win LiHuo over. Even Uchiha Shana, still imprisoned, sent someone to express his sentiments, while Ting's keen perception elevated his status among the Hawks and the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the doves swiftly sent generous commendations to LiHuo. This time, LiHuo truly felt a sense of abundant gain. Was this the feeling of a diligent student receiving a scholarship? How delightful, he mused, as he counted his rewards. When he received an invitation from Minato, having witnessed LiHuo's use of the Rasengan in the recent competition, Minato wished to discuss the development of non-hand-seal ninjutsu with him. Naturally, LiHuo consented with eagerness, for he had long coveted the Flying Thunder God technique. LiHuo, might you demonstrate your non-hand-seal ninjutsu once more? Minato inquired with a look of eager curiosity at a training ground in Konoha. Of course, but what is it? LiHuo, if it is inconvenient, feel free to say so. After all, this ninjutsu was painstakingly developed by me. LiHuo feigned a conflicted expression, secretly delighted at the prospect of teaching Minato his own technique. How amusing. Observing LiHuo's apparent hesitation, Minato displayed a look of embarrassment. My apologies, LiHuo. I have been presumptuous. He began to withdraw. LiHuo interjected. No, I actually wish to negotiate a reward. Minato responded. Oh, why didn't you say so? Young LiHuo, speak up. What do you desire? LiHuo's eyes darted as he contemplated. If he merely requested a headpat, it might arouse Minato's suspicion. This world is filled with astute ninjas, and Minato is among the exceptionally clever few. A slip could lead to the exposure of secrets. Thus, an idea struck LiHuo. I wish to learn that technique that allows you to flash about. Oh, you mean the Flying Thunder God? Minato's expression shifted to one of understanding. Well, I fear that is quite difficult. Firstly, you must possess spatial time talent. Secondly, to be frank, LiHuo, the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, and even I do not have the authority to teach it to anyone. LiHuo seemed to have anticipated this response, replying leisurely, no problem. Please test my spatial time talent later, and if I possess the ability, I would appreciate it if you could inquire with Lord Hokage on my behalf. Seeing LiHuo's genuine desire to learn, Minato acquiesced. As for testing spatial time talent, a joke. After a head pat, everything would be in order. There's one more condition. May I pat your head? Unfolding an extensive map of yen, LiHuo finally broached the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Pat your head? Of course. But why? Without granting Minato extra time to react, LiHuo quickly patted his head the moment he agreed. Huh, I've truly scored a victory. Beep. Head patting level ninja. Namikaze Minato. Youth, LiHuo momentarily set aside thoughts of rewards, as he had promised to demonstrate his technique. Minato-senpai, please observe carefully. LiHuo spread his hand, and a pale blue chakra sphere instantly materialized in his palm, the soft hum of rapidly spinning chakra revealing the technique's immense destructive potential. Upon witnessing this technique again, Minato immediately recognized it as the one most suited to him. Minato-senpai, would you like me to explain the principles behind it? With a spirit of high-quality service, LiHuo thoroughly elucidated the training methods and advantages of this technique to Minato. As he spoke, he marveled at Minato's extraordinary talent. With just a slight hint from LiHuo, Minato could instantly comprehend, even applying it to other contexts. Meanwhile, despite having read the original story, LiHuo often found himself unable to answer Minato's inquiries. Young LiHuo, this technique utilizes the transformation of chakra to its utmost. Is it possible to incorporate chakra nature transformation into it? This question stirred profound reflections within LiHuo. Fans of Naruto know that in the original narrative, Minato had proposed this idea after creating the Rasengan, but sadly passed away young, leaving it for Naruto to perfect, a significant regret among fans. Certainly, however, I cannot demonstrate it here, but you can ask Orochimaru. He has been defeated and knows the details. Subsequently, LiHuo shared his concepts for the Great Ball Rasengan and the Rasen Shuriken with Minato, along with Naruto's method of using shadow clones to condense the Rasengan. Be cautious. The Rasen Shuriken not only possesses tremendous lethality, but can also harm your own chakra network. If you do not find a suitable way to mitigate this, do not attempt it. LiHuo warned Minato sternly, for he did not wish for a moment of negligence to cost him a prodigious talent. Minato nodded, indicating his understanding. The two conversed joyously from morning until dusk. Finally, LiHuo added, this ninjutsu is called Rasengan. Please refrain from renaming it. Though Minato possessed the true naming rights, LiHuo genuinely wished for his childhood memories not to be transformed into a whimsical name like Spiral Ice Cream, inspired by Jiraiya's double technique. Minato chuckled, and at last, after clarifying all his inquiries, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young LiHuo. LiHuo smiled. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. Minato did not forget his promise and proposed to test LiHuo's spatial time talent. At that moment, LiHuo finally activated the system rewards. Beep. Head patting level ninja. Namikaze Minato youth. Please select 3 rewards from the following options. Godly naming talent. Significant enhancement of spatial time talent. Flying Thunder God technique. Substantial increase in affinity. Significant increase in reaction speed goodness. Such treasures, LiHuo exclaimed, except for the first option, which he kept to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively declared, System. I choose significant enhancement of spatial time talent, Flying Thunder God technique, and significant increase in reaction speed. Rewards will be dispensed immediately. A sudden, piercing pain surged through him, causing LiHuo, already accustomed to the agony of enhancement, to let out a muffled groan. However, after a brief moment, the pain gradually subsided, and the enhancement was genuinely complete. Now, LiHuo had fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, including its formulation and usage, achieving a proficiency comparable to Minato and the second Hokage. The increase in reaction speed was less apparent, but LiHuo understood that when employing the Flying Thunder God in Rasengan, reaction speed was a crucial element. Though it would not trigger a counter, it would prove invaluable in critical moments. The enhancement of spatial time talent was even more comprehensive, as it remarkably amplified all ninjutsu related to spatial time. Firstly, the range of the Flying Thunder God technique had expanded. Secondly, after the significant enhancement of spatial time talent, LiHuo sensed the possibility of the 5-elemental gate of life. This was the technique used by the first Hokage to fend off Uchiha Madara. But even if LiHuo drained all his chakra, he could not summon the 5-elemental gate of life. In summary, all ninjutsu related to spatial time received a substantial boost. At that moment, Minato was also prepared to test LiHuo's spatial time talent. Chapter 34. 3 months of training. LiHuo gazed curiously at Minato, eager to discern how one could assess an individual's spatial time aptitude. Recognizing the inquiry within LiHuo's heart, Minato gently elucidated. This is a method chronicled in the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique by the second Hokage. As long as the practitioner channels their chakra into another's body, they can gauge the other's sensitivity to spatial time perception. Should a member of the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan activated, direct their gaze at Minato, they would discern that his chakra was operating in an extraordinarily unique manner. Minato approached swiftly, gently grasping LiHuo's hand. Suddenly, a warm flow of chakra surged into LiHuo's meridians, traversing a predetermined path. LiHuo understood that this was Minato's chakra. As Minato meticulously guided his chakra to explore LiHuo's pathways, he simultaneously diverted some of his thoughts to comfort him. Little LiHuo, I have also researched this spatial time ninjutsu for many years, only recently mastering it. Although it may sound boastful, this technique is known only to myself and the second Hokage. Thus, should the outcome not meet your expectations, it would be entirely reasonable. Listening to Minato's comforting words, LiHuo felt a profound appreciation for the care Minato extended to his companions. Boffing Minato, truly, it's hard to dislike such a person, LiHuo mused internally. Though he replied, it's all right, Minato-senpai. However, if I truly possess spatial time talent, you must inquire with the third Hokage about what is necessary for me to cultivate this skill. Minato shook his head slightly, reflecting, the youthful spirit prevails. Little do you know that everyone has their own strengths, and those adept in spatial time ninjutsu are exceedingly rare. After probing further, Minato furrowed his brow. It is astonishing. Little LiHuo, you possess an extraordinary talent for spatial time abilities, indeed, the best I have ever encountered. If you cannot cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique, then no one could. With genuine delight, Minato expressed this to LiHuo. Although it was no surprise to him, hearing Minato's heartfelt praise brought joy to LiHuo's heart. Then you must certainly ask Lord Third for me, he urged. Of course, Minato replied cheerily, leaving behind a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished. LiHuo exclaimed, wait, is that polite? Is mastering the Flying Thunder God technique truly so remarkable? Uchiha LiHuo felt a twinge of envy. Yet, he did not have to wait long. As Minato soon reappeared at the location of the kunai, I sincerely apologize. I was so exhilarated that I forgot to greet you in advance, Minato admitted, awkwardly rubbing his nose. LiHuo, intrigued, inquired, Minato-senpai, did you leave a mark in the Hokage's office? This question startled Minato, for he was still merely a jounin. Not yet the fourth Hokage who could enter the Hokage's office as if it were his own home. Oh dear, what am I saying? How could I dare leave a technique in the Hokage's office? I merely left it in front of the Hokage building, he clarified. After exchanging some lighthearted banter, Minato shifted to a more serious tone. Little LiHuo, upon learning of your situation, the third Hokage was quite astonished, proclaiming you a versatile genius. Even LiHuo, who had faced many formidable challenges, felt a surge of happiness at such a compliment from a Hokage. The Hokage has decided that once you successfully become a jounin, you will have the right to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, at which point I shall serve as your instructor. It was apparent that Minato shared in LiHuo's joy, and LiHuo perceived that Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions were quite reasonable, thus assenting readily. After all, he had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. This procedure was merely a means to employ it legitimately. When the moment called for it, LiHuo would certainly hold nothing back. As night fell, LiHuo conversed with Minato for a while longer before both returned home. Upon arriving, LiHuo found it impossible to rest. Sage mode, he declared firmly. Perception, he activated. A fine net of chakra swiftly unfurled, granting him dominion over all beings and objects within a kilometer radius. To thwart the third Hokage's long-range observation techniques, LiHuo had even devised a counter-scrying technique based on the principles of the original technique, effectively eliminating any possibility of being observed covertly. Subsequently, he grasped a finely crafted kunai, savoring its cold touch, and pondered, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is the sword of ninja love, what might mine be? Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and a mischievous idea surged within. He began to channel his chakra. If Minato were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For the chakra fluctuations LiHuo emitted mirrored those of his own when utilizing the Flying Thunder God. Soon, 3 small characters appeared on the handle of the kunai, ding ding dong. Observing his Flying Thunder God kunai, a swell of pride surged within LiHuo. He placed the kunai in his bedroom and entered the living room, whispering, ding ding dong. The technique inscribed upon the kunai glimmered faintly, and in an instant, LiHuo teleported to the kunai's location. It truly worked. Elated, LiHuo spent that night honing his mastery of the Flying Thunder God in conjunction with the Rasengan, achieving an unparalleled synergy. It could be said that if LiHuo were to participate in the third Great Ninja War at that moment, he would emerge as the new Yellow Flash. However, after that night of training, LiHuo discerned his sole shortcoming, the quantity of chakra. During practice, he frequently had to pause to replenish his chakra, significantly diminishing his capacity for sustained combat. On the following day, Orochimaru dispatched a snake to summon LiHuo for training. Naturally, LiHuo agreed, increasingly convinced that he had chosen the right teacher. Although he and Orochimaru each had their own agendas, Orochimaru's professionalism as a mentor was indisputable. On the way, LiHuo encountered Kakashi, who revealed that he had been assigned to Minato's team and was currently receiving his guidance. LiHuo, I have come to realize that I overestimated the skills of a genin, Kakashi stated earnestly. LiHuo retorted, brother, take a look at our strengths. We are far from ordinary genin. Precisely, and I intend to participate in the Chunin exams today. LiHuo replied, well, go ahead. I shall adhere to Orochimaru-sensei's arrangements. Before long, LiHuo arrived at the designated training ground of Orochimaru. Little LiHuo, it seems you have grown stronger in just a few days. Orochimaru remarked upon their meeting, his keen insight evident. Orochimaru continued, the purpose of calling you here is to establish a plan for your upcoming training. At this juncture, your abilities are already sufficient. What remains is how to integrate them seamlessly. Henceforth, I shall instruct you on how to employ your talents effectively in battle. Furthermore, I will impart all my original snake-style ninjutsu to you. Upon hearing this, LiHuo nodded in agreement. Moreover, Orochimaru paused, licking his lips. You must also assist me in researching natural energy each week. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, I will guide you, LiHuo affirmed. I will assist you in the study of natural energy. Thus, under Orochimaru's tutelage, LiHuo embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Before long, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. At the Konoha training ground, LiHuo bellowed, Shadow of the Serpent. As he shouted, 5 white giant pythons erupted from his sleeves, crashing violently into the wooden posts of the training ground. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth as the wooden stakes were scattered chaotically by the impact of a giant python. Orochimaru approached, clapping his hands. I must admit, I feel somewhat inadequate, little LiHuo. There is little more I can teach you. It is time for practical training. LiHuo looked at Orochimaru with a hint of confusion. I will personally accompany you on missions. These will not be mere D-rank missions, but ones of a higher caliber. LiHuo understood that missions of such a rank typically involved a high probability of combat between ninjas, and the inherent risks were considerable. Seemingly reading LiHuo's thoughts, Orochimaru smiled and said, you must hone your skills through real combat. Prepare well, little LiHuo. I will notify you when it's time to depart. With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant. LiHuo began to tidy up his training equipment while reflecting on his progress. Firstly, his strength had improved. Although he hadn't experienced the rapid advancement that came from the headband, 3 months of training had made his abilities more refined. In battle, he felt increasingly adept, confident that he could easily defeat his former self from 3 months prior. Moreover, he had fully mastered Orochimaru's ninjutsu, demonstrating considerable prowess, as evidenced by the scattered wooden stakes before him. Additionally, during these 3 months, LiHuo had traversed nearly every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, leaving his flying thunder god marks at strategic locations for future use. He had also generously shared insights regarding natural energy, not only offering his blood for Orochimaru's research, but also providing unique perspectives that endeared him further to the Sannin. On one occasion, Orochimaru even remarked, little LiHuo, had it not been for the test results confirming you are indeed a child, I might suspect you are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. The relationship between LiHuo and Orochimaru had evolved from that of experiment and experimenter to collaborative researchers. As LiHuo gathered his thoughts and prepared to leave, Kakashi's voice echoed from a distance. Oh, LiHuo, you're here. The moment LiHuo laid eyes on Kakashi, he could distinctly sense that his friend had grown stronger. I'm just cleaning up my training gear. What about you? I'm preparing to participate in the Chunin exams a month from now. Upon hearing this, LiHuo couldn't help but exclaim, achieving Chunin at 6 and Jonin at 13 is truly remarkable. Unfazed by LiHuo's admiration, Kakashi continued, inspired by your Rasengan. I want to develop a new A-rank ninjutsu. LiHuo straightened slightly, realizing Kakashi intended to create Chidori. I'm witnessing history, he thought. Kakashi elaborated. The Rasengan you developed utilizes the transformation of chakra to its utmost. Its formidable rotational ability is not to be underestimated. However, I aspire to design a ninjutsu that incorporates both nature transformation and form transformation. LiHuo, eager to contribute, gently guided Kakashi. Have you tested your chakra attributes? I did long ago. The test paper revealed I possess 5 chakra natures, with lightning being particularly strong. LiHuo seized the opportunity to suggest. Then why not develop a lightning release ninjutsu? It should be relatively easy for you to master. Moreover, lightning release is renowned for its tremendous offensive power and rapid speed, making it well suited to your combat style. After pondering LiHuo's words, Kakashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of LiHuo's suggestion. He then declared, to fully exploit the nature and form transformations, I intend to develop a ninjutsu without hand signs. LiHuo agreed, and the two engaged in an extensive discussion about this new technique. Drawing from his understanding as a time traveler, LiHuo offered numerous insights on Chidori, greatly benefiting Kakashi. In the days that followed, while LiHuo continued his training, he and Kakashi worked on developing the ninjutsu. Kakashi's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Within half a month, Chidori was beginning to take shape. One day, after finishing their training, Kakashi informed LiHuo, tomorrow, I want to be training with you. My father's mission is expected to conclude, and he will return. LiHuo immediately perked up, exclaiming, Uncle Shuamao is coming back. I have missed him dearly. Let us go greet him together tomorrow. The following day, at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, when Kakashi and LiHuo arrived, they were astonished to discover they were not alone in welcoming Uncle Shuamao. A throng of enthusiastic villagers had gathered, eagerly awaiting his return. Why are you all so eagerly waiting for Uncle Shuamao? LiHuo inquired curiously of a nearby villager. However, the villager hesitated upon spotting the Uchiha clan emblem on LiHuo's chest, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent. LiHuo shrugged at Kakashi, sensing the villager's reluctance, realizing he was hesitant to converse with a member of the Uchiha clan, fearing potential repercussions. Kakashi, noticing LiHuo's discomfort, stepped forward and asked, Sir, could you share what is happening? Upon hearing Kakashi's question, the villager shed his earlier shyness and replied, It's nothing too serious. Lord Shuamao captured an enemy from the Cloud Village who was attempting to gather intelligence on our village while stationed at the border. The news reached us yesterday, and we've all come to welcome our hero back to the Hidden Leaf. It turned out that the news had been relayed to the village a day prior, but LiHuo and Kakashi had been too engrossed in their training to receive it. Just then, a surge of excitement rippled through the crowd as they began to cheer. Lord Shuamao, thank you for safeguarding the village. Lord Shumo is indeed remarkably handsome, receiving praises that even the Hokage does not often enjoy. It seems that Uncle Shumo is truly well-liked, LiHuo commented sincerely. He is indeed an exceptional ninja. Hearing such compliments from a friend, Kakashi's face flushed with a rare hint of embarrassment. It appears we cannot meet father today. Let us return home and wait. In the evening, Shumo returned home, weary after reporting his mission to the Hokage. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious dishes, crafted by LiHuo and Kakashi, who prepared a warm welcome for him. During the meal, Shumo engaged in lively conversation with the two, though due to confidentiality, he refrained from divulging too much about his mission. Instead, he shared tales of the customs and culture along the borders of the Land of Clouds, which left the two who had never ventured beyond the village in awe. Father, I wish to be promoted to Chunin, Kakashi stated bluntly, seeking his father's opinion. I have heard from the Third Hokage about this matter, Shumo replied without hesitation. A father knows his child best. Kakashi, I am aware of your capabilities. The Chunin exams will pose no challenge for you. However, remember that the exams are not merely a means of promotion, but also an opportunity to broaden your horizons and consolidate your skills. Therefore, you must prepare diligently for it. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging his father's words. Shumo then turned to LiHuo. Little LiHuo, I have heard that you have taken Orochimaru as your master. LiHuo proceeded to explain the circumstances to Shumo. After a moment of contemplation, Shumo remarked, Orochimaru possesses formidable strength and is dedicated to teaching. He is indeed a commendable instructor. However, he is a man who acts only for his own gain, so tread carefully in your dealings with him. LiHuo understood that Shumo genuinely regarded him as a younger generation worth advising, even at the risk of offending others. Grateful, LiHuo assured Shumo not to worry. Subsequently, the trio discussed the advanced ninjutsu Kakashi had developed, and Shumo, with his unparalleled swordsmanship and unique insights into ninjutsu, provided valuable guidance, inspiring both LiHuo and Kakashi. Thus, A joyful family banquet warmed the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo's mood was far from pleasant. Kakashi Shimo, you truly have an audacious spirit, daring to capture a member of the Umbu from the land of clouds. Do you not fear provoking a war? Danzo fumed as he paced the hall. Deep down, he recognized that his anger stemmed not from this incident, but from the emergence of yet another competitor in his pursuit of the Hokage position. Reflecting on Shimo's remarkable achievements and recalling the villagers' warm welcome earlier that day, Danzo could no longer contain his jealousy. Why? I have secretly contributed so much to Konoha. Why does he receive such treatment? With a wave of his hand, a member of Root appeared like a specter from the shadows, the dim light accentuating the ominous aura of his mask. Have we captured any members of the Sanzumbu in recent days? Danzo inquired coldly. Yes, Lord, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Danzo retrieved a scroll, scribbling something upon it before folding it back up. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from using a sealing technique, fully aware that the sand sealing techniques were too advanced for their capabilities to break, while those of a lower caliber would be ineffective. Hand this scroll to your subordinate with a suitable excuse. Have him deliver it to HKIs and that old woman, he commanded. Yes, despite the audacity of the order, the Root member did not question it, having been trained to be a mere instrument of Danzo's will. Kakashi Shimo, do not blame me. For the sake of Konoha's rightful leadership, I must eliminate you. Danzo's face melted into the darkness, leaving behind those ironically charged words. Unbeknownst to LiHuo and the others, a grand conspiracy began to unfold at that very moment. As days passed, Orochimaru had LiHuo remain in his laboratory, assisting with his research. Indeed, after over 3 months of interaction, Orochimaru finally recognized LiHuo's research capabilities. To quote him, although your practical research skills are almost non-existent, your unexpected ideas never fail to inspire me. Thus, he formally welcomed LiHuo into his research team. On this day, he unveiled his most clandestine research to LiHuo. Little LiHuo, you must understand that after witnessing my research, your head may be on the line, Orochimaru warned, his gaze filled with caution, seemingly attempting to dissuade LiHuo. However, as a reincarnator, LiHuo was well aware of Orochimaru's endeavors and could only conclude that he had already planned a path following Orochimaru's eventual defection. Chapter 36. Discussing wood release. Departing for the Sand Village, he raised his gaze to Orochimaru. I am ready, teacher Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled, glancing at LiHuo with approval. Your research attitude resonates well with me, little LiHuo. Speak. Without a backward glance, he led LiHuo towards the door of the laboratory. LiHuo couldn't help but wonder if Orochimaru had already established another secret base at this time. However, just as they reached the door, Orochimaru halted before a wall adjacent to it. Open. With a sharp command, the seemingly solid wall slowly transformed into an ethereal illusion, revealing a hidden chamber within. LiHuo's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not fathom why he had failed to notice this wall despite passing it several times. Orochimaru, perceiving LiHuo's surprise, spoke with a hint of pride. This is not an illusion but a sealing technique, capable of entirely isolating the internal aura. As your teacher, I possess this level of foundation. Speak, he said, striding into the secret chamber, and LiHuo hurriedly followed. Upon entering, LiHuo was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of life energy, invigorating every cell in his body. Since acquiring yang-release chakra, LiHuo's sensitivity to life energy had significantly heightened, but he had never encountered such abundance before. You may have already sensed it. This place is unlike the outside world, Orochimaru remarked casually. It is suffused with potent life energy, and its source lies there. He pointed to a corner of the chamber. LiHuo followed his gesture and beheld a piece of biological tissue suspended in a culture dish. Is this? Indeed, it is the cell of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru had anticipated that LiHuo would be startled by this revelation, even envisioning a scenario where LiHuo might flee to inform Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, much to his surprise, LiHuo reacted with mere curiosity, which undoubtedly elevated his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. You may wonder how I acquired Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru said languidly. I am not curious, LiHuo replied. Then you must be curious as to why I constructed this secret chamber. I am not curious, LiHuo reiterated. Surely, you must be curious about my intentions for utilizing Hashirama's cells. I am not curious, LiHuo responded calmly. You must be curious, Orochimaru insisted. Sensing a subtle yet palpable intent to kill in the air, which alerted LiHuo to his teacher's unusual demeanor. Finally, he explained, "I will not pry into the origins of Hashirama's cells, for the fact that you choose not to disclose it indicates it is knowledge I should not possess. The life energy here is overwhelmingly abundant. If left unsealed, it will soon attract unwanted attention. As for the last point, the first Hokage is renowned for his wood release, which quelled the chaos of war. Surely, teacher Orochimaru, this is the reason for your research?" Clap, clap, clap. After hearing LiHuo's deductions, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted from irritation to admiration. "I must say, little LiHuo, you are quite impressive," Orochimaru remarked. "This research has finally yielded results." Orochimaru guided LiHuo towards a petri dish, within which lay a boy of approximately 4 or 5 years. With his pale fingers, Orochimaru gently caressed the dish. For this boy was the sole experimental subject to survive after the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. This signified that LiHuo had seized the opportunity to speak, suggesting that he would eventually wield the power of wood release. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential, yet cautioning that the risks associated with the transplantation remained exceedingly high. Apart from the subject before them, none had successfully fused with Hashirama's cells. A hint of disappointment tinged Orochimaru's voice. LiHuo interjected with a question, "Why not consider a localized transplantation of Hashirama's cells?" Orochimaru responded, explaining that localized transplants would pose even greater risks, as Hashirama's cells could uncontrollably absorb the chakra of the host, ultimately growing into a colossal tree. LiHuo then inquired whether it was possible to diminish the activity of Hashirama's cells to render them controllable. Orochimaru shook his head, asserting that weakening the cells would strip them of their original function. Subsequently, LiHuo, inspired by his readings of Obito and Danzo from the original work, proposed an idea to Orochimaru, which sparked a glimmer of interest in the latter's eyes. "Your suggestion is intriguing and seems highly feasible." Orochimaru's tone brimmed with excitement, as if he had already envisioned a practical method. They then delved into the mysteries of natural energy. As a seasoned fan of the series who had witnessed Pain's invasion countless times, LiHuo could articulate the concept of natural energy with clarity. However, he refrained from divulging everything, aware of the adage that warns against revealing one's cards too soon. As Shikamaru had said, Orochimaru was not one to act without benefit. Prematurely exhausting one's trump cards without overwhelming strength could lead to perilous outcomes. Thus, LiHuo chose to gradually share his knowledge, seeking to extract greater advantages from Orochimaru. Both were acutely aware that their teacher-student relationship hinged more on mutual benefit than on sentiment. Through their scientific discussions, LiHuo acquired vast knowledge, insights that were absent from the Ninja Academy, representing true cutting-edge science. It was no wonder that Kabuto had become so formidable after inheriting Orochimaru's legacy. LiHuo mused. Their conversation flowed seamlessly until dusk approached. Orochimaru, sensing the dwindling time, addressed LiHuo. "Do you recall my earlier mention of practical training?" LiHuo nodded in acknowledgement. "There is a high-level mission to escort a ninja from Sunagakure back to their village. I have accepted it, and we depart in 3 days." Upon hearing this, LiHuo queried why they were tasked with escorting a Sunagakure ninja. Orochimaru nodded, revealing that his previous words had served as a simple test of LiHuo's analytical skills. If one were to carelessly accept a mission without thorough analysis, it could lead to disastrous consequences. The ninja in question was, in fact, a rogue who had stolen Sunagakure's secret techniques and was ultimately captured by Konoha. What appeared to be an escort mission was, in truth, a transfer. Realizing the task's true nature, LiHuo understood that they must guard against those who covet the stolen techniques. Precisely, Orochimaru confirmed, for this technique is immensely powerful and many desire it. Observing LiHuo's serious demeanor, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "Do not be so solemn. I will accompany you." LiHuo nodded, reassured by Orochimaru's presence, though the gravity of undertaking his first high-level mission stirred a sense of trepidation within him. "Very well, let us conclude our discussion here. Use the next 3 days to bid farewell to your friends, for this journey may take no less than half a month." Orochimaru escorted LiHuo out of the laboratory. In the following days, LiHuo diligently prepared for the mission, ensuring he had all necessary items and notifying friends and elders. Obito, Shikamaru, and Guy, still in school, all urged LiHuo to remain cautious. Kakashi was busy preparing for the Chunin exams, anticipating LiHuo's return with hopes of promotion. Among the farewells, Shikamaru's advice was especially precious. Upon learning of LiHuo's impending journey to Sunagakure, He pondered briefly before removing his treasured blade. Little LiHuo, this sword is named White Fang, and I lend it to you. The cool touch of the blade passed into LiHuo's hands, and he marveled at the pristine condition of the weapon, sensing its sharp aura. Uncle Shikamaru, you know I cannot wield a sword, LiHuo replied, puzzled by the intent behind the gesture. Shikamaru smiled. This sword is not for you to use, but rather for them to see. It serves as both a talisman and a symbol of impending doom. Shikamaru nodded in approval. This sword tells your enemies that if they wish to harm you, they must be prepared to face the wrath of Konoha's White Fang. It also serves as bait for those who harbor animosity towards it. LiHuo suddenly understood his uncle's intentions. He aimed to temper him through this experience. Shikamaru affirmed that with Orochimaru's presence, the worst outcome would merely entail a thrilling encounter. Thus this sword was an additional assurance. Deeply moved by Shikamaru's thoughtful gesture, LiHuo swiftly prepared for departure as the 3 days elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, an immense conspiracy awaited him. Chapter 37. Undercurrents on a crisp morning. LiHuo stood at the gates of Konoha, filled with anticipation for his first venture beyond the village. Today, he donned the Uchiha black combat uniform, the gleaming white fang resting on his back, exuding an aura of confidence. His other essential supplies were neatly packed within a sealing scroll, nestled inside his ninja tool pouch. Though the storage capacity of the scroll was limited, it alleviated the burden for a novice in sealing techniques like LiHuo. Alongside life necessities, he had also packed shuriken, explosive tags, and soldier pills within the pouch to ensure swift access to them. A flicker of unease stirred within him. After all, embarking on a high-level mission for the first time brought with it an array of challenges and uncertainties. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Orochimaru approached the village gates, accompanied by a man who trailed closely behind. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, LiHuo waved them over, scrutinizing the man who followed. Dressed in finely crafted ninja attire, he bore a serious expression, with a Sunagakure forehead protector that exuded an air of danger, clearly indicating his mastery at the Jonin level. This must be the target of our mission, LiHuo mused inwardly. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, as if something were amiss. Before he could ponder further, Orochimaru completed the necessary exit paperwork and signaled for LiHuo and the man to commence their journey. After bidding farewell to the village's sentinels, LiHuo finally set foot on the land beyond the village. Observing the scenery before him, which bore similarities to Konoha, he could not contain his excitement, exclaiming like a youthful Naruto, "Wow, this grass is really green, and these trees are magnificent." He hurried to a towering ancient tree, its thick trunk requiring the embrace of 10 people, undeniably a relic of nature. With his back turned to the others, LiHuo's earlier exuberance faded, replaced by a composed and efficient demeanor. Gently placing his hand on the tree trunk, he resembled a wide-eyed child witnessing something extraordinary, before turning back to rejoin Orochimaru. Should anyone have been nearby at that moment, they might have noticed 3 characters faintly etched into the ancient bark, echoing the essence of his journey. It is precisely the Flying Thunder God technique of the Fire of Departure. Given the perilous nature of this mission, LiHuo harbored deep concerns regarding whether his Flying Thunder God would function effectively during critical moments. Thus, he resolved to leave a mark of the Flying Thunder God after traversing each segment of their journey, serving as a final safeguard. After advancing for a while, Orochimaru, who led the trio, suddenly halted, beginning to survey his surroundings while muttering to himself, "We have now reached a desolate area." Just as he finished speaking, before LiHuo and his companion could comprehend Orochimaru's intent, he abruptly lunged forward, his neck elongated abruptly, surging towards the sand village ninja with the speed of a bullet. Leaving no room for reaction, he opened his gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. The sand ninja emitted a piercing scream as Orochimaru retracted his neck, casually licking his lips. What have you done?" the ninja stammered. Orochimaru nonchalantly replied, "Your name is Sha, correct? It was mentioned in the mission briefing. Rest assured, I merely injected a toxin into your body." Hearing this, LiHuo breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just a toxin." Orochimaru continued, "This toxin can suppress chakra. Fear not. Once you reach the sand village, both the toxin and the wound will heal completely, leaving no trace. However, for now, it would be wise for you to comply and accompany us, or else it may become troublesome." He said this in a dispassionate tone and then turned his attention back to LiHuo, urging him to proceed. Sha quietly gathered chakra, and upon realizing the truth of Orochimaru's words, he relinquished his resistance. For one who so openly wished to inject a toxin, it was likely that resisting would be futile. As LiHuo and his companions continued their journey, three figures emerged outside the village of Konoha. They moved with agility, exuding a subtle chakra fluctuation, unmistakably ninjas. Yet they did not don the familiar vests of Konoha. Instead, they wore black undershirts topped with silver vests, their muscular arms brimming with power, all adorned with matching tattoos. And, without exception, wore animal masks. They were none other than the Umbu of Konoha, contrary to the cold demeanor of the root organization. This group of Umbu radiated a menacing aura, undoubtedly the direct Umbu of the Hokage. At this juncture, three renowned Umbu under the Third Hokage, Elephant, Clear, and Horn, had been dispatched on a covert mission. Concealed outside the gates of Konoha, they deliberated on how to proceed. To their astonishment, the mission had been assigned to none other than Orochimaru, the most formidable and seasoned among them, with Elephant speaking first. This complicates matters. If it were an ordinary Genin, we could act directly. We must swiftly inform Lord Orochimaru of this development. Yet the Hokage had declared the mission top secret. Can you complete the task without Lord Orochimaru's knowledge? The three, confident in their abilities, ultimately deferred to Elephant's judgment. Execute the task. With Elephant's command, the trio of Umbu transformed into shadows, racing towards Orochimaru and his companions. Meanwhile, in the vast desert of the Wind Country, a team of Sand Umbu was taking a break to resupply. A keen observer would note that their attire mirrored that of the captured Shah. Thud, thud, thud. A sand ninja sipped water and addressed his captain. Chief, we have searched for a week without finding Shah. Should we continue? The captain, with bloodshot eyes, glared at the questioner. Shah vanished near the Konoha border, likely captured by their ninjas. He possesses vital intelligence. We must either recover him alive or confirm his demise. Can't we request support from the village? This endless searching leads nowhere. The captain's anger flared. Have you lost your mind? If this information reaches the higher-ups, our heads will be on the line. Fuming, the captain rallied the team to continue their advance towards the Konoha border, seeking the missing Shah. Unbeknownst to them, the Shah they had desperately sought for a week was being escorted towards the sand village by LiHuo and his companion, who remained oblivious to the fact that he was not a rogue ninja bearing secret techniques, but rather an Umbu. Days of travel led LiHuo and his companions to the border of the Fire Country. I can't go any further. I can't take another step. Shah swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing beside a great tree. Observing this, Orochimaru approached slowly. Mr. Shah, are you still unclear about your situation? LiHuo could distinctly feel the mounting pressure as Orochimaru drew nearer. Despite being pushed to the brink by Orochimaru, Shah remained steadfast. Oh dear, we have a tough nut to crack. Orochimaru's gaze hardened, but just then, a bird flew overhead. To others, it seemed unremarkable. Yet Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as his eyes narrowed. Interesting. He then turned to the leaning Shah. Since you wish to rest, why not take a nap? With that, he struck Shah, rendering him unconscious. Turning to LiHuo, he instructed, he lacks chakra and won't awaken anytime soon. Stay here while I attend to a matter. LiHuo nodded, understanding that Orochimaru was unwilling to disclose details, and pressing for answers would yield nothing. As Orochimaru vanished in an instant, LiHuo began to scrutinize the sand ninja. Meanwhile, Orochimaru appeared before the three Umbu of Konoha. Speak. What is it that you wish to convey using the Third Hokage's communication method? Chapter 38. Mutual scheming. It wasn't until Orochimaru stood before them that the three Umbu truly grasped the terrifying presence of one of the legendary three ninjas. In previous missions, they had only intimidated others, but now, in terms of status, experience, and power, Orochimaru exerted complete dominance over them. Elephant knelt slightly, striving to maintain composure as he calmly recounted the situation. Report, Lord Orochimaru. The Third Hokage has dispatched us to complete a secret mission. Your target is not a rogue ninja carrying secret techniques, but rather an Umbu from the sand. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding as he licked his lips. No wonder his uniform seemed so familiar. Elephant continued. Days ago, he was captured by the Root. Yet now he plans to secretly return to the Sand Village. The Hokage suspects a conspiracy and has sent us to uncover the truth. Having summarized their mission, Elephant lowered his head, awaiting Orochimaru's response. Is this the handiwork of Danzo? I didn't expect such complications to arise on young LiHuo's first mission. Orochimaru quickly assessed the situation and formulated a plan. You will follow at a distance and act on my command. I shall investigate the matter personally. I cannot allow my dear disciple's inaugural mission to devolve into chaos. With that, Orochimaru vanished, leaving the three Umbu feeling as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Clear gasped for breath, overwhelmed by Orochimaru's oppressive aura. Horn turned to Elephant. Captain, what shall we do? Without hesitation, Elephant firmly replied, naturally. We will act according to Lord Orochimaru's instructions. We shall not move without his command. At this moment, LiHuo was meticulously scrutinizing Sha before him. Since the first glance, an unsettling feeling had lingered within him. Now, he had finally discerned the source of his discomfort. The attire was utterly incongruous. Which recently defected ninja would adorn themselves in such exquisite gear, complete with a meticulously worn forehead protector? The identity of this ninja might not be as straightforward as we presumed. As this thought crossed LiHuo's mind, alarm bells rang in his heart, prompting him to swiftly drag Sha aside. Indeed, on the trunk of the tree that Sha had just leaned against, there appeared a symbol that LiHuo could not comprehend. Needless to say, it was a mark left by Sha. Without hesitation, LiHuo summoned two shadow clones to keep an eye on Sha while his main body advanced. Palm outstretched, pressing a pale blue Rasengan forcefully against the mark. Crack! The tremendous destructive force not only obliterated the mark, but also uprooted the entire tree. After ensuring that there were no further tricks left by Sha in the vicinity, LiHuo bound Sha with a rope he carried and left a flying thunder god mark on him. Adhering to the principle of utmost caution during their first mission outside the village, LiHuo also dispatched shadow clones to meticulously inspect their path, striving to leave no trace behind. Once all was accomplished, Orochimaru returned to their side, gazing at the fallen tree, the tightly bound Sha, and the sweat-drenched LiHuo beside him. Orochimaru fell deep into contemplation. Nevertheless, he quickly recounted the recent developments to LiHuo. Upon confirming his suspicions, LiHuo was relieved by his decisive actions. While the master and disciple deliberated on how to outsmart Sha, far away in the Wind Country Sunagakure, Granny Chiyo was engaged in a clandestine conversation with a Jonin. The Fire Serpent's team had not relayed any intelligence for over a week, indicating that unforeseen circumstances might have arisen. Kisame, you are ostensibly sent to assist Scorpion in his training, but in truth, you must covertly investigate the whereabouts of the Fire Serpent squad, she instructed. Nodding in understanding, the Jonin swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, the talented puppet master, Sasori, was summoned by his teacher, Kisame. After ensuring the safety of his parents, Sasori retrieved a freshly crafted puppet, the crow, originally made by him and later possessed by Kankuro, and set off with his teacher toward the Wind Country's border. Meanwhile, the Fire Serpent squad, which had been missing for an entire week, found themselves in a dire predicament. Boss, let us return to the village. We've reached the Wind Country's border, and if we delay further, we'll be doomed when the village discovers our absence. Upon hearing this, the once resolute Fire Serpent began to waver. After a moment's contemplation, he rose, disheartened, and declared, pack up. I'll summon my summoning beasts for one last reconnaissance. If it fails, we retreat. With that, Fire Serpent summoned over a dozen lizards, which immediately scattered to conduct the squad's final search. Simultaneously, Sha gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself bound tightly. To his utter dismay, he realized he had been stripped bare. All his belongings lay at LiHuo's feet. What are you doing? Is this how you treat a client? Sha glared at Orochimaru and LiHuo, who were idly toying with his possessions. Hearing Sha's accusations, Orochimaru chuckled whimsically, sauntering towards him. He pointed to the tree that LiHuo had felled and spoke softly. Did you think I was unaware of your actions? A traitorous ninja daring to leak information. Although his clandestine methods had been exposed, upon realizing they were unaware of his true identity, Sha's heart settled. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned his head sharply, sensing something, and instantly opened his mouth wide, his tongue extending rapidly like a frog hunting its prey. Bang! A nearby branch snapped, sending dust swirling, as a barely alive lizard lay sprawled on the ground. With a puff of white smoke, the lizard vanished, summoned beast. LiHuo exclaimed in astonishment. It appears your pursuers have arrived, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Fire Serpent squad. Sha thought to himself, relieved that help had finally come. As the lizard dissipated, Fire Serpent sensed movement in the distance and wasted no time rallying his team. This group, having traversed the desert for a week, now surged with renewed vigor. The Fire Serpent squad sprinted towards LiHuo and his companions. Meanwhile, LiHuo, brandishing a torch, bellowed furiously at Sha, "You still dare to play tricks?" With that, he hurled the torch vehemently at all of Sha's clothing. In an instant, flames erupted, crackling sounds echoing in Sha's ears. Sha's eyes widened in fury as he wished to devour LiHuo whole. At that moment, Orochimaru chimed in, "Little LiHuo, it seems you've erred. In the event of a fire, one does not first glance at the most important possessions, unless the most important thing is you." Haha. Orochimaru seemed amused by his own jest, yet LiHuo abruptly snapped out of his frenzied state, clearly recognizing it was merely a ruse. He cast a glance at Orochimaru and replied coolly, "Master Orochimaru, there is another possibility, that this fire has not harmed his most important possessions at all." Suddenly, LiHuo lunged forward, his hand reaching for Sha's head, a powerful sense penetrating Sha's entire being. Ding. Head-touching level ninja. Sha, please select 2 rewards. Ignoring the system's prompt, LiHuo's hand delved into Sha's body. Pucci. As flesh was pierced, a blood-soaked scroll emerged in LiHuo's grasp. Chapter 39, Confrontation. Holding the bloodied scroll, LiHuo felt neither sorrow nor joy. Perhaps having traversed this ninja world for too long, his heart had gradually acclimated to its brutal realities. The ninja world was perpetually steeped in blood. Clutching the scroll, LiHuo hastened towards Orochimaru, disregarding the bleeding Sha. Knowing that the scroll would eventually be retrieved, Sha had deliberately sealed it in a non-lethal area. Orochimaru accepted the scroll but did not open it immediately. Instead, he held it in his mouth as he swiftly formed hand seals. A fire-style jutsu soared into the sky, devoid of offensive capability, yet sufficient to alert the ever-watchful Umbu. It seems Lord Orochimaru has sent a signal. Move in. Upon witnessing this fire jutsu, the Fire Serpent squad, already rushing towards LiHuo, grew even more resolute. Quickening their pace, an epic battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet, at the eye of the storm, LiHuo and his master exhibited no signs of panic. On the contrary, the unsealed scroll before them captivated their attention profoundly. "Little LiHuo, are you not curious about what is inscribed within?" Orochimaru asked with a teasing smile, licking his lips. However, having grown familiar with Orochimaru, LiHuo offered no quarter, responding bluntly, "Come on, master. You know this is a hot potato. If those behind it discover that we've looked at the scroll, you might be fine, but I'd be in dire straits." Orochimaru chuckled, choosing not to open the scroll either. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble until his research was complete. Amidst their banter, Orochimaru seemed to sense something, discreetly tucking away the scroll. Meanwhile, the ever-vigilant LiHuo also entered a battle-ready stance. Suddenly, several kunai shot forth from the shadows. In an instant, Orochimaru stood motionless, seemingly petrified, but LiHuo knew he was simply lazy. Drawing a finely crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, LiHuo prepared for the impending confrontation. Bang! Clang! As a spark flickered, LiHuo intercepted all the shurikens effortlessly. With a grin, he remarked, "You must think too little of me." At that moment, 5 ninjas emerged from the shadows, clad in identical Sunagakure uniforms, their faces slightly haggard from prolonged exposure to the elements, yet their demeanor exuded a chilling intensity. They were none other than the approaching Fire Serpent squad. Among the 5, the Fire Serpent and 2 other sand ninjas possessed the strength of Jonin, while the remaining 2 had the prowess of Chunin. With the Jonin, Sha, bound, the full battle capability of the Fire Serpent squad amounted to 4 Jonin and 2 Chunin. Orochimaru, with years of experience dealing with Sunagakure, discerned that this was undoubtedly an elite unit of the Sand's Border Defense Covert Division. Clearly, the newcomers harbored ill intentions. The playful glint in Orochimaru's eyes diminished, replaced by a more serious demeanor. LiHuo recognized the formidable strength of the Fire Serpent squad, his expression turning grave. The leader of the Fire Serpent quickly assessed the situation, and upon spotting the elusive Sha, his anger surged uncontrollably. "Kill!" he commanded. In an instant, he and 2 other Jonin charged towards Orochimaru like cannonballs. Understanding the importance of capturing the leader first, the Fire Serpent knew that this enigmatic man before them was difficult to decipher. If they did not neutralize him swiftly, their mission would likely end in failure. Meanwhile, Orochimaru casually left a remark for LiHuo. "Eliminate the 2 Chunin and test the results of your 3 months of training." With that, he engaged the 3 members of the Fire Serpent in combat. Though the trio attacked fiercely, Orochimaru remained unfazed, exhibiting an effortless grace. This was not due to the enemies holding back. Rather, Orochimaru's strength eclipsed everyone present. He deliberately stalled the three to create a conducive environment for LiHuo's development. LiHuo understood Orochimaru's intent and, without hesitation, charged at the two Chunin. The Chunin, aware of their task, attempted to rescue Sha while the other aimed to hinder LiHuo. However, the bindings on Sha were so secure that even shurikens struggled to sever them. After 3 months of rigorous training, LiHuo had achieved a level of exceptional Jonin strength. In a blink, LiHuo appeared before one of the Chunin. The Chunin's face turned pale with fear, unable to perceive LiHuo's movements. This Uchiha brat, he thought, hastily forming seals to unleash ninjutsu against LiHuo. However, LiHuo would not grant him such an opportunity. He seized the Chunin's arm tightly. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones resounded, and the Chunin collapsed in pain. Temporarily incapacitated, LiHuo, relentless, raised his leg and crushed the Chunin's other leg, rendering him utterly immobile. This was not due to a lack of compassion on LiHuo's part, nor was it cold-heartedness. He simply understood that the moment combat commenced, there was no room for leniency. If he showed mercy now, it could very well be him lying on the ground soon. The other Chunin, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict. He had never encountered a youth so powerful and ruthless. Yet he pressed on, recognizing that freeing a Jonin was far more valuable than engaging LiHuo in a fight. But LiHuo would not afford him such an opportunity. He swiftly dashed toward the other Chunin. At that moment, Sha, previously feigning ignorance, was taken aback by the boy's terrifying strength. Without time to ponder, he shouted to the Chunin cutting the ropes, "Use ninjutsu." The Chunin hesitated for a moment but quickly complied, forming seals. Finally, as LiHuo approached, the Chunin completed the last seal. "Wind release, vacuum sphere," he cried out, unleashing a deadly wave of razor-sharp winds. LiHuo, however, remained undeterred. The training under Orochimaru had seamlessly addressed his previous shortcomings in agility. Moreover, he had developed a new taijutsu technique named paper drawing, merging soft body modification with sensory awareness. This technique allowed him to swiftly evade dangers, reminiscent of the paper drawing from the world of One Piece. As the menacing wind blades approached, LiHuo moved with serene composure, effortlessly sidestepping each one. What? How is this possible? The Chunin's astonishment was cut short as LiHuo materialized before him, ready to incapacitate him similarly. Yet, Sha rose slowly, shaking off the remnants of the ropes, which had been rendered fragile by the wind blades. "So the true target was you," LiHuo remarked coolly. The Chunin behind him attempted to take advantage of LiHuo's distraction to ignite an explosive tag, but LiHuo swiftly struck him down, rendering him unconscious. The sound of Sha cracking his knuckles echoed ominously. Though Orochimaru had injected him with chakra-suppressing toxins, Sha, a seasoned combatant, still possessed formidable battle skills and physical prowess that could pose a significant challenge to LiHuo. However, LiHuo seemed unfazed by the impending confrontation. "Youngster, losing focus in battle is a grave mistake," Sha admonished. "True, but..." LiHuo gestured toward the charred remnants of Sha's clothing. "Fighting without clothes is also a blunder." "You damned brat," Sha spat, his words deliberate. Yet, LiHuo remained undaunted, feeling a sense of admiration for Sha's audacity. For not everyone could flaunt their prowess so brazenly under the sun. Sensing LiHuo's scrutinizing gaze, Sha could no longer contain his fury and lunged at LiHuo with the speed of a cheetah. At that moment, LiHuo calmly whispered to himself, "System, extract rewards." Ding. Target ninja, Sha. Please choose 3 rewards from the following options. Wind release, vacuum sphere, moderate enhancement of physical abilities, 100. 000 yen, wind release, vacuum blade, mastery of assassination techniques. Upon seeing the rewards, LiHuo's eyes lit up. As expected of an operative from the Dark Division, the mastery of assassination techniques is quite impressive. Without hesitation, he made his selections. "I choose mastery of assassination techniques, vacuum sphere, and moderate enhancement of physical abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, "Rewards have been distributed." A familiar pain coursed through LiHuo, causing him to furrow his brow. Soon after, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. Not only that, but he also mastered the use of the vacuum sphere and acquired numerous assassination techniques. If LiHuo had previously been a novice in assassination, he could now confidently claim the title of an exceptional assassination master. Still dare to lose focus in battle? As Sha's furious shout echoed, his figure fully materialized before LiHuo, delivering a swift kick toward him. Bang! LiHuo blocked Sha's enraged strike with his arm, clearly demonstrating that his strength had significantly increased after receiving the moderate enhancement of physical abilities. This unexpected action truly astonished Sha, calming him from his fury. The two then resumed their fierce struggle. Although Sha possessed the prowess of an elite genin, his inability to utilize chakra, compounded by a stab from LiHuo, greatly diminished his strength, leading to a precarious exchange with LiHuo. LiHuo, endowed with formidable ninjutsu and exceptional physicality, found that the now composed Sha was as slippery as an eel, making it difficult for him to devise a swift method to secure victory. In that moment, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Yet, suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted in the direction of Orochimaru and the three genin, filling LiHuo with hope. It seemed that the Umbu of the Third Hokage had arrived, tipping the scales of fate. Sha arrived at the same conclusion, casting a glance towards Orochimaru before hastily retreating into the Land of Wind. Naturally, LiHuo could not allow him to escape easily, for Sha held invaluable information that could fall into enemy hands if he returned to Sunagakure. However, instead of immediately pursuing, LiHuo took a moment to center himself. Activating Sage Mode. In an instant, a powerful natural energy radiated from him. Without hesitation and disregarding the presence of Orochimaru and others, he deployed the densest web of sensory perception. With the enhancements of Sage Mode and the secret techniques of the Yamabuki clan, he discerned the state of Orochimaru and his associates with clarity. At that moment, all the genin embroiled in the chaos sensed LiHuo's blatant scrutiny. Although this perception was rather crude, Orochimaru recognized the chakra of his student. As the Leaf Village members gradually lowered their guard upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the Sunagakure genin wore grave expressions, fully aware that the battle in that direction had likely concluded, leaving the two seinen in dire straits. Once LiHuo confirmed that Orochimaru and his group were preoccupied, he focused intently, gathering all his mental energy and calling out, Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, for the sake of caution, LiHuo had left a Flying Thunder God mark on Sha. As his words hung in the air, LiHuo vanished from his spot, leaving behind only a fleeting crimson shadow of the Uchiha clan emblem. As Sha sprinted towards the border of the Wind Country, the vast expanse of desert loomed ahead. After all he had endured, he found a peculiar nostalgia for the desert he had once grown weary of. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared, and the figure of Uchiha LiHuo materialized above Sha. I'm sorry, but you must stay here. What? How could you? LiHuo spread his hand, and a pale blue Rasengan swiftly took form. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of smoke erupted. Yet, the principle of no harm without smoke seemed not to apply here. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a large crater in the ground, with Sha's lifeless body lying within, and LiHuo standing nearby. It was finally over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, LiHuo relaxed his guard momentarily. Just then, an untimely sound of footsteps echoed nearby. It seems you've killed a member of the Sunagakure Umbu at the border of the Wind Country, young one from the Leaf Village. It was none other than Kiji Aikir and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sensing their approach, LiHuo instantly shifted into a combat stance, coolly remarking, It seems one trouble has barely settled before another arises. Kiji Aikir scoffed, Who are you exactly? And why do you bear the short blade of the illustrious Konoha White Fang? At his words, the Scorpion, who had been lurking in the shadows, slowly raised his gaze, scrutinizing LiHuo. In that moment, LiHuo recognized the Scorpion and thought, So this is the famed Scorpion of the Red Sand? While his aura is not overtly terrifying, my instincts warn me of the considerable danger in engaging him. Although aware that Shikumo had slain the Scorpion's parents, LiHuo chose to honor Shikumo's good intentions and spoke plainly. Konoha White Fang is a respected elder of mine. Do you wish to confront him? Though LiHuo's words carried a hint of insolence, Kiji Aikir showed no sign of anger. The reputation of Konoha White Fang is formidable. My chances against him would be slim. However, killing our Umbu on Sunagakure's territory is a grave offense. LiHuo understood that these newcomers were not the sort to be intimidated by the name of Konoha White Fang. Faced with two formidable opponents, LiHuo's eyes flickered with cunning as a swift plan formed in his mind. He relaxed his guard, allowing his arms to drop, and boldly faced Kiji Aikir. You of Sunagakure attempt to steal Konoha's confidential information, and now you seek to attack me? Do you wish to incite war? Kiji Aikir, taken aback, replied. Is this how the script is written? His sharp retort left Kiji Aikir momentarily stunned. For he had only just arrived at the border and had yet to conduct any investigation. Now branded with such an accusation by someone from Konoha, his instinct was to clarify, but as he began to explain, LiHuo recognized that he had taken the bait. LiHuo discerned Kiji Aikir to be an elite genin, and the scorpion was no less formidable. If conflict erupted now, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, especially considering that Orochimaru would soon realize his absence. If he could merely prolong the encounter, victory would inevitably be his. However, if he were to hastily employ the Flying Thunder God to escape, he would expose his greatest trump card to Sunagakure, which was something LiHuo wished to avoid. Just then, a mechanical sound echoed, and a puppet named Crow charged directly at LiHuo. This unforeseen turn of events failed to disrupt LiHuo's composure. After multiple physical enhancements, the speed of this assault seemed trivial to him. Utilizing paper drawing, LiHuo deftly evaded the scorpion's attacks while simultaneously pressing Kiji Aikir. As a genin, do you not monitor your subordinates? Should I interpret this as a declaration of war from Sunagakure? Kiji Aikir was renowned among Sunagakure for his elite status, yet politically inept. As he found himself in a predicament, the scorpion interjected. Regardless, he has slain Sha, which is sufficient grounds. LiHuo's heart sank. He saw the hesitation drain from Kiji Aikire's eyes, replaced by a fierce intent as he coldly declared. Whether or not this is a declaration of war, I know only that you have killed my comrade. In response, LiHuo snorted dismissively. The most talented puppet master of Sunagakure, Scorpion of the Red Sand, truly lives up to his reputation. Yet, the scorpion remained unfazed, coldly stating, Tell me your relation to Konoha White Fang, and I shall grant you a swift death. Such audacity. LiHuo assumed a combat stance, fully unleashing his power. A fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 41. Poisoned. LiHuo had never faced such a formidable battle, standing alone against a peak elite genin and a prodigious puppet master. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. The best strategy was to delay, conserving his power until Orochimaru arrived. However, executing this seemingly simple plan proved exceedingly challenging. Kiji Aikir excelled in taijutsu, and despite LiHuo's enhanced physical capabilities, he could barely hold his ground. Bang! Kiji Aikir delivered a powerful kick that sent LiHuo flying, while the scorpion relentlessly commanded the crow puppet, laden with countless traps and poisons, to launch lethal attacks in succession. Faced with such dire circumstances, LiHuo realized that further delay would only worsen his predicament. He had to utilize his trump card. As LiHuo swiftly formed seals with both hands, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing 3 shadow clones beside him. No matter what you intend to do, I shall not allow it, Scorpion remarked coolly, subsequently commanding the Raven to execute a deadly spinning blade attack. At that moment, Gue Ilong erupted with a ghostly speed, appearing before LiHuo and his clones like a phantom. However, LiHuo, now composed and unfazed by the simultaneous assault, began to counter. 2 shadow clones surged forward, akin to cannonballs, towards the puppet. Hidden shadow snake hands. 1 clone bellowed, its sleeves suddenly swelling. 5 robust white serpents erupted from the sleeves, swiftly ensnaring the Raven, threatening to reduce the puppet to mere splinters. Scorpion's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated LiHuo's hidden prowess. Yet, just as doubt flickered in his mind, the puppet began to disintegrate. Regaining focus, Scorpion flicked his fingers as if playing a haunting melody on a piano, and the previously inert puppet seemed to awaken with purpose. Countless rotating blades sprang from the Raven, slicing through the constricting serpents in mere moments. At that instant, another shadow clone of LiHuo sprang into action. Spiraling Sphere. With a powerful leap, the clone pressed the spiraling sphere forcefully against the puppet's chest. The once imposing Raven was struck by a tremendous impact. Boom! The high-velocity chakra obliterated the puppet's torso, splintering wood scattered across the ground. The Raven plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's battle had reached its conclusion. With the aid of 3 Umbu, the Fire Serpent team found themselves at a distinct disadvantage and was swiftly vanquished. Well, the mission has been successfully accomplished, Orochimaru stated with an air of ease, entirely unbothered by the recent conflict. It's time to return to the village. He extended his senses, meticulously searching for LiHuo's location. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. LiHuo has vanished. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a deluge, crashing against the three Umbu present. They knelt, and the captain, trembling slightly, spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, what do you require of us?" Orochimaru seemed to disregard the inquiry, broadening his sensory range. As he reached the borders of the Wind Country, his pupils narrowed. He sensed LiHuo engaged in battle with an elite J-nin and a Chunin. Where has that brat run off to? With no time to ponder, Orochimaru reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a secret scroll carried by Sand and tossing it to the captain. "Return and report." The captain caught the bloodstained scroll, opening his mouth to speak. But upon seeing Orochimaru's icy demeanor, he swallowed his words. Understood. With a gesture, the three Umbu darted towards Konoha, eager to deliver the scroll to the Hokage. As the Umbu departed, Orochimaru's expression darkened. If Jiraiya and Tsunade were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as Orochimaru's murderous countenance. In the next moment, he dashed towards the site of LiHuo's battle like a missile. "Faster!" echoed a voice in his mind, reminding him of the boy who perished in a rain of explosive tags. Since that moment, Orochimaru had deeply felt humanity's frailty. At that juncture, as two shadow clones severely damaged Scorpion's puppet, LiHuo's true form and one clone confronted Gue Yilong. Foregoing any unnecessary words, LiHuo opted for a direct brawl with Gue Yilong. Despite the assistance of his clones, Gue Yilong's martial prowess proved overwhelming, and LiHuo's attacks struggled to find their mark. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calm, his eyes unwavering. Suddenly, Gue Yilong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed at LiHuo's abdomen. Yet, LiHuo made no attempt to evade. Gue Yilong, taken aback, glanced at LiHuo, reading an unsettling madness in his gaze. With a cough of blood, LiHuo's hands found their way to Gue Yilong's head. Ding! Headpat level ninja, Gue Yilong. Please choose 3 rewards. In an instant, LiHuo was sent flying, leaving behind a mark of flying thunder god on Gue Yilong. Spitting blood, LiHuo coldly regarded Gue Yilong, inwardly reciting, claim rewards. Significantly enhanced physical attributes. Mastery of Sand Village's combat techniques. 100,000 yen. Significantly enhanced reflexes. Significantly enhanced coordination. LiHuo did not hesitate, selecting the 3 significantly enhanced effects. In a fleeting moment, excruciating pain coursed through his limbs, and he felt as if his body were melting. Gue Yilong provided no respite, reappearing before LiHuo like a festering curse, his fists swinging down like a battering ram. Bang! Contrary to expectations of LiHuo being shattered, he nimbly dodged the lethal blow. "That was close," he muttered, brushing off the dust. At that moment, he clearly felt his physical prowess had ascended to the level of a J-nin. "Damn brat," Gue Yilong grumbled, pressing the attack against LiHuo. However, as they fought, he increasingly sensed that the boy had inexplicably grown stronger. What was once an overwhelming advantage had now turned into an even contest. Gue Yilong's expression grew grave, while LiHuo's eyes shone with determination. Just as their confrontation intensified, Scorpion, who had been struggling to control the damaged raven, suddenly moved. His gaze remained inscrutable as he deftly manipulated chakra strings, orchestrating the puppet's movements. Boom! The 2 shadow clones, previously on the offensive, detonated, and an intense pain shot through LiHuo's mind, momentarily halting his actions. Yet, that critical instant allowed Gue Yilong to strike, delivering a merciless blow to LiHuo. With a flicker, a kunai shot forth from the raven's arm, reflecting an eerie green light, laced with poison. LiHuo's body flew backward like a rag doll, the kunai striking true into his shoulder. The situation took a dire turn. LiHuo felt the effects of the poison surging through him, rendering him numb and weak. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, he forced himself to rise, suppressing the toxin within his body through sheer willpower. With a surge of energy, he charged towards Scorpion at a speed that even Gue Yilong could not react to. Although Scorpion, as a puppet master, possessed the physical capabilities of a Chunin, he was unable to evade LiHuo's grasp, failing to retract the raven for defense in time. As LiHuo's hand touched Scorpion's head, the poison erupted within him, causing him to collapse at Scorpion's feet. With a soft thud, Orochimaru appeared before the 3, his presence accompanied by the devastation wrought upon the forest in his wake. Gue Yilong, recognizing the newcomer, summoned all his strength to shout, "Run!" Orochimaru, gazing down at the fallen LiHuo, slowly lifted his gaze. "None of you shall escape." Chapter 42, Orochimaru's madness. The escaping scorpion in both the original narrative and his interactions with Orochimaru, LiHuo had never witnessed the man display anger. This individual perpetually concealed his emotions, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. However, the current Orochimaru appeared to have lost even the strength to mask his feelings as he gazed at LiHuo with a complex expression. Humans are indeed fragile. Rest assured, I shall not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. When Orochimaru shifted his gaze back to Gue Yilong and his companion, his eyes were filled with boundless fury and madness. What are you hesitating for? Run, Gue Yilong urged. In the next instant, Orochimaru's tongue pierced through Gue Yilong's right palm. Had it not been for the protective measures of Gue Yilong's hand, Orochimaru's tongue would have skewered his heart. Witnessing the effortless incapacitation of his mentor, the scorpion finally grasped the strength of their adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Observing the scorpion's swift retreat, Gue Yilong felt no surprise. He understood that the scorpion was a rational individual, capable of making the most suitable decisions based on the circumstances. However, the scorpion was not devoid of compassion. Gue Yilong recognized that this child, who had lost his parents at a young age, harbored a profound sense of insecurity while still retaining a semblance of goodwill. Thus, he believed the scorpion's flight was not a cowardly escape, but rather a quest for reinforcements to aid them. With this thought in mind, Gue Yilong disregarded his injured hand. Retrieving a purple pill from his ninja tool pouch and swallowing it without hesitation, Orochimaru's narrowed eyes observed Gue Yilong's action. He had encountered this pill during the Second Ninja World War, crafted by Chiyo of Sunagakure. Its purpose was to maximize a ninja's potential, albeit with significant toxicity. If a Nin did not receive treatment within 10 minutes after consumption, they would perish instantly. Casting a glance at LiHuo, who lay on the ground, Orochimaru realized he could not afford to linger in a duel with Gue Yilong any longer. I must swiftly eliminate you, my adversary. Multiple serpent hands. Although the technique was the same, Orochimaru employed it with far greater potency than LiHuo. 7 massive, deep brown serpents erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, charging towards Gue Yilong. These serpents were ferocious, their sheer presence momentarily stunning any who beheld them, akin to a minor genjutsu. Gue Yilong fell victim to this onslaught, as the 7 serpents ensnared him, continuously constricting around his body. The serpents' heads did not remain idle. They unleashed torrents of venom, corroding Gue Yilong's skin and physique. Should Orochimaru unleash this technique with full force, being ensnared by the serpents would be tantamount to a death sentence. Clearly, Gue Yilong, trapped within the serpents, endured immense agony. The constriction of the serpents was beyond the capabilities of an elite Nin to escape. Yet, having consumed the poison pill, he was now nearing the apex of his strength. With a sudden heave, Gue Yilong released an invisible shockwave, generating a minor sonic boom. The serpents fell to the ground. Yet Gue Yilong's momentum continued to rise. Orochimaru glanced once more at the fallen LiHuo, realizing that he could no longer afford to delay. Swiftly forming hand seals, Orochimaru unleashed his chakra with unprecedented speed. Earth Dragon Fire Flow. Indeed, as a prodigy of ninjutsu, Orochimaru had flawlessly mastered the renowned composite technique of the Third Hokage. Before him, a colossal earth dragon rapidly materialized, opening its gaping maw and spewing forth torrents of mud that surged towards Gue Yilong. Moreover, the earth dragon exhaled searing flames in the next moment. These 2 terrifying elements, imbued with a sense of destruction, rushed towards Gue Yilong. Though Gue Yilong wished to evade, he was already locked onto by Orochimaru's intent, and the injuries from the multiple serpent hands significantly hampered his abilities. He had no choice but to withstand the assault. The massive energy generated an extraordinary shockwave and sound. The scorpion, distant yet attentive, felt a chill run down his spine but forced himself to hasten his pace. This noise roused LiHuo from his unconscious state. With the last vestiges of strength, he utilized his life essence to examine his own body. The toxins had entered his system. If he did not receive timely treatment, his life was in jeopardy. In that fleeting moment of clarity, LiHuo devised a strategy to utilize the rewards obtained from the scorpion for a breakthrough. Beep. Scorpion. The following rewards are available for selection: advanced puppet creation, advanced puppet manipulation, advanced mechanisms, top-tier pharmacological knowledge. Upon seeing the last reward, LiHuo felt a wave of relief. If the scorpion could not provide an antidote, he would be at the mercy of fate. In his mind, he selected top-tier pharmacological knowledge and advanced mechanisms. The rewards have been issued. To his surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive. As LiHuo focused, he realized the toxins were progressively damaging his sensory system. However, the issuance of the rewards indicated that he had now become a pharmacological master on par with the scorpion. LiHuo observed the poisoned kunai that had struck him, now lying silently on the ground. Sensing the toxins within him, he scrutinized the color of the poison on the kunai, quickly deducing its composition and the method of antidote preparation. Yet, he felt utterly drained, his body cold. Aware of pharmacology, he understood that he was likely at the brink of death. Suddenly, a figure entered his line of sight. It was Orochimaru. With a thud, Orochimaru discarded Gue Yilong's head onto the ground, his expression twisted in horror as if confronted with the most terrifying sight in the world. Orochimaru hastily assessed LiHuo's condition, and upon discovering he still clung to life, he exhibited a rare expression of relief. Seeing Orochimaru's arrival, the last weight lifted from LiHuo's heart. Summoning all his strength, he whispered how to save himself before succumbing back into unconsciousness. Orochimaru did not dare to delay. His only course of action was to trust in his disciple, a mere child of 6 or 7 years, yet capable of miraculous feats on multiple occasions. Finally, after administering the antidote, LiHuo's breathing gradually stabilized, and warmth began to return to his body. "Oh dear, young LiHuo, you truly are a remarkable child of miracles." Orochimaru carried LiHuo, embarking on the journey back to Konoha. Along the way, he took care to erase any traces of their battle to avoid further complications. While LiHuo had narrowly escaped death, the scorpion's fate was far less fortunate. "Please, Lord Kazekage, send reinforcements." The scorpion's expression remained stoic, yet his tone bore an undercurrent of urgency. "You have said it yourself. Gue Yilong has consumed the poison pill. His fate is already grim, not to mention that he faces Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin." The third Kazekage paused, his meaning all too clear. "Please, Lord Kazekage, do not abandon Gue Yilong." The scorpion continued to plead. "Enough." The third Kazekage's thunderous voice resonated, the weight of a village leader's authority emanating from him, rendering the scorpion's weary face even paler. "Do you wish for my ninja forces to march to their doom?" At this moment, Chiyo, who had been listening nearby, spoke up. "Enough, FY. The scorpion is still young and inexperienced." With that, the scroll belonging to the 10 guardian shinobi of the near pine had quietly slipped into her hand. "Scorpion, you may leave." Scorpion wanted to argue, but upon realizing that even his grandmother was siding with Chiyo, he felt utterly disheartened, his eyes losing their luster as he slowly walked out the door. Memories of his parents flooded back, alongside the image of Kayashiro resolutely standing before him. At that moment, his gaze was as desolate as a barren desert. Chapter 43. Epilogue. In the outskirts of Konoha, within an unnamed cave. This natural cavern had been transformed by Orochimaru into a temporary resting place. Wood logs crackled and popped, releasing a warm ambience amid the coldness of the cave. Meanwhile, LiHuo, who had been asleep for quite some time, gradually awoke, his eyes immediately drawn to the orange flames. "I'm saved," he thought, vowing never to take such risks again. "Oh ho, isn't this our Konoha's talented genin? What a sorry state you're in," came Orochimaru's teasing voice. Yet LiHuo could detect a hint of amusement in it. Propping himself up with his hands, LiHuo slowly stood and turned to face Orochimaru, who sat in the shadows. "Master Orochimaru, have all the enemies been dealt with?" Orochimaru nodded, his voice slightly hoarse. "The red-haired brat escaped, but I took care of that jonin." LiHuo nodded in response. Although he had failed to prevent the leakage of his information, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having resolved a significant threat. "However, I am quite surprised that you know how to detoxify," Orochimaru said with a hint of curiosity. "That red-haired brat is a master of poison. Even I was momentarily at a loss against it. His potential is limitless. I was prepared to carry you to Tsunade." "Little LiHuo, you truly astonish me," he added. Hearing Orochimaru's sincere praise brought joy to LiHuo's heart. Yet, to be cautious, he looked towards Orochimaru. "Master, what about the traces of our battle?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled as if he had heard a joke. "Little LiHuo, do you underestimate your teacher so? Rest assured, all traces of the battle have been cleared, and no intelligence will remain. Moreover, apart from that red-haired brat, all other enemies have been eliminated." Orochimaru's words carried a hint of grimness, reminding LiHuo that his teacher was a veteran of the brutal shinobi wars. Nodding, LiHuo acknowledged his understanding. Orochimaru continued, "Little LiHuo, I trust this battle has been a fruitful experience for you." LiHuo recognized that Orochimaru was referring not to mere accolades, but to the invaluable combat experience gained. Orochimaru extended his index finger, and a sharp concentration of chakra coalesced at its tip. LiHuo could feel the formidable power capable of cutting through steel. Orochimaru proceeded to draw a small figure on the cave wall, pointing at it. "Assuming this figure represents you, your physical skills, ninjutsu, and genjutsu," he stated, marking corresponding symbols alongside the figure as he spoke. "I perceive that through this training, your physical capabilities have significantly improved, nearly reaching the level of a jonin. As for your ninjutsu," Orochimaru paused, "your ninjutsu repertoire is now comparable to that of an ordinary jonin." The more he spoke, the more he regarded the boy before him as extraordinary, recalling that at the age of 6 or 7, he had still been studying at the ninja academy. "Your only limitation is the amount of chakra," he indicated, tapping the figure's dantian. LiHuo understood that this was his greatest shortcoming. The Uchiha clan possessed a considerable average chakra amount, with talented clan members typically having the chakra levels of a jonin. Yet, due to his age, LiHuo's chakra remained at the chunin level. Orochimaru looked at LiHuo, "But there is no need for concern at this moment. As you grow older, your chakra capacity will no longer be a disadvantage." The two then engaged in a discussion about their recent mission, with Orochimaru's wealth of experience providing LiHuo with tremendous insights. In the following days, the master and disciple rested for a while before embarking on their journey back to the village. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage was reviewing documents while listening to reports regarding the mission. At key moments, Hiruzen Sarutobi would nod in acknowledgement. After the report, the informant knelt on the ground, awaiting inquiries from the Hokage. "So, this scroll truly originated from Danzo?" The informant nodded. "Based on the circumstances at the scene, it seems that way. It was discovered by Orochimaru and LiHuo, with the clever Uchiha LiHuo locating the hidden scroll. Well done. I will inquire about the details when they return," Hiruzen said, waving his hand, and the informant disappeared into the shadows like a specter. The secret scroll lay quietly on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen picked it up and began to read it intently. "Hold, Danzo, how could you target Shikaku?" A surge of anger rose within the third Hokage. "Summon Danzo to see me." Meanwhile, Danzo had learned from his root members about the mission's failure and the acquisition of the scroll. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools." He slammed his fist on the massive desk, sending a ripple of force through the air. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a series of cold commands. "Recall the surveillance teams monitoring Shikaku. Immediately dispatch 4 Umbu squads to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind to stand guard and search for the remains of the fallen Sand Shinobi." Just as Danzo was methodically arranging the aftermath, the Hokage's direct Umbu burst in. "Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your immediate presence." Before Danzo could respond, the Umbu vanished like a shadow. "Damn you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Damn you, Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo." In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was locked in a heated argument with his former friend. "Shikaku's strength is too formidable. He poses an instability for Konoha. My actions are for the sake of the village." "Nonsense." Hiruzen's temper flared. "Effective immediately, reduce Root's budget by 20% and decrease personnel by 30%. "What? Hiruzen, you will regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." This statement struck Danzo at his most vulnerable point, and he stormed out in a fit of rage, vowing silently, "Shikaku, Uchiha LiHuo, Orochimaru, I shall remember you all. This matter is far from over." Though turmoil brewed beneath the surface of Konoha, on the surface, the village thrived more than ever, as it was time for the highly anticipated Chunin exams. In the arena of the final match, Kakashi emerged victorious with impressive results. "Congratulations to Kakashi for becoming Konoha's youngest Chunin," exclaimed the examiner, brimming with excitement. Such a historic moment was indeed thrilling. Yet, Kakashi maintained an expression of calm, surveying the audience before declaring, "Uchiha LiHuo, I have become a Chunin. Come surpass me." Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Kakashi had boldly called out to LiHuo, showcasing the mutual admiration between geniuses. "Wow, Kakashi is so cool. TCH, Kakashi pales in comparison to my own handsomeness and prowess," remarked a certain anonymous Uchiha youth. Meanwhile, LiHuo, who was the subject of much conversation, was currently on his way back to Konoha with Orochimaru. Days later, in the land of Earth, within the Tsuchikage's tower, a short old man clad in the Tsuchikage's ceremonial robe sat solemnly in the main seat. He was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. He listened attentively as the Iwagakure Umbu reported intelligence from the ninja world. Oh, so the sand has made an enemy of Konoha this time? Good, good, good. Carry out my orders to incite discord between the sand and leaf villages, stirring the waters as murky as possible. Just as the Umbu of IWA was about to depart, Noki added, "Wait a moment, you mentioned a remarkable youth? What is his name?" After a brief contemplation, the Umbu replied, "Sasori of the Red Sand?" No, another one. Noki insisted, "Uchiha LiHuo." Upon hearing this name, Naka's gaze sharpened, as if recalling something significant. Uchiha. He turned to the Umbu and continued, "No matter the means. Gather intelligence on Uchiha LiHuo." Chapter 44. A hasty year at that moment. Uchiha LiHuo, who was under the scrutiny of many, had just returned to the village with Orochimaru. Once Orochimaru presented the village entry permit, the two gatekeeping ninjas allowed them entry. And LiHuo finally found himself back in the village he had missed for so long. "How does it feel to be back here?" Orochimaru casually inquired, sensing LiHuo's excitement. "It feels comforting, as if I've returned home." Orochimaru smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, without granting them time to unpack. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched his direct Umbu upon hearing of their return, requesting the two to come right away. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru reported on the mission status. His account aligned closely with the information provided by Z, but he added details known only to himself and LiHuo. "Well, good job, you two have worked hard." The third Hokage smiled. Though the mission objectives were not fully met, it still counts as a completion. He turned to LiHuo, saying, "You managed to complete a B-rank mission on your first try." LiHuo scratched his head and glanced at Orochimaru. "I was merely a supporting role. The real strength lies with teacher Orochimaru." They all chuckled, and then Orochimaru patted LiHuo on the shoulder. "All right, LiHuo, you may leave for now. I have a few things to discuss with the teacher." LiHuo, understanding the situation, took his leave, aware that much awaited him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained in the Hokage's office. Well aware of his disciple's nature, if Orochimaru sought to converse with him, it was undoubtedly significant. Little LiHuo seems to possess some form of rapid movement technique. As Orochimaru began, he pointed directly at LiHuo's hidden abilities. LiHuo could hardly fathom that despite his utmost caution, he had still underestimated Orochimaru's intellect. "I closely observed the route of Sand's escape, and there were only his footprints along that path." LiHuo's tracks appeared as if conjured from thin air. The third Hokage stroked his chin. "That is indeed curious. Has LiHuo ever demonstrated such abilities during your training?" "Not at all." Orochimaru shook his head. "Then this little brat is intentionally concealing his capabilities," the Hokage concluded. "It seems so, though the reason is unknown. The strength LiHuo has displayed is likely not his true power." The third Hokage nodded. "I understand, but little LiHuo has always been devoted to Konoha, so this minor detail is inconsequential." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, expressing satisfaction. "I too recognize its insignificance. However, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from exploiting this matter, it is prudent to report to you sooner rather than later." Orochimaru genuinely valued LiHuo, treating him as a true disciple, which fueled his dedication to mitigate any lurking dangers. After a brief conversation regarding the route organization, Orochimaru exited the Hokage's office. Following the mission's conclusion and the receipt of his reward, LiHuo returned home to tidy himself up. Exhausted from the journey, he took a well-deserved rest, and by evening, he calculated that the Ninja Academy had likely dismissed its students. He called upon his friends Kai, Obito, and Aoyan, and went to the Hitaki residence to invite Kakashi, who had just finished training, to join them at the barbecue restaurant. As the delicious meat sizzled on the grill, friends engaged in lively conversation, sharing their recent experiences. Among the topics capturing their classmates' fervent interest were LiHuo and Kakashi. "Kakashi, tell us about the CH exam. We are all so curious." Kai urged. "Boss, share the thrilling details of your mission. I know it's supposed to be confidential, but perhaps some exhilarating moments could be revealed." The atmosphere grew more animated as they exchanged banter. LiHuo embellished the shareable aspects of the mission, captivating his audience. "How thrilling. I want to go on a mission too," Kai exclaimed. "Wait until you become a ninja first, you youthful fool," Kakashi retorted. Then, he briefly recounted the CH exam process, igniting the imaginations of his peers. I wish to become a nin, Kai exclaimed. Though, your aspirations are quite abundant. LiHuo teased, enhancing the lively atmosphere. Feeling the warmth of camaraderie he had long missed, LiHuo beamed a sincere smile. Come on, enough talk. Let's enjoy the barbecue. As LiHuo focused on the grill, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I under a genjutsu? The grill, once brimming with food, now only had glowing embers. What happened? That was fast, Kai exclaimed. Who devoured it all? Outyin questioned. Obito wiped his mouth and burped. It was me, who lacks manners and steals food. Everyone, Uchiha Obito. Consequently, LiHuo had to reorder multiple servings of barbecue to share with his friends. The next day, LiHuo received a special week-long leave approved by the Hokage, choosing to take a proper break instead of continuing his training. He understood that relentless hard work could easily lead to burnout. However, Orochimaru began summoning him to the laboratory on the fourth day, intent on cultivating LiHuo as his assistant and leveraging his sharp intellect to aid in his experiments. A week later, LiHuo resumed his diligent training alongside Orochimaru. Before long, a year had swiftly passed. During this time, LiHuo accompanied Orochimaru on a B-rank mission and 5A rank missions, executing 10 D-rank missions solo, amassing a wealth of practical experience. Furthermore, as he matured, LiHuo's chakra reserves steadily increased, hinting at the level of a nin. His overall strength had ascended to the remarkable tier of a special jonin. Interestingly, following Kakashi's bold remarks during the nin exam, many onlookers encouraged LiHuo to participate, and he ultimately responded by successfully ascending to nin status, creating a stir in Konoha. The emergence of two gifted ninjas at once was undoubtedly a source of joy for the villagers. However, this also ignited envy in other hidden villages. In Sunagakure, Chiyo observed the intelligence before her, filled with rage. Damn Konoha! Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha LiHuo will one day make you pay. In Awagakure, Noki hovered in the air, meticulously reviewing the intelligence gathered by the Umbu about Uchiha LiHuo over the past year. Crucial information has been sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, has it? The Umbu of IWA nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha LiHuo's strength is indeed astonishing. This child must not be allowed to remain. However, the protagonist of this matter, LiHuo, felt no pride, as he believed that achieving nin status with his abilities was merely a trivial accomplishment. Over the course of the year, LiHuo had finally seized the opportunity to pat SHM on the head, an act that had been elusive due to SHM's busy schedule and their limited interactions. This time, however, LiHuo successfully grasped the moment. Ding! In the realm of shinobi, the adept known as Hatake Sakumo was presented with a selection of rewards: Hatake swordsmanship, the secret technique of Konoha, the ultimate 1,000 years of killing, significant enhancement of physical abilities, a superior ninja blade, and masterful culinary skills. Without hesitation, Sakumo chose Hatake swordsmanship, significant enhancement of physical abilities, and a superior ninja blade. After a year of rigorous combat experience, he recognized the importance of strength and hidden capabilities. Thus, although he could not employ it openly, he resolved to learn the Hatake swordsmanship. Upon receiving the rewards, he swiftly mastered the Hatake swordsmanship to perfection. And within the confines of the system space, a blood-red renowned blade materialized. As he withdrew the exquisite sword and felt its cold steel, he gently swung it, realizing it was a weapon of unparalleled quality, rivaling even the legendary White Fang. System, does this blade possess a name? He inquired. Flame. The cold voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Flame, he mused, finding it befitting of the fiery hue of the blade. With the final reward of significant enhancement of physical abilities, his physical prowess ascended to the level of a nin. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Sakumo was enveloped in a profound sense of security. One day, a year later, he was summoned for his third significant mission. Chapter 45, The Selection of the Mizukage. A new era dawns. What? To the Hidden Mist Village? Sakumo exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his teacher. It was as if he had heard a most fantastical tale. Observing the bewilderment on his disciple's face, Orochimaru casually replied, Indeed, the Mizukage selection ceremony is about to commence. The Hidden Mist Village has invited the other 4 great shinobi villages to witness the event. Is there something amiss? It then dawned on Sakumo that the current Hidden Mist Village had not yet descended into the blood mist ruled by Obito. At this moment, Terumi Mei was merely preparing to assume the position of Mizukage. Orochimaru elaborated, The hidden mist village is nestled deep within the mountains and shrouded in perpetual fog, entirely isolated from other nations. Moreover, it is surrounded by the sea, which, coupled with its geographical remoteness, results in significant informational seclusion. Why would you hesitate to seize such an excellent opportunity to broaden your horizons? Tsukumo comprehended that, with his current strength and status, he was unworthy of attending the ceremony. The true envoy appointed by the Hokage was Orochimaru. His teacher intended to use this opportunity to provide him with practical experience and broaden his understanding. Realizing Orochimaru's intentions, Tsukumo eagerly consented. Noticing his disciple's gratitude, Orochimaru smiled knowingly and began to outline their plans. "We shall depart in 5 days." As he spoke, he produced a hefty tome and placed it on the ground with a thud. This contains the information that Konoha has gathered about the hidden mist village over the years. He patted the thick volume. "I've removed the inaccessible portions. The remaining content must be read within 5 days." With that, Orochimaru vanished without a backward glance, leaving Tsukumo in a state of bewilderment. What a misfortune! While Tsukumo immersed himself in his studies, burning the midnight oil in the secret base of the root, Danzo was in a furious rage. Why must Orochimaru attend the Mizukage selection? Consumed by anger, he vented his frustrations. Once he had calmed down, he sat back, burying his face in shadows, his murky eyes fixated on the distance as he pondered a troubling thought. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen intend for Orochimaru to become Hokage? The mere thought ignited his fury anew. "I have dedicated myself to Konoha, yet I am treated in such a manner. This is intolerable." With a heavy sigh, he closed his eyes, as if conjuring a sinister plot. Orochimaru must not be permitted to move. Until he unravels the secrets of wood release, he shall remain inactive. However, if I tarnish his reputation, causing him to fall from grace, he would be compelled to serve me. Would that not be the perfect solution? As this nefarious scheme took shape, Danzo chuckled darkly. Orochimaru's arrogance will lead to the untimely demise of the prodigious Uchiha Tsukumo during the mission. "Ah, what a splendid headline!" he exclaimed, his eyes snapping open. Numerous root members prepared for action, kneeling in unison, awaiting Danzo's command. Just as he was about to issue an order, he hesitated. "Sarutobi has already caught wind of my machinations. Should I fail this time, I would be forever estranged from the Hokage. No, the root cannot take action." After a moment of contemplation, a more insidious plan emerged in his mind. "Perhaps a scheme of deception is in order," Danzo declared. "Relay my orders. The Root Intelligence Division is to swiftly disseminate the news of Orochimaru and Uchiha Tsukumo's attendance at the Mizukage selection ceremony." One of the Root captains queried, "Sir, should we also circulate their itinerary?" Danzo shook his head. "No, that would only invite disbelief. They will only trust the information they uncover themselves." Thus, under the guise of the Mizukage selection ceremony, a conspiracy against Orochimaru and Tsukumo began to unfurl. 5 days later, on a crisp morning at the gates of Konoha, Tsukumo, sporting large dark circles under his eyes, awaited Orochimaru's arrival. Any observer from the Blue Star would surely liken him to a panda. Clad in Uchiha blue combat attire and white shorts, with bandages wrapped around his wrists and protective gear adorning his knees, Tsukumo's ninja tool pouch brimmed with soldier pills, explosive tags, and flares, devoid of shurikens and kunai. Over the past year, he and Orochimaru had collaboratively developed a summoning technique for lightning blade transformation. With a simple tap on his wrist, shurikens and kunai could be summoned, proving exceedingly convenient. Meanwhile, Tsukumo's superior ninja blade, Flame, was safely stored in the system space for future use. "Ah, my dear disciple, you have arrived so early. I am truly astonished," Orochimaru called as he strolled leisurely toward Tsukumo, playfully patting his shoulder. "How have you fared in your studies these past few days?" Tsukumo, nearly exasperated, retorted, "Teacher, how can you even ask? That tome you provided was enormous and dense. I scarcely closed my eyes." Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. "It appears you have indeed recognized the importance of that book and completed your reading." Tsukumo nodded begrudgingly, not denying the assertion. Soon, Orochimaru finalized the departure paperwork, and the duo set forth on their journey to the Land of Water. Upon exiting the village, Orochimaru turned to Tsukumo. "Little Tsukumo, may I inquire how we should proceed to the Land of Water?" Understanding this was a test from his teacher, Tsukumo pondered briefly before responding. "The Land of Water is surrounded by the sea. Thus, we must travel by boat. The safest route currently is to head east to the border of the Land of Fire, from where we can embark by ship. Orochimaru nodded approvingly. Well done, but remember, this knowledge is merely theoretical. Tsukumo looked perplexed, unsure of the implication. You have read the book, which pleases me, but you remain unaware that, within these 5 days, the news of our journey to the Hidden Mist Village has spread throughout the shinobi world. Tsukumo's expression shifted to one of alarm. How can this be? Each village's envoy should be confidential. Orochimaru nodded, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve a map of the ninja world, which he spread before LiHuo. Regardless of the circumstances, to prevent unforeseen events during our journey, the usual paths were surely not an option. Thus, I decided to take the route through the Land of Iron. Orochimaru pointed at the Land of Iron on the map, which bordered the Land of Fire and had ports leading to the Land of Water. LiHuo nodded in agreement with Orochimaru's assessment. Furthermore, to ensure our safety, I suggested that we disguise ourselves. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Let us assume the identities of samurai. After all, passing through the Land of Iron, this identity will be quite advantageous. Subsequently, the two utilized a transformation technique, becoming a tall and a small samurai. This transformation was executed with remarkable finesse, making it exceedingly difficult to discern without the keen eyes of a Nin or higher. Thus, LiHuo and Orochimaru officially embarked on their journey to the Land of Iron. In the rock village, within the Tsuchikage's office, an Umbu agent knelt on the ground, awaiting directives from the Tsuchikage. The one revered as Tsuchikage was, surprisingly, a diminutive old man floating in midair. Oenoki scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Interesting, every hidden village's envoy is a closely guarded secret, yet Konoha has made theirs public. The Umbu inquired. Could this be a bait set by Konoha? Oenoki shook his head. If that were the case, what would their objective be? I am more inclined to believe there is a traitor within Konoha, attempting to eliminate these two through our hands. The Umbu gasped in surprise. Who? Orochimaru? He is the man hailed as one of the legendary 3 by Hanzo the Salamander. Oenoki remained noncommittal, gazing at the unusual peaks and valleys of the rock village. He does not wish to get involved. I shall ensure he is covered in mud, and we shall see if he will wade in. Additionally, inform Akatsuchi to prepare. During this change of leadership for the Mizukage, he will represent the rock village at the ceremony. The Umbu nodded in affirmation. Soon after, a series of secret orders emanated from the Tsuchikage's office, and the entire rock village began to function like a finely tuned machine. Chapter 46. Movements from all sides. Are they friends or foes? A similar scenario was unfolding in the Sand Village. In the office of the Third Hokage, the leader sat in contemplation, stroking his chin as if pondering something significant. Flanking him were Chiyo and Hai Laozong, both engrossed in a report. Notably, the most powerful figures in the Sand Village had all gathered in one place that day. Brother, is this intelligence authentic? Chiyo inquired, lifting her gaze to ask first. Sister, the Kazekage has not expressed doubt. Why do you question it? Chiyo understood that Hai Laozong controlled the largest intelligence department in the Sand Village. The fact that this intelligence had been presented meant it had undergone rigorous scrutiny. The Third Kazekage raised his head to regard the siblings. What are your thoughts on this matter? Just as Chiyo was about to speak, Hai Laozong discreetly gestured for her to hold her tongue, causing her to swallow her words. Hai Laozong looked to the Third Kazekage. How does the Kazekage wish to handle this? We, as siblings, are prepared to devote ourselves entirely. With no means to extract further information, the Third Kazekage spoke openly. Orochimaru has committed heinous acts during the Second Shinobi World War, slaying many of our ninja. Uchiha LiHuo has similarly killed AJ Nin and 2CH Nin during the Ki Aikir incident. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. Now, we finally have a rare opportunity. I propose we gather the Umbu and plan an assassination. Upon concluding, the Third Kazekage radiated an overwhelming aura, a sharp presence that only a shadow-level ninja could possess. As if his decision could not be questioned, Hai Laozong stood, slightly bowing. We are willing to serve the Kazekage wholeheartedly. Subsequently, he disregarded Chiyo's fiery gaze and forcibly pulled his sister away. Once outside the Kazekage tower, Chiyo could no longer contain her anxiousness and broke free from Hai Laozong. Brother, can't you see? This is a show. Hai Laozong placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and subtly glanced upward. Indeed, the Kazekage was observing them from the large glass window of his office. Let us discuss this at home. Chiyo, sensing her brother's odd reaction, followed him home with skepticism. Hai Laozong closed the door and, after ensuring they were alone, looked into Chiyo's eyes. You wish to say this is an obvious trap, correct? Chiyo declared loudly, otherwise. It's undoubtedly Konoha's ploy to release the information on Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo, likely a scheme to use them for their own ends. Hai Laozong's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on his sister. Not only you, but the Kazekage and I have also discerned this is a blatant trap. Then why? But you have not realized that the Kazekage has set an invisible trap for the two of us. Hai Laozong continued now. The incident with Ki Aikir has begun to circulate in the village, and some villagers are already accusing us of weakness in handling the situation. Chiyo retorted. That was the Kazekage's decision, and at the time, the situation was not suitable for deploying forces. And what of that? The Kazekage desires unanimous praise from the villagers. Upon hearing this, Chiyo suddenly understood. So Hai Laozong nodded. Thus, the Kazekage's repeated inquiries are merely to coax us into voicing opposition to deploying forces. In this way, he can preserve the Sand Village's strength while shifting all blame onto us. After hearing this, Chiyo sank heavily into her chair. Why didn't I think of that? She lamented, but brother, once we deploy, we may face numerous detrimental outcomes for the Sand Village. Hai Laozong, upon hearing his sister's words, narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before saying, not necessarily. If we choose the right moment, it is entirely possible to achieve a decisive victory. In the land of lightning. Within the Yun hidden village, at the Yunlei Gorge, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the canyon, akin to thunder. A towering man, radiating with brilliant lightning, was engaged in battle with the formidable Eight Tails, a creature far larger than himself. The fearsome Eight Tails, known to instill dread across the ninja world, was being held at bay by this man, who was none other than the Third Hokage. With a fierce roar, the Eight Tails unleashed a tremendous bellow, condensing a dark-tailed beast ball within its maw. Observing from outside Yunlei Gorge, the Cloud Ninja felt a wave of anxiety wash over them for their Hokage, as the ominous aura of the tailed beast ball loomed. At that moment, however, it was rendered immobile due to the strain of intense combat. With a piercing speed, the tailed beast ball shot forth from the Eight Tails' mouth, striking the resting with tremendous force. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color, as the tailed beast ball expanded into a colossal sphere, leaving desolation in its wake. Seconds later, color returned to the world, and upon gazing at the impact site, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. In the massive crater, billowing smoke rose, yet a robust figure stood like an iron tower. He was charred, yet his aura surged ever higher. The strongest shield, the Third Hokage, slowly spread his legs, adopting a sprinting stance, as lightning crackled around him. Extending a finger, boundless lightning chakra coalesced at his fingertip. The Hokage's gravelly voice rang out, heavenly piercing thrust. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the colossal Eight Tails. With one final clash against the Hokage, the Eight Tails once more succumbed to defeat. The members of the sealing team rushed swiftly, employing the ironclad seal to confine the Eight Tails back within Bruby's body. As the dust settled, the Cloud Shinobi hastened to the Yunlei Gorge to lend their assistance. Meanwhile, the Hokage, having just concluded his battle with the tailed beast, was receiving medical attention while attending to official matters. Hokage-sama, we need to send someone to the Mizukage's inauguration ceremony. The Hokage secretary interjected promptly. The Hokage pondered for a moment before responding. Let Aoi lead the team to observe the ceremony in Kirigakure. Understood. There is another matter. Orochimaru and the newly emerged talent from Konoha, Uchiha LiHuo, will also be attending the ceremony. Should we take any precautions? The secretary suggested, making a gesture across his neck. The Hokage flexed his arm, contemplating the situation. Let us remain still for now and observe how the others proceed. The secretary nodded slightly and departed swiftly, leaving behind numerous medical team members diligently tending to the Hokage's injuries. In the land of water, Kirigakure had transformed from its previous isolationist stance, now bustling with new faces. Their sole purpose for being there was to witness the inauguration of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Although not yet officially in office, Yagura had already begun to manage affairs from the Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama, here is a report for your review. The esteemed elder, Genji, presented a document with his aged hands. Yagura quickly skimmed the details and turned to Genji. So, it seems the envoys from Konoha are likely to become the target of many? Genji nodded slowly, confirming, indeed. A year ago, Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo incurred the wrath of Sunagakure, and thus, they may seize this opportunity to act. Given Inoki's cunning nature, it is improbable that he would refrain from partaking in this situation. Setting the report down, Yagura rose and paced within the office. He recognized that this incident would serve as a crucial test of his capabilities as the newly appointed Mizukage. Mishandling it could yield significant repercussions. Furthermore, Yagura understood that he could not overly rely on Genji. This matter must be resolved by his own judgment. After a moment's contemplation, Yagura spoke decisively. Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo must not encounter any mishaps. At the very least, such incidents must not occur on the territory of the Land of Water. Otherwise, it would severely tarnish Kirigakure's reputation. Genji, pleased with Yagura's determination, inquired, "What course of action should we take?" Yagura responded with conviction. "We shall restrict access to certain ports under the pretext of security and dispatch the 7 ninja swordsmen to provide support." Genji hesitated. Wouldn't that be overly ostentatious? The 7 ninja swordsmen typically undertake assassination and critical missions. Yagura fixed his gaze on Genji, his tone brooking no argument. "I have stated it clearly. The envoys from Konoha must not encounter any mishaps. Who knows what other hidden villages might stir up trouble?" Seeing the Mizukage's resolve, Genji refrained from further argument, adding as he departed, "Should we consider eliminating them after they leave Kirigakure? This would be an excellent opportunity to weaken Konoha." Yagura shook his head. "I have just assumed my position, and my foundation is unstable. It is unwise to initiate grand conflicts. Moreover, if so many hidden villages cannot eliminate them, our involvement would be futile. This matter is settled as is." Genji nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave. Thus, all hidden villages commenced their movements simultaneously. Chapter 47, Ambushed. 3,000-word chapter. Within the borders of the Land of Iron, fierce winds howled, and heavy snow fell. While the Land of Fire basked in the warmth of spring, the Land of Iron seemed trapped in the depths of winter. Amidst the icy, silvery expanse, 2 figures traversed the path towards the capital of the Land of Iron, LiHuo and Orochimaru. Due to a detour, what should have been a 10-day journey to the Land of Fire's port had now stretched to half a month, and they had yet to reach the capital. "Teacher, it is exceedingly cold here," LiHuo remarked, braving the biting winds as he addressed Orochimaru. Indeed, the Land of Iron, due to its peculiar climate, remains snowbound all year round. "I have only passed through here once during a mission," Orochimaru replied. "How much longer until we reach the capital?" LiHuo inquired, glancing towards the horizon. "Approximately half a day's time," Orochimaru estimated. After braving the relentless snowfall for half a day, they finally glimpsed the capital of the Land of Iron. However, at the city gates stood 2 lines of samurai, inspecting those wishing to enter. During this special period, please reveal your identities for inspection. If you are ninjas, please declare yourselves in advance. Otherwise, you will be treated as enemies." The lead samurai declared loudly. His confidence in delivering such a statement stemmed not only from the formidable prowess of the samurai lineage, but also from the unique neutral status of the Land of Iron. Among the queue to enter the city, LiHuo whispered to Orochimaru, "Teacher, what should we do?" Orochimaru observed the checkpoint ahead, where samurai were utilizing specialized chakra detection devices to scan individuals. Should these instruments detect the chakra fluctuations of a ninja, they would trigger an alarm. "Interesting. I recall there was no such procedure in the past," Orochimaru mused aloud. "I cannot be certain of evading the scrutiny of this device. However, revealing our identities now would only make us targets. Therefore, we must enter the city discreetly," he concluded. Upon hearing this, LiHuo immediately grasped the intent. Without further communication, the master and disciple continued to queue silently. Orochimaru subtly raised a hand, channeling a barely perceptible chakra into the shadow of an unfortunate individual undergoing inspection. Suddenly, the detection device emitted a sharp alarm. The 2 lines of samurai swiftly drew their swords, their glowing chakra coalescing along the blades, producing a faint, buzzing sound. "Do not move. Cease all resistance at once," commanded the lead samurai as he advanced, subduing the now bewildered individual. Upon a thorough search, the samurai discovered that the person was merely an ordinary citizen. Strange, could it be that the device malfunctioned? The lead samurai pondered, perplexed. After quickly resolving the commotion, order was restored at the city gates under the supervision of the samurai. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, 2 individuals who had been queuing had now boldly entered the city. Strolling through the bustling streets of the capital, Orochimaru could not help but chuckle lightly at the vibrant atmosphere. "Teacher, what brings you to laughter?" LiHuo asked. Orochimaru turned to gaze toward the city gates. "I find the samurai to be rather foolish, and the city lord lacking in wisdom. They rely too heavily on their instruments and exhibit an excess of arrogance. They cling to outdated samurai traditions, oblivious to the plethora of strategies now available to ninjas." LiHuo nodded in agreement, recognizing that even the smallest ruses by ninjas could mislead even the most formidable samurai. At that moment, a well-equipped patrol of samurai marched down the street. To LiHuo's surprise, the leader was none other than Mitsuba, clad in iron armor and bandaged, who would later preside over the Five Kage summit. Seeing the renowned Mitsuba leading a patrol stirred questions within LiHuo. Just as he was lost in thought, Orochimaru had already entered a nearby tea house, engaging in conversation with an elder. After exchanging pleasantries, Orochimaru discreetly inquired, "Good sir, do you know why security is so tight here at present?" "Oh, you must be a visitor. You should tread carefully. 5 days ago, an outsider perished in a local inn. Since that day, there have been daily reports of outsiders dying, causing quite a stir in the city." Prompting Lord Mitsuba to oversee the matter personally, the elder explained. LiHuo approached, pouring tea for both men and asking, "Is there something suspicious about this case? Why has it remained unresolved for so long?" The elder sipped his tea, casting a glance at LiHuo before replying, "Young man, you are unaware. But this case is most peculiar. At the time of the incident, the shopkeeper was at the entrance, yet claimed not to have seen anyone enter. The victims all succumbed to a single fatal stab, and within the room, there were no signs of struggle whatsoever. One cannot help but ponder the eerie nature of such a scenario." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating that while this situation may appear perplexing to ordinary folk and samurai, it is, in fact, quite typical from a ninja's perspective. With this thought in mind, he casually inquired, "Elder, how do you know so much?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "Such matters have long been common knowledge in the city." After gathering the pertinent information, Orochimaru settled the tea bill and subsequently left the tea house with LiHuo. LiHuo, filled with excitement, looked at Orochimaru. The detective within him was ablaze with fervor. Orochimaru, sensing his disciple's eagerness, coldly remarked, "Do not even entertain the thought. We are here to execute a mission, not to play detective." LiHuo pouted in reluctant agreement. Without delay, Orochimaru led LiHuo directly to the port of the Land of Iron. Though the Land of Iron is perpetually blanketed in snow and ice, the port remains ice-free year-round due to warm currents. However, upon their arrival at the port after traversing the entire capital, they received unexpected news. "I sincerely apologize, gentlemen, but due to a once-in-a-century snowstorm, the ferry to the Land of Water is temporarily suspended. Service may resume in 3 days. We appreciate your understanding." After receiving this unfortunate news, Orochimaru had no choice but to return to the capital with LiHuo. "This may align with your wishes," Orochimaru said, patting LiHuo's shoulder. "But we must remain cautious. While we are not afraid, I would prefer to avoid unnecessary complications." LiHuo nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Orochimaru's perspective. They then returned to the heart of the capital, preparing to find lodging. Unbeknownst to them, as they reached the port, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon them. For safety's sake, Orochimaru booked a double room in the inn. Upon entering the room, after a period of hardship, LiHuo finally laid eyes on a long-awaited bed. Collapsing onto it, after a brief period of tidying up, night fell. LiHuo, lying on the soft bed, struggled to keep his eyes open. Noticing LiHuo's exhaustion, Orochimaru said, "You should rest. I will keep watch tonight." LiHuo, too fatigued to protest, succumbed to sleep, while Orochimaru quietly closed his eyes to restore his energy. Due to the recent spate of murders, the entire capital had instituted a curfew, rendering the surroundings eerily silent at night. Suddenly, a strange bloodline appeared on Orochimaru's neck, and crimson blood flowed from the wound. Thud! Orochimaru's body fell to the ground, the legendary ninja meeting his silent demise. One down. In the darkness, a transparent ninja stealthily approached the slumbering LiHuo, the kunai in hand gradually rising. Suddenly, a swift flash of steel. Thud! The ninja's hand, which held the kunai, was severed. The invisible ninja could no longer maintain his concealment, and his anguished cries roused LiHuo from his slumber. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, LiHuo sprang upright from the bed. With a swift motion, he summoned a finely crafted kunai to his hand, instantly assuming a combat stance. Click! The room's light flickered on, illuminating 4 figures. The vigilant LiHuo on the bed, Mifune with his blade, the assailant who had lost his wrist, and Orochimaru, who watched the scene with arms crossed. Bravo! Orochimaru clapped his hands, looking at Mifune. The renowned warrior of the Land of Iron lives up to his reputation. Mifune slowly sheathed his sword, yet continued to scrutinize LiHuo and Orochimaru. Are you Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo? Why do you not reveal your true selves? Upon hearing Mifune so easily unveil their identities, LiHuo's heart tightened, concealing their identities and resorting to smuggling to enter the city. Their destination was the Land of Water, traits that perfectly matched the recently exposed Leaf envoys, Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo. With a smile, Orochimaru remained noncommittal. Mifune continued. You two caused a disturbance at the city gate, which was already a mistake. However, I would like to request a small favor from you, Lord Orochimaru. We shall overlook this matter, if you will. LiHuo rolled his eyes at this blatant audacity. It was the first time he had heard someone present a request in such a presumptuous manner. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru nodded. Very well. What is it? Mifune's gaze sharpened, an aura of menace emanating from him. I need to locate the stronghold of these ninjas and ensure their demise. Orochimaru smiled slightly upon hearing this. I share your intent. With that, he raised his hand toward the assailant, who lay on the ground in agony, and commanded, Shadow of the Serpent. 7 brown pythons shot from Orochimaru's sleeve, swiftly binding the assailant. Turning to LiHuo, he instructed, Little LiHuo, you remain here and keep a close watch on this individual. I shall ensure that those who attacked us pay the price. With that, Orochimaru and Mifune vanished in an instant, setting off to find the assailant's lair. LiHuo did not let down his guard. He filled the room with traps and left a flying thunder god mark on both the room and the assailant, ensuring absolute security. After completing these preparations, the assailant succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. LiHuo administered a substance to stabilize his breathing and then touched the assailant's head. Chapter 48. LiHuo in the Snow of the Land of Iron Ding. Touching the head of the ninja, Nakajima, please choose 3 rewards from the following. Earth Release. Earth-shattering palm Earth Release. Camouflage technique moderate enhancement of physical attributes Earth Release. Earth Spike Earth Release. Subterranean navigation upon seeing the camouflage technique in the rewards list. LiHuo was taken aback. This jutsu is quite rare. The only instance of its occurrence in the original work was during the Kanabi Bridge mission, where the Awagakure Nin Oinoki utilized this technique to snatch away Rin and injure Kakashi. It is worth noting that at that time, Kakashi had just been promoted to J-Nin. A concealment technique that even a J-Nin cannot see through is tremendously valuable. This explains why this ninja could repeatedly infiltrate the inn undetected for his killings. However, considering the ninja's rank, it is not surprising that he could unleash such a jutsu. A J-Nin level ninja's strength is likely on par with that of a Kage, had it not been for the presence of Mifune and Orochimaru by his side. Capturing a J-Nin and touching their head would indeed require considerable effort. In any case, the 3 of us are undeniably formidable. LiHuo returned to his thoughts, carefully examining the reward list, from which he gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information. First, this ninja was certainly not acting alone. To accurately locate LiHuo and Orochimaru's residence without detection would be impossible without a robust intelligence network. Second, it is highly probable that this organization will return. After all, no organization would willingly abandon a J-Nin. From this perspective, what initially seemed to be an effortless guard duty was, in fact, fraught with peril. LiHuo stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Furthermore, judging by the rewards, it is highly likely that this organization hails from Awagakure, given the abundance of Earth release techniques they possess. With this in mind, LiHuo refrained from hastily claiming his rewards and instead fortified the defensive traps. After completing the enhancements to the room's defenses, he sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes gently closing. Simple Sage Mode activate. As the soft command from LiHuo resonated, a rich surge of natural energy was swiftly absorbed into his body. He exhaled a cloud of stale air and opened his eyes. Subsequently, he employed the unique and formidable sensory abilities inherent to Sage Mode to meticulously perceive his surroundings. Once he confirmed the area was secure, LiHuo began to select his rewards. I choose Earth Style, Ground Shifting Palm, Camouflage Concealment, and Moderate Enhancement of Physical Abilities. With the chilling sound of the system confirming his choices, A familiar pang of pain coursed through LiHuo's body once more. He understood that this was an inevitable part of physical enhancement. As the pain gradually subsided, LiHuo distinctly sensed that his physical prowess had improved by an additional 20% compared to before. Soon after, he comprehended the methods for utilizing camouflage concealment in earth-style, ground-shifting palm. With deft movements, he formed hand seals, and intricate patterns flashed before him. Earth-style, camouflage concealment. He whispered softly, feeling as though an icy liquid enveloped him. Gradually, his body blended seamlessly with the environment. Were it not for the clear sensation of his own existence, LiHuo would scarcely believe he remained in the room. The power of this stealth technique was indeed formidable. LiHuo could not help but reflect on this. And then he dispelled the technique, turning his attention to applying rudimentary medicine to Nakashima's wounds. His actions were not driven by compassion. Rather, as he staunched Nakashima's bleeding, he also severed the tendons in his legs. Stopping his blood loss was purely to prevent Nakashima from dying, for he was the only surviving assailant. And his intelligence was invaluable. With this thought, LiHuo also dislocated Nakashima's jaw to ensure he could not conceal any poison within, and casually stuffed his own sock into Nakashima's mouth. LiHuo had no intention of extracting information himself, as there would be more skilled individuals to handle that task. By the time he completed these actions, it was already late into the night. LiHuo cautiously observed the unconscious Nakashima, with his rudimentary sage mode remaining vigilant. He could faintly hear the sounds of battle not far away. It seemed Orochimaru and Mitsuba were leading a group to surround the assailants. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. LiHuo distinctly sensed 5 figures intruding into his sensory range. An enemy assault. Realizing this, he quickly assumed a defensive stance, but did not move an inch towards the trapped Nakashima. The intruders, aware that they had been detected, hesitated momentarily. 4 of them swiftly positioned themselves at the corners of the inn and shouted in unison, earth-style, ground-shifting core. Subsequently, their chakra surged forth like a waterfall. The entire inn began to sink into the earth, shaking violently. LiHuo felt the ground tremble beneath him and struggled to maintain his balance. Peering outside to see the inn surrounded by the earth. Upon closer inspection, LiHuo realized that the depth of the sinking ground was clearly beyond his ability to escape. Moreover, 4 ninjas were stationed above to guard against any attempts. Defeating them was the only way he could hope to leave. Suddenly, a 5th ninja appeared within LiHuo's perception, meticulously searching the inn and quickly locating LiHuo's position. Bang! The intruder violently kicked open the door to LiHuo's room. Orochimaru truly had no sense. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as flames erupted. LiHuo glanced at the door, where he had affixed 50 explosive tags. Coughing, he thought, "Little brat, you're doomed." The J-Nin emerged from behind the earthen wall, his body charred and his expression furious. Knowing that without his timely use of the earth-style, earth-flow wall, he would have been obliterated. The tremendous explosion roused the still unconscious Nakashima, who slowly opened his eyes. Upon feeling the sock in his mouth, the typically proud Nakashima shed tears. "Damn you, little brat." The J-Nin dashed towards Nakashima, intent on rescuing him. But he was met with a myriad of defensive traps set by LiHuo. Shurikens, kunai, meteor hammers, and sickles suddenly flew from hidden mechanisms, creating a chaotic barrage. Though they may not have inflicted significant damage, the countless projectiles successfully altered the J-Nin's trajectory, forcing him to evade. At last, after deflecting all the hidden weapons, the J-Nin breathed a sigh of relief. "I admit, you little brat." Suddenly, a barely audible sound emerged from beneath his feet. Glancing down, he chuckled lightly. "Another trick? I thought it was something grand, but it's just explosive tags." Boom. With the detonation of the last explosive tag, LiHuo's defensive traps were completely exhausted. The result was that the arrogant J-Nin lay on the ground, his legs blown off and his body severely burned, gasping for breath. With no intention of leaving any survivors, guarding a J-Nin was already LiHuo's limit. LiHuo swiftly moved to finish him off with a kunai, showing no hesitation. To prepare for the ensuing battle, he resolved to fight to strengthen his own power. After quickly scanning the rewards, LiHuo chose minor enhancement of physical abilities and 2 ninjutsu techniques. The rewards were promptly granted, and LiHuo felt his strength increase yet again. However, he remained cautious, for he understood that the true battle was only just beginning. The 4 J-Nin stationed above sensed the death of their comrade, their previous calmness evaporating. Exchanging glances without uttering a word, they swiftly leapt downwards. LiHuo decisively vacated the inn room, relocating Nakashima to an open area outside the inn. The 4J landed swiftly before LiHuo, assuming a battle-ready stance. Observing the 4J clad in matching Iwagakure uniforms, with lethal expressions, LiHuo instinctively guarded Nakashima behind him, aware that a monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 49, Fierce Battle. The Identity of the Assailant? Without a word, without a moment's hesitation, the 4 Iwagakure charged directly at LiHuo. Observing this righteous ambush, LiHuo dared not relax for an instant. In this confrontation, he resolved to unleash all his hidden cards. As the distance between him and the Iwagakure ninjas diminished, LiHuo remained composed. With a swift motion, he clapped his right hand against his left wrist, and a specially crafted, exquisite kunai appeared in his grasp. With his right arm coiling with might, he swung his hand, sending the kunai darting towards the 4 Iwagakure ninjas like a flash of lightning. Yet, LiHuo's intentions did not end there. His hands flew to form seals. Invoking a ninjutsu he had obtained since his arrival in this world, but had never dared to use until now, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The solitary kunai instantly multiplied into 10, then 100, and eventually 1,000. A torrent of kunai rained down upon the 4 ninjas like a black steel waterfall. The Iwagakure ninjas, caught completely off guard despite their heightened vigilance, had never anticipated that this young boy would reveal such formidable power from the outset. However, LiHuo was not without his own struggles. The instantaneous expenditure of chakra required by such a grand ninjutsu left him with insufficient chakra to unleash any further techniques. Yet, the deluge of kunai was more than sufficient to pose a significant threat to the J-nin. Indeed, it was proven that even simple ninja tools, when amassed in vast quantities, could provoke a terrifying qualitative change. The barrage of 1,000 kunai posed an immense danger to the 4 Iwagakure ninjas. Nonetheless, the reason J-nin achieved their rank was due to their extensive combat experience. Faced with this perilous situation, the 4 exchanged glances and swiftly formed seals. Earth-style, Earth Flow City Wall. Even after having unleashed a large-scale earth-shifting core, they still had enough strength to counter. Before the 4 individuals stood a vast wall, significantly larger than an ordinary earthen barrier, rapidly rising to intercept the myriad of shurikens before they could strike. As they gazed at the shurikens embedded deep within the earthen wall, a chill coursed through their hearts. They knew they must resolve the situation swiftly. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that each shuriken bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique, a harbinger of impending doom. At that moment, the cacophony of battle that had lingered in their senses began to fade, signaling that Orochimaru and Mitsuha's mission was nearing its conclusion. The expressions of the 4 Jonin shifted to one of grave concern. As LiHuo quickly replenished his chakra, the Jonin seized the opportunity to exchange tactics. In unison, the 4 formed hand seals and simultaneously struck the ground. A powerful shockwave of dust erupted as they poured the last of their chakra into the earth before them. Earth release. Crumbling, earth palm. No sooner had the words left their lips than LiHuo felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, as if it were a living entity stirring. With acute perception, he sensed the surging chakra hidden below, akin to a ravenous beast poised to strike. Not daring to take chances, he swiftly mobilized his chakra. With a thunderous crack, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, a flash of crimson light illuminating the surroundings. At that instant, the earth beneath him constricted violently, cleaving through everything within its grasp like a meat grinder. The 4 rock shinobi, feeling the fierce tremors from the crumbling earth palm, exhaled deeply. They could hardly believe that LiHuo could escape such a ferocious assault unscathed. Yet, reality often defies expectations. With a resonant hum akin to a blade being drawn, a massive gaping wound appeared on the formidable earthen wall that had offered them solace. In a tremendous roar, the wall was cleaved in 2, and from the shadows emerged Uchiha LiHuo, gripping a Flying Thunder God shuriken in his left hand and a gleaming red blade in his right. His demeanor exuding an air of relentless determination and cold ferocity. Witnessing this, the leading rock shinobi turned ashen. He could not fathom how such a formidable technique could be countered by this mere child, who now stood before him unscathed and with the ability to shatter their protective barrier. However, years of experience in the field urged him not to ponder the why, but rather the how. Quickly assessing the situation, he recognized that with Orochimaru and Mitsuha's imminent return and their own chakra nearly depleted, Any hesitation could lead to catastrophic failure. Resolute, he commanded, execute the plan. Through gritted teeth, realizing that what was initially a precautionary measure had now become a necessity. The three remaining rock shinobi nodded in silent agreement, their focus solely on the execution of their leader's orders. They drew their shurikens, preparing to engage LiHuo in a fierce battle. LiHuo understood that despite his enhanced physical capabilities, facing three jonin simultaneously would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, with the augmentation of the Kiki blade technique, the odds could shift. Gripping the blade tightly, the principles of the Kiki blade technique surged within his mind. LiHuo danced between the three opponents, each step he took marking the emergence of new wounds upon them. With a clash of metal and a spray of blood, he severed the neck of the last enemy, crimson droplets splattering across his youthful visage, imparting an eerie beauty. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Where was the fourth jonin? Whirling around, he saw the rock shinobi leader had seized the opportunity afforded by his comrade's distraction and was now poised to strike at Mitsuha with a cold, glinting shuriken. You shall not succeed, LiHuo roared, summoning his chakra once more. The flying thunder god mark he had previously placed on Mitsuha activated at a critical moment. With a swift motion, the rock shinobi leader's head was severed from his body. In those fleeting moments, he caught sight of the mark on Mitsuha and the approaching figure of LiHuo, who bore a look of serene resolution. If it is a space-time ninjutsu, so be it, he thought, as his body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag. LiHuo, devoid of sorrow or joy, observed as Mitsuha too began to collapse. In that final moment, although he had successfully decapitated the leader, the shuriken in his hand had found its mark as well. Mitsuha wore a relieved expression as he gently closed his eyes. On the desolate battlefield, LiHuo stood alone, despite having undertaken numerous assassination missions. The brutality of this encounter left him pondering the harsh realities of the ninja world. What a brutal conflict, he mused, as Orochimaru's mocking voice echoed from above the pit. Beside him stood the stoic Mitsuha, both stained with dust and the blood of their adversaries. Leaving the scene for the samurai to handle, Orochimaru guided LiHuo to safety. In a secluded corner, the trio exchanged glances, each pondering the identity of the assailants. Who do you believe orchestrated this ambush? Mitsuha broke the silence. I suspect it was the rock shinobi. Their attire and techniques bear a striking resemblance, LiHuo confidently asserted. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Mitsuha and I initially thought the same. However, upon reaching their stronghold, we found it too similar to that of the rock shinobi. Mitsuha continued. From their decorations to their provisions, everything seemed to mimic the rock shinobi. Yet, if they intended to ambush us, why not disguise themselves? This statement left LiHuo perplexed, as it sounded like a convoluted game of deduction. The key lies in determining which level these attackers originated from, Orochimaru interjected calmly. I reviewed their intel, which merely highlights what is already widely known among the ninja villages. It resembles a fade of a rock shinobi base. After a period of contemplation, the trio recognized that without new intelligence, this conundrum was unsolvable. Mitsuha finally spoke. Regardless, the attack on you two in the Land of Iron falls under my responsibility. I will draft a formal report to submit to Konoha. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, accepting this course of action. For the time being, the matter was settled. Chapter 50, A Conspiracy? Uninvited guests on the ferry. In the days that followed, Orochimaru and LiHuo took the opportunity to recover in the Land of Iron. 3 days later, the ferry service, which had been halted due to inclement weather, resumed operations. It was time for LiHuo and Orochimaru to depart. They declined Mitsuha's offer to see them off, opting instead for a discreet boarding. At the dock, amidst the bustling crowd, as they prepared to board, Orochimaru subtly patted LiHuo on the shoulder. His raspy, low voice reached LiHuo's ears, 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Upon hearing this, LiHuo casually glanced in those directions and indeed spotted 2 groups approaching. One comprised towering figures with dark skin, proudly displaying the headbands of the Cloud Shinobi. At the forefront stood a muscular blonde man, reminiscent of a certain basketball player. LiHuo understood at once. They were undoubtedly envoys sent by the Cloud Shinobi to observe. The leader was none other than the future Fourth Hokage. The other group, however, was shrouded in mystery, clad in black cloaks and masks obscuring their faces. They exuded an aura of intimidation. As LiHuo's gaze shifted between the 2 factions, they too recognized his presence. Clearly, their identities had been uncovered. LiHuo softly remarked, "The arrival does not bode well." Yet Orochimaru calmly replied, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it." Thus, a ferry laden with numerous formidable individuals slowly departed from the port. Gazing at the tumultuous sea before him, LiHuo remained oblivious to the trials that awaited him. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received a report from the Sanjo, detailing an ambush on Orochimaru and his companion, with the assailants' identities shrouded in mystery. Sarutobi pondered deeply over the intelligence sent by Sanjo, when suddenly, a thought pierced his mind. Wait, it seems everyone in the ninja world is aware that Orochimaru and his companions are emissaries from Konoha. Why is that? With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned Danzo. In the Hokage's office, a heated argument erupted between Sarutobi and Danzo. "You seem to be losing your wits. My people are under your very nose, and you claim I have harmed them. Then explain why classified information has become common knowledge throughout the ninja world. What does that have to do with me?" Danzo retorted defensively, his neck stiffened. After years of friendship, Sarutobi was all too familiar with Danzo's cunning. "I see you remain unrepentant. From this day forth, the Roots budget will be cut by 10% and personnel reduced by 10%. You will regret this," Danzo growled. With that iconic conclusion, the two parted ways in discontent. At this moment in Awagakure, Inoki sat behind his desk, listening to his subordinate report on the recent operation. To his astonishment, an entire Umbu team had been annihilated. With a sigh, Inoki seemed to mourn the Iwnin who had perished on the mission. According to reliable intelligence, the third Hokage was furious upon learning of the incident and promptly summoned Danzo. Upon hearing this, Inoki's mood brightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed capable. This hidden hand has been revealed. The traitor within Konoha has been aptly identified. Indeed, this was Inoki's brazen strategy. After learning that LiHuo and his companion had diverted towards the Land of Iron, Inoki dispatched an Umbu team in advance to sow chaos in the capital, forcing Sanjo to intervene personally, thus facilitating a blatant ambush on Orochimaru. Inoki comprehended that an assailant who donned no disguise was the best disguise. Unable to discern the truth, Sanjo would inevitably report this to the third Hokage. Once the seed of suspicion was planted in Sarutobi's mind, Inoki could effortlessly instigate mistrust within Konoha. A mysterious organization bold enough to attempt the assassination of Konoha's prodigy would coil like a viper in the hearts of the villagers. At that time, with the intelligence department of Iwa fanning the flames, it would surely sway public opinion against Konoha. Indeed, as Inoki anticipated, in the following days, the news of the ambush on Orochimaru and LiHuo spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. Whispers even implicated Danzo, suggesting he orchestrated the attack. While the existence of Root remained unknown to the common villagers, many prominent clans were well aware of Danzo's capabilities and ambitions to undertake such actions. Led by the Uchiha clan, numerous families collectively petitioned the Hokage for a thorough investigation into the matter. Even the normally supportive Hitaki clan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families refrained from backing the Hokage this time. In an instant, the entirety of Konoha was engulfed in shadows of suspicion and doubt. Ultimately, the third Hokage was compelled to step forward, clarify the situation, and announce a thorough investigation of the traitors, further diminishing the power of Root to quell public outrage, thereby gradually calming the turmoil. It was evident that Inoki's scheme had borne fruit, yet he had no intention of further escalation. He understood that his actions had thoroughly provoked the tiger that was Konoha. Any further scheming could bring immense trouble to Awagakure. As Inoki processed documents, he chuckled. It is wise to know when to withdraw. Besides, the tactics of other hidden villages have yet to be employed. The sea roared fiercely as a ferry cleaved through the waves, heading towards the land of water. Suddenly, a wave of nausea swept over LiHuo, his complexion paling and his steps faltering. Had it not been for Orochimaru's steadying hand, he might have collapsed onto the deck. Humph! A burly man from the Cloud Village scoffed, seemingly mocking LiHuo's predicament. With such meager abilities, you dare venture to the village hidden in the mist? You should return home to your mother. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised his gaze towards the man, his eyes narrowing slightly, a trace of coldness glittering within. He then looked down at LiHuo, who leaned against the railing, staring at the tumultuous sea with an expression devoid of emotion, as though he had not heard the derision. Apologies. A thunderous voice boomed like distant thunder, belonging to the young A, clad in Cloud Village attire. Without hesitation, the previously disdainful Lei bowed deeply to Orochimaru and LiHuo. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Ignoring Lei, LiHuo and Orochimaru sat silently on the deck, recuperating. As Lei straightened up, he exchanged glances with A, and the fierce glint in their eyes transformed into a glimmer of cunning. They had gleaned valuable information from the earlier incident. First, the bond between the master and disciple was evidently strong, as evidenced by Orochimaru's demeanor. Second, Uchiha LiHuo's temperament far surpassed that of his peers. These two insights would prove crucial in their subsequent planning. Though the inhabitants of the Cloud Village appeared brutish, underestimating them would be a grave mistake. As the ferry continued its journey, the faint outline of an island emerged on the horizon. Is that the land of water? LiHuo inquired, astonished that they had arrived after only a few days. Just as Orochimaru was about to elucidate, the captain stepped forward, addressing everyone. Esteemed guests, we shall rest in the land of soup for 3 days. During this period, you may arrange your own itineraries, and we shall embark punctually after 3 days. So, they had reached the land of soup. Orochimaru continued, the term soup refers to hot springs and bathing. So it is evident that this land of soup is a land of hot springs. The village of soup, known for its pacifism, was also referred to as the village that forgot war. In summary, it was a resort destination. A few brief words ignited LiHuo's curiosity. As the ferry gently docked, LiHuo and the others set foot on the soil of the land of soup. Upon entering the capital, LiHuo immediately sensed the warm, humid air, a stark contrast to the climate of the land of iron. After strolling through the capital with Orochimaru and experiencing the unique local culture, the sky began to darken. Instead of seeking an inn, LiHuo and Orochimaru opted to indulge in the hot springs first. Immersed in the warm waters, LiHuo felt the burdens of the past few days dissipate. Orochimaru had intentionally chosen a private hot spring for an enhanced experience. And as they reveled in the bustling night market of the land of soup, he languidly remarked, "Little LiHuo, do you know what secrets the land of soup harbors?" At that moment, a gleam of intrigue flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Simultaneously, within an izakaya, the group of cloaked individuals was engaged in a discussion with A regarding their plans. Chapter 51, The Cult of the Evil God. The Conspiracy of Sunagakure and Kimogakure. Within the hot spring, amid the cacophony of the crowd outside, no one except LiHuo heard Orochimaru's low murmur. Noticing the spark of cunning in Orochimaru's eyes, LiHuo understood that his teacher was once again plotting something. Orochimaru continued. This information was acquired during the Second Great Ninja War. It speaks of a small faction in the land of soup that commits acts of slaughter under the guise of religion. Orochimaru's expression remained calm, discussing bloodshed as if it were mundane affairs to a seasoned ninja. Due to the multitude of conflicts, I was unable to attend to it. But later I heard that this organization is even researching immortality. As the conversation progressed, Orochimaru could hardly conceal his excitement, licking his lips. It is essential to comprehend that the human body is the most fragile of entities. The reason I have devoted all my energy to mastering every jutsu in existence is to develop the technique of immortality. LiHuo nodded, aware of Orochimaru's grand ambition, both in his past life and the present. Orochimaru continued, initially, I was skeptical. However, over the years, an increasing amount of intelligence has suggested that a certain power within the land of soup is nearing the secrets of immortality. Since we have arrived here, why not? LiHuo grasped Orochimaru's intent, and he was even more cognizant of the origins of this immortality than Orochimaru himself. Yet, feigning ignorance, he inquired, what is the name of this organization? The Cult of the Evil God. Meanwhile, in a bustling corner of the city, a tavern was filled with patrons. However, within this seemingly ordinary scene, an astonishing tableau unfolded. A group of burly, dark-faced men sat alongside individuals cloaked in black, wearing masks. This incongruous assembly aroused suspicion. You summoned us here, yet now you hide in the shadows. What is your intention? Thundered the impatient Ting Lei, unable to contain his agitation. His rough voice reverberated like thunder in the hearts of all present. In response to Ting Lei's inquiry, the mysterious figure across the table nodded slightly before unhesitatingly revealing his right hand, pulling down his black mask and cloak. What emerged was a figure clad in the uniform of the Sunagakure ninja, adorned with a forehead protector. Undoubtedly, these uninvited guests were ninjas from Sunagakure. Upon witnessing this, AI's expression darkened, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes as he menacingly demanded, what is the purpose of your elaborate efforts to seek me out? Yet, unexpectedly, Since the Sunagakure captain had removed his mask, he remained silent, merely raising a cup to his lips and taking a sip of his drink. Suddenly, AI's hand, resting on the table, erupted with a dazzling bolt of lightning, the flickering arcs dancing like serpents, scorching everything in their path. The Sunagakure ninja, witnessing this display, finally set his cup down in silence. This scene, though seemingly perilous, was entirely under the control of both parties. In his heart, the Cloud Ninja understood that the Sunagakure had convened this meeting to discuss an alliance. Whether it was Ting Lei's impatient roar or AI's lightning technique, both were tests of the Sunagakure's limits, a struggle for dominance. The Sunagakure's removal of their masks was also a gesture of goodwill. We wish to discuss a partnership. The Sunagakure captain finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate. The ultimate goal of this collaboration was to eradicate Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo completely. AI was momentarily taken aback by this forthright declaration from the Sunagakure, having not anticipated such directness. However, since the other party had made their intentions clear, AI likewise refrained from beating around the bush, asking candidly, what benefits would our Cloud Village gain from this collaboration? The Sunagakure captain responded without hesitation, significantly weakening the strength of Konoha Village. Surely that is sufficient? Yet, AI shook his head resolutely. Not enough. Konoha possesses deep-rooted strength and should not be provoked recklessly. Doing so would be detrimental to Cloud Village. After articulating this, AI fixed his gaze on the Sunagakure captain, awaiting further response. I must take my leave, the Sunagakure captain declared, rising with a somber expression, seemingly ready to depart. Surprisingly, AI made no attempt to stop him, instead sitting calmly, exuding an air of confidence. As the Sunagakure prepared to leave, the situation appeared to reach an impasse. Just then, the Sunagakure captain halted, hesitating for a moment before returning to his seat. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Very well, we can consider accepting your terms." At these words, AI's previously calm demeanor flickered with intensity. It was clear that he understood the Sunagakure was making significant concessions to achieve this alliance. AI spoke, "You should discuss the terms with the specialists." At this, a young man with fair skin and blonde hair emerged from behind AI, standing out starkly from the group of burly men, clearly a sensory ninja. AI continued, "My only condition is to eliminate Uchiha LiHuo. The reasoning is straightforward. Orochimaru is far too powerful and influential. A reckless assassination would yield consequences beyond your capacity to bear." The Sunagakure captain recognized this logic, decisively replying, "Deal." Thus, a brief alliance was forged between the Cloud and Sunagakure, with the target being Konoha's most talented ninja. In the dead of night, with silence enveloping the land, the dense forest outside the capital of the land of Soup loomed ominously in darkness. Suddenly, two shadows darted through the woods like phantoms, stirring a gentle breeze. Upon closer inspection, these two were LiHuo and his teacher, Orochimaru, who had just concluded their visit to a hot spring. LiHuo closely followed in Orochimaru's footsteps, filled with uncertainty. "Teacher, are you certain you know the whereabouts of the cult of the evil god?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at LiHuo, responding in a flat tone, "I do not know." At this answer, LiHuo stumbled, tripping over a branch that lay across the path. He clumsily regained his footing, irritatedly questioning, "If you do not know, why lead me around like a headless chicken at this hour?" Orochimaru halted, spreading his hands. "If we simply remain in the capital, we will never discover the cult's stronghold." Although LiHuo was still displeased, he recognized the validity in Orochimaru's statement. Thus, he dusted himself off and continued to follow. After a long trek, dawn began to break, and they arrived at a village far from the capital. Observing the rising smoke from the village, Orochimaru's lips curved into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile as he softly remarked, "Let us proceed into the village to inquire about the situation. Perhaps we shall uncover the information we seek." With that, he stepped toward the village, prompting LiHuo to hastily follow. Unbeknownst to them, within the capital, the Cloud and Sunagakure were fervently searching for the whereabouts of the duo. AI inquired, "What is your plan?" "Orochimaru will not easily allow you to kill his apprentice." In response, the Sunagakure captain snorted disdainfully, "It will not be easy. All you Cloud ninjas need to do is lure Orochimaru to the designated location." As they approached the seemingly tranquil village, LiHuo and Orochimaru keenly sensed something amiss. LiHuo noticed two fully armed villagers standing at the entrance. Clad in rudimentary armor and wielding sharp blades, they appeared ready for battle at a moment's notice. Moreover, An array of various weapons gleamed ominously at the village entrance, emanating a chilling aura. Peering further into the village, the smoke they had initially observed was not solely rising from the chimneys of ordinary homes. Even the blacksmith's forge was enveloped in mist. It was inconceivable for an ordinary village to possess such an abundance of weaponry. Furthermore, the blacksmith shop was unusually busy, which was highly abnormal. Despite their familiarity with shuriken and kunai, encountering such a plethora of weaponry in this modest village left LiHuo and Orochimaru genuinely astonished. LiHuo curled his lips, remarking on the extraordinary martial spirit that permeated the village, pondering the secrets it might conceal. Beside him, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed, his deep-set eyes fixed upon the village ahead, seemingly having discerned its underlying truths. He spoke in a measured tone. "We have but 2 fleeting days. We cannot squander our energy here. Given the uncertainty of the situation, we must venture forth ourselves to investigate." Upon hearing this, LiHuo swiftly turned to Orochimaru, their gazes meeting in a moment of unspoken understanding. Taking a deep breath, LiHuo felt his muscles tauten, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, poised for action. He focused intently on the path ahead, ready to surge into the village at Orochimaru's command, prepared to uncover the mysteries within. Orochimaru's cold eyes flickered with an enigmatic light as he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his chakra with precision. As a powerful wave of chakra emanated outward, the villagers of the entire settlement simultaneously beheld a flurry of pristine white feathers. Everyone fell into a profound slumber in an instant, as if they had lost all consciousness, lying sprawled upon the ground. At this moment, Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice resonated, invoking the technique of Nirvana Sanctuary. LiHuo's gaze sharpened abruptly, for he was once again acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable and chilling presence. It is worth noting that LiHuo himself was well versed in the Nirvana Sanctuary technique, yet, precisely for this reason, he comprehended all the more the terrifying prowess encapsulated in Orochimaru's recent display. This technique not only necessitates an immense reservoir of chakra to sustain it, but also demands extraordinary precision in chakra control. However, Orochimaru wielded this art with such finesse and ease, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the legendary Sannin. With no time to ponder further, LiHuo glided through the village like a specter, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings with the acuity of a hawk. Not a single house or corner escaped his scrutiny. At last, he came to a halt before an ancient shrine nestled in a corner of the village. The shrine appeared weathered and devoid of any signs of life, yet it bore no dust, indicating that it was frequently visited. The fire departed, yet it keenly sensed that there appeared to be some undisclosed secret lurking within. He cautiously pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the interior of the shrine. However, the interior of the shrine revealed no anomalies whatsoever. After a meticulous search, LiHuo uncovered a seemingly ordinary tile concealing a hidden door. Following the staircase beneath the door, he descended into a concealed basement. This subterranean chamber was permeated with an odor of decay and malevolence, its walls adorned with a plethora of grotesque masks and totems. In the very center of the basement stood a massive stone altar, engraved with enigmatic runes and patterns, clearly the site of clandestine rituals conducted by a sinister cult. Surrounding the altar lay a mountain of nefarious tomes, exuding a disquieting aura of darkness. LiHuo delicately perused the thick volumes of the cult, immersing himself in their contents. To his astonishment, he discovered that although the cult had yet to achieve the true essence of immortality akin to that of Fei Duan, various indications suggested that they had indeed ventured into this realm, with a few clues to be found. More shockingly, the cult's influence resembled an invisible net, having quietly infiltrated villages far removed from the capital of Tang Country. These settlements, once serene and harmonious, where villagers led peaceful lives, now found themselves shrouded in the shadow of the cult. Some individuals, under the corrosive influence of the cult's ideology, gradually lost their sense of self, leading to a series of horrific massacres unfolding upon this once tranquil land. It is astonishing that a subtle onset of miniature warfare has quietly unfolded between certain villages. The reason this village now exhibits such a formidable and heavily armed demeanor lies in the circumstances surrounding it. Upon acquiring the desired information, LiHuo swiftly extracted a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Unrolling the scroll and infusing it with chakra, he sealed the valuable data within, preparing to present it to Orochimaru at the village entrance. Suddenly, A cacophony erupted at the village's threshold. His heart raced with alarm as he leaped onto the rooftop to gaze towards the commotion. Before him appeared a group of individuals, their faces contorted with malice and arrogance. Each wielded a massive scythe, the razor-sharp blades glinting ominously. These brutes brazenly shouted at Orochimaru, blissfully unaware that their demise was imminent. Upon witnessing this, LiHuo's heart tightened, and he rushed towards the entrance with utmost urgency. Simultaneously, Orochimaru stood at the threshold, quietly observing this audacious gathering. Yet, instead of being incensed by their insolence, he wore a faint smile that hinted at a cryptic amusement. "What are you laughing at? As long as you dare to lay a hand on the followers of the Dark Lord, you shall meet your inevitable demise." The leader at the forefront continued to bellow, unaware of the gravity of the situation. However, upon hearing the name of the Dark God, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. After an extensive search, he had finally uncovered a lead regarding the cult of the Dark God. At that moment, the individuals standing before him were precisely the targets he had been diligently seeking. Just then, LiHuo arrived breathlessly at Orochimaru's side, promptly divulging the crucial information he had previously acquired. After listening attentively, Orochimaru nodded gently, indicating his comprehension of the situation. He then slowly raised his gaze, fixing it once more on the incessantly chattering leader of the cult, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion and truth. "We have long harbored a profound admiration for the Dark God. Our intention in coming here is to seek membership in the cult." LiHuo and the members of the cult were taken aback, sensing the confusion and astonishment in his disciples' eyes. Yet, Orochimaru merely remarked nonchalantly, "Since we have been unable to uncover any useful leads within the village, perhaps we should venture to their stronghold to investigate further." His tone was so calm, as if this were merely another ordinary adventure. LiHuo was internally awestruck by his teacher's courage and audacity. Such audacious boldness truly commanded his sincere admiration, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, the leader of the cult was no fool. With sharp, piercing eyes, he scrutinized LiHuo and Orochimaru, a menacing expression crossing his face as he coldly questioned, "Humph. You repeatedly express a desire to join the cult of the Dark Deity. Yet why have you rendered my devoted followers unconscious?" Upon hearing these words, LiHuo hastily intervened, stating, "At that time, we were unaware that these individuals were followers of the Dark God." Meanwhile, the other devotees of the Dark God stealthily leaned closer to the captain's ear, whispering, "Boss, in my opinion, these two are utterly untrustworthy." The captain slightly nodded, indicating his agreement with his subordinate's assessment. Naturally, both LiHuo and Orochimaru discerned their murmurs with utmost clarity. As tensions escalated and a fierce battle seemed imminent, unexpectedly, the captain declared, "I am in agreement." In an instant, everyone stood frozen in place, and then the captain revealed a sinister smile. "However, you must leave behind a drop of blood." Chapter 53, The Life Connection Method. As Yunren prepared to strike, LiHuo immediately raised his hand to gently halt the advancing Orochimaru. His expression transformed instantaneously into one of grave concern, as if he had sensed that the impending revelation was of profound significance. Orochimaru, upon observing the situation, discerned the unusual demeanor of his disciple. His gaze flickered as he pondered internally. What secret does this drop of blood conceal to evoke such a reaction from the typically composed LiHuo? Despite Orochimaru's extensive experience with the myriad jutsu and arcane arts of the ninja world, he found himself momentarily perplexed by the demands of the cult of the evil god. He furrowed his brow, conjecturing, what arcane technique could they possibly execute with this drop of blood? In a hushed tone, one audible only to Orochimaru, LiHuo began to elucidate the technique known as Death's Blood Offering. The primary condition for this technique is the acquisition of a single drop of the opponent's blood. LiHuo's voice was deep and measured. Subsequently, the practitioner must lick this blood to forge a peculiar connection with their adversary. Thus, when the opponent launches an attack, the practitioner, upon swiftly entering a pre-drawn magical array, can unleash the terrifying power of this technique, returning any received harm, be it from ninjutsu or physical assault, directly to the attacker. At this juncture, LiHuo paused briefly to add an important caveat. The efficacy of this spell is confined to the damage sustained by the practitioner after entering the array. Any injuries incurred prior to crossing into the array will not affect the opponent, even if the practitioner subsequently steps within. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru cast a penetrating gaze toward the sullen leader of the cult of the evil god. fully comprehending that relinquishing this drop of blood would grant the enemy the means to extinguish their lives at will. The dark expression on the cult leader's face shimmered with a chilling, predatory gleam. He slowly withdrew 2 elongated iron spikes from his sleeve. His tone as frigid as ice. "Be honest, I have taken a liking to your talents, which is why I am making an exception to bring you both back to headquarters. Each of you must let a drop of blood fall onto this iron spike. Otherwise, do not expect to accompany me." Faced with this sudden threat, Orochimaru remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief interval, he lifted his head, stepped forward, and extended his pale hand, unhesitatingly allowing a drop of his blood to fall onto the cold iron spike. Upon returning, he remarked to LiHuo, "This technique appears immensely powerful, yet in truth, it poses no threat if one maintains sufficient vigilance." LiHuo contemplated this statement, gradually liberating himself from the seemingly insurmountable enigma presented by the original text. He realized that the current followers of the cult of the evil god did not possess immortality. Therefore, when employing death's blood offering, they would undoubtedly avoid inflicting critical damage upon themselves to prevent suffering reciprocal harm. Moreover, considering Orochimaru's strength and cunning, executing this technique successfully in their presence would be an arduous endeavor. With this in mind, LiHuo resolved without hesitation, stepping forward to let a drop of his blood fall onto the cold iron spike. However, they had anticipated that the leader would take everyone back to the cult's stronghold. Instead, he exhibited extreme caution. Not only did he leave 3 acolytes as a backup, but he also ingeniously employed the characteristics of Death's blood offering to construct a grim information relay system at the cost of human lives. The leader instructed 2 of the acolytes to inscribe the magical array for Death's blood offering at the village entrance, while he entered the array with the blood of LiHuo and Orochimaru. Instantly, their bodies became adorned with black and white stripes, as if marked by some enigmatic force. As LiHuo prepared to intervene, he was halted by the leader's steely gaze. The leader calmly extracted the blood of a 3rd acolyte, leaving it on his iron spike. At that moment, LiHuo and Orochimaru understood the leader's intent. Should the leader encounter misfortune en route, he could promptly inscribe the array, causing the acolyte at the village entrance to perish due to their connection through Death's blood offering, witnessing their companion's demise. The other 2 acolytes would undoubtedly choose to take their own lives in order to eliminate LiHuo and Orochimaru. Exchanging a knowing glance, LiHuo and Orochimaru recognized that their expedition into the cult of the evil god would prove more intricate and arduous than they had anticipated. Yet, the leader's plan was riddled with flaws. Firstly, he had made a critical error by exposing the approximate location of the cult's stronghold. Given that Death's blood offering becomes ineffective if the distance from the stronghold is too great, their scheme had inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information from the moment it was conceived, an undeniable vulnerability. Secondly, the leader overlooked a more pivotal fact. His adversaries were 2 battle-hardened ninjas. LiHuo silently dropped his wallet onto the ground, cleverly using the pretense of retrieving it to discreetly inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark onto the earth. When the leader announced their return to headquarters, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of LiHuo and Orochimaru. Shortly after their departure, they employed the shadow clone technique to silently slip into the depths of the forest, returning to their previous village. The shadow clones served as their eyes and ears, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger to safeguard their true selves. However, as LiHuo and Orochimaru stealthily approached the headquarters of the cult of the evil god, a crisis was quietly brewing. The Cloud and Sand ninjas in the capital finally discovered their trail. It turned out that in their haste to leave the capital, although LiHuo and Orochimaru attempted to erase their traces with shadow clones, the urgency of their escape meant that those traces were not completely obliterated. Ultimately, an incomplete footprint became a faint signal that led the Cloud and Sand ninjas to their whereabouts. AI gazed intently at the partially obscured footprint before him. In this desolate wilderness, this half-imprint had become the most crucial clue. "Pursue," he commanded, prompting the Cloud and Sand ninjas to spring into action, hastening after the trail of LiHuo and Orochimaru. Chapter 54. An unexpected turn. The members of the cult of the evil god appeared utterly unconcerned about the possibility of LiHuo and his companion escaping or remembering the route. They confidently led LiHuo toward the direction of their headquarters, without even donning blindfolds. LiHuo mused to himself, confirming his previous suspicions that the headquarters of this enigmatic cult was not far from the village they had just traversed. Before long, they passed through dense foliage, and before them stood a colossal, ancient tree. This ancient tree towered into the clouds, its trunk so robust that even a dozen LiHuo holding hands could scarcely encircle it. At that moment, the leader calmly drew a glimmering, sharp dagger from his waist and, without hesitation, slashed his own wrist. Instantly, blood surged forth like a breached dam, crimson liquid cascading down, each drop splattering against the roots of the ancient tree. Astonishingly, as the blood continued to drip, the center of the ancient tree began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. Gradually, a faint, elusive shadow materialized before the group, revealing a narrow stone staircase extending infinitely downward. This staircase was so lengthy that it was impossible to see its end, and its width was barely sufficient for one person to pass through. From that mysterious entrance emanated a chilling, bone-deep aura, accompanied by a pungent, iron-like scent of blood. Yet, in the face of such a bizarre and terrifying scene, the cult members remained astonishingly composed, as if such phenomena were an everyday occurrence for them, each wearing an impassive expression, entirely unfazed. "Let us proceed." The captain turned coldly, casting a glance at the crowd behind him before leading them down the dim and profound stone steps. LiHuo, without hesitation, followed suit, descending one by one. However, before he stepped down, he once again touched the trunk of the ancient tree. With a soft thud, LiHuo's flying thunder god mark silently struck the trunk once more. The cultists of the evil god, however, were not as careless as LiHuo had imagined. As they entered the stone steps, they arranged themselves in the order of follower, LiHuo, follower, Orochimaru, captain, ensuring that LiHuo and his companion were always surrounded by the cultists. As LiHuo cautiously descended step by step, the surrounding light seemed to be drawn away by an invisible hand, gradually vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the stone steps beneath them varied in height and width, posing a severe challenge for those who ventured here for the first time. A moment's carelessness could see one stumble over the uneven stones. LiHuo understood that this seemingly insignificant layout was, in fact, a carefully constructed defense by the evil god cult, designed to prevent outsiders from easily intruding into their forbidden territory. Although this defense mechanism was inexpensive and simple in principle, it was surprisingly effective. As they ventured deeper, LiHuo increasingly felt a chilling aura encroaching from all directions, the temperature continuously dropping. The cold seemed to seep through the skin, reaching the marrow, prompting involuntary shivers. Time silently slipped by during this long and quiet descent. After an indeterminate duration, a faint glow finally appeared ahead, emanating from torches. Upon completing the treacherous stone steps, he and Orochimaru finally entered a spacious stone chamber. However, upon clearly seeing the entirety of the chamber, disappointment surged within them. They realized that this was not the true high ground of the evil god cult. The arrangement here was quite rudimentary. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone throne, but it was not of the conventional design. Rather, it was shaped from a pile of weapons. The throne was enormous, instantly revealing that it was not intended for human use. On either side of the throne were two neat rows of ordinary stone benches, which evidently served as the actual seating for the cultists. Aside from these two items, everything else was haphazardly piled in one corner of the chamber. Scattered about were various rusted weapons, some with curved blades and others with broken handles, as well as unrolled scrolls carelessly left open, as if hastily abandoned, and tattered books with missing pages, leaning against walls or half buried under clutter. In summary, apart from these items, there was nothing else of note. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru and LiHuo exchanged glances, and in that instant, they both caught an unmistakable look of helplessness in each other's eyes. They had originally harbored high hopes, enduring numerous hardships to reach this place, expecting to make significant discoveries, only to find a modest outpost. At that moment, the captain approached, declaring, "This is our headquarters," then pointed at the uniquely shaped throne in the center. "The central throne of slaughter is specially crafted for our Lord Evil God," he said proudly. Subsequently, Orochimaru inquired about the details of this small outpost, only to discover that it housed merely a handful of cultists and that the useful documents here were even fewer than those left in the villages during the cult's expansion. The captain continued speaking, oblivious to the gradually cooling air around them. "Well, I believe you have asked all the questions you needed," he finally concluded, turning to Orochimaru. a subtle hint of malice lurking in his gaze. At the same time, his right hand, hidden behind his back, subtly gestured a signal. Several cultists, who had been lurking in the shadows, received the signal and silently approached from various corners like phantoms. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The captain's wrist, which had only just begun to heal, was suddenly cut again. Yet, his expression remained utterly unchanged, not even a furrow of his brow. As if the injury had not befallen him at all. He quickly crouched down, unhesitatingly smearing his flowing blood upon the ground, his movements deft and fluid. In the blink of an eye, a strange and intricate blood-red pattern emerged before everyone. This was the blood ritual of the dead. In an instant, a powerful and malevolent chakra surged forth from the formation, enveloping the captain's entire being. His skin swiftly transformed into a black and white hue under the onslaught of this chakra. Now, it is time for both of you to worship the great evil god and officially become true followers of the evil god, the captain proclaimed, his gaze tinged with madness. Meanwhile, after a long day of arduous travel, the Cloud and Sand ninjas finally reached the previous village. As they approached, their keen senses quickly detected anomalies. Firstly, they noticed 3 cultists standing at the village entrance, exuding an eerie aura. However, what surprised them even more was their realization that deep within the forest lurked the shadow clones of Orochimaru and LiHuo. In an instant, AI made a preliminary assessment of the situation. Firstly, based on the position of the 3 cultists and the hostility radiating from them, it was evident that these individuals were enemies of LiHuo and Orochimaru. Allies or unrelated parties would never appear in such a guarded manner. Secondly, the fact that these 3 cultists could provoke LiHuo to expend chakra, creating shadow clones for surveillance, suggested they possessed something of great importance to both LiHuo and Orochimaru. However, relying solely on these 2 limited pieces of information was far from sufficient to accurately gauge the complexities of the current situation. Just as everyone fell into contemplation, AI decisively stated, "In that case, let us simply obliterate those shadow clones. That will surely draw their attention here." Upon hearing AI's words, the Sand ninjas were momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, they realized there was no better course of action and nodded in agreement with AI's decision. However, the leader of the Sand ninjas seemed to have noticed something, and after exchanging a few words privately with AI, he led his comrades away in an instant. On the other side, LiHuo, who had been preparing for an attack, suddenly sensed the demise of the shadow clones. He raised his hand slightly to halt Orochimaru, who was also eager to engage, signaling an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 55, The Divided Battlefield. Each their own battle. Orochimaru felt a hint of doubt arise within him. But this uncertainty did not halt his steps. He ignored the captain's threatening gaze and walked straight toward LiHuo. Upon nearing, Orochimaru inquired, "What exactly has happened?" LiHuo's expression turned particularly grave as he swiftly relayed the information conveyed by the shadow clones. From the current situation, it is highly probable that the Cloud or Sand ninjas have found the village. However, my shadow clones were unable to discern the specific assailants before they were instantly overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pallid visage did not betray excessive panic. On the contrary, he remained composed, continuing to inquire for more critical information. "What, I wonder, is my shadow clone occupied with at this very moment?" After a brief moment of contemplation, LiHuo replied, "It seems he has successfully drawn the attention and restrained a portion of our adversaries." As he spoke, a glimmer of remembrance flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru calmly nodded, indicating that the situation had not yet escalated to an irretrievable disaster. However, just as he finished his statement, his expression abruptly shifted to one of grave seriousness. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive breach was forcefully created in the ceiling of the stone chamber above their heads. It is essential to note that this chamber was originally buried deep underground, accessible only through a narrow passage formed by ancient trees, making the current state of affairs utterly shocking. As the thunderous noise reverberated, a cloud of dust engulfed the space, obscuring everyone's vision. In that critical moment, LiHuo's sharp gaze caught sight of Orochimaru's muscles tensing in an instant, before he vanished without a trace. Understanding the urgency of the situation, LiHuo realized they could not afford to be passive. Swift action was imperative for any chance of survival. Over the course of the past year of rigorous training, LiHuo and Orochimaru had developed an exceptional synergy. Simple Sage Mode, activate. LiHuo proclaimed, as a surge of potent natural energy flooded his being. Without hesitation, he abandoned the direct confrontation with the formidable leader of the evil cult, and like a specter, he darted towards the cult members. His weapon gleamed coldly as he swung it with each stroke, creating a fierce wind. With a chilling sound, the blade pierced flesh, and LiHuo swiftly dispatched the once menacing cultists with astonishing speed. Blood splattered and screams echoed through the chamber. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained eerily silent. Yet LiHuo dared not relax his vigilance. He remained acutely aware of the potential movements of other adversaries amidst the swirling dust. At this moment, he understood that completing his critical task with utmost dedication was the wisest course of action. Little did he expect that just as he eliminated the last cultist, a sudden, overwhelming force struck him in the abdomen. In an instant, a deluge of blood erupted from his wound, splattering everywhere. In agony, LiHuo stifled a groan as his body involuntarily trembled. Instinctively, he reached for the wound, desperate to staunch the gushing blood. Assessing the situation with clarity, he realized this unexpected attack did not stem from Orochimaru's failure, but rather from a group of Sand Village ninjas who had stealthily appeared at the breach above. There were 7 of them, each a formidable and awe-inspiring jonin. At that moment, it became evident that each ninja was rapidly gathering a dense chakra around them, their powerful energy waves capable of stirring the very winds. In unison, they swiftly formed hand seals, their movements fluid and seamless. Upon completing their seals, numerous razor-sharp wind blades materialized before them. These blades, infused with a fierce momentum, shot towards the stone chamber like lightning in a storm. Densely packed to the point of being impossible to evade, seemingly intent on ravaging the chamber without leaving a single intact space. The injury LiHuo had just sustained was inflicted by one of these incredibly swift wind blades, which had cut through his flesh like a phantom. Yet, at that moment, LiHuo had no time to tend to his wound, as the adversaries, though severely injured, were still striving towards him, drawn by the blood flowing from his injury. Realizing the dire circumstances, LiHuo could not afford the slightest negligence. Thus, he unleashed all his strength and charged at the enemy like a ferocious beast. With a thunderous impact, he struck his foe, sending them on their final journey. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a decisive action would once again expose LiHuo's position? Despite his keen perception and unique paper drawing skill allowing him to evade most of the incoming wind blades, he was still not entirely unscathed. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as warm blood gushed from his neck. Another wind blade had found its mark, cruelly slicing through his skin. Fortunately, this strike merely grazed the surface, sparing his vital arteries. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. At this point, LiHuo was growing cold and weak from blood loss, his consciousness beginning to fade. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he leapt back into the dust and retrieved a soldier's pill from his ninja pouch, placing it in his mouth. For ordinary ninjas, consuming a soldier's pill would not heal their injuries, but LiHuo possessed the life restoration ability. He rapidly digested the abundant nutrients within the pill, channeling them to mend his wounds. As he fervently utilized life restoration, his injuries underwent a remarkable transformation. The wounds on his abdomen and neck emitted wisps of white vapor, and at an astonishing pace, they began to heal and scab over. After a barrage of wind blades had passed, LiHuo's wounds had nearly healed. Meanwhile, the dust in the stone chamber began to clear, revealing a grave-faced Orochimaru and the nearly breathless leader of the evil cult before him. Chapter 56. The Exposure of Flying Thunder God, Confronting the Cloud Ninja. In that moment of chaos, as dust swirled and obscured the sky, Orochimaru vanished like a specter, propelling himself towards the location of the leader with lightning speed. However, despite his swiftness, locating the leader required considerable time and effort. At last, Orochimaru discerned the leader's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he executed the body flicker technique, racing towards the leader like a gust of wind. His speed was astonishing. At that moment, the leader also sensed Orochimaru's approach. Just as they crossed paths, the leader's keen eyes discerned Orochimaru's intentions. Drawing upon years of combat experience and an acute understanding of Orochimaru's rapid movements, the leader recognized that he was no match for him. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the leader steeled himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With wide eyes, he glared fiercely at the approaching Orochimaru, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Without hesitation, He exerted all his strength and viciously drove a sharp iron stake into his own thigh. The sound of the piercing echoed, as the razor-sharp stake embedded deeply into the leader's muscular thigh, anchoring him firmly to the ground beneath the formation. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Subsequently, the leader and Orochimaru engaged in a harrowing battle for survival. Orochimaru, witnessing the captain's injuries, cast aside all reservations and unleashed his full power, executing deadly strikes with relentless ferocity. After a fierce battle, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing a captain gravely wounded, barely clinging to life. Undoubtedly, the third cultist at the village entrance was also gravely injured, while the other two would soon spring into action. At that moment, Orochimaru's typically inscrutable visage bore an unprecedented gravity, a weight that seemed capable of crushing mountains. LiHuo keenly detected the subtle shifts in Orochimaru's expression, sensing a flicker of helplessness and an almost imperceptible hint of regret. It was the first time LiHuo had witnessed such a display from Orochimaru, who had previously shown nothing but cold detachment, resolutely casting aside all emotional ties. Clearly, the current Orochimaru was a different man. On the contrary, he had buried his true feelings deep within, rarely allowing them to surface. Especially during the Second Shinobi World War, the death of Ju had gripped Orochimaru's heart like a vice, making him reluctant to reflect upon it. Nonetheless, both Orochimaru and LiHuo maintained their composure. Orochimaru abruptly turned to LiHuo, refraining from elaborating on the circumstances, as time was of the essence. Any unnecessary explanations would be a luxury and a waste. He spoke rapidly to LiHuo. The incident unfolded less than half a minute ago. With your capabilities, you should still have time, correct? In that moment, a rare glimmer of expectation flickered in Orochimaru's narrow eyes. In fact, during the execution of their initial mission, Orochimaru had specifically mentioned this matter in his report to the Hokage. Judging by the traces left at the scene, it seemed that Uchiha LiHuo possessed a technique that allowed for rapid movement. While questioning LiHuo, Orochimaru was simultaneously fervently refining his chakra, aiming to unleash the legendary forbidden technique, the eight-headed serpent technique. At this juncture, he had not yet fully mastered the technique. Should he attempt to use it rashly, the consequences could be unimaginably severe, potentially inflicting irreparable harm upon himself. However, if LiHuo were to fail in this endeavor, it appeared that there would be no other means to resolve the dire situation. All these thoughts, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja's seven-man squad, positioned at the top of the gap, showed no hesitation. As the dust settled, they swiftly aimed their razor-sharp wind blades at Orochimaru and LiHuo below. In the face of such a perilous circumstance, LiHuo's mind began to race with astonishing speed. Despite the anxiety and unease swelling within him, he understood that maintaining calm was paramount during critical moments, and he diligently sought a way to overcome the current predicament. Ultimately, he realized that only he, equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, possessed the strength to thwart the two cultists at the village entrance. With this thought, LiHuo cast aside any lingering doubts. Just as he resolved to take action, a torrent of lethal wind blades surged from the gap above, descending upon him like a furious tempest. In that critical instant, a crimson light flashed. In the next moment, the very ground where LiHuo had stood was reduced to fragments by the relentless wind blades. Yet, LiHuo had vanished, swallowed by the brilliance. Witnessing this, Orochimaru, who had been gathering chakra, let out a sigh of relief. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed astonishing. Subsequently, Orochimaru regarded the Sand Ninja team above with a knowing gaze, exuding an air of relief. He showed no concern for whether LiHuo could eliminate the two cultists amidst the interference from the Cloud Ninja. This calmness stemmed from his profound trust in his disciple's abilities, rather than retreating from the oncoming, razor-sharp wind blades. Orochimaru wore a meaningful smile as he allowed the blades to slice through his seemingly fragile form into countless pieces. The Sand Ninja, witnessing LiHuo's disappearance, were thrown into disarray and shock. They had never anticipated that Orochimaru, who was meant to be restrained by the Cloud Ninja according to their meticulous plan, would unexpectedly turn against them. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted their formation. As the Sand Ninja stood aghast, the fragments of Orochimaru, severed by the wind blades, began to merge with the earth, while the true Orochimaru silently maneuvered behind them, his silhouette appearing particularly austere and enigmatic in the twilight. Now we have ample time. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, each word dripping with ominous intent. Accompanied by a crimson glow, LiHuo re-emerged before the two cultists. After witnessing the fall of their third comrade, the two cultists should have unhesitatingly adhered to their plan, resorting to self-destruction through the blood sacrifice technique, ensuring mutual demise with LiHuo. However, the threat of death instilled a momentary hesitation born of fear within them. At that moment, LiHuo appeared just in time. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixated intensely on his adversaries. Every nerve in his body was taut, as if all his strength were coiling in preparation for an impending eruption. Just as the two cultists resolved to thrust their iron spikes into their chests, LiHuo, like a flash of lightning, materialized before them. His speed was so staggering that the cultists could only register a fleeting moment of shock and despair. Without a hint of hesitation, LiHuo unleashed two powerful whip kicks, sending the cultists hurtling away with the force of a tempest. Their bodies fell to the ground, rendered incapable of further resistance. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, Orochimaru, engaged in combat with 7 Sand Jonin, suddenly staggered. It was as if an invisible force had struck him, propelling him backward for dozens of meters. He tumbled through the air, dust swirling, clearly shaken by the impact. At that moment, LiHuo felt a violent surge of energy erupting within him, involuntarily spewing blood from his mouth. Pain erupted in his abdomen, as if 1,000 steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he thought, I didn't expect this kick to be so difficult to endure. Trembling, he retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket, heedlessly consuming it as he struggled to rise. His gaze swept over the blood sacrifice formation on the ground. He fought against the searing pain in his abdomen to dismantle the array. Yet, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a far more terrifying crisis loomed. A blinding bolt of lightning erupted behind him, raging like an enraged dragon dancing in the night sky. The destructive power within the lightning swiftly enveloped LiHuo, his figure flickering within the brilliance, as if he could be consumed by that overwhelming force at any moment. Chapter 57. The Wrath of the Thunder God. The Crimson Flash. The terrifying lightning, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, was unleashed by the leader of the Cloud Ninja, A. He appeared silently behind LiHuo, who was entirely unprepared. Raised his right foot high, the soul seemingly entwined with boundless thunder. The lightning roared and surged, as if harboring the terrifying power to annihilate all things. The wrath of the Thunder God. The robust and resounding voice of AI reverberated through the night sky like thunder, instilling a deep sense of dread. Having just emerged from a life-and-death battle, LiHuo was momentarily relaxed, only to abruptly sense a violent chakra surging towards him from behind. Akin to a relentless tide, the sheer terror emanating from it caused every hair on LiHuo's body to stand on end, igniting an unprecedented sense of crisis within him. He understood that given the distance between himself and AI, employing ordinary means would be futile in evading this lethal strike. Fortunately, LiHuo was no ordinary individual. He wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. At the very moment AI brought his right foot crashing down, a myriad of fearsome lightning strikes descended upon the location where LiHuo had just stood, illuminating the night sky with blinding brilliance. Yet, amidst the chaos of the lightning, a fleeting red shadow appeared, an afterimage left by LiHuo's instantaneous teleportation. Almost simultaneously, he materialized at a new position, having just used the Flying Thunder God technique. However, due to the destructive assault from the Sand Ninjas, the mark of the Flying Thunder God on the ancient tree had been obliterated, leaving LiHuo with severely limited options for teleportation. With the chakra reserves he had left, he could only teleport back to his previous position. Realizing that he had not struck an actual target, AI quickly regained his composure. With a swift motion, he summoned 3 cloud ninjas behind him, all-powerful Jonin. The 4 towering figures stood like colossal mountains, exuding an oppressive and terrifying aura, as if they could consume the entire world. Faced with this sudden turn of events, LiHuo understood that an even fiercer battle was about to commence. He recognized that confronting the formidable Cloud Ninja delegation, particularly with the presence of a powerhouse like AI, the son of Raikage, head-on would be sheer folly. The Cloud Ninjas not only possessed exceptional strength, but also had the backing of the entire Land of Lightning. Strategically and tactically, the best course of action at this moment was to buy time. As long as he could wait for Orochimaru to neutralize the threat from the Sand Ninjas and come to his aid, the Cloud Ninja delegation would likely reassess their situation and choose a more prudent retreat. Yet, Within LiHuo's heart burned another flame. Ever since embarking on this journey, whether facing the cunning and unpredictable rock ninjas, the sudden ambushes of the sand ninjas, or the aggressive cloud ninjas, he had been treated as a soft target, a mere puppet at their mercy, ensnared in their traps at every turn. These provocations fanned the flames of LiHuo's ire, accumulating until AI's attack served as the spark that ignited it all. LiHuo straightened his back, his violent chakra surging like tumultuous waves in a storm. He spoke coldly. "Are you done yet?" However, AI remained undeterred by LiHuo's intimidation. Instead, it only intensified his murderous intent. With a powerful push against the ground, his muscular frame sprang into action like a coiled spring, leaping into the air with the sound of cracking earth beneath him. He concentrated his lightning chakra to its utmost limit, forming a high-voltage current that enveloped his right hand, transforming it into a blade of sheer destruction, radiating dazzling light. Lightning release, Chidori. With a ferocious roar, AI descended upon LiHuo like a thunder deity, his hand poised to cleave him in two with unstoppable force. In the original tale, this technique had once been AI's glorious achievement, capable of severing the left horn of the eight tails with a single hand. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen twist occurred. A pair of delicate, powerful hands appeared like a specter in AI's path, firmly intercepting his lethal strike. Sealing technique, absorption. LiHuo's voice was calm and resolute. This technique not only neutralized AI's attack, but also began to devour the chakra within him. AI's complexion turned pale as he realized that his chakra was depleting at an alarming rate, the source of which was LiHuo's seemingly ordinary right hand. In the blink of an eye, LiHuo's left hand accelerated unexpectedly, delivering a resounding slap to AI's face, followed by a quick pat on his head. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell silent save for the sound of their heartbeats. AI stood dumbfounded, incredulous at LiHuo, who regarded him with a nearly mocking gaze. Ding. Head patting ninja, young AI. Please select 3 rewards from the following options. Significant enhancement of physical abilities. Lightning release chakra mode. Righteous thunder. Wrathful thunder axe. Lightning release. Thunder plow heat blade. Lightning release. Thunder fury. Gazing at the array of enticing rewards before him, LiHuo felt no elation, for he knew that a frenzied assault from AI was imminent. He must elevate his strength immediately. System, I choose significant enhancement of physical abilities, lightning release chakra mode, and righteous thunder, wrathful thunder axe. The rewards have been granted. In previous instances, the issuance of rewards had always accompanied an unbearable, piercing pain, yet this time was starkly different. Having fully absorbed AI's formidable lightning release, Chidori, LiHuo's meridians were flooded with a torrent of violent chakra, coursing through his body with unprecedented vigor, rendering his sensations of pain distant and blurred. Damn it! AI let out an ear-splitting roar, straining with all his might, his muscles taut as he attempted to free his hand from LiHuo's grasp, which felt like iron. Renowned as a ninja celebrated for his physical prowess, AI had always exuded confidence in his strength. Yet, at this moment, he was astonished to discover that LiHuo's physical capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap in such a short span, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. His power beyond comprehension. Seeing AI in distress, the 3 cloud ninjas could not remain idle. They swiftly sprang into action, unleashing their respective lightning ninjutsu in a desperate bid to rescue AI from peril. However, these mighty electric assaults were absorbed effortlessly by LiHuo, as if his left hand were an endless abyss capable of devouring all lightning power. Ninjutsu is meaningless before me. LiHuo's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. Since you wish to kill me so badly, then show me your true strength. With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating the chakra he had absorbed into his right hand. At that moment, LiHuo's right hand transformed into a wellspring of power. A torrent of chakra capable of shaking the heavens, and the earth erupted forth like an unstoppable volcanic explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The ground trembled violently under LiHuo's strike, carving a deep chasm instantaneously, dust billowing as trees in the distance snapped under the force of the shockwave. Helpless as leaves in an autumn breeze. The power of this attack rivaled even that of a tailed beast ball. After the attack, LiHuo stood firm, his right arm rapidly healing under the influence of life-restoring energy. Meanwhile, at the center of the onslaught, AI's right hand trembled slightly, his once dark arm now showing signs of charring. As for the other Cloud Ninjas, they had long since lost their combat capability under the overwhelming surge of chakra, left to watch in shock and helplessness. Chapter 58. The Formation of 10,000 Serpents. The Seven Ninja Swordsmen. In this moment, within the lair of the malevolent cult, Orochimaru stood as a chilling statue, silently gripping the severed heads of 6 sand shinobi. An unsettling coldness radiated from his gaze, which bore witness to the gruesome aftermath of a recent, brutal confrontation. The blood on the heads had not yet dried, and they silently narrated the harrowing tale of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Opposite him, the last remaining sand shinobi stared vacantly at this merciless adversary, his heart consumed by dread and despair. He had witnessed his 6 comrades fall one by one, and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra, a force both formidable and unfamiliar, yet tinged with a hint of recognition. His expression sharpened, and an indescribable aura of oppression enveloped him, as if the very air around him had solidified. He quickly discerned that this chakra belonged to LiHuo. However, what troubled Orochimaru was the sheer magnitude of LiHuo's chakra, far exceeding his previous knowledge. This anomaly stirred within him a sense of wariness and unease. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru moved with the swiftness of a specter, swiftly severing the head of the final enemy with a decisive and unhesitating motion. Then, like a gust of wind, he vanished, racing towards the location of LiHuo's battle, still clutching the 7 heads in his grasp. With a heavy sigh, AI struggled to rise, gasping for breath. At this moment, the imposing demeanor he once held had dissipated, replaced by an expression of exhaustion and disarray. Behind him, 3 Cloud Shinobi fared no better, their combat strength nearly depleted, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Yet, the instigator of this turmoil, LiHuo, remained unscathed in his position. However, only he was aware of the dire state he found himself in. The previous strike, though immensely powerful, had drained a significant portion of his chakra. Moreover, the turbulence and chaos within had inflicted severe damage upon his meridians, which now throbbed with pain. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, the atmosphere thick with tension, Orochimaru's figure emerged like a bolt of black lightning upon the battlefield. His arrival was akin to the pivotal weight on the scales of victory, instantly shattering the fragile equilibrium of the confrontation. Bang! With a resounding thud, Orochimaru cast the severed heads of 7 sand shinobi onto the ground. This act instilled an ineffable sense of despair and dread within the hearts of the 4 Cloud Shinobi. Standing beside Ho, Orochimaru gently placed his hand upon Ho's shoulder, meticulously assessing his physical condition. His gaze revealed a complex amalgamation of emotions, tinged with both concern and fury. The more he examined, the darker Orochimaru's expression became. In a hoarse and indifferent tone, he inquired, "So, how do you wish to meet your demise?" As soon as his words fell, a terrifying aura of murderous intent emanated from him, one that seemed capable of freezing the very essence of life itself. Astonishingly, 2 of the Cloud Ninjas fainted on the spot. Their bodies trembled in terror and despair, utterly incapable of withstanding the dreadful aura emanating from Orochimaru. At that moment, AI's already dark visage became as pale as parchment, overwhelmed and battered by Orochimaru's astonishing presence. Nevertheless, even so, his tall and upright figure remained as unyielding as steel, showing no sign of bending or retreating. With all his might, AI summoned forth the last remnants of his chakra, coalescing it into a formidable lightning armor. He clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fierce fury, fixating intently on Orochimaru, who stood not far ahead. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Enough with the trivialities. If you possess any courage, then come forth." In the face of AI's unabashed provocation, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of scornful amusement. He gently patted the shoulder of his companion, the fiery figure beside him, and in an instant, Orochimaru's form vanished like a wisp of smoke. As he suddenly disappeared from view, AI's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned around. However, upon doing so, the sight before him elicited an involuntary gasp. Orochimaru had inexplicably materialized behind him, holding 2 severed heads of Cloud Ninja, blood still gushing from the gruesome trophies. Crimson blood splattered in all directions, cascading upon Orochimaru's pallid cheek, rendering his visage even more sinister and terrifying, instilling a chilling dread. Then, one could behold the two unfortunate cloud ninjas, though their heads had been severed from their bodies. Their faces retained the expressions of sheer horror they had experienced in life. They had evidently not anticipated the merciless ferocity with which Orochimaru struck, leaving them with no chance to react, and thus, they forfeited their very lives. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, Aiden's rage surged uncontrollably, a tempest of fury welling up within him. He tilted his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. Lightning release. Thunder plow hot blade. As the roar echoed, AI's entire being began to fervently gather an intense torrent of lightning chakra, which danced around him like dazzling bolts of lightning, flickering incessantly. Simultaneously, AI raised his powerful right arm high, his body resembling a cannonball unleashed from its chamber, hurtling towards Orochimaru with astonishing speed. He aimed to harness his formidable strength and the overwhelming force of thunder to deliver a fatal blow to this formidable adversary before him. Upon witnessing the astonishing scene before him, Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling smile, evoking an unsettling sense of dread. He exhibited no fear in the face of the tempestuous, thunderous power, allowing it to mercilessly strike him without flinching. Yet, in the very next moment, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. Instead of the body ravaged by lightning shattering as one might expect, it instantaneously transformed into a puddle of earth. Meanwhile, the true Orochimaru materialized behind AI like a specter, his voice, chilling and sinister, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell. In your next life, remember to be more discerning, he intoned coldly. This proclamation felt like a death sentence, sending a piercing chill coursing through AI's veins. Before the echo of his words faded, Orochimaru's hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, forming intricate hand seals. With the completion of the final seal, he forcefully struck his palms against the ground. In that instant, an exquisitely complex summoning technique unfurled across the earth like a grand tapestry. The Serpent's Array. Immediately, a series of deep, ominous roars echoed, as colossal and terrifying serpents emerged incessantly from the arcane formation. Each of these serpents gaped its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs that glimmered menacingly. Surging towards AI with an overwhelming force, seemingly intent on devouring him whole and tearing him into countless fragments. Just as it appeared that AI would meet his demise at the jaws of these beasts, a peculiar and formidable blade suddenly manifested, resolutely intercepting the ferocious onslaught of serpents. Its hilt was elongated, while the blade itself was as broad as a door, robust and solid. Most astonishing of all, one side of the blade bore a conventional edge, while the other was intricately adorned with a multitude of explosive runes, as if it harbored an inexhaustible reservoir of destructive power. At that moment, a resounding voice abruptly echoed, "Exploding blade technique, break the heavily weighted death." Accompanying this proclamation, the explosive tags were simultaneously detonated, sending flames soaring into the sky and producing a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave surged outward, igniting the very air, which blazed fiercely. The tumultuous shockwave swept away everything in its path, causing the ground to tremble violently, debris to scatter, and trees to be uprooted. Even the distant peaks appeared to sway precariously, as if the entire world was on the verge of disintegration at that instant. Orochimaru's keen eyes recognized the blade the moment it emerged. Exploding blade shrapnel. He gasped inwardly, his expression turning grave. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly darted back to LiHuo's side like a wraith, rapidly forming hand seals with dazzling speed. With a commanding shout, he invoked, summoning Rashomon. A colossal and formidable Rashomon surged from the ground, rising like an impregnable wall before them. The gate was intricately carved with vivid depictions of hellish figures, their grotesque faces seemingly mocking the futility of the enemy's assault. This marked Orochimaru's first demonstration of such a powerful defensive ninjutsu in front of LiHuo. However, it soon proved to be an astute decision, as at that very moment, AI and the last of the Cloud Ninja, situated near the epicenter of the explosion, were grievously injured by the violent aftershocks. Their bodies were hurled backwards like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground and raising clouds of dust. The blade that triggered this earth-shattering explosion was propelled high into the air by the sheer force of the blast, ultimately landing steadily in the hands of one person, none other than the renowned member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki. Behind him stood 4 others, each wielding uniquely shaped ninja swords. Orochimaru narrowed his elongated eyes, intrigued by the unfolding events. Chapter 59, Journey to the Land of Water. On the deck, Terumi declared, "I believe this farce should come to an end." Kisame bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the vast expanse. "If anyone still wishes to continue the chaos, we are more than willing to oblige." With this proclamation, the 4 figures, previously concealed in the shadows, stepped forward, advancing toward Kisame until they stood shoulder to shoulder with him. One of them, a hulking figure with a face full of flesh, loomed like a small mountain. Clutching a massive sword, the Samahata, he exuded an aura that instilled fear. This was the infamous Kisame. Another individual bore a completely different appearance, with chestnut hair cascading casually over his shoulders. He possessed a tall and lithe frame, akin to a nimble leopard, wielding a long blade known as the sewing needle, its razor-sharp edge disallowing a direct gaze. He was none other than Kairi Shiranui. The third individual displayed extraordinarily muscular arms, brimming with explosive power. Such robust limbs effortlessly bore the blunt sword, the Kyumo no Kiba, upon his shoulder. This man was the formidable Jay-Z. Lastly, the figure grasping a beheading sword was the menacing Pakin. In his hands, the blade radiated a murderous intent, as if ready to sever any adversary obstructing its path. Witnessing this scene, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was unexpected that 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had appeared simultaneously. At that moment, Kairi Shiranui spoke. "The envoys from Sunagakure and Iwagakure have arrived. We now request the representatives from Kumogakure and Konoha to accompany us to the Land of Water." Upon hearing this, both Orochimaru and LiHuo understood the implications. It turned out that aside from Kumogakure, the assailants who had come earlier were indeed members of the various villages Umbu. The genuine delegations from those villages had likely departed ahead of time, arriving at Kirigakure before them. Faced with the tense atmosphere, a glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's narrow eyes as he fixed a venomous gaze upon AI. Yet, a mere moment later, the hand he had raised to strike slowly descended. This did not signify that Orochimaru feared the 7 ninja swordsmen. In truth, with his strength and disposition, he would not easily be intimidated by anyone. However, both he and the observing LiHuo were acutely aware that should he choose to eliminate AI before the 7 ninja swordsmen, it would undoubtedly provoke dire repercussions. First, it would irrefutably enrage the formidable Kumogakure, inviting their relentless wrath and retaliation. Secondly, it would similarly incite the ire of Kirigakure, as such an overt provocation toward other ninja villages could jeopardize the fragile equilibrium among the 5 great ninja villages. This matter is far from over," Orochimaru uttered through clenched teeth, his voice chilling enough to freeze the surrounding air. With that, he turned on his heel, resolutely following the footsteps of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Moving further away toward the capital, the 7 ninja swordsmen, however, regarded the gravely injured AI and his companion with indifference, showing no inclination to assist. In truth, they harbored their own calculations. Remaining neutral until the full truth was uncovered was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Although they had refrained from directly aiding AI during the earlier fierce confrontation, they had, in a sense, saved his life. Should they rashly intervene to rescue the Cloud Ninja now, it would likely provoke the temperamental Orochimaru, leading to unnecessary trouble. Thus, AI, severely wounded, could only grit his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he struggled to drag his equally injured companion, trailing far behind Orochimaru and the others. With each laborious step, he felt his body faltering, on the brink of collapse. In this moment, AI was consumed by uncontrollable fury, his eyes nearly ablaze. He yearned to charge forward and engage Orochimaru in a life-or-death struggle, seeking vengeance for the indignities he had suffered. Alas, his battered and bruised body could no longer bear the burden, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon the chakra within to fight. Simultaneously, the Cloud Ninja beside AI wore an expression of rage. If only Lord Barubi had joined the fray, today would not have been so humiliating. Enough. AI interrupted his words brusquely. Barubi's 8 tails erupted. He was just suppressed by his father. How could he possibly join the battle? It is our weakness that has led to this. AI clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. His gaze burned with fervent flames, radiating an intense desire for formidable power. However, unbeknownst to him, as they conversed, A minuscule white snake, nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings, quietly concealed itself within the nearby grass. It deftly concealed its body, revealing only a pair of nimble and cunning eyes, attentively listening to every word spoken. Meanwhile, in a distant locale, a sly smile gradually emerged on Orochimaru's pale and eerie visage. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling and sinister gleam. Inwardly, he mused, the unstable eight tails? Such exceptional experimental material must not be easily overlooked. Thus, a terrifying plan targeting the eight tails Jinchuriki was quietly gestating in Orochimaru's mind. After enduring a grueling 2-day journey filled with countless heart-stopping battles, only 4 of the original 13 who boarded the ship remained. They returned to the capital, dragging their weary bodies and resolved to take a brief respite. During this precious day, they seized the opportunity to rest and tend to their wounds, striving to restore their strength and vitality. Meanwhile, Orochimaru followed the path of LiHuo, indulging in nearly all of the culinary delights that the land of soup had to offer. After a hearty meal, LiHuo's injuries had miraculously healed to a significant extent. At this moment, Orochimaru regarded LiHuo with a curious gaze but refrained from inquiring about the origins of the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed that both master and disciple had an unspoken understanding, mutually choosing to bury this matter deep within their hearts, becoming a secret that would never be openly discussed. As the day swiftly passed, the group opted not to return to the ferry as planned, but instead chose to embark on the ship of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As night fell, the silvery moonlight shimmered upon the undulating surface of the sea. The sea breeze, carrying the distinct, briny scent of the ocean, gently caressed LiHuo's somewhat pale visage. Alas, he was once again besieged by the discomfort of seasickness. At that moment, Orochimaru was engrossed in the cabin, diligently studying the scriptures of the cult of the evil god. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja and the 7 ninja swordsmen had long since vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Upon the vast deck, only LiHuo stood alone, leaning against the railing and gazing at the tumultuous waves below. "Hey, Konoha's brat, this is too dangerous. If you fall into the sea, don't expect me to save you." Just then, a clear and melodious voice, akin to a lark emerging from the valley, unexpectedly reached LiHuo's ears. Turning at the sound, he beheld a young girl of similar age standing there vivaciously. This little girl was exceedingly adorable, with large, clear green eyes that blinked playfully. Her reddish-brown hair fell in a natural crisscross, with slightly curled ends dancing in the wind. Her rosy lips were as luscious as ripe cherries, and her delicate, fair skin resembled smooth mutton-fat jade. Before LiHuo could react, the girl briskly pulled him away from the railing, her movements swift yet gentle. "I'm Terumi-Mei, and you?" The little girl tilted her head, smiling brightly at LiHuo, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. LiHuo gazed at this petite and charming girl, internally murmuring that she bore some resemblance to the mature and alluring young woman from the original narrative. This thought caused Terumi-Mei to blush, and she shyly exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Subsequently, she placed a stack of documents in his hands. "This is the schedule for the Mizukage transition. Hand it to your teacher. You little follower." With that, she dashed away, leaving LiHuo in a state of confusion on the deck. Suddenly, his complexion paled, and he returned to the railing. Ugh. Chapter 60. Arrival at the village hidden in mist. Without wasting much time, after a brief respite upon the swaying deck, LiHuo mustered his spirit and staggered toward the cabin. His steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. When he finally reached the cabin door, he gently knocked, hearing Orochimaru's voice from within, "Come in." Cautiously, LiHuo opened the door and entered. At that moment, Orochimaru was seated at a desk piled high with books and scrolls, intently perusing a tome pertaining to the cult of the evil god. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow or shook his head slightly, seemingly perplexed or displeased with the content. Seeing his teacher deeply engrossed in study, LiHuo hesitated to disturb him. He tiptoed closer to Orochimaru, striving to make as little noise as possible. However, despite LiHuo's carefulness, Orochimaru slowly raised his gaze, his eyes piercing as they met LiHuo's. There was a unique intensity in his gaze, a fervor that only emerged when he was wholly absorbed in research. LiHuo recognized this as a sign of Orochimaru's obsession with his studies. "Teacher, this is the schedule for the Mizukage transition," LiHuo said, extending the document toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the file and quickly skimmed its contents. In mere moments, he nodded, indicating his understanding of the situation. He then set the document aside and, shifting from his previously somber tone, spoke with a hint of excitement. "LiHuo, I never expected that the cult of the evil god had conducted such in-depth research on immortality." With that, he eagerly handed LiHuo a thick book he had retrieved from beside him. LiHuo accepted the tome, which exuded a chilling aura, and felt a shiver as he vaguely detected the scent of blood emanating from its pages. After thoroughly reviewing the materials, LiHuo found himself unable to quell the turmoil within, a cold dread creeping up his spine. It was unfathomable that the cult of the evil god could be so cruel and terrifying, willing to slaughter countless innocent civilians, utterly defenseless and unarmed, in pursuit of their malevolent deity's favor and the curses it bestowed. The very thought of those bloody and brutal images filled him with nausea and rage. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "However, their research is fundamentally flawed." His tone was resolute and undeniable. "Although their modified bodies may achieve a semblance of immortality, this merely implies they cannot be easily killed by external forces. They are incapable of addressing the natural aging that leads to death." Orochimaru's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if he had pierced through the cult's secrets. He continued to elucidate. "Moreover, if a person lacks exceptionally strong self-healing capabilities, then even with immortality, encountering extreme circumstances such as dismemberment would render them helplessly watching their own demise." LiHuo listened intently to every word Orochimaru spoke, his shock surging like tumultuous waves. He never anticipated that merely skimming some related materials would enable Orochimaru to pinpoint the future cause of Haiden's death with such precision. This insight and analytical prowess were indeed astonishing. In that instant, LiHuo could not help but deeply admire Orochimaru's extraordinary combat intellect. Orochimaru seemed to notice the profound astonishment on his disciple's face, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. After a brief pause, he continued, "In my view, true perfection and immortality must involve the transference of the soul, and even if the possessor is sealed by the mightiest force, they should be able to revive through other means." LiHuo was taken aback by Orochimaru's forward-thinking concept, realizing that this was the crucial reason behind Orochimaru's development of the impure world reincarnation and cursed seals. Subsequently, the master and disciple engaged in a deeper discussion regarding this technique, during which Orochimaru occasionally hinted at his confidence in resolving LiHuo's chakra deficiencies. "Teacher, the issue of insufficient chakra ultimately stems from my youth, does it not? How can we resolve this in such a short span of time?" LiHuo inquired with a perplexed expression. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly, refraining from directly addressing LiHuo's question. However, his mind was already racing, galloping like a wild horse to the distant Yunin Gorge. Thus, the vessel continued its voyage, and several days passed. During this time, LiHuo finally discerned that the presence of Mei Terumi on the ship was rooted in deeper significance. Her teacher was the most trusted confidant of the Third Hokage. Consequently, the master and disciple were entrusted with the vital and arduous task of liaising with envoys from various nations. Upon learning this information, LiHuo lowered his voice and quietly remarked to Orochimaru, "It appears that the Third Hokage has indeed lost his former power. His subordinates must now bear the weight of overwhelming and intricate responsibilities, and a moment's carelessness could lead them to become scapegoats." After contemplating LiHuo's words, Orochimaru nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Negotiating with envoys from diverse nations was fraught with unpredictable variables, undoubtedly a most challenging and delicate endeavor. Yet, if one could adeptly navigate and manage the myriad situations, it also harbored immense opportunities. As the two conversed, a village shrouded in thick mist gradually emerged on the distant horizon. This was the legendary Kirigakure. As they drew closer, the fog enveloping the sea thickened. When their vessel was about to reach the shore, they found themselves completely engulfed in the white mist. Visibility diminished drastically, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. LiHuo mused to himself, if one were to remain in such an environment for an extended period, it is likely that anyone would inevitably develop a gloomy disposition. At last, when LiHuo and his companions disembarked, they encountered two teams of cloaked ANBU members, masked and silently awaiting their arrival as if they had been there for some time. Subsequently, under the guidance of Terumi, Mei, and her teacher, they entered the inner sanctum of Kirigakure, arriving at the residence meticulously arranged by the Mizukage. Chapter 61. Investigating Kirigakure. Intelligence transmission. Along the path to their lodgings, LiHuo appeared to walk with calmness. Yet internally, he was calculating and deliberately observing the unique geography and topography of Kirigakure. His gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, missing no detail. As they approached the village entrance, LiHuo seized a moment of distraction from others to swiftly slip into a concealed corner. With remarkable speed, he formed a series of seals and silently placed a special mark in that location. This was his Flying Thunder God mark, which not only was difficult to detect, but had been proven effective in countless instances. Given that the main strength of the ANBU was concentrated in formidable figures like Orochimaru and A, the ANBU responsible for escorting the envoys remained oblivious to LiHuo's covert actions. Meanwhile, as they traversed the path, both LiHuo and Orochimaru meticulously observed the enigmatic village. Seemingly isolated from the world, LiHuo noted that, although the entire Kirigakure was enveloped in thick fog and the air felt oppressively humid, the villagers exhibited vitality and vigor. Perhaps the recent ascension of the new Mizukage had ushered in a fresh atmosphere, infusing the streets and alleys with a lively spirit. Before long, they arrived at their designated lodgings for the envoys. Intriguingly, their residence was situated in close proximity to the Mizukage's office, an arrangement that undoubtedly reflected Kirigakure's respect for visitors while also facilitating surveillance of the foreign envoys. LiHuo and Orochimaru were assigned adjacent rooms. After swiftly organizing their belongings, LiHuo promptly made his way to Orochimaru's room. Upon reaching the door, LiHuo detected a faint, almost imperceptible chakra carefully surveying him. Instantly, he deduced that it must be Orochimaru's unique sensing technique. This delicate yet pervasive chakra fluctuation was a skill that only Orochimaru could wield with such finesse. Shortly thereafter, a slight sound heralded the slow opening of the door. Orochimaru's cold and enigmatic face appeared through the crack, his narrow eyes squinting slightly as he appraised LiHuo before nodding gently, signaling him to enter. As LiHuo stepped into the room, he immediately noticed Orochimaru swiftly closing the door and windows, even drawing the curtains, plunging the space into dimness. Subsequently, Orochimaru channeled his chakra, spreading it like a fine web around them, meticulously sensing for any potential observers. Witnessing his teacher's cautious demeanor sparked a profound curiosity within LiHuo. He pondered, what could Orochimaru be planning with such meticulous care? This question lingered in his mind, fueling an eagerness to uncover the answer. Just as LiHuo was engulfed in confusion, the mystery was soon unveiled. Orochimaru swiftly approached a table and gently unfurled a small scroll before LiHuo. Upon closer inspection, LiHuo discovered the scroll was densely filled with writing. It became evident that Orochimaru had been diligently recording vital intelligence. The content of this information left LiHuo astounded. It meticulously chronicled their entire experience in Kirigakure, detailing various encounters and strategies. Even more astonishingly, Orochimaru revealed the assassination plans concerning Yunin Village and Sunagakure, elucidating every detail. However, he discreetly concealed any mention of his Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, the observations he made regarding Kirigakure's geography and architectural layout were thoroughly documented on the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a small snake with an almost imperceptible presence from the shadows. After binding the scroll to the snake, he sent it off using reverse summoning to deliver the invaluable intelligence to Konoha. Having concluded all the necessary actions, Orochimaru cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one had detected his movements, he allowed his tense demeanor to relax. Standing beside him, LiHuo silently observed the unfolding events. It was only then that he realized the true reason behind the Hokage's decision to send Orochimaru for this mission. It was not merely due to his formidable strength and status, but rather because of Orochimaru's exceptional reconnaissance abilities, making him perfectly suited for the crucial task of intelligence gathering. Teacher, what should we do next? LiHuo, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, lost in a moment of contemplation. After a while, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on the distance, and responded in a deep, steady voice. Shopping. LiHuo, huh? Before long, on the bustling streets of the hidden mist village, the townsfolk beheld two figures, one large and one small. They meandered leisurely, occasionally pausing to be captivated by the tantalizing aromas of street food or to admire some intriguing trinket. Indeed, these two were Orochimaru and LiHuo. However, Their outing was clearly not merely a simple shopping excursion. In truth, they employed this seemingly mundane activity as a guise to discreetly gather intelligence about the hidden mist village. It is noteworthy that this coastal village had long been isolated from the outside world, rendering its internal affairs largely unknown. Thus, acquiring valuable information was no simple task. With the timely transition of the Mizukage, both Orochimaru himself and the higher-ups in Konohagakure were determined not to squander this excellent opportunity to gain deeper insights into the hidden mist village and uncover more secrets. Surprisingly, however, Orochimaru and LiHuo chose not to venture into the core area of the village, but instead lingered unexpectedly among numerous roadside stalls. Unbeknownst to them, their impeccable sensory skills had already revealed that a whole team of Umbu operatives was stealthily trailing them not far behind. Nevertheless, for Orochimaru and LiHuo, the mere awareness of such critical information was enough to satisfy their curiosity. Time swiftly passed, and in less than a day, in the Hokage's office within Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just concluded a day filled with arduous tasks. Habitually, he employed the telescope technique to gauge the sentiments of the populace. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a serpent, dispatched by Orochimaru to convey vital information. After thoroughly reading the report, he appeared as though struck by an invisible force, plunging into a prolonged and profound silence. After a considerable pause, he abruptly waved his large, powerful hands, and in an instant, numerous agile and well-trained Umbu operatives materialized before him like phantoms. In this moment, the seemingly slightly aged Third Hokage radiated the commanding aura reminiscent of the formidable ninja he once was. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in an unmistakable tone, commanded, immediately summon all advisors, clan leaders, and all elite ninjas for a meeting. With this decree, the most powerful village in the ninja world, Konohagakure, began to operate efficiently and orderly in an instant. Chapter 62, The Counterattack of Konohagakure, the First Hidden Village. Sarutobi, I vehemently disagree. Suddenly, a voice of fury resonated throughout the office. Danzo abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table, causing it to tremble slightly. His eyes widened in anger, glaring ahead, his face a canvas of rage and discontent. Such actions carry immense risks. If other hidden villages catch wind of this, we will undoubtedly become the target of their collective wrath. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Danzo's voice thundered, as if intending to topple the roof. Meanwhile, Tsunade turned her gaze toward the Third Hokage, who sat quietly, silently smoking his pipe. Her expression grave. She said earnestly, Hiruzen, I understand your sentiments, but this matter is of great import. If mishandled, it could lead to extremely severe repercussions. As the village leader, you must exercise utmost caution. However, in the face of their vehement opposition, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely raised his head slowly, his gaze calm as still water, devoid of any tumult as he glanced at his two former comrades. He then shifted his attention to the seated clan leaders and elite ninjas, his weathered face revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain and scorn broke the tension. Humph, a couple of cowards. Unable to protect even the younger generation of our own village. How dare you claim to be the first hidden village? What a laughable notion. The assembly turned to see the speaker was Uchiha Taka, a prominent elder of the Uchiha clan. As he finished speaking, several elite Uchiha ninjas behind him activated their sharingan in an instant. In that moment, multiple gleaming three-tomo sharingans slowly began to rotate, unleashing an overwhelming sense of pressure that engulfed all present, causing their hearts to race. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, remained unfazed by the tense atmosphere, refraining from activating his sharingan, instead quietly observing Uchiha Taka, as if seeking to discern his innermost thoughts. Very well, Taka-san. The Hokage has understood your position. At that moment, a broad and powerful hand gently rested on Uchiha Taka's shoulder. The hand belonged to Hatake Tsukumo, the renowned elite ninja of Konohagakure. Feeling the steady strength conveyed by this hand, Taka's taut nerves relaxed somewhat. Upon realizing the speaker was the Hokage's trusted Tsukumo, he nodded slightly in respect. Concurrently, several elite ninjas discreetly deactivated their intimidating sharingan, alleviating the atmosphere considerably. Tsukumo turned his gaze directly toward the seated Third Hokage and spoke softly. However, that being said, Hokage-sama, I believe Taka-san's words carry some merit. If we cannot adequately protect our own youth, then the so-called will of fire becomes nothing more than an empty phrase. Upon hearing Tsukumo's remarks, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, evidently in agreement with his perspective. He then directed his gaze toward another elite ninja, Nara Shikaku, the clan leader of the Nara clan, and asked, "Shikaku, what is your take on this matter?" Nara Shikaku stroked his increasingly thick beard, pondering for a moment before slowly articulating, "I believe Konoha needs an opportunity. An opportunity to showcase our strength like the other hidden villages." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly stood, throwing open his Hokage robes to reveal his black battle attire. At that moment, all of Konohagakure's elite ninjas felt the terrifying might of the legendary ninja. He waved his hand and declared loudly, "Convey my orders. Let them remember the might of Konohagakure." That night, the entire Konohagakure appeared shrouded in a thick veil of darkness. The once brilliant lights, radiant as stars, were extinguished, plunging the village into a heart-stopping darkness. In the profound silence, no one could perceive the lethal threat lurking behind this cloak of night. Countless Umbu members, clad in dark cloaks and wearing masks, moved like phantoms, traversing the village with astonishing speed under the cover of darkness. Their footsteps were as light as feathers, barely making a sound as they stealthily infiltrated the residences of certain individuals. The targets they had locked onto were diverse, comprising both ninjas and villagers alike. However, they share a common identity as spies dispatched from other hidden villages. The well-trained members of the Umbu strike with precision and decisiveness, capable of dispatching their foes with a single blow, leaving them utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, there is no need to waste time interrogating these spies, for a multitude of ninjas from the clan in the mountains are already on high alert. They silently employ their unique ninjutsu, preparing to delve into the minds of the enemies to extract deeply concealed intelligence. On this tense night, numerous Ch-nin and ordinary J-nin receive urgent summons, swiftly gathering and hastening to the borders of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha clan is tasked with the Leaf Village's security, while elite J-nin squads led by the Akimichi, Inazuka, and High-Ga clans infiltrate various hostile nations like a silent undercurrent. Their mission is to execute a heart-stopping assassination retaliation, delivering a heavy blow to those who dare to infringe upon the Leaf Village. Additionally, the Sealing Team and the Leaf's intelligence department mobilize entirely. Following clues provided by Orochimaru, they race towards the site of the attack. Cautiously, they leave no stone unturned, seeking evidence and any possibly remaining intelligence. In an instant, the seemingly tranquil Leaf Village becomes a tempestuous storm. Days later, at a watchtower on the border of the Rock Village, a brilliant yellow light streaks across the sky like lightning, followed by a thunderous crash. When the light dissipates, the last station J-nin lies lifeless on the ground, his body grotesquely contorted by a devastating blow. This terrifying strike comes from the Rasengan of Minato Namikaze. Yet, Minato does not pause to relish this victory. His sharp eyes swiftly scan the surroundings, and in a flash, he vanishes as if a wraith. It turns out his team has discovered another watchtower hidden deep within the mountains. Without hesitation, Minato once again employs the Flying Thunder God technique, preparing for yet another battle. Simultaneously, within the dense forests of the Land of Lightning, a potent scent of blood permeates the air. Kakashi Hitaki, expressionless, wields the renowned White Fang short blade with fierce decisiveness. With each step he takes, a storm of blood and carnage ensues, as countless Cloud ninjas scream and collapse, unable to even perceive their foe before meeting their demise. In the Wind Country, amidst a desolate and rarely trodden wasteland, flames soar skyward and thick smoke billows. The ground is littered with the bodies of sand ninja, some still ablaze, emanating a nauseating stench of charred flesh. Uchiha Itachi stands amidst the ruins, his cold gaze sweeping over the battlefield before he casually gestures. In an instant, several powerful Uchiha J-nin follow him, vanishing in unison, leaving behind the ravaged scene. Meanwhile, in a bustling izakaya within the Land of Lightning, a middle-aged man with a head of white hair and a spiky hairstyle sits in a corner, indulging in drink. He downs cup after cup of strong liquor until he is thoroughly intoxicated, slumping over the table into a deep slumber. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at that very moment, his true self has stealthily infiltrated the Cloud Village's intelligence department, launching a swift surprise attack and successfully seizing a wealth of crucial intelligence. Although I am uncertain of the old man's true intentions, Given the scale of this operation, I, the sage of the toads, cannot stand idly by. This enigmatic man murmurs to himself as he carefully conceals the precious intelligence within his cloak before silently departing the scene. Shifting focus to the land of Earth. Beneath a gambling establishment named Wanli lies a little-known underground currency exchange. Here, a myriad of clandestine transactions unfold daily. A golden-haired woman, having been pressed for debts once again, silently covers her eyes. Her companion, Shizune, gazes at her in astonishment. What is Lady Tsunade thinking? Tsunade coldly responds to the debt collector. You are disguised as the finance department of the Rock Village, aren't you? The leader of the debt collector smirks, and what of it? Upon hearing this, Tsunade memorizes the enemy's position, shuts down her senses, and instructs Shizune, remember to carry me out later, then take me to bathe. Then, Tsunade bellows, painful heaven's foot. Chapter 63. A Failed Scheme. The storm of the Mizukage succession in the Land of Lightning. Within the towering Raikage building, a resounding crash echoes. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass, a table, pulverized by a fist, is hurled down from the second-floor Raikage's office. Although the gathered crowd is accustomed to the Raikage's explosive temper, this scene inevitably piques their curiosity. What event has ignited the fury of the strongest man in the Cloud Village once again? Go summon Barubi and Yuzuki. Today, I shall declare war. At this moment, Raikage A, furious, his eyes wide open, crackling with lightning, resembles a violent bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. The raging lightning snakes strike everything around, as if intending to rend the very world apart. However, standing beside him, the Raikage secretary, though equally indignant, is well aware of her responsibilities. She restrains her inner discontent and anger, striving to maintain composure while calmly analyzing the current situation's pros and cons to the Raikage. Raikage-sama, please think this through. The secretary takes a deep breath and continues. Our village has recently suffered from the Eight Tails rampage, which has severely depleted our strength. Not only that, but the watchtowers stationed at the borders of the Land of Lightning have also sustained near catastrophic damage, and even the intelligence department is currently overwhelmed. As the secretary methodically outlines the various unfavorable factors, the Raikage's once blazing fury begins to wane, gradually regaining some clarity. Though he is typically quick-tempered and prone to anger, he is not without intelligence. After careful consideration, he ultimately realizes that a rash offensive at this moment would not be wise. He turns to gaze through the shattered window at the Cloud Village, the remnants of his fury still flickering in his eyes. I will find Jiraiya by any means necessary. I will have his skin peeled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you wait. Within 5 years, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions. Meanwhile, in the Earth Village's Tsuchikage office, a shadowy Umbu member kneels before the third Tsuchikage, Noki, who sits at his desk, respectfully reporting an urgent situation. Report, Tsuchikage-sama. All our outposts within the Land of Earth have been annihilated. The station ninjas spared none. The Umbu member's voice is deep and grave, as if each word carries immense pressure and sorrow. Naki's previously shut eyes snap open, his gaze piercing as he stares at the Umbu member, incredulously questioning. How is that possible? Who did this? It appears to be the handiwork of Konoha. The Umbu member responds without hesitation, continuing. Furthermore, the finance department has just reported that the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, has raided our underground bank, absconding with an immeasurable amount of cash. Upon hearing this, the usually composed and calculating face of Noki betrays a rare expression of shock and anger. His eyes widen, veins bulging on his forehead, and his right hand clenches into a fist, slamming heavily onto the desk. As the emotions within Inoki surged, a brilliant white, transparent cube materialized in the palm of his hand. This cube, pristine and immaculate, exuded an unsettling aura of terror. The members of the Umbu were acutely aware that this was the infamous dust release, a technique that instilled fear throughout the entire shinobi world. Tsunade and that Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inoki clenched his teeth, forcing these two names through the gaps in his gritted jaw. His furious eyes seemed to pierce through walls, directing their wrath towards the distant Hidden Leaf village. After momentarily calming himself, Inoki suppressed his anger and inquired once more, what of the other hidden villages? The Umbu member promptly responded, according to the latest intelligence, both the Cloud and Sand villages have also suffered intense assaults from the Leaf, yet thus far, they have chosen to remain passive, refraining from any counterattacks. Upon hearing this, Inoki's anger gradually morphed into a profound sense of helplessness. He slowly released his tightly clenched fist, and the dust release in his palm began to dissipate. Gazing out at the undulating mountains beyond the window, Inoki sighed deeply, lamenting, "I truly wonder when our IWA village will produce outstanding talents akin to those of the Leaf." After this lamentation, Inoki gathered his thoughts and issued commands. Freeze all assets of the Land of Fire within IWA. Confiscate them all. Furthermore, notify that if any IWA ninja encounters a Leaf ninja during missions and possesses the capability to eliminate them, they are to do so without hesitation. Lastly, find Tsunade for me. I wish to send her to see her grandfather. The Umbu nodded slightly but, with a hint of hesitation, remarked, "As for freezing all assets, what of the daimyo?" Inoki waved his hand dismissively. In the face of ninja strength, the daimyo is but a figurehead. Proceed, as instructed. The Umbu nodded and vanished in an instant. A similar situation unfolded in the Sand Village. Throughout the shinobi world, the attitude towards the Leaf Village was in a delicate and suppressed equilibrium, filled with unexpressed rage. This sentiment flowed like an undercurrent, appearing tranquil on the surface, yet concealing a tempest beneath. Although the major ninja villages harbored dissatisfaction towards the Leaf's dominance, the Leaf's power and prestige loomed like a heavy boulder, stifling their wrath and preventing it from erupting easily. However, this state was not eternal. It resembled a taut string that could snap at any moment should the Leaf display even the slightest sign of decline, unleashing a storm that would engulf the entire shinobi world. Yet, now was not the time. The various factions within the shinobi world were still gathering strength in secret, awaiting that decisive opportunity. During this period, both RIH and Orochimaru, aside from attending various meetings leading up to the impending Water Shadow election, devoted nearly all their time to exploring and gathering intelligence on the Mist Village. Meanwhile, amidst these seemingly ordinary days, an inconsequential incident unfolded. It was the day RIH and Orochimaru first ventured out together to collect intelligence. In a remote corner of the Mist Village, within an unremarkable little house, a few umbu-clad ninjas, faces stern, issued a command to a despondent elite J-nin named Hado. "Hado, the elders command you to immediately depart for the Ghost Wind Islands to take up station." Hado, upon hearing this, flashed a look of astonishment and reluctance. "What? But I still need to attend the Water Shadow election ceremony." The lead umbu's tone was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. "Your presence is not required at the Water Shadow election. Depart at once." With that, they vanished in an instant, leaving Hado dumbfounded. His expression turned ashen, yet a flicker of uncontainable resentment and fury danced in his eyes. He muttered to himself, filled with bitterness, "Why? As a trusted aide to the Third Water Shadow, I am exiled to this desolate place, while Pihai gets to host envoys with his female apprentice." The dissatisfaction and anger within him blazed like a wildfire, causing Hado to question whether his loyalty was worth it. He contemplated, the Third Water Shadow is but a molting phoenix now. How can he compare to the peak of the Fourth Water Shadow? Had I known this, I would have aligned myself with the Fourth from the start. Yet, reality struck him hard. The tide had turned, and how could he find a way to pledge allegiance to the new Water Shadow? Hado's gaze flickered as a sinister plan began to take shape in his mind. He understood that time was of the essence. He must act before the new Water Shadow took office. A ruthless determination appeared on Hado's face as he resolved that a storm might be quietly brewing. The following morning, Hado commenced executing his plan. He donned a black cloak that enveloped him entirely. He also wore a mask and hat, leaving only his piercing eyes visible, glinting like sharp nails, penetrating the morning mist to scrutinize his surroundings. He did not employ transformation techniques, but relied on this guise to conceal his true identity. Ensuring all was foolproof, Hado stealthily made his way to the black market of the Mist Village. Navigating through the black market, he ultimately arrived at an inconspicuous shop. The storefront was dilapidated, with goods haphazardly piled together, yet Hado knew it held exactly what he sought. Entering the shop, he scanned the array of items before his gaze settled on a unique katana. One side of the blade gleamed with a sharp edge, while the other bore a jagged, menacing tooth, both fearsome and practical. Hado recognized this katana would serve as a crucial tool in his scheme. The shopkeeper, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, displayed no surprise at Hado's attire. In the black market, such disguises were common, either for concealing identities or avoiding trouble. However, The shopkeeper sensed an undercurrent of chakra from Hato, as though he were maintaining some transformation technique, yet the shopkeeper chose not to address it. Hato picked up the katana and rasped, 10,000 yen, no negotiations. The shopkeeper's heart secretly rejoiced at this price, which was double his original asking price. Yet he recognized that Hato's demeanor and appearance were not those of an ordinary person. Thus, he donned a sycophantic smile and replied, "Ah, it's settled then. I'll wrap it for you." The shopkeeper retrieved some dusty and greasy rags, carefully wrapping the blade. He explained, "Please don't take offense. If I were to use an ornate scabbard, I fear it might attract unwanted attention." Hato nodded slightly, recognizing the shopkeeper's prudence. Just then, the shopkeeper produced a scroll from beneath the counter and handed it to Hato. "This is a newly arrived custom scabbard in oil. You won't find it elsewhere. It's all right here. Please keep it safe." Hato accepted the sword and placed the scroll in his ninja tool pouch, preparing to pay when he inadvertently dropped a pendant. It was a pendant depicting a hot spring emitting steam, quite exquisite. However, Hato quickly stepped on it, as if fearing it would be seen by others. Yet, even so, the shopkeeper caught a glimpse. "What did you see?" Hato glared at the shopkeeper fiercely, his tone icy. The shopkeeper's heart raced, yet he feigned ignorance, smiling. "Ah? I only saw money." Hato shot the shopkeeper a withering glare before hastily exiting the shop. Back at home, he shed his disguise, concealing the katana in a hidden place. He began to plot his next move, his eyes glinting with cunning. In the following days, Hato was often out early and returned late, with no one knowing where he had gone or what he had done. One deep night, he stealthily approached Pinghai's private residence, carrying a fine bottle of wine. It was the time when LiHuo and Orochimaru were freely roaming the hidden mist village. Aware that they could not venture into the core areas of the village, Pinghai wisely refrained from following them and granted Conan a day off as well. Once again, the two former confidants of the Third Hokage reunited. Due to their amicable relationship, Pinghai readily allowed Hato into his home. Hato's purpose for visiting was merely to reminisce and to inform Pinghai of his impending assignment to guard the Ghost Wind Islands. Upon hearing this, Pinghai's expression turned one of regret. The Ghost Wind Islands are notoriously known for their harsh environment. Yet, he failed to perceive the flicker of jealousy and malice hidden deep within Hato's eyes. As they shared the wine that Hato had brought, Pinghai soon noticed an unusual difficulty in circulating his chakra, as if bound by invisible chains, and the chakra he could manipulate dwindled. This sudden shift instilled a sense of unease within him. He attempted to summon more chakra to combat this anomaly, only to feel his strength wane further. Not only that, but his body grew increasingly fatigued, as if pressed by an unseen gravity, rendering even standing a challenge. He looked at Hato in terror. That once familiar face now appeared so alien and cold. "Hato, what have you done?" Pinghai struggled to cry out, his voice filled with fear and anger. In response, Hato gave a chilling smile, his face contorted and sinister. Rising, he slowly approached Pinghai and whispered, "Farewell, Pinghai." With that, Hato struck Pinghai's neck with such force that he instantly collapsed to the ground. Swiftly, he wrapped Pinghai in a blanket and tightly bound his hands and feet with rope, ensuring no marks were left while preventing any chance of escape. After completing this task, Hato meticulously cleaned up every trace he had left in Pinghai's home, carefully wiping surfaces to ensure no clues remained. Finally, he knelt down and deftly removed a button from Pinghai's ninja pouch, a piece that would serve as evidence to frame Pinghai in the future. Satisfied with his handiwork, Hato quietly left Pinghai's home, traversing the dim alleys of the night until he returned to his own dwelling. Rest eluded him, for he knew that the plan was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Pinghai gradually regained consciousness the following afternoon. He felt his chakra and strength slowly returning. Though still somewhat weak, he managed to free himself from his bindings. Struggling mightily, he finally extricated himself from the blanket, untying the ropes that had restrained him. Confusion and anger surged within him as he pondered Hato's motives. Suspecting that Hato harbored some nefarious intent, he resolved to confront him for clarification. However, upon arriving at Hato's residence, he found the door firmly shut, and no matter how he knocked, no one answered. Pinghai's anxiety and rage intensified, and just as he prepared to force his way in, LiHuo appeared with a squad of umbu, surrounding him completely. Stepping forward was Lei Daoya, the wielder of the black scythe, who coldly declared, "Pinghai, you are now suspected of the massacre of the Yuki clan's civilians. You are under arrest." At this, Pinghai's heart jolted, The Umbu's words left him bewildered. He sensed that he had unwittingly fallen into Hato's scheme. Chapter 65. The Massacre of the Yuki Clan. LiHuo entangled in the plot upon returning home. Hato patiently awaited the midnight hour. Ensuring that no one was aware, he gripped the menacing katana tightly and set forth towards the Yuki clan's stronghold. The Yuki clan possessed an exceedingly rare and powerful bloodline limit, Ice Release. In the original narrative, due to the Hidden Mist village's previous disdain for bloodline limits, the only user of Ice Release, Haku, was forced into exile. However, at this current juncture, the Hidden Mist village had yet to reject bloodline limits. More importantly, the Yuki clan did not maintain amicable relations with the Third Hokage. During the latter part of the Third Hokage's reign, numerous scandals regarding him had emerged, providing significant support for the Fourth Hokage's ascent. This served as Hato's justification for orchestrating the death of Yuki clan civilians through Pinghai, a trusted ally of the Third Hokage. Over the preceding days, Hato had visited the vicinity of the Yuki clan's stronghold daily to familiarize himself with the terrain. When he finally arrived at their stronghold, he stealthily infiltrated it using his prior reconnaissance. Once inside the Yuki clan's territory, Hato swiftly navigated through the residences, ruthlessly unleashing his carnage wherever he went. His swordsmanship was both exquisite and brutal, each stroke precisely severing the throats or hearts of his targets, ensuring they could not utter a sound or resist. He carefully placed a button from Pinghai's ninja pouch into one victim's hand while setting a specially crafted pendant in another's grasp. After arranging these incriminating details, he silently exited the Yuki clan stronghold. Back at home, Hato employed Earth Release to bury all the implements of murder in his backyard. Completing this, he embarked on his journey to the Ghost Wind Islands. By morning, the patrolling Yuki clan ninja finally discovered the bodies of their kin. The Fourth Hokage, Yuzuru, was consumed by boundless rage upon hearing the news. The Yuki clan was a crucial supporter of his, and now they had been slaughtered just as he was about to assume office. Without hesitation, he dispatched 5 elite Umbu squads to the Yuki clan's territory for a thorough investigation, vowing to uncover the true culprit. Such a large-scale mobilization of ninja could not escape the notice of Orochimaru and LiHuo. Observing the teams darting past like arrows, LiHuo's expression grew increasingly grave. Based on the intelligence he had gathered in the Hidden Mist village over the past days, he quietly remarked to Orochimaru, "It seems they are headed towards the Yuki clan's territory." Orochimaru, intrigued, smirked and nodded. It appears the Hidden Mist village is about to be embroiled in another upheaval. However, LiHuo shook his head. "We are messengers from Konoha. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in such troubles." Yet, Orochimaru casually countered, "I am quite interested in bloodline limits, and the Yuki clan possesses Ice Release, making them ideal for my research." Before LiHuo could respond, Orochimaru had already set off at a brisk pace towards the Yuki clan's direction. LiHuo could only roll his eyes in exasperation, reluctantly following suit. Watching Orochimaru's swift retreat, LiHuo silently grumbled, "You weren't saying that during the Iron Country incident." When they arrived at the Yuki clan stronghold, the scene before them was harrowing. Over a dozen corpses lay silently at the entrance, silently narrating the brutality that had transpired. Numerous Umbu ninjas swarmed the area, searching for clues amidst an atmosphere thick with tension and dread. LiHuo noticed one Umbu reporting to a man wielding dual blades, none other than Lei Daoya himself. At this moment, he had yet to develop the chilling reputation for conducting funerals for others that he would later earn. Instead, he was serving as the commander of this operation, bearing the weighty responsibilities of the Hokage. Recalling the urgent needs of his teacher, LiHuo's mind sparked with a reckless plan. With a silent sigh, he stood at a distance, meticulously examining the deceased. Drawing upon his keen perception, he slowly began to speak. Given that the assailant had evaded the patrolling ninjas, and that the victims had all succumbed to a single fatal strike, it was evident that the perpetrator must be a formidable ninja, at least of the upper ninja rank. Moreover, with the transition of the Hokage underway, external vigilance around the Hidden Mist village had intensified significantly. Thus, the only individuals capable of infiltrating this area were either envoys from various nations or members from within the Hidden Mist village itself. Consequently, the killer was likely one of the elite upper ninjas from the Hidden Mist. LiHuo continued, based on the nature of the wounds. The weapon used appears to be a specially crafted tachi, a blade that is quite rare. If we trace its origin, we may uncover the identity of the assailant. At this juncture, a member of the Umbu, initially inclined to dismiss them, was compelled to suppress his impatience upon noticing LiHuo and Orochimaru's Konoha headbands. He calmly instructed, "Please leave. We are currently investigating a homicide." Just then, Kurikiba Reiga stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized LiHuo. "A Konoha ninja. Your observations align intriguingly with our own." LiHuo's eyes were resolute, showing no signs of retreat. "If permitted to inspect the scene personally, I could provide more invaluable insights." Orochimaru cast a brief, surprised glance at his disciple, quickly grasping LiHuo's intention. If Reiga acquiesced to LiHuo's request, it would allow Orochimaru the opportunity to collect blood samples. If not, there would be no detriment to either of them. Reiga pondered for a moment before seemingly making a decisive resolution, nodding in agreement. He then turned to his umbu and commanded, "Allow the Konoha envoys to enter for inspection." Upon hearing this, LiHuo felt a surge of affirmation. With the Mizukage transition imminent, he was convinced that the Hidden Mist village would exhaust every effort to resolve this case, even enlisting the aid of other hidden villages. However, the umbu nearby bore expressions of anxiety. But if this continues, it will become a scandal for the Hidden Mist village. Failing to apprehend the murderer would be the true disgrace, Reiga interjected coldly. "Once we capture the assailant, I shall personally see to their end." As he spoke, Reiga's eyes, devoid of warmth, gazed into the distance, his back crackling with the latent energy of lightning, as if ready to obliterate the perpetrator from 1,000 miles away. Thus, accompanied and monitored by a squad of umbu, LiHuo and Orochimaru entered the territory of the Yuki clan, commencing their meticulous investigation of the scene. During their search, while everyone was preoccupied with finding clues, Orochimaru, utilizing his remarkable speed, discreetly gathered blood from the Yuki clan before the umbu could notice. At that moment, an umbu appeared, bringing with him a pendant and a button that had been intentionally left behind by Hato. Reiga examined the pendant closely, stating, "This pendant is quite uncommon in the Hidden Mist village. It can only be found in the land of hot water, where hot springs abound." Suddenly, LiHuo had a revelation. Observing the pendant's pristine condition suggested that the assailant had recently visited the land of hot water. Reiga nodded, and after a swift inquiry with his subordinates, discovered that only one person met the criteria, Ping Hai. At this juncture, the umbu had already pinpointed his location. Seeing the mission accomplished, LiHuo was just about to depart with Orochimaru when Reiga calmly addressed him. "Let us see if your hypothesis holds true." The tone in Reiga's voice was unmistakably authoritative. The stakes were high, and he must ensure that all involved parties remained in his vicinity. Thus, LiHuo relinquished his desire to leave hastily and accompanied the umbu to apprehend Ping Hai. Following the capture of Ping Hai, Reiga expressed his gratitude to LiHuo and Orochimaru, dispatching individuals to escort them back to their lodgings. Subsequently, Reiga escorted Ping Hai to the umbu for interrogation. Inside the interrogation room, Ping Hai adamantly denied any involvement in the murder of the Yuki clan, resulting in the questioning extending late into the night. However, the testimony from the black market owner and the weapon discovered in Hato's backyard further deepened Ping Hai's suspicion. Why is Hato not under suspicion? His physique matches that of Hato. The weapon was also found in Hato's residence. Moreover, I have never even been to the land of hot water. After enduring a series of inexplicable events, even the seasoned upper ninja Ping Hai's composure shattered, leading him to scream in despair. Yet Reiga methodically laid out the evidence before him. The shopkeeper has confessed that the assailant likely employed a transformation technique. A button from your ninja tool pouch was found at the scene, and your presence at Hato's home could very well indicate an attempt to hide the weapon. Most crucially, Hato was already en route to the Ghost Wind Islands when the murder occurred. It was Hato who captured me. He poisoned and incapacitated me. But there are no marks on your body, nor is there any sign of another person in your home, an umbu coldly remarked. You were discontented with the rivalry between the Yuki clan and the Third Mizukage, leading you to ally with the Fourth Mizukage, and thus committed this act. Hearing the mounting accusations, Ping Hai lowered his head in silence, a scoff escaping his lips as his face turned ashen. Observing the disheveled state of Ping Hai, Reiga felt an unsettling intuition, as if unseen forces were guiding their investigation. Quietly exiting the interrogation room, he instructed an umbu, "Send 2 teams to trace the route to the Ghost Wind Islands in search of Upper Ninja Hato. Be vigilant in locating him. If his whereabouts do not align with the 2-day travel distance, apprehend him immediately." He then inquired of another umbu, "Where is the pufferfish ninja from Suigetsu?" The other 7 ninja swordsmen have been dispatched by Lord Mizukage to guard the borders of the Land of Water, the Umbu replied. Rega sighed inwardly. Without the opportunity to question him directly, he could not ascertain whether Ping Hai had visited the capital of the Land of Hot Water. Request an expedited communication with the Mizukage. I must urgently contact the 7 ninja swordsmen who participated in that operation. Meanwhile, at the envoy's residence, a young girl stealthily infiltrated LiHuo's chamber, a shuriken glinting ominously in her hand as it caught the moonlight. Chapter 66. The Assassination of Terumi Mei. Hato's Oath of Loyalty. The girl moved like a specter, her footsteps light as she approached the slumbering LiHuo. The entire process unfolded without the slightest sound, as if she had seamlessly blended into her surroundings. When she finally stood before LiHuo, she gazed intently at the peaceful visage of the boy in slumber. For reasons unknown, her beautiful eyes began to glisten with tears, yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable surge of intense hatred erupted within her like a volcano. In the next moment, without hesitation, the girl raised the shuriken she gripped tightly, plunging it downward with all her might toward LiHuo. Just as the shuriken was about to pierce his body, an icy, chilling voice suddenly resonated in the previously silent room. Do not do this. The girl's movements froze as if time itself had been halted. It was not out of remorse, but rather due to the chilling sensation that coursed through her body as she realized she was trembling uncontrollably. It felt as though she were being targeted by a ferocious predator far more powerful than herself, causing her to shiver and feel an overwhelming dread. Otherwise, you will regret it. As this ominous statement echoed, a figure began to emerge from the shadows of the room, bathed in the faint moonlight. It became clear that the individual was none other than Orochimaru, residing next door to LiHuo. Realizing that her assassination attempt had been exposed, Terumi Mei felt utterly despondent. However, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, with remarkable speed, she swiftly formed hand seals, her chakra surging within her like a tumultuous flood, racing through her meridians. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as a pair of fair hands, resembling iron pincers, firmly grasped the hands of Kahaku Mei, who was in the midst of forming her own seals. At the same time, a powerful chakra erupted from these hands, crashing into Kahaku Mei like a torrential wave, thoroughly disrupting the normal flow of her chakra. The individual responsible for this was none other than Riwo. Just then, with a resounding boom, Riwo, who had been quietly reclined on the bed, suddenly transformed into a thick cloud of white smoke, dissipating into the air like mist. Upon witnessing this, Kahaku Mei's heart sank. She was acutely aware that at this moment, she had no chance of victory. Moreover, should the assassination of the envoy be revealed, she would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the Umbu. With this thought, memories of her wronged master surged within her, overwhelming her with an indescribable sense of grievance and a fiery anger. Her beautiful and captivating eyes now brimmed with murderous intent, resembling 2 fierce bolts of lightning, fixated on Riwo, as if she wished to end him with her piercing gaze. In the next moment, Kahaku Mei shouted, her form twisting violently as she launched a ferocious kick directly towards Riwo's chest. Yet, in the face of this thunderous strike, Riwo remained remarkably calm. With a slight parting of his lips, he coldly uttered, "Shadow technique, multiple serpent hands." Before his words could fully settle in the air, 5 massive, pure white pythons shot forth from Riwo's sleeves, like 5 streaks of white lightning, swiftly barreling towards Kahaku Mei. In the blink of an eye, these 5 giant serpents had tightly ensnared Kahaku Mei, rendering her immobile. Having successfully subdued her, Riwo, accompanied by Orochimaru, leisurely stepped forward. As he approached, Riwo lowered his head slightly and spoke in a gentle yet undeniable tone. Now speak. What exactly is happening? It turned out that the moment Kahaku Mei had stealthily entered Riwo's room, both Riwo and Orochimaru had sensed her ill intent. However, they were unaware of the motives compelling Kahaku Mei to take such a perilous action. After Riwo posed that pivotal question, Kahaku Mei, who had been suppressing her emotions, could no longer contain the torrent of grievances within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a breached dam. Witnessing this, Riwo felt a slight tremor in his heart. He promptly released Kahaku Mei from the binding of the shadow technique and gestured for her to take a seat, indicating his willingness to listen to her tale. Though Kahaku Mei still bore an expression of wariness, after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately settled into a chair, her gaze fixed intently on Riwo. As if seeking a glimmer of trust and understanding in his eyes. Why do you suspect my master? Kahaku Mei's voice trembled slightly, imbued with disbelief and reluctance. Riwo took a deep breath and began to share his series of deductions with her, leaving no detail unspoken. As Riwo's account deepened, Kahaku Mei's demeanor grew increasingly grave. However, when Riwo mentioned the critical clue regarding the pendant from the hot springs proving that the assailant had recently visited the land of hot water, Kahaku Mei sprang up from her seat as if a cat had been stepped on. Her lovely face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "But during our trip to the land of hot water, my master and I never even disembarked from the boat." This revelation struck Riwo like a thunderbolt, sending his thoughts spiraling into confusion. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been observing with apparent indifference, exhibited a subtle change in his typically impassive expression. Stunned, Riwo rose to his feet, eyes wide as he intensely scrutinized Kahaku Mei, urgently questioning, "Is that true? Are you certain you never disembarked?" Upon receiving her affirmative response, Riwo realized that Ping Hai had been wrongfully accused. He hurriedly sought confirmation from Kahaku Mei regarding Ping Hai's movements before and after the murder. The more he inquired, the more he felt that the true perpetrator was none other than the one who had been unjustly branded as a scapegoat, Haido. At that moment, Haido found himself in a perilous situation, encircled by elite Umbu dispatched by the Black Ho, Leia. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes flickered among the trees, each pair of eyes gleaming with a cold and vigilant light. The instant Haido stepped into this area, he was met with an unexpected blockade. This was no coincidence. The distance he had traveled paled in comparison to the pace expected of an elite jonin, falling far short of the anticipated two-day journey. Two teams of Umbus swiftly and methodically spread out, forming an impenetrable encirclement, their movements professional and brimming with caution, clearly indicating the significance of their mission. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Haido's face, but it was merely a momentary display, as he quickly composed himself and, feigning ignorance, addressed the Umbu. "Why have you surrounded me?" The leader of the Umbu, a stern-faced ninja with piercing eyes, succinctly explained the situation, pointing out Haido's anomalous journey. Without hesitation, he motioned for Haido to accompany them for further interrogation. However, to the astonishment of all the Umbu present, Haido exhibited neither dissatisfaction nor surprise. On the contrary, he accepted the leader's request with an unexpected calmness and even a faint smile, as if everything was proceeding according to his plan. He understood that this was part of his grand design, the beginning of his quest to gain their trust, a step towards solidifying his position. In that moment, Haido had already set a strategic scheme in motion, with himself positioned as the pivotal piece on the chessboard. Chapter 67, Haido's Identification. A sudden turn of events. Boom. A thunderous roar shattered the interrogation room, striking Haido's eardrums and causing them to ring painfully. After a night of arduous travel, Haido had returned to the hidden mist village, where he was now undergoing interrogation by the Black Ho, Leia. Leia slowly raised his hand, the lightning blade in his grasp resembling a dragon of thunder poised to break free, mercilessly releasing crackling thunder. Blue and purple arcs of electricity danced across Haido's skin, searing him painfully. Haido furrowed his brow. "You are unworthy. I demand to speak with Lord Fourth Mizukage." His voice was low, each word squeezed out with undeniable authority. This statement had been repeated countless times since his encounter with Leia, each instance slicing through the tension in the air like a sharp blade. "Impudent," Leia roared, his voice resonating with the echoes of thunder, as the lightning blade mercilessly pierced Haido's shoulder, instantly sealing his wound without a drop of blood flowing. Despite the excruciating pain twisting his features, Haido gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a single word. He knew all too well that speaking now would render him utterly valueless. Leia, too, understood that the more defiant Haido appeared, the more crucial the information he held must be. He absolutely must not speak. They must pry open his mouth. The thoughts surged simultaneously in the minds of both individuals, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost suffocating. At that moment, the arrival of a member from the covert division shattered this agonizing stalemate. "Report to Lord Rhea. Lord Sukage has declined your urgent contact request and demands the case be closed within a day." The voice of the covert member was calm, yet it detonated in their hearts like a heavy bomb. With a crack, the lightning blade embedded in Haido's shoulder erupted in a brilliant display of thunder. Blue-violet arcs of electricity raging like furious serpents, scorching a large patch of skin on his shoulder. However, Haido wore a silent smile, one of a victor, for he knew he had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Inside the Sukage's office, the ambience was grave and stifling. Rhea, bearing an air of dishevelment, stood before the Sukage, Yagura, with Hato. The air was thick with tension. Yagura's expression was dark, his brows furrowed, revealing an unmistakable blend of anxiety and fury. Rhea, 2 days have already elapsed, and only 3 days remain until the changeover ceremony. His voice was low and powerful, each word striking like a hammer on the heart. Feeling the weight of the Sukage's ire, Rhea's heart tightened, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor, glancing at Hato. Lord Sukage, Jonin Hato claims he has a method to expedite the resolution of this case. A hint of resignation tinged Rhea's voice. Yagura's gaze shifted to Hato, a flicker of surprise and skepticism crossing his features. He scrutinized the somewhat disheveled Jonin, attempting to glean more information from his eyes. Hato, what is your plan? Yagura's tone remained calm and deep. Hato slightly turned his face, casting a subtle glance at Rhea. Yagura understood and gestured for Rhea to step outside. Though anxious, Rhea silently complied with the Sukage's command and exited the office. Speak, what is your plan? Yagura reiterated, his tone laced with a hint of doubt. Hato took a deep breath, as if making a final decision. Jonin Hirai has slaughtered civilians and caused chaos in the hidden mist. His crimes are unforgivable. I am here to expose him. He knelt on one knee, his tone resolute and loyal. Yagura's curiosity intensified at Hato's words. He examined Hato from head to toe, as if trying to penetrate his very being to discern his true intentions. Is this your proposed solution? His voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Hato nodded, unwavering. The Sukage requires a perpetrator, and Hirai fits that role. Furthermore, you lack a vital piece of evidence. I am that evidence. Yagura's brows furrowed deeper. His skepticism was palpable. However, this case is riddled with uncertainties, and you are still one of the suspects. Hato raised his head, locking eyes with Yagura, a glint of cunning flashing within. Yet all clues point towards Hirai. If we wish to unearth the true culprit, time may already be against us. Yagura's expression shifted abruptly, a powerful aura emanating from him in an instant. He bore down on Hato with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. How do you know about the clues at the scene? Hato remained unfazed by the Sukage's inquiry. Of course, it is Black Scythe. He began, but was abruptly interrupted by Yagura. I advise you to think carefully. I can summon Black Scythe to confront you right now. Yagura's voice was low and forceful, brimming with menace. For the first time, a flicker of change appeared on Hato's countenance. He clenched his hands tightly, as if engaged in a final contemplation. Very well. It was I who killed them, he murmured. However, Yagura did not immediately apprehend him, as he was interrupted by Hato's next words. But does it truly matter who killed them? Compared to a suspect like me, lacking evidence yet having leverage, ISNT Hirai, who has just been wronged and remains a trusted confidant of the Third Hokage, a far more suitable perpetrator. Hato's words plunged Yagura into deep reflection. As a Hokage, he understood that at this critical moment, human lives and the truth were not the foremost concerns. Maintaining his own authority was paramount. Thus, he made a startling decision. From this moment forth, Hato shall be the full authority on this case. Yagura's voice was calm, yet resolute, as if everything lay within his grasp. Though the members of the covert division were taken aback, they swiftly executed the Sukage's command. Hato exhaled in relief, aware that his gamble had paid off. His back was drenched in sweat, yet in that moment, he realized he had triumphed. Yagura fixed his gaze on Hato, knowing that every move he made was calculated by this man. Yet he also understood that in this game of power, only by holding more stakes could one remain invulnerable. The case must be resolved within a day. Yagura's voice was deep and commanding, as if issuing a final ultimatum to Hato. Hato nodded slightly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. As you command. He then vanished with the covert members, prepared to set his plan in motion. Yagura raised his hand again, signaling for Black Scythe Rhea to re-enter. Hato is the murderer. Immediately seek all evidence of his crimes. He added, once collected, deliver it to me at once and classify it as top secret. Though Rhea was astonished by the Sukage's orders, he promptly complied. Upon returning to the covert division, Hato's first command was to declare Hirai the true murderer. Immediately detain Hirai and await the Sukage's judgment. A fierce glint flashed in Hato's eyes. Furthermore, Hirai's disciple, Terumi Mei, is highly likely to be an accomplice. Apprehend her for questioning at once. Upon hearing this, numerous members of the covert division immediately sped away. Chapter 68, Crucial evidence. Terumi Mei captured. At that moment, Terumi Mei, having deduced that Hedo was the true culprit, quickly departed from the messenger's residence in search of evidence. LiHuo followed closely behind, intent on rectifying his prior erroneous deductions. Orochimaru had not left either, as he had more significant research to pursue. The two made their way to a shop within the black market, where the owner was covered in bruises, clearly having been interrogated by the covert division. When LiHuo inquired about the events of that day, the owner trembled uncontrollably, barely able to speak. I only sold a blade and a scroll. Please. No more questions. This statement jolted LiHuo. A scroll? What kind of scroll? For neither Hirai's nor Heido's residences, nor any locations related to the murder case, had yielded any suspicious scrolls. This is a scroll we customized. It contains a sheath and blade oil. Seeing he was affluent, I gifted it to him. The owner produced a scroll, and upon a glance, LiHuo became more certain that he had never seen such a scroll. Pondering, he slowly exited the shop while Terumi Mei followed closely behind. If the scroll is still on Heido, it could prove he is the true murderer. Terumi Mei displayed a puzzled expression. Why couldn't it be that Master secretly placed it on Heido? LiHuo ruffled Terumi Mei's hair before quickly withdrawing his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Terumi Mei shot him an indignant glare. The head-patting ninja. Terumi Mei, please select 2 rewards from the following options. Without taking the time to carefully examine the system's rewards, LiHuo continued. Fool, since Heido had already gone to the Ghost Wind Isles before the incident. How could Pinghai possibly place the scroll on him? With that, LiHuo's gaze sharpened, as if he had seen through everything. Moreover, I suspect he would never admit to having met Pinghai. Upon hearing LiHuo's words, Terumi Mei set aside her previous concerns about LiHuo's odd behavior and began to ponder. Meanwhile, LiHuo examined the rewards from patting Terumi Mei's head. Water release. Hidden mist technique water release. Water pillar formation water release. Water dragon bullet dissolution release. Dissolving monster technique boiling release. Crafty mist technique seeing this. LiHuo scratched his head, displaying a perplexed expression. Oh dear, how am I to choose? After a moment of contemplation, LiHuo decisively selected dissolution release, dissolving monster technique and boiling release. Crafty mist technique. These techniques were remarkably powerful in later stages. In the original work, the water shadow Terumi Mei could even break a non-complete Susanoo with them. As a familiar pain surged through him, the methods and insights of these 2 techniques suddenly emerged in LiHuo's mind. System, does acquiring these 2 techniques mean I now possess boiling and dissolution abilities? LiHuo eagerly inquired. Certainly not. The cold voice of the system shattered LiHuo's illusions. Acquiring these techniques merely indicates that the host can utilize them, not that the host possesses a unique bloodline limit. For instance, if the host pats Senju Hashirama's head and obtains the wood release, birth of the world tree, it signifies that the host has learned and can utilize that technique, but it does not mean the host can use wood release at will. Upon hearing this, LiHuo pouted in disappointment. However, in the next moment, he was unable to feel disappointed as an alarm rang in his mind, and his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. The reason was simple. At that moment, countless members of the Umbu appeared silently like phantoms, surrounding LiHuo and Terumi Mei in an instant. Faced with such a sudden situation, Terumi Mei showed no fear. She straightened her posture and demanded loudly, "What do you want?" Her voice rang clear and strong. One Umbu member stepped forward and coldly replied, "Terumi Mei, due to your being accused of the murder of the Yuki clan, we are here under Lord Heido's orders to arrest you." Upon hearing this, both LiHuo and Terumi Mei stood frozen, their faces etched with shock. They could not comprehend how Heido, who was already heavily suspected, had transformed into the one responsible for the case. Yet, in this critical moment, they had no time to contemplate this dilemma. The Umbu members, armed and poised, were evidently ready to seize them at any moment. LiHuo and Terumi Mei understood well that resisting at this juncture would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Reluctantly, they could only watch as the Umbu members advanced, ultimately capturing Terumi Mei and escorting her away. Before departing, the leading Umbu captain paused, turned back, and fixed LiHuo with a cold glare, uttering a warning-laden statement. "The messenger of Konoha, the Mist Umbu formally warns you. Do not interfere in the internal affairs of the Mist Village." With that, he did not linger, escorting Terumi Mei further away. Watching their receding figures, LiHuo was consumed by urgency, yet felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Terumi Mei turned her head, her gaze meeting Lihua's. Her once beautiful and enchanting face was now ashen, her eyes slightly reddened, as if all vitality had drained from her. Her lips trembled, and she forced out a few words. "Lihua, if possible, please help me." She knew well that, given the current dire circumstances, the likelihood of Lihua extending a helping hand was nearly negligible. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept onto her face, tinged with self-mockery and resignation. Subsequently, she silently turned away, her steps heavy as she followed the umbu into the distance. Lihua stood rooted in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell, completely motionless. His eyes were vacant and devoid of spirit, as though his soul had vanished. At this moment, an overwhelming tide of regret surged within him, while simultaneously, a fierce blaze of anger ignited in his heart, spreading until it engulfed him entirely. Meanwhile, an umbu member was kneeling respectfully before Yagura, detailing every action and word of Hado to the water shadow. Since Yagura had decided to appoint Hado, he had meticulously positioned countless informants around him, ensuring they closely monitored and promptly reported all of Hado's movements. Yagura was acutely aware of Hado's directives to detain Ping Hai and apprehend Terumi Mei among other actions. He recognized this as Hado brazenly wielding his authority to eliminate those who opposed him or posed a threat. As Yagura perused a document recording the tragic fates of innocent Yuki clan civilians, his previously indifferent heart began to waver. He recalled the words of Elder Yuan, "Yagura, think carefully, do not find yourself riding a tiger." Yet, he also understood deeply that every decision he made aligned with the best interests of the water shadow, even if it meant wronging countless people. With this thought, he coldly instructed the umbu, "All right, you may withdraw for now. Remember to urge Haikuro to gather more evidence regarding Hado's murders." Lihua was uncertain how he returned to the messenger's residence. His mind was in turmoil. Orochimaru also sensed something amiss, as Lihua seldom exhibited such expressions. After grasping the sequence of events, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Lihua, such occurrences are quite common in the ninja world." Lihua interjected before Orochimaru could finish. "I understand this is normal. Yet I still cannot accept that my negligence led to such an event occurring before me." "Then change it. Do what you wish," Orochimaru said, placing a hand on Lihua's shoulder. In that moment, he thought of that passionate white-haired youth who managed to retain his kindness amidst chaos. "Here, there is me and Konoha." Orochimaru gazed into the distance. Upon hearing this, Lihua lifted his head to meet Orochimaru's gaze, nodding resolutely, his eyes filled with gratitude. Chapter 69, The Head-Patting Water Shadow. A disturbance at the ceremony. Having solidified his thoughts, Lihua wasted no time and quickly sprang into action. He immediately set out to seek all evidence that could substantiate Hado's crimes and meticulously organized all suspicious matters. With only a day remaining until the ceremony, Lihua and Orochimaru, as messengers, attended the rehearsal. During the rehearsal, Lihua beheld the water shadow ceremonial robe custom-made for Yagura. "Since the fourth water shadow has an exceptional physique, we specially tailored a new ceremonial robe for the occasion," the craftsman proudly declared. "May I touch it? I've never felt a ceremonial robe before," Lihua exclaimed with the wide-eyed wonder of a child, oblivious to the cunning and anger lurking in his eyes. The craftsman readily nodded, "Of course, but please do not soil it." As Lihua ran his fingers over the smooth texture of the ceremonial robe, he marveled while secretly marking it with his flying thunder god technique. "And this water shadow hat?" Lihua placed his hand on the hat, but before he could finish, the craftsman interrupted, "That is not permissible. The hat is sacred. One must not act recklessly." Subsequently, the hat was seized and placed back in its original position, leading everyone to the next site. Yet, no one noticed the striking mark of the flying thunder god emblazoned on the inner side of the hat. As Lihua traversed more locations, the flying thunder god marks proliferated throughout the venue. By the end of the rehearsal, Lihua had inscribed the marks at all critical points of the venue. That night, Lihua found himself restless, unsure of the consequences of his actions. However, he was acutely aware that if this situation were to persist, both Ping Hai and Terumi Mei could very well lose their lives. Furthermore, those slain by Haido would remain eternally unavenged. He did not consider himself a saint, yet he was not solely driven by self-interest. The next day, the water shadow succession ceremony commenced in earnest. Lihua and Orochimaru, as representatives of Konoha, would only enter once all preparations were complete. Observing Lihua's slightly anxious demeanor, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? In my youth, I faced numerous shadow-level adversaries head-on. Your endeavors hardly warrant such trepidation. During the rehearsal, LiHuo's subtle actions did not escape Orochimaru's notice, and he had begun to discern his disciples' intentions. 7 years old. What was I doing at that age? Orochimaru mused with a sigh. Representatives from various hidden villages arrived in droves, and soon the highly anticipated succession ceremony commenced. LiHuo's expression was grave as he scanned the surroundings, his alertness taut like a drawn bowstring. He keenly observed that at every entrance and crucial location within the venue stood numerous members of the Umbu, clad in black attire and masked, all braced for action. These Umbu did not attempt to conceal their presence. Rather, they appeared ready for any eventuality. LiHuo understood that what he beheld was merely the visible manifestation of the Umbu's might. The true elite forces were undoubtedly covertly positioned in more concealed corners. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these hidden forces would emerge as the overwhelming power to quash all opposition. Time slipped away, and before long, the towering figure of the fourth water shadow, Yakura, appeared atop the water shadow building. Hido stood conspicuously behind him. Yakura's gaze swept over the audience below. From this day forth, he would assume the responsibility of leading the Mist Village, becoming its new leader. However, at that moment, LiHuo was too preoccupied with Yakura's exuberance to pay him any mind. He stared up at Yakura, his mind flooded with visions of innocent civilians meeting tragic ends. Alongside Terumi Mei's despondent visage, this turmoil twisted within LiHuo's heart like a dagger. Unbeknownst to him, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. As Yakura concluded his address, thunderous applause resonated throughout the hall. Following this, the hat symbolizing the water shadow's supreme authority was respectfully presented before Yakura. Once he donned this hat, he would officially become the rightful fourth water shadow. Yet at that instant, LiHuo's muscles tensed, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Since entering the venue, he had been silently absorbing the natural energy surrounding him and carefully fusing it with his chakra. At that moment, after prolonged accumulation and harmonization, the natural energy achieved an almost flawless integration with his chakra. Simple Sage Mode activate. In that instant, the venue witnessed two focal points. One was Yakura, poised to don the water shadow hat, and the other was LiHuo, who suddenly erupted with a formidable aura amidst the delegation. In a heartbeat, countless shadows of the Umbu appeared before LiHuo like phantoms. Clad in dark garb, their faces obscured by masks, only their keen, eagle-like eyes were visible. A multitude of cold steel blades gleamed ominously under the sunlight, encircling LiHuo and forming an impenetrable web of death. Yet, in the face of this sudden peril, LiHuo merely smiled faintly. His eyes reflected no hint of panic or fear, but rather an air of composure and confidence. You have ventured into the wrong place. His voice was calm and resolute. With a flash of crimson light, LiHuo's form vanished like a wisp, reappearing beside Yakura with astonishing speed. Gazing at Yakura, who stood nearly at his height, LiHuo hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly reached out, snatching the water shadow hat from Yakura's head with a decisive and commanding motion. The entire event unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. However, in that fleeting moment, a black hook staff struck like lightning, piercing LiHuo's abdomen. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining his garments and shocking everyone present. A flicker of pain crossed LiHuo's face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yakura had dealt the blow. At that instant, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in LiHuo's mind. Ding. Top-tier ninja, fourth water shadow, Yakura. Please select 5 rewards from the following options. Water release, water mirror technique. Water release, cutting rain, wind release, typhoon, shadow level physical quality, shadow level perception ability, water release, exploding water shockwave, hook staff proficiency. Boom. With a deafening crash, an overwhelming force emanated from Yakura's hook staff, as though it sought to rend LiHuo asunder. LiHuo was flung like a kite with its strings severed, soaring through the air in a long arc before crashing heavily into the solid wall of the water shadow building, producing a dull thud. The wall cracked under the tremendous impact, debris scattering in all directions. Gasping, LiHuo spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothing crimson, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. In this critical moment of life and death, Hido's figure appeared beside LiHuo like a specter. A sharp steel blade plunged into LiHuo's chest, The sound of steel piercing flesh was unmistakable. LiHuo's body convulsed violently as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Below, Orochimaru found himself encircled by countless umbu, their blades gleaming ominously, forming a realm of death. They vowed to ensnare Orochimaru with their lives, rendering him unable to escape swiftly. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, LiHuo gritted his teeth and silently chanted within his heart, "System, I choose water release, water mirror technique. Water release, cutting rain, shadow level physical quality, shadow level perception ability, water release, exploding water shockwave. Release them immediately." As his words fell, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed LiHuo's entire being. It felt as though countless razor-sharp blades were slicing through him, exacerbating the bleeding from his wounds. Blood cascaded like a brook, soaking the ground beneath him. Yet, within his gaze, there was no sign of retreat or fear, only unwavering resolve and determination. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before all. LiHuo struck Haido with a mighty blow, sending him hurtling backward into a distant wall, where he crumpled to the ground. Momentarily unable to rise, trembling, LiHuo staggered to his feet, his body still quaking from the intense pain. He grasped the steel blade embedded in his chest and pulled it free, blood dripping from his fingertips, yet a victorious smile graced his lips. At that moment, he had received the full suite of enhancements from the system, his strength having undergone a qualitative leap, nearly brushing against the threshold of shadow-level power. In this critical moment, every second was of utmost importance. LiHuo swiftly extracted military rations from his ninja pouch, stuffing handfuls into his mouth. These precious pills dissolved rapidly, transforming into torrents of potent energy that surged through his limbs. Under the formidable restorative power of life restoration, LiHuo's body began to heal at an astonishing rate, his wounds gradually closing, and his stamina swiftly replenishing. Finally, as Yikong's hooked staff struck like lightning, imbued with lethal intent and an overwhelming presence, LiHuo shouted, "Yikong, you are unworthy of being the Water Shadow." Chapter 70, Confrontation, a Turning Point. With a sharp, piercing whistle, the hooked staff, emanating a terrifying aura, hurtled towards LiHuo's head with tremendous force. Just as this fatal blow was about to explode upon him and shatter his skull, the staff halted abruptly, mere centimeters from his head. Nevertheless, the violent gust of wind it generated sliced mercilessly across LiHuo's face, leaving elongated trails of blood that trickled down his cheek. "What did you say?" Yikong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the boy before him, adorned with the Leaf Village headband. He could not fathom that this seemingly frail youth would dare utter such audacious words in his presence. "I said, you are unworthy of being the Water Shadow," LiHuo declared, fearlessly and with righteous fervor. His voice resonated clearly, echoing across the vast expanse, lingering in the air. Before the words had fully dissipated, the staff that had been suspended in midair suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering force, crashing down towards LiHuo's head. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world trembled. As the village leader of Kirigakure, Yikong could not tolerate anyone daring to openly challenge and undermine his authority. Therefore, he showed no mercy in his retaliation against LiHuo's brazen provocation. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the next moment, a look of utter astonishment appeared on Yikong's previously furious face, quickly transforming into an unprecedented gravity of realization. He had just discovered that his seemingly inevitable and powerful strike had completely missed its mark. Moreover, perplexingly, there were no apparent signs of temporal disturbance in the surrounding space. What did this mean? The boy before him had evaded this death blow through sheer physical prowess. Almost simultaneously, LiHuo's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing at the spot where the fallen Haido lay. He brushed off the dust from his attire, straightened his posture, and boldly proclaimed, "Haido, a jounin, killed dozens of innocent members of the Yuki clan, and as the Water Shadow, you not only failed to investigate, but also aided in the tyranny. Do you deserve to be the Water Shadow?" As his words echoed, the venue fell into a hushed silence, the Yuki clan ninjas exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. "On what grounds do you slander Lord Water Shadow?" Suddenly, an elder from the Yuki clan stepped forward, his voice trembling with rage. Then, like a tidal wave, a chorus of insults and jeers surged forth from all directions, engulfing LiHuo. However, amidst the deluge of accusations and vitriol, LiHuo remained unflappable, exuding an air of unwavering calm. His grip was like iron as he seized Hato by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. LiHuo's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Yikong as if to penetrate his very being. The cut on the button of the ninja pouch is smooth, and the deceased did not grip it tightly, proving that the button was placed after death. Furthermore, Hato had departed for the Ghost Wind Islands 2 days prior to the incident. Yet it took only a day to locate and bring him back, indicating he did not leave 2 days ago. LiHuo continued, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Most critically, the specialized scroll gifted by the black market boss contained a sword sheath and oil. As he spoke, he reached into Hato's ninja pouch and indeed produced the scroll, showcasing it before the crowd. What further excuses do you have? LiHuo's voice thundered, gripping Hato's collar tightly, emanating an oppressive aura. At that moment, Yikong subtly gestured to nearby Yinbu members, his eyes flashing with resolve, as if he had reached a certain decision. Bring me evidence from Uchiha LiHuo. In the next instant, Hato slowly regained consciousness, absorbing LiHuo's words and sensing the shift in the atmosphere around him. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find Yikong gazing at him coldly, filled with scrutiny and skepticism. Alarm bells rang in Hato's mind. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, his fate would be sealed. Thus, he silently bit down on the poison pill hidden in his molar. He realized that only by feigning a murder by the Leaf Envoy could he temporarily deflect suspicion and buy himself sufficient time to destroy evidence. However, Hato suddenly let out a piercing scream, for LiHuo had already seen through his scheme. With a swift strike, he dislocated Hato's jaw, rendering him unable to swallow the poison pill. Then, with a casual toss, Hato was flung like a ragdoll at Yikong's feet. Water Shadow, keep an eye on him. Do not let him die. If he dies, it will be your deliberate cover-up. LiHuo's voice brimmed with intimidation and warning. Yikong's grip on the hooked staff tightened, his heart ablaze with fury and resentment. He longed to smash the insolent boy before him into powder to vent his pent-up rage. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that any loss of life would severely impact his standing. LiHuo continued with unwavering conviction. Hato, while serving as the case's lead, abused his authority to eliminate rivals. What punishment does he deserve? At that moment, as his words hung in the air, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. A cacophony of astonished murmurs erupted as people could no longer contain their disbelief and curiosity, whispering amongst themselves. Their gazes turned to Yikong, once filled with unwavering faith, now laced with doubt and speculation. Yikong's heart raced. He understood the gravity of the situation had escalated dramatically. If he did not take decisive action, the situation would spiral out of control, irretrievable. Meanwhile, though LiHuo noted the crowd's shifting sentiments towards Yikong, he remained vigilant and unyielding. He seized handfuls of military rations, shoving them into his mouth as though they were mere beans. He could utilize life restoration to rapidly mend his wounds with the rich nutrients contained within the rations. On the other side, Yikong silently observed LiHuo, maintaining his silence amidst the increasingly tumultuous environment. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a figure sped forth like lightning. It was Uchiha LiHuo. Chapter 71, Epilogue. A solution to chakra reserves. LiHuo stood aside, his shadow-level perception ability enveloping the surrounding area like an invisible net. At that moment, a familiar chakra fluctuation piqued his alertness. Without needing to look, he recognized that Uchiha LiHuo was swiftly approaching. However, to LiHuo's astonishment, when Uchiha LiHuo arrived on the scene, he displayed not a flicker of surprise at the chaotic situation and the tense atmosphere. Instead, he hastened his pace, heading straight for Yazong. Observing this, LiHuo refrained from intervening. He understood that Yazong had summoned Uchiha LiHuo not to exonerate Hato, but rather to deliver a fatal blow, the final straw that could break the camel's back. With a resounding thud, Uchiha LiHuo landed heavily before Yazong, his breath slightly disordered, and the lightning blade behind him flickered ominously. His striking presence intensified the murmurs among the mist ninjas below. Did you bring the items? Yazong inquired, steadying LiHuo. All of them, LiHuo replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yazong's aura shifted dramatically. He took the evidence scroll from LiHuo's hands and, with a sudden change in tone, declared, Konoha's envoy, do you truly believe I was unaware of Haido's deeds? Yazong's voice rang out clearly towards LiHuo. At this, Haido, lying beside Yazong, widened his eyes in shock, his face ashen, for he realized that the water shadow had completely abandoned him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, began to quietly gather chakra, fully aware that this was the moment of true peril for the master and disciple. Unbeknownst to him, after the recent turmoil, his apprentice had already acquired strength nearing that of a shadow. LiHuo, having heard Yazang's words, vaguely grasped his intent but continued to follow his lead. What do you mean? In response, Yazang stepped forward, unfurling the scroll without hesitation. This scroll contains the evidence of Haido's crimes that my people have uncovered over the past few days. Yazang's voice was steady and powerful. The crowd erupted in commotion, whispers and exclamations echoing throughout the space, all eyes fixated on the scroll in Yazang's hands. Could it be that Lord Watershadow? Everything you previously did was intentional? A ninja finally voiced the question that had been on everyone's mind. Indeed, Yazang affirmed, nodding in gratitude towards the inquisitive ninja. His gaze, piercing, scrutinized the assembly below. I have long suspected that Haido harbored malicious intent. Promoting him to a position of authority was merely a ruse to lull him into revealing more of his flaws. With that, Yazang raised the scroll high. He turned his gaze toward LiHuo, filled with reproach and dissatisfaction. We could have gathered more evidence against Haido, Konoha's envoy. You have severed this vital lead. In the face of Yazang's accusations, LiHuo merely smiled faintly. He understood Yazang's strategy, sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Yazang's imposing aura cascaded like a waterfall, pressing toward LiHuo. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Orochimaru materialized before LiHuo like a specter, exuding formidable power. The mist Umbu, who had just encircled Orochimaru, found themselves incapacitated in an instant, now lying on the ground in a peaceful slumber. Orochimaru advanced step by step toward Yazang, his presence growing stronger with each stride. Humph! Leia gripped the lightning blade tightly, fervently channeling chakra, as dark clouds began to gather above, with flashes of lightning flickering. Meanwhile, the assembled ninjas rose to their feet, adopting battle stances. Lord Watershadow, we mean no harm. And the outcome is favorable. Let us consider this matter settled. Orochimaru spoke coldly, devoid of any hint of negotiation. Faced with the looming presence of Orochimaru, Yazang tightened his grip on his weapon, a surge of anger swelling within him. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed. He raised his hand slightly, and Leia ceased his actions. The ominous skies beginning to dissipate. Though the mist ninjas seethed with rage, they complied with the Water Shadow's command, returning to their positions in silence. With a measured breath, Yazang declared, I ask that Konoha's envoy departs. The mist village does not welcome you. Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. He had no need for the mist village's welcome, nor even for Konoha's. Without a hint of hesitation, Orochimaru and LiHuo departed the scene, subsequently leaving the mist village amidst a throng of Umbu. As the succession ceremony continued uninterrupted, devoid of any disruptors, Yazang successfully ascended as the fourth Water Shadow. Haido, however, was imprisoned by the Umbu, aware that all his painstaking efforts were about to turn to ashes, including his very life. Meitarumi was acquitted of all charges, while her master, Hira, succumbed to despair in prison, taking his own life. Upon learning of her master's fate, she felt disheartened and contemplated fleeing this cursed village. Yet, reflecting on LiHuo's actions reignited her resolve to one day transform the village's ethos. Having departed the Mist Village, Orochimaru swiftly erased all traces of the two. LiHuo accompanied Orochimaru through numerous flying thunder god markings until they reached a secure area. Once assured of their safety, LiHuo turned to Orochimaru, puzzled. Why did Yazang let us go so easily? I had anticipated a fierce battle. Orochimaru patted LiHuo's shoulder, intending to explain. But suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his usually impassive face. LiHuo, how have you grown so powerful? It turned out that the earlier pad had revealed to Orochimaru the formidable physical prowess of LiHuo. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that his disciple's physical capabilities had reached the level of a shadow. LiHuo chuckled in response. Teacher, everyone has their secrets. Although Orochimaru was curious, he merely smiled, choosing not to press further. He had come to regard LiHuo as someone trustworthy, and thus, he would no longer harbor doubts. Subsequently, Orochimaru explained to LiHuo, Yazang dared not act, nor did the mist. To force responsibility would only lead to their greater downfall. Moreover, if all goes as expected, the old man has already taken action. Orochimaru gazed contemplatively into the distance, his eyes deep with meaning. Those who ambushed us cannot expect to fare well. LiHuo nodded, comprehending Orochimaru's implication. So, Teacher, shall we return immediately? Having been away from Konoha for some time, LiHuo began to yearn for the village. Orochimaru shook his head. No, we still have a private matter to attend to. LiHuo looked at Orochimaru in confusion, uncertain of what he intended to do at this moment. Orochimaru placed his hand on LiHuo's shoulder and spoke slowly. At this juncture, your physical attributes, as well as your ninjutsu and chakra, have reached shadow-level standards. As he spoke, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, for he had never encountered a talent as terrifying as LiHuo. After regaining his composure, Orochimaru continued. The only constraint lies in the volume of chakra. LiHuo nodded. This was a recurring shortcoming that had troubled him countless times. Orochimaru's gaze turned distant as he remarked. When it comes to rapidly augmenting chakra volume, the tailed beasts are undoubtedly the most suitable. At this, LiHuo's eyes widened in shock. Teacher, you want me to become a Jinchuriki? However, Orochimaru shook his head and, with a sinister amusement, remarked, I apologize. But the teacher lacks the capability to capture and seal the tailed beasts on his own. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone. However, we can indeed procure a part of the tailed beast's body, such as a horn from the eight tails or a tentacle. The teacher's intention was clear, and LiHuo, slightly apprehensive yet excited, gazed at Orochimaru. Now, let us proceed to the Land of Lightning. What about the mission? The mission has already been accomplished. The rest is up to the old man. Achoo. Meanwhile, in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose and admiring the military achievements of the Third Hokage, he thought, surely, that rascal Orochimaru is praising me. Chapter 72, Investigation Before Infiltration. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. Days later, in the Hokage's office, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily tossed a scroll onto the desk, startling the small white snake beside him, which instantly transformed into a puff of smoke. Orochimaru's temperament remains as vile as ever. After receiving the intelligence report from Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the exploits of the teacher-student duo in the Hidden Mist Village. The Third Hokage sighed, pondering for a moment before raising a finger. An Umbu swiftly emerged from the shadows. From this moment onward, keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Hidden Mist Village. Report any anomalies immediately. The Umbu nodded slightly, about to relay the orders. When the Hokage called out once more, also, due to Orochimaru and Uchiha LiHuo's failure to fulfill their mission as mandated, their payment for this task will be forfeited. The Hokage spoke with an air of authority, devoid of any personal vendetta. At that moment, Orochimaru and LiHuo had just set foot on the territory of the Land of Lightning. As this was a covert infiltration, they had to ensure not to attract the attention of the Cloud Village. Thus they concealed their presence and slipped past numerous sentries. I recall that the border defenses of the Cloud Village were not as stringent as they are now, Orochimaru mused, resting his chin on his hand. What has triggered such vigilance? Achoo! The Third Hokage sneezed again. Unlike the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning was established amidst towering peaks, shrouded in mist and resonating with deafening thunder. The duo settled in a small town not far from the hidden Cloud Village. After making themselves comfortable, Orochimaru began to elucidate his plan to LiHuo. When I was attacked in the Land of Soup, I learned that the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, was in a state of emotional instability. Not long ago, the Eight Tails within him had just erupted, rendering him extremely vulnerable. Upon hearing this, LiHuo immediately understood. Recalling how Orochimaru had once infiltrated the hidden Cloud Village alone, inciting a tailed beast riot by his own means. This incident marked the beginning of Killer Bee's role as a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru continued, we shall seize this opportunity. LiHuo interjected. By employing a certain method to provoke the Eight Tails within Killer Bee, we can then take advantage of the chaos to acquire a portion of the Eight Tails' physical tissue, thereby obtaining some of its chakra. Orochimaru regarded LiHuo with appreciation, nodding in agreement. The plan had begun to take shape. Now, they needed to refine the details and execute it flawlessly. In the ensuing days, Orochimaru led LiHuo in observing the security measures surrounding the hidden Cloud Village. Throughout this process, they remained utterly still and vigilant, ensuring they did not attract the attention of any perceptive ninjas. After discerning the security mechanisms of the hidden Cloud Village, LiHuo quickly devised a method to infiltrate it. Once the efficacy of the plan was confirmed, Orochimaru decided to concoct a special poison, one that would induce powerful hallucinations, bringing forth repressed emotions, and subsequently causing temporary amnesia after the effects wore off. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face. LiHuo couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance as Orochimaru's ally. However, he knew he must remain cautious if he were to face him as an adversary. While concocting the poison, Orochimaru and LiHuo diligently gathered intelligence from within the hidden cloud village. They frequented various locales and eventually discovered where Killer Bee was recuperating, as well as his background. One day, while LiHuo and Orochimaru were gathering information in an izakaya, a man's voice echoed from the entrance. "Hello, beautiful proprietress. Yes, I am a travel writer currently in the process of gathering material. Ah, but I am alone. As you know, travel is often filled with solitude and romance." Upon hearing this voice, Orochimaru immediately turned to look, then glanced back with a peculiar expression. Noticing his teacher's reaction, LiHuo curiously looked toward the door, his jaw dropping in shock. "Is that Lord Jiraiya?" LiHuo exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Orochimaru. Clearly, the white-haired man at the entrance had sensed their gaze and turned to look back. "Ah, you foul snake. What brings you here?" The previously polite man suddenly erupted with boisterous laughter. The proprietress hurriedly turned around. "Who was that?" Jiraiya immediately reverted to his previous courteous demeanor, pointing toward Orochimaru. "First, prepare a private room for me, and bring in a few lovely ladies. I believe this will greatly aid my research." The proprietress smiled and went back, while Jiraiya stealthily emitted a lewd chuckle. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya approached Orochimaru and LiHuo, wrapping his arms around Orochimaru. "What are you doing here, you foul snake?" Orochimaru gently shrugged off Jiraiya's arm, replying coolly, "What I do is none of your concern." Jiraiya, unabashed, sat across from them, bombarding them with questions. "You won't believe it. Not long ago, the old man suddenly dispatched someone to dismantle the border defenses of the Cloud Village. I thought to myself, I must do my part. So I destroyed their intelligence department." LiHuo watched as Jiraiya casually recounted this incident, feeling a surge of respect. However, Jiraiya then playfully punched Orochimaru on the back. "How about that? Impressive, isn't it?" "Haha." LiHuo's admiration vanished in an instant. Amidst the banter, Jiraiya suddenly turned serious. "Recently, the Cloud Ninjas have significantly bolstered their defenses. If you have any tasks at hand." Suddenly, Jiraiya pointed at LiHuo. "Hey, who is this little brat?" Uffed. LiHuo nearly spewed his tea, his face a picture of disbelief. This guy is so blunt. Upon mentioning LiHuo, Orochimaru's interest peaked. "This is my disciple, Uchiha LiHuo." Now it was Jiraiya's turn to be astonished. "You actually have a disciple. At such a young age, he possesses strength close to that of a Kage. Remarkable. If it weren't for the prophecy of the great sage Fros, I might have thought your disciple was the prophesied child." Hearing this, LiHuo couldn't help but admire Jiraiya's keen insight, recognizing his strength at a mere glance. Orochimaru, slightly surprised, asked, "Did Minato not inform you?" "Huh, Minato? We haven't been in contact for quite some time. I assume he has become an even more exceptional ninja by now." "Sir, your room is ready." At that moment, the elegantly dressed proprietress appeared before Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was blushing and bleeding from his nose, he maintained his facade, and, after bidding farewell to Orochimaru and LiHuo, dashed toward the private room. "So, Lord Jiraiya also has the Flying Thunder God technique," LiHuo mused. Hee. At this remark, Orochimaru unexpectedly smiled. After parting ways with Jiraiya, LiHuo and Orochimaru returned to their residence. Once they ensured that no one was around, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. "LiHuo, to ensure the success of the upcoming mission, I now entrust you with the iron armor sealing technique." As the flames flickered, LiHuo's expression grew serious. The sealing technique had always been his Achilles heel, yet he found himself bereft of time to practice it. With the Third Great Ninja War approaching, the practical significance of sealing techniques paled in comparison to ninjutsu and taijutsu. Furthermore, Konoha maintained stringent surveillance over Kushina, making it difficult for a member of the Uchiha clan to make contact and quickly acquire potent sealing techniques. Orochimaru continued. "The iron armor sealing technique is a unique method employed by the Hidden Cloud Village to seal tailed beasts. Though it cannot rival the 4-symbol seal or the 8-trigram seal, it is essential for you to master it." LiHuo nodded solemnly and began his studies with Orochimaru. After a fortnight of diligent training, he finally grasped the fundamentals of the iron armor sealing technique. Next, the time had come for their incursion into the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 73, Infiltration of the Hidden Cloud. The 8 Tails run amok. Once they had organized all their equipment, LiHuo swiftly erased all traces left by the two, striving to prevent the Cloud Shinobi from discovering them. After accomplishing this, LiHuo and Orochimaru concealed themselves near the hidden Cloud Village under the cover of night. LiHuo, do you have a method for infiltrating? Orochimaru inquired, swiftly forming hand seals and channeling chakra throughout his body. LiHuo cast his gaze towards the heavily guarded village, activating his shadow-level perception to its utmost limit, and nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving his disciple's confirmation, Orochimaru promptly completed the remaining seals. To LiHuo's astonishment, Orochimaru's body began to gradually liquefy and coalesce, the aura of a formidable chakra dissipating into nothingness. Ultimately, Orochimaru transformed into a small brown snake, its pupils radiating a chilling presence as it slithered towards the interior of the hidden Cloud Village. Witnessing this spectacle, LiHuo could not help but admire Orochimaru's exceptional ninjutsu prowess. As the small snake stealthily slipped into a corner of the hidden Cloud Village, LiHuo wasted no time in forming seals with remarkable speed, exclaiming, "Camouflage technique." This was a ninjutsu he had acquired during the Rock Shinobi's attack. In the original story, Jonin Oishi had once managed to injure the already prominent Jonin Kakashi's left eye using this technique, showcasing its remarkable stealth capabilities. As his words fell, LiHuo's body gradually became transparent, his presence fading until he completely melded with his surroundings. Subsequently, he activated a rudimentary sage mode, further enhancing his perception and leaving behind a flying thunder god technique mark outside the hidden Cloud Village. After completing these preparations, LiHuo detected a brief gap in the patrols of the Cloud Shinobi. Without hesitation, he held his breath, resembling a leopard, and dashed forth, successfully infiltrating the hidden Cloud Village. Soon after, LiHuo found the small snake lying in ambush within the shadows. Orochimaru, having sensed LiHuo's presence, flicked his tongue slightly before gradually regaining his human form from the shadows. However, as he emerged, he astonishingly donned the attire of a Cloud Shinobi. While utilizing chakra to assess the surroundings and ascertain the location of the hospital, he turned to LiHuo, instructing, "Do not dispel the technique just yet. We have a distance to cover." LiHuo nodded slightly and began to survey the terrain of the hidden Cloud Village. "Found it," Orochimaru exclaimed with a sly grin. After evading a patrolling Jonin, Orochimaru and LiHuo darted towards the hospital like phantoms. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, it did not take long for them to locate Barubi's attending physician, who was currently reviewing Barubi's medical records in the dead of night, murmuring to himself, "Though the physical wounds have healed, the psychological scars remain." As he spoke, he annotated the records. "During today's consultation, I must focus on this aspect." Unbeknownst to him, a sinister figure loomed behind him, exuding a terrifying aura, with cold, elongated snake-like pupils devoid of emotion. Thud! The physician collapsed instantly. After dealing with the physician's body, Orochimaru took a seat at the physician's desk. His body began to liquefy once more, every cell seeming to possess its own consciousness, restlessly stirring. Moments later, a doppelganger of Orochimaru, identical to the physician, sat at the desk. Clearing his throat, he adopted the physician's voice. Though his eyes still betrayed a hint of darkness and coldness, he glanced at LiHuo, who remained in hiding, and whispered, "Barubi carries the 8 tails and possesses keen perception. We must exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing this, LiHuo instantly grasped Orochimaru's intent, further concealing his presence and blending with the environment. Orochimaru placed the prepared poison pills into an exquisite glass vial, ensuring everything was set. Before long, Barubi knocked on the office door. At the sight of him, LiHuo realized he had overestimated Barubi's current condition. Barubi appeared pallid, with dark circles under his eyes, and wore a troubled expression, completely oblivious to his surroundings. "Doctor, I have come for a follow-up," Barubi said bitterly. At this, Orochimaru snapped into action, clearing his throat before beginning to examine Barubi. Thanks to Orochimaru's scientific acumen, the examination seemed credible and did not raise Barubi's suspicions. "Here, from tonight onward, ensure you take this daily," Orochimaru instructed, handing Barubi the meticulously prepared poison. Is this a new medication?" Barubi asked, his attention waning. "Indeed, this is a special remedy. After consuming it, your troubles will swiftly dissipate," Orochimaru replied cryptically, but Barubi, too preoccupied to decipher his words, nodded in gratitude and departed. Watching Barubi leave, Orochimaru revealed a chilling smile. "Follow closely," he commanded. After confirming they had left no trace, the two hurried after Barubi to his residence. Suddenly, Orochimaru sees LiHuo, still concealed, raising a hand to indicate LiHuo should observe closely. They found that Barubi's residence was protected by a defensive barrier and a sensing barrier, surrounded by numerous Umbu operatives. If I were to sleep like him, I would surely go mad, LiHuo thought silently, though a flicker of gravity flashed in his eyes. Yet Orochimaru remained undeterred, swiftly analyzing the barriers. As time swiftly passed, the Umbu personnel changed shifts repeatedly, and just before dawn, Orochimaru discovered a safe method to breach the barrier. Under the cover of darkness, LiHuo and Orochimaru infiltrated Barubi's residence like phantoms. At that moment, Barubi had already consumed the poison pill and had fallen into a deep slumber. Orochimaru set up a barrier within the room to mitigate the leakage of tailed beast chakra. As the sky began to lighten, time was of the essence for the two. Once the 8 tails erupts, concentrate our efforts on a single tentacle. If we fail, or if the Umbu discovers us, we will retreat immediately. Orochimaru solemnly instructed LiHuo. LiHuo nodded slightly, and the two fell into a meditative state, preparing themselves for what lay ahead. In an instant, Orochimaru pressed down on Barubi, who jolted awake, realizing he had been poisoned. He screamed in alarm, but Orochimaru swiftly covered his mouth. Raising his right hand, chakra emanated from his palm as a fervent expression graced his face. Do not worry. A moment of pain is to be expected. With a sudden motion, Orochimaru pressed his hand against Barubi's chest, intricate seals unfurling, shimmering with a faint glow. Then, with a commanding voice, Orochimaru proclaimed, "Iron Armor Seal, activate." As soon as the words left his mouth, LiHuo sensed a fierce and violent chakra erupting from Barubi's chest. Orochimaru swiftly leaped aside, for at that moment, Barubi was already enveloped in a scarlet chakra. His skin, unable to withstand the rampant chakra, began to disintegrate inch by inch. 1 tail, 2 tails, Barubi roared repeatedly, and in an instant, the tails behind him multiplied, his form gradually transforming into that of the 8 tails. The barrier was suffused with an aura of destruction, as countless tailed beast chakras assailed it like steel blades. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and the Umbu outside immediately felt the overwhelming power of the rampaging beast. "This is bad. The 8 tails has gone berserk," quickly informed Lord Raikage. At that moment, gazing at the colossal 8 tails, LiHuo realized this was his only opportunity. Chapter 74, Severing the Tentacles. A single strike to the horn. In his previous life, LiHuo often imagined the first Hokage's bewildered expression upon encountering Minato Namikaze, questioning if the 9 tails could indeed kill. He also recalled Uchiha Madara's audacity in treating the 9 tails as his summoned beast, leading him to underestimate the significance of tailed beasts in the original narrative. Only when he beheld the titanic 8 tails, capable of causing cataclysms with a mere movement, did LiHuo truly grasp the might of these creatures. Orochimaru, however, remained composed, meticulously observing the completely frenzied 8 tails, searching for its most vulnerable point. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a particular spot, the 8 tails' robust tentacles. Battling against the furious wind pressure emanating from the beast, Orochimaru shouted to LiHuo, "Now's the time." Instantly understanding, LiHuo regarded the coarse, sturdy brownish-red skin of the tentacle with a grave expression. He resolved to employ his most destructive technique. Without hesitation, LiHuo rapidly formed hand seals, summoning 3 shadow clones beside him. Simple Sage Mode, activate. Countless natural energies surged into his body, causing his chakra to swell dramatically. Without a moment's pause, he spread his hand, conjuring a massive Rasengan. In the original story, Naruto utilized 2 shadow clones, one to maintain the form of the Rasengan, and the other to infuse it with elemental change. In contrast, LiHuo's 3 clones were solely dedicated to sustaining the Rasengan's shape, channeling all of his chakra into it. Moments later, the Rasengan in LiHuo's hand had grown immensely, radiating an aura of annihilation. The swirling wind chakra surrounding him flattened the ground, and his hand throbbed with pain, bloodied and trembling. LiHuo understood this was the strongest ninjutsu at his disposal. Rather than opting for a more prudent throwing technique, he charged directly at the rampaging 8 tails, disregarding the wind pressure that sliced through his flesh. In his eyes flickered a glimmer of fervor. He harbored a bold notion. Meanwhile, numerous Umbu members hurled specially crafted ropes at the 8 tails, striving to secure it. Yet, in the next heartbeat, They were flung away by the beast's overwhelming force. One umbu managed to ensnare the eight-tails horn, but was swiftly launched into the sky, ultimately impaled by the sharp horn, blood gushing forth. At that moment, both the umbu and the frenzied eight-tails sensed a formidable presence approaching from the ground. It was LiHuo, hurtling toward the eight-tails. "Who is this boy? He could be the intruder," an umbu exclaimed, only to be overheard by Orochimaru, who was still gathering power. Without hesitation, Orochimaru formed hand seals, unleashing his powerful technique. Earth release, mud flow river. In an instant, a torrential flow of mud surged forth, sweeping along massive boulders toward the umbu, carving a river into the very land of Kumogakure with its unparalleled destructive force. Having dealt with the umbu, Orochimaru turned his attention to the eight-tails, his neck elongating as he unleashed the razor-sharp Kusanagi sword, shooting it toward the beast's tentacles. With a sickening squelch, the eight-tails tentacle, as sturdy as rock, was brutally sliced, a gaping wound appearing. The injured eight-tails emitted an enraged roar, shattering glass for miles around, causing countless shinobi to collapse in agony. In that instant, LiHuo finally reached the eight-tails tentacle, observing the creature thrashing in pain. He felt the searing pain in his right hand and recognized the urgency of the moment. Success or failure hinged upon this single act. He pressed the Rasengan against the tentacle with all his might. As he released it, his right hand succumbed to the overwhelming chakra blade's pressure, erupting in a mist of blood. Watching the Rasengan collide with the tentacle, LiHuo's expression grew more grave rather than relieved, for he now faced the dire task of touching the eight-tails head. Without hesitation, he tensed his muscles, pushing his body to its limits, and launched himself like a projectile toward the beast's head. Channeling chakra into his feet, he sprinted across the eight-tails' rugged skin. Seeing LiHuo's actions, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. Though unaware of his apprentice's intentions, he could only place his trust in him. Boom. At that moment, the Rasengan behind LiHuo unleashed its horrific destructive force. Countless razor-thin wind chakra blades sliced through the eight-tails tentacles, severing them with brutal efficiency. The shockwave propelled LiHuo higher, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself above the eight-tails head. Gazing at the gargantuan head before him, LiHuo understood this was his singular opportunity. His left hand shot out swiftly, aiming to make contact with the beast's head. The eight-tails, in immense pain, erupted in a frenzied roar. Facing the terrifying sound wave, LiHuo was engulfed in a mist of blood and lost consciousness at that very moment. Just as he was about to fall, a flicker of clarity returned to his eyes. Summoning the last of his strength, he managed to touch the battered right hand against the eight-tails head. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Touching the head of a formidable entity, eight-tails. Obtained eight-tails essence. 1. Eight-tails chakra. 0. 2. Yet, LiHuo was too far gone to receive the reward, having completely lost consciousness as he tumbled from the eight-tails head. Thud. A sturdy tentacle coiled around LiHuo, the eight-tails' eyes ablaze with fury. It brought him before its gaping maw, where yin and yang chakra converged in an 80-20 ratio. Orochimaru, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage, for this was the tailed beast's most potent attack, the tailed beast bomb. The bomb expanded, slowly approaching LiHuo's body, its overwhelming force rendering even an elite's physique defenseless. Orochimaru could not afford to hesitate. He swung the Kusanagi sword like a bullet against the eight-tails tentacle. The beast, momentarily pained, released the already battered LiHuo, unleashing another terrifying roar. Meanwhile, far away in the Raikage's office, the third Raikage sensed the eight-tails' rampaging chakra, and the nearby youth, felt a jolt of urgency. Damn the eight-tails! In an instant, the third Raikage erupted with terrifying lightning, obliterating everything around him into dust. Simultaneously, activated his lightning release chakra mode, and in an instant, the third Raikage appeared before the eight-tails. The very buildings between the Raikage's office and this location collapsed under the strain of his furious charge. This was the might of the strongest lightning armor. In the next heartbeat, a dark-skinned youth, crackling with lightning, descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was time for our esteemed A to take the stage. The youth AI let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the thunder fury, Chidori dance. The hand strike, imbued with the ferocity of raging thunder, possessed an incredible cutting power, cleaving the horn of the monstrous ox demon in a single blow. Digga exclaimed in admiration. Upon seeing the arrival of the Raikage, Orochimaru, knowing he could not linger any longer, swiftly caught the falling LiHuo, concealed his form, and sealed a portion of the Eight Tails tentacle with a sealing scroll. He then approached the severed horn of the ox demon, collecting a handful of powder. The third Raikage, with his keen perception, sensed the presence of an intruder. However, the ferocity of the Eight Tails' assault was so overwhelming that the two major forces of Kumogakure had no time to extricate themselves, merely watching as Orochimaru hastily departed with LiHuo from the village. Damn it! The third Raikage bellowed, his body crackling with lightning. At that moment, 3 teams of Umbu and a sealing unit rushed in, calling out to the furious Raikage, Lord AI. The amber sealing jar has arrived. Chapter 75, The Escape. The reward for patting the Eight Tails. Hearing this, the third Raikage executed a powerful hell stab, forcing the Eight Tails back. He then instantly moved beside the amber sealing jar. In the original narrative, the amber sealing jar was one of the ninja tools left by the Sage of Six Paths, resembling a jar and possessing formidable sealing abilities. Originally held by Kumogakure's Golden Horn, it was later snatched away by the third Raikage. Grasping the jar, the Raikage showed no hesitation. The strongest lightning armor erupted instantly as he charged toward the Eight Tails with unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the youth AI, muscles taut, activated the lightning release chakra mode and leapt high into the air, raising his right leg, summoning countless arcs of lightning. Raging Thunder Axe. Boom. The two elite forces of Kumogakure unleashed astonishing power at that moment. The Eight Tails, which had previously seemed like a manifestation of a demonic deity, was now being battered mercilessly. Amber sealing jar seal? The third Raikage shouted with a robust and bold voice, and the mouth of the amber sealing jar opened instantly. Roar! The Eight Tails erupted with a fierce roar, seemingly unwilling to be sealed once more. Yet, an irresistible pulling force emanated from the jar's opening. This force seemed to target only the Eight Tails, leaving every blade of grass and tree in Kumogakure unscathed. In mere moments, the once earth-shaking ox demon was drawn into the amber sealing jar. Boom! The Raikage slammed the amber sealing jar shut, allowing the Eight Tails to vent its fury within the sealing space. Then, the Raikage raised his right fist high, and countless bolts of thunder erupted from his fist. As large as cannonballs. We have triumphed, the Raikage declared loudly. At that moment, all the Kuminin who participated in the campaign against the Eight Tails wore expressions of relief. However, the Raikage seemed to have more to say, gesturing for countless Umbu to appear like phantoms. Their village had been invaded, and this eruption of the Eight Tails was the work of the intruders. At this point, the Raikage's expression darkened, his already grim visage becoming even more fearsome. At all costs, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. As he spoke, lightning crackled around him, exuding an aura of wrath. The intruder who was able to infiltrate Kumogakure and release the Eight Tails is certainly not an ordinary foe. You must exercise utmost caution and conduct a joint search. If anything unexpected occurs, use signal flares to communicate. Countless Umbu nodded in unison, emanating a chilling presence, before vanishing in an instant. Next, the Raikage waved again, and his secretary immediately appeared before him. Assess casualties, seal off information, and ensure the village recovers its vitality as swiftly as possible. Leave it to me. The secretary nodded, not daring to delay, and hurried away. Finally, the youth AI approached, his youthful face barely concealing his anger. Father, Barubi. The third Raikage slightly lowered his head, shadows obscuring his eyes, appearing somewhat melancholic. Ah, it's hopeless. Crack. The youth AI clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted, desperately suppressing his rage and sorrow. Rest assured, the village will find the true culprit, the third Raikage declared loudly. Moreover, to prevent others from taking advantage of the chaos, the host of the Eight Tails must be decided upon swiftly. The youth AI, repressing his emotions, nodded slightly. Yes, father, patting the youth AI on the shoulder. The third Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning, placing the amber sealing jar in the most securely guarded Raikage building in Kumogakure. After completing these tasks, the Raikage set out personally to seek the intruder. At that moment, Orochimaru was sprinting madly while carrying the unconscious LiHuo. He knew that having stirred such a significant incident, the Kuminin would not let it rest, and thus, he could not afford to be exposed. Orochimaru quickly created an earth clone to help clear their tracks along the way. As he rushed toward the border of the Land of Lightning, He employed rudimentary medical ninjutsu to treat LiHuo. He understood that if LiHuo could awaken and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, they would be completely out of danger. However, LiHuo, having exhausted himself with the spiraling shuriken and facing the tailed beast bomb at point-blank range, was in a dire state. After what felt like an eternity, under Orochimaru's treatment, LiHuo finally regained consciousness. Observing the rapidly shifting scenery, LiHuo realized they had successfully escaped. There was no time for pleasantries. Orochimaru had sensed the pursuing Kuminin. LiHuo, can you use the Flying Thunder God technique now? Upon hearing Orochimaru's serious tone, LiHuo understood that the situation remained grim. Unfortunately, his current chakra reserves were insufficient to support long-distance teleportation. With this thought, LiHuo immediately mentally recited, "System, claim rewards." The cold, mechanical voice of the system immediately resonated. Eight Tails Chakra 02 has been distributed. The essence of the Eight Tails has been stored in the system space. Perhaps due to his already battered condition, this reward did not inflict great pain upon LiHuo. Instead, it felt like a warm spring water, soothing his weary limbs. LiHuo could distinctly feel his previously parched chakra pathways gradually filling, and his strength was returning. He silently recited, opening the system panel. Chakra, 1 GY key, excluding GY key flesh, power, shadow level. Seeing that the chakra issue that had plagued him was resolved, LiHuo smiled. However, this unusual situation astonished Orochimaru, who was still running. "You rascal, I haven't even sealed the Eight Tails tentacle for you. How did your chakra increase so dramatically?" LiHuo, feeling playful, teased, "Isn't this a testament to your skill?" Noticing his teacher's dumbfounded expression, LiHuo shared the explanation he had prepared earlier. "Because I consumed the flesh and blood of the Eight Tails." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Looking at LiHuo with a hint of astonishment, LiHuo continued explaining, "I once read in an ancient text that in Kumogakure, there were two individuals, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who were swallowed by the Nine Tails and barely survived by consuming its flesh and blood. Ultimately, the Nine Tails could not endure the pain and spat them out, and the brothers thus gained the Nine Tails chakra. Therefore, I thought of the idea of eating the Eight Tails flesh." At this point, a glimmer of respect flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, as if to say, "You are the true harbinger of destruction." After the surge of chakra, LiHuo's sensory abilities heightened once more. He clearly sensed the Kuminin behind them, and also the Flying Thunder God marker he had previously set in the distance. Aware that they could not linger, LiHuo wasted no time, frantically channeling chakra. Unlike his usual pale blue chakra, this time, LiHuo's chakra transformed into a soft purple hue. LiHuo understood that this was the perfect fusion of his own chakra and the crimson chakra of the tailed beast. Accompanied by a flash of scarlet light, both he and Orochimaru vanished from their location. Following this, the Earth clone, after ensuring that all traces of the two had been obliterated, gradually transformed into a handful of yellow soil, dissipating with the wind. Thanks to a surge in chakra, LiHuo astonishingly executed the Flying Thunder God technique 10 times in succession, reaching the borders of the Land of Lightning, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. Once he was certain he had successfully evaded his pursuers, night had fallen. LiHuo and his companions set up a rudimentary camp, preparing to rest briefly. To be cautious, the campfire lit by Orochimaru was not overly vigorous. Rather, it flickered gently. LiHuo gazed into the system space and inquired with confusion. What is the origin of the Eight Tails? It is the fundamental power of the tailed beasts. By gathering the 9 sources of power, one can become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, achieving a strength at the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, the system replied. Furthermore, once you possess the source power, the host can undergo a simple tailed beast transformation corresponding to the tailed beast, gaining its abilities. LiHuo remained perplexed. I have acquired the Eight Tails chakra. Should I not have already become the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? However, the system provided a negation. The Eight Tails chakra is merely an enhancement of the host's chakra volume. It is not genuine tailed beast chakra. The origin of the Eight Tails allows the host to temporarily gain the abilities of the Eight Tails, such as transformation, tailed beast bombs, and survival instincts. LiHuo nodded, comprehending the system's meaning. At that moment, a hoarse voice broke the silence. Do you still require the Eight Tails tentacles to be sealed within you? Orochimaru inquired. Without hesitation, LiHuo nodded. The tentacles of the Eight Tails contain a vast amount of chakra, which could further enhance my strength. Noticing his teacher displaying an unusual expression of difficulty, LiHuo teased, "What's wrong, teacher? Have I stolen your experimental materials?" Orochimaru shook his head, his expression still solemn. He withdrew a scroll containing the powder to seal the eight tails' tentacles and horns, presenting it to LiHuo, indicating for him to feel it. Upon receiving the scroll, LiHuo sensed a surge of violent tailed beast energy emanating from it. Orochimaru began to speak slowly. The tentacles of the eight tails are particularly unique. They harbor a portion of the eight tails' consciousness. Therefore, it can be said that the scroll currently seals a small fragment of the eight tails. My experiment requires cultivating pure-tailed beast chakra, devoid of the eight tails' frenzied spirit, so the powder from the horn will suffice. Orochimaru gazed earnestly at LiHuo, a hint of concern in his eyes. And you, LiHuo, have already consumed the flesh and blood of the eight tails. If you seal another tentacle imbued with the violent spirit of the eight tails, I worry whether you can control this terrifying power. Furthermore, should you become a small-scale Jinchuriki, once the small eight tails is extracted, your life may be at stake. Understanding Orochimaru's concerns, LiHuo glanced at the system panel and smiled confidently. Do not worry. With LiHuo's insistence, Orochimaru refrained from further discussion. Without delay, he unleashed the eight tails tentacle, swiftly channeling chakra and forming a series of intricate hand seals, followed by a soft command, "4-symbol seal." As the words left his mouth, a powerful chakra erupted from Orochimaru's hands, the pale blue energy surging like flames. With a clap, Orochimaru's hand struck LiHuo's abdomen, and the agitated tentacle was immediately drawn in by an invisible force, transforming into a ferocious stream of crimson chakra that flowed into LiHuo's abdomen. After completing this step, a multitude of complex seals extended from Orochimaru's hands, firmly sealing the eight tails chakra within LiHuo's body. Thus, the most fundamental sealing had been accomplished. However, Orochimaru appeared unsatisfied. He continued to channel his chakra and performed the 4 symbols seal once more. Following this, he exhaled a breath of relief and explained to LiHuo, "I combined 2 4-symbol seals to create the 8 trigram seal. This way, any 8 tails chakra that leaks between the 4-symbol seals can be restored to your chakra." LiHuo instantly understood, recalling that in the original story, Minato had sealed the 9 tails in this manner for Naruto. Just as LiHuo was about to closely feel the power of the 8 tails sealed within him, a cold system voice echoed, "8 tails origin detected. Would you like to absorb the 8 tails chakra?" LiHuo inquired, "What happens if I absorb it?" "It will remove the tailed beast spirit contained within, converting the tailed beast chakra into the host's own chakra." Upon hearing this, LiHuo's eyes widened. This was tantamount to reducing his risks. He had to absorb it. With this thought, a surge of heat suddenly rose within LiHuo's abdomen, and countless streams of crimson-tailed beast chakra erupted from his body. Orochimaru, witnessing this, was filled with doubt regarding his own technique, but nevertheless assumed a combat stance. Yet in the next moment, the tailed beast chakra that seemed poised to obliterate everything gradually transformed into LiHuo's own chakra. The 2 layers of 4-symbol seals on his abdomen began to fade slowly until they completely vanished. Orochimaru's astonished expression was unmistakable. He realized that since becoming LiHuo's teacher, he had witnessed countless miracles within the ninja world. LiHuo clenched his fists, immediately feeling an overwhelming power. Gazing at the system panel displayed before him, he marveled inwardly, "The constraints on my chakra have finally been shattered." However, just as LiHuo and his companion were resting, the 3rd Hokage of Kumobikure could not maintain his composure. Bang! A sturdy wooden table splintered under the force of the Hokage's fist, sending countless wood chips scattering. How is it possible that not a single person can be found within a 100-mile radius? The Hokage roared, venting his fury, but in the next moment, he continued issuing orders. "Seal off the entire border of the Land of Lightning. They must not escape." A secretary hurriedly approached. But the daimyo, the 3rd Hokage, clenched his fists tightly. What does he matter? With that, he crashed through the glass of his office and rushed to the front lines of the search. The next day, LiHuo and his companion, fully equipped, continued their rapid journey toward the borders of the Land of Lightning. Suddenly, both LiHuo and Orochimaru came to an abrupt halt, raising their hands in a signal. Exchanging glances, they each perceived a sense of gravity in the other's eyes. For they sensed that the border of the Land of Lightning was now surrounded by layers of cloud ninja, fortified to the point of being impenetrable. LiHuo raised his head to look at Orochimaru. "Teacher, Should we not just fight our way out? After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru shook his head. Doing so poses too great a risk of exposure. If we are discovered to be Leaf Ninja, war between Konoha and the Cloud will be unavoidable. Sensing the multitude of Cloud ninjas sealing off the border and employing sensory ninjutsu to search continuously, LiHuo frowned slightly. What if we just hide in the land of lightning for a while until the storm passes? Orochimaru still shook his head. Given the current situation, it seems the Third Hokage is also involved in the pursuit. If we do not escape while the Cloud Village is at its weakest, unforeseen complications may arise. Upon hearing this, LiHuo appeared somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Orochimaru began to speak slowly. Even within a tight encirclement, there are always minor gaps. We may not find them, but others will. LiHuo's face betrayed his confusion. Teacher, the encirclement has only just formed. How could there possibly be a gap? Orochimaru chuckled lightly at his naivety. You are still too young. Follow me. With that, he dashed towards the nearest town, and despite his lingering doubts, LiHuo chose to follow. After a day of arduous travel, the two finally arrived at the town's entrance, but Orochimaru showed no intention of entering. Instead, he meandered around the outskirts until they stopped in front of a public restroom. Familiar with the original text, LiHuo understood that this was likely the address of the underground exchange for bounties. In the original story, this underground exchange specialized in assassination contracts and operated throughout the ninja world. Anyone could be placed on a bounty list for the right price. Moreover, it possessed formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. Various ninja villages had attempted to eradicate the underground exchange, but none had succeeded, which attested to its robust survival instinct. Ignoring the foul stench emanating from the restroom, Orochimaru meticulously examined each wall until he reached one where he gently placed his pale hand, channeling strands of chakra into a concealed door. With a soft click, the door slowly opened, revealing a seemingly bottomless stone staircase. Orochimaru turned to signal LiHuo to follow and descended the staircase first. The staircase led to an underground stone chamber, where LiHuo was met with murky air and dim lighting, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. The proprietor of the exchange was a decrepit old man with a ravaged face and white hair, who croaked a low inquiry, "What brings you here?" Orochimaru wasted no time and stated plainly, "I need the layout of the Cloud Ninja's encirclement." Without asking about Orochimaru's intentions, the old man coldly quoted a price, 500,000 yen. Payment in advance, and the information will be ready in 2 days. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, deeming the price reasonable. It must be accurate. Rest assured. After concluding the transaction, LiHuo and Orochimaru exited the exchange. Sensing the Cloud Ninja stationed at the town's entrance, they prepared to set up camp in the outskirts and await the next 2 days. However, as they stepped out of the restroom, they encountered an unexpected visitor. The newcomer had disheveled hair, an exposed torso, and was covered in stitched wounds made from the Earth Grudge Fear technique, his haunting green eyes fixed greedily on them. Orochimaru. With a bounty of 140 million, he announced. LiHuo instantly recognized him as Kakuzu, the first assassin of Takigakure, known for single-handedly slaying the god of ninjas with a shuriken from 800 miles away. Kakuzu's emerald eyes locked onto Orochimaru, revealing his unmasked greed. Initially, he sought worthy prey, but now it had come to him. Orochimaru glanced at Kakuzu with disdain. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, Kakuzu's arm, infused with Earth Grudge Fear, burst apart, separating his wrist from his forearm. In the next moment, a flurry of black threads erupted from Kakuzu's arm, shooting towards Orochimaru and LiHuo like bullets. In an instant, their bodies were riddled with holes as blood gushed forth. Yet Kakuzu showed no sign of triumph. Instead, he swiftly aimed his arm at the nearby forest. In a flash, countless black threads spewed forth from Kakuzu, coalescing into a red-masked Earth Grudge Fear. "Do not underestimate me," Kakuzu roared. Fire style, head-removing technique. A torrent of fire chakra surged within the Earth Grudge Fear, unleashing a wave of flames that threatened to reduce everything to ash. At that moment, two figures stood unmoving amidst the raging inferno, as a massive wall of water, roaring like a waterfall, arose before them. The rushing water effortlessly obstructed the searing flames, generating steam all around. LiHuo clapped his hands together, his demeanor relaxed. Thanks to the immense chakra acquired from the 8 tails, releasing large-scale ninjutsu had become as effortless as drinking water. LiHuo raised his gaze to Orochimaru, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He had set his sights on Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear. "Teacher, allow me to handle this." Orochimaru nodded, his expression turning cold. "Very well. Let him see who the true prey is." In an instant, LiHuo surged forward like a cannonball, the force of his launch cracking the ground beneath him and sending debris flying. Orochimaru casually intercepted a piece of rubble hurtling towards him, remarking, "Youth." As LiHuo approached Kakuzu, arcs of electricity danced around him, enveloping him in a powerful armor of lightning. This was the lightning release chakra mode acquired from the youth known as Naruto. With the stimulation of this potent chakra, LiHuo's speed skyrocketed, granting him an astonishing resilience against harm. Kakuzu, witnessing his fire style effortlessly thwarted, felt a flicker of dread. His gaze shifted to the approaching figure, now crackling with lightning, and he did not dare to underestimate the youth. A myriad of black threads surged from Kakuzu's arm once more, resembling serpents as they reached for him. Beside the fire-style Earth Grudge fear, the wind-release Earth Grudge fear materialized. Kakuzu bellowed, "Composite ninjutsu, extraordinary firestorm." As soon as he spoke, both the fire and wind techniques erupted from the mouths of the two Earth Grudge fears, creating a tumultuous sea of flames before him. Yet in the following moment, Kakuzu felt an instinctual chill of impending death, honed through decades of combat experience. If he did not evade now, he would perish. In an instant, a figure appeared before him like a bolt of lightning. It was LiHuo. "You cannot escape," he declared, as if reading Kakuzu's thoughts, raising his right leg high. Lightning enveloped his leg, crackling with energy as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Lightning release, thunderclap. LiHuo's right leg came crashing down with tremendous force, targeting the left side of Kakuzu's body, precisely where his earth attribute heart resided. In that moment, an onslaught of lightning descended upon Kakuzu as if divine retribution had been unleashed. With LiHuo landing effortlessly, Kakuzu's body fell limply, devoid of life. Orochimaru, unsurprised by LiHuo's effortless dispatching of Kakuzu, prepared to step forward, only to have LiHuo slowly raise a hand, halting his teacher's advance. As time passed, and Orochimaru grew impatient, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ground beneath LiHuo suddenly fractured, and countless threads of Earth Grudge fear erupted from the earth, piercing him like a hedgehog. To his astonishment, Kakuzu, who had appeared lifeless moments before, slowly rose, his vacant eyes now glinting with a sinister green hue, and a wicked grin returned to his face. "You little brat. You are ultimately too." But before he could finish, LiHuo's pierced body began to dissolve into a pool of water. Water clone. When did he? Seeing this, Kakuzu frantically activated the Earth Grudge fears behind him, and in an instant, two masked Earth Grudge fears, one tall and one short, materialized from the black threads. They were the lightning release and water release Earth Grudge fears. They vigilantly scanned their surroundings, ever prepared to fend off the assault from LiHuo. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed. LiHuo's figure materialized not far away as he slammed his hands onto the ground, channeling an immense amount of chakra into it. Earth release, earth-shattering palm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the terrain beneath the feet of the water release Earth grievance began to crack and crumble uncontrollably, subsequently crushing down like a mountain. Before Kakuzu could react, a sharp crack resounded, the sound of his mask shattering and the water release Earth grievance dissipated completely. Seeing this, Kakuzu hesitated not a moment and fled. His longevity in the ninja world was not solely due to the formidable powers of Earth Grievance, but also his keen sense of timing. The lightning release Earth Grievance behind him surged toward LiHuo in an attempt to delay him. However, the next instant, wind release spiraling shuriken. With a deafening gust, countless wind blades shredded the lightning release Earth Grievance into fragments. Within the radius of the spiraling shuriken, every blade of grass and tree was razed to the ground. At this moment, Kakuzu was left with only two hearts, fire and wind. Not pursuing Kakuzu's retreat, LiHuo swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his hands onto the earth. From the parched ground erupted torrents of water. The water spun rapidly, soaring upwards to ultimately form a water dragon. Yet, LiHuo showed no signs of halting. He continued weaving seals, infusing the dragon with a significant amount of lightning chakra, causing currents to surge within the water dragon. LiHuo murmured, "Lightning water dragon bullet." With a resounding roar, the colossal water dragon surged toward Kakuzu with such speed and might that escape was impossible. Ultimately, The roaring water dragon engulfed Kakuzu. With a crack, the mask of the fire release, earth grievance shattered, and Kakuzu's body trembled instinctively. The residual lightning chakra confined his movements, forcing him to watch helplessly as LiHuo and Orochimaru approached. A small, tender hand patted Kakuzu on the head. Ding. Head patting ninja. Kakuzu. Please choose 3 rewards from the following. Secret technique. Earth grievance assassination techniques, 500 million yen, 5 types of release techniques, human body stitching technique insights on assassinating Hashirama Senju, gazing at the coins that appeared before him. LiHuo was elated. After a moment's contemplation, he silently chose, I select Earth grievance, 500 million yen, and the human body stitching technique. At this juncture, gaining more of the 5 types of release techniques would not significantly enhance his strength. In contrast, the human body stitching technique combined with Earth grievance would greatly bolster LiHuo's self-preservation capabilities. After a surge of excruciating pain, LiHuo distinctly felt a mysterious substance manifest within him. It adhered to his heart, driven by his own consciousness. LiHuo realized that this was Earth grievance. Kakuzu, rendered powerless, looked at LiHuo with a despondent expression and uttered stiffly, kill me. Chapter 78, Return to Konoha, Exchange for Sharingan. 3,000-word chapter. Happy New Year. LiHuo's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon the ashen-faced Kakuzu, emanating a disquieting aura. Suddenly, LiHuo's entire being crackled with lightning, dazzlingly radiant like a writhing silver serpent. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder struck the ground beneath him. With a deafening roar, the earth was torn asunder. Deep chasms appearing. The Earth grievance, hidden underground, poised for ambush, had no time to launch their attack before being obliterated by the overwhelming force of the lightning. Then, LiHuo gently extended his right hand, a gleam of cold light flashing as the ninja blade, flame, materialized in his grasp. The blade was crimson, as if engulfed in raging flames, exuding a terrifying pressure. Faced with an enemy so close at hand, LiHuo hesitated not for an instant. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, and Kakuzu's grotesque head fell to the ground. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold. At the moment Kakuzu's head separated from his body, countless black threads of Earth grievance shot forth like phantoms, swiftly wrapping around the severed neck and astonishingly stitching it back together at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu's head was restored to its original position. Realizing his last resort had been thwarted, Kakuzu lowered his head in resignation and calmly stated, "You know this won't kill me." In the next moment, the flames in LiHuo's hand erupted into brilliant fire. You possess 5 hearts, corresponding to 5 types of chakra: wind over lightning, lightning over earth, earth over water, and water over fire. LiHuo spoke devoid of emotion. And fire over wind. I regret to inform you, I possess a bit of each of the 5 release techniques. LiHuo silently thanked the Third Hokage once more in his heart. Kakuzu let out a cold snort. Just kill me. I've lived long enough. But in the next second, a pale hand patted Kakuzu's shoulder, and a flying thunder god mark was stealthily placed upon him. LiHuo's tone turned sinister. You are not worth killing, foolish Kakuzu. If you wish to end my life, harbor your hatred, nurture your resentment, then live on in your wretched state. Kakuzu and Orochimaru exchanged glances, and LiHuo questioned, Isn't my dialogue rather impressive? Kakuzu, growing impatient, inquired, Are you going to kill me or not? If not, I'm leaving. With that, he stumbled to his feet. To his surprise, LiHuo casually replied, I want to kill you. You may leave. With a skeptical gaze, Kakuzu watched as LiHuo and Orochimaru turned to depart, completely unguarded. Watching their retreating figures, Kakuzu sighed inwardly, abandoning any thoughts of an ambush, and fled in disarray. Why not eradicate him entirely? This doesn't seem like your style. Orochimaru asked with curiosity. If I kill him, who will bring me money? LiHuo replied, somewhat smugly. He is a moving ATM. Why not take advantage of that? Furthermore, who knows when I might need him? 2 days hurriedly passed. During this time, LiHuo continuously familiarized himself with the usage of Earth grievance and, through the exchange of gold, eliminated several rogue ninjas, replenishing the 5 hearts. Since LiHuo was already proficient in 5 release techniques, the significance of these hearts for survival far outweighed the enhancement of his strength. Orochimaru also successfully acquired the defense map of the encircled Cloud Ninja. As LiHuo utilized the Flying Thunder God to hasten their journey, the two finally exited the borders of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, The Third Hokage received news of the Umbu's fruitless search, and his office was immediately filled with thunderous fury. Before long, the choice for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was unexpectedly settled upon the young Karabi, with the sealing ceremony set to take place soon. A month later, beside the great tree at the entrance of Konoha, a scarlet glow flickered, revealing the figures of Orochimaru and LiHuo. Upon seeing the long-missed village, LiHuo was flooded with emotions. Once Orochimaru completed the village registration, the two made their way to the Hokage's office. Upon their arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. His anger flaring. You dare return. Creating a ruckus at the selection ceremony was one thing, but you dare act independently. However, Orochimaru understood that his teacher was all bark and no bite. Subsequently, he submitted a comprehensive report of their mission. After thoroughly reading the report, the Third Hokage posed several detailed inquiries to the two before allowing LiHuo to leave first. Once LiHuo had walked a distance away, the Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, contemplating a ninja of elite caliber, mastering space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru, your disciple is truly remarkable. Showing no surprise at his teacher's perceptiveness, Orochimaru merely smiled quietly, refraining from comment. The Third Hokage, unconcerned, continued, do you know how I discern this? Ultimately, you are still too young. Your ability to conceal your strengths is not yet refined. From your task report, it is evident that the journey and time taken for both the attacked land of Soup and the evacuation of the hidden mist village are completely mismatched. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging his teacher's keen insight. The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and continued, asking how the village should treat Uchiha LiHuo. Orochimaru raised his head and replied earnestly, expressing his trust in the boy, who possesses a commendable character. The Third Hokage frowned slightly, expressing concern over LiHuo's formidable strength, which, if left unchecked, could pose a threat to the village. Orochimaru narrowed his elongated eyes, recognizing that a shinobi of such caliber cannot be easily controlled, especially at such a young age. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred with Orochimaru's perspective and decided to refrain from intervening. Meanwhile, LiHuo returned to his long-lost home. After tidying up, he invited his friends from the Ninja Academy to join him at a barbecue restaurant. All those familiar with LiHuo gathered, with the most notable transformations being Kakashi, Guy, Riku, and Aoteon. Since his promotion to Chunin, Kakashi had embarked on a training journey lasting over a year, engaging in various high-difficulty missions and confronting formidable adversaries. As time passed, Kakashi's latent brilliance emerged, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a chilling aura. His strength escalated impressively, nearing the level of a jonin. Simultaneously, Guy also experienced significant growth after over a year of training, achieving physical prowess at the Chunin level. However, while his physical capabilities improved dramatically, he still had much room for advancement in other areas. Riku and Aoteon were particularly astonishing, having successfully completed their graduation exams ahead of schedule. With Yamashiro and Akimichi yet to graduate, Riku had to shoulder the responsibilities of Chunin tasks alone. Though these tasks were elementary, they were perfectly suited to her still being a genin. On the other hand, Aoteon joined an elite team composed of Uchiha clan members, where his strength surged remarkably, bringing him close to the threshold of Chunin. LiHuo was confident that, given time, he would undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Their long-anticipated reunion brought joy to everyone, including Obito, who relished the food. After engaging in lively conversations with friends, LiHuo returned home to plot his next steps. He opened his senses and, upon confirming no one was watching, summoned the system panel. Host, Uchiha LiHuo Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Boil Release, Skilled Mist Technique. Thunder Water Dragon Bullet Taijutsu, Life Return, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode Chakra, One-Tail Jinchuriki, including Jinchuriki Skin, Bloodline Limit, Reaper Release Strength, Shadow Level Items, Eight Tails Source. Ninja Blade Flame. LiHuo understood that his strength had firmly placed him among the ranks of shadows. If he wished to grow stronger, conventional methods would yield minimal improvement. He must delve into the realm of bloodline limits. A year ago, when LiHuo unlocked the Bloodline Harvest task, he noted that unlocking the single Tomo Sharingan required two conditions: possessing Uchiha blood and touching the heads of 500 individuals. At that time, he had only touched 162 heads, prompting him to initially exchange for Reaper Release as his trump card. Now, however, his head count had surged to an astounding 1, 145. Without hesitation, LiHuo mentally recited, "Exchange for the single tomo sharingan." A chilling system voice resonated. "Reward has been dispensed." In an instant, LiHuo felt a cool sensation flood his eyes, followed by an agonizing pain. This pain was unlike any he had experienced before. It amplified all his senses and emotions, causing him to oscillate between various feelings. Finally, when he reopened his eyes, he understood why the Uchiha clan is renowned for their sharingan. LiHuo discovered that the world through the sharingan was extraordinarily clear. Every flower and blade of grass outside, as well as every piece of furniture inside, was vividly discernible, as if a thin veil obscuring reality had been lifted. Moreover, compared to before awakening his eyes, his dynamic vision had tripled, and his ability to perceive movements had significantly enhanced. Just then, the cold system prompt echoed again, detected that the host has activated the sharingan. Special task Sage I has been issued. Upon meeting certain conditions, the host can evolve the sharingan, ultimately reaching the Rinnegan. LiHuo was overjoyed and quickly checked. Double Tomo Sharingan, 645, 600. Triple Tomo Sharingan, 645, 800. Conditions for this side to be explored later. Seeing that he met the requirements to unlock the double Tomo, LiHuo wasted no time and exchanged for it. After another wave of pain, he gazed into the mirror at his eyes, now spinning with the double Tomo Sharingan, smiling with satisfaction and solidifying his path to future strength. Chapter 79. Exchange for the Kaleidoscope. The thriving Showa MO. A year had passed since LiHuo activated his double Tomo Sharingan. At the Konoha training ground, LiHuo, clad in a black Uchiha training outfit, stood poised, muscles taut, with the three Tomo Sharingan rotating vividly in his eyes. His opponent this time was none other than his teacher, Orochimaru. The latter, shedding his previous nonchalance, closed his eyes slightly, his expression grave, aware that a moment's negligence against the current LiHuo could lead to dire defeat. Suddenly, LiHuo sprang into action. With speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he clapped his wrists, instantly activating the lightning transformation sword, summoning a series of kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal into his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo's hands moved like lightning, hurling all the kunai towards Orochimaru, who refrained from using the earth-style wall for defense. Knowing that a proficient Sharingan user like LiHuo could target any blind spot, Orochimaru, in a flash, unleashed astonishing speed, sidestepping to escape the kunai's trajectory. However, LiHuo smirked, swiftly forming hand seals for the Shadow Shuriken technique. As his voice faded, the kunai in midair multiplied exponentially, creating a rain of projectiles that sealed off Orochimaru's escape route. Without hesitation, Orochimaru formed hand seals, channeling chakra to his mouth for the wind release. Great breakthrough. A highly compressed vortex of wind erupted from his mouth, dispersing the incoming kunai. But in the next moment, a scarlet glow flickered before Orochimaru. LiHuo soared into the air. With his left hand poised as if holding a sword and his right hand outstretched, the ninja blade flame materialized. Its blade ablaze with intense flames, radiating a scorching aura towards Orochimaru. Dance of the Sun Halo. LiHuo slashed down with his blade, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, allowing the fiery strike to cleave him in two. In the next instant, Orochimaru's form gradually transformed into a puddle of mud, while his true self appeared not far away. Unable to withstand LiHuo's relentless assault, Orochimaru had no choice but to open his eyes, only to be met with the sight of three Tomo Sharingan glowing ominously. In this brief span of time, LiHuo has already manifested the Spiral Shuriken. The ferocious wind-based chakra ruthlessly cleaves through everything in its vicinity, leaving no respite for Orochimaru. The Spiral Shuriken hurtles towards him like a meteor. With no time to evade, Orochimaru's pupils constrict as he hastily forms hand seals, then slams his hand onto the ground. Countless chakra streams surge into the earth, and in an instant, a grand and intricate sealing technique materializes before him. The triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. Three massive, heavy gates rise instantly, adorned with countless carvings of the nine hells. The Spiral Shuriken effortlessly pierces through the first two gates, yet ultimately, it is the third gate that nullifies all its power. However, just as Orochimaru behind the gates prepares to launch a counterattack, an icy chill washes over him, sending a shiver down his spine. This is bad. Orochimaru channels his chakra with intensity and bellows, genjutsu, release. In the next moment, The scenery around him recedes like a tide, yet he remains positioned behind the Rashomon, with LiHuo having pressed a kunai against his throat. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru applauds with a smile. Truly terrifying, LiHuo. In just a year, I find myself utterly unable to contend with you. LiHuo nods with a smile. It is all thanks to my teacher's excellent guidance. Throughout this year, LiHuo has diligently accumulated experiences on missions, gathering the requisite 800 headpats to evolve his sharingan into the 3-tomo version. Everyone marvels at LiHuo's extraordinary talent, having progressed from awakening his eyes to the 3-tomo sharingan within a year. Tales of his exploits circulate throughout the Uchiha clan, and the security division has even granted him a position of leisure. Remarkably, he has also secured a place in clan meetings. Yet, what brings LiHuo the greatest joy is the enhancement of his abilities brought forth by the 3-tomo sharingan. The formidable dynamic vision, the capacity to replicate various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, alongside a significant amplification of his genjutsu prowess, have made him even more formidable. Furthermore, through a year of rigorous training, LiHuo has mastered the application of all his abilities to perfection. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, LiHuo strides homeward. For today marks the day he exchanges for the Manjiki Sharingan. Upon unlocking the 3-tomo Sharingan, the system informs him of the conditions for acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan, 1,000 headpats. Through LiHuo's relentless efforts, he has finally met this requirement. On his way home, LiHuo overhears many discussing Hatake Tsukumo, even within the Uchiha clan. Upon inquiring further, he learns that while he was fervently completing tasks to gather headpats, Tsukumo has been achieving remarkable feats on the border of the Wind Country. Not only has he breached the Sand Village's intelligence division and intercepted crucial information, but he has also thwarted assassination attempts against Konoha. In no time, countless individuals have come to know of Hatake Tsukumo as a humble, amiable, and powerful ninja. Many believe that upon the retirement of the Third Hokage, Tsukumo would be the most suitable candidate to succeed him. Unbeknownst to them, LiHuo feels a slight tightening in his heart upon hearing this news, as he realizes that a conspiracy against Tsukumo is likely to unfold soon. Uncle Tsukumo is a respected elder, and to save him, I must prepare in advance. LiHuo muses to himself. Arriving home, it is already evening. He opens his senses wide, confirming that he is alone, and silently chants, "Exchange for the Manjiki Sharingan." The moment the words leave his lips, 2 streams of blood tears flow from his eyes. A searing pain engulfs LiHuo's eyes, akin to countless steel needles piercing through them. A chilling mechanical voice echoes, "Rewards have been dispensed." The pain is so intense that he struggles to breathe. LiHuo perseveres, and after what feels like an eternity, the agony in his eyes gradually subsides, replaced by a faint, cool sensation. His consciousness begins to return, and as he lifts his gaze, he finds an eye resembling the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara staring back at him. This eye emanates a chilling aura, possessing powers several times greater than that of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Just as LiHuo is about to explore the special ocular techniques of his Manjiki, a cold system notification chimes in. The host must meet certain conditions to exchange for Manjiki techniques. Amaterasu, 900 Tsukuyami, 900 Kimui, 1000 Kotoemitsukami, 1000 Suzu, 1000 system-generated ocular techniques, 1100. LiHuo gazes at the exorbitant prices and feels a headache coming on, akin to falling into an abyss. Yet, sensing the immense power coursing through his eyes, he cannot help but exclaim in delight, "Oh my, this is truly exquisite." Without divulging the secret of his Manjiki Sharingan to anyone, LiHuo intends to keep it as his ultimate trump card. Moreover, he plans to undertake a grand endeavor, to gather headpats from the 9 tails. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo, in a fit of rage, slams a stack of documents onto the table, his eyes wide with fury. What a bunch of short-sighted fools. How can a mere Hatake Tsukumo deserve such accolades? The next Hokage? Nonsense. With a sweeping gesture, Danzo summons all the root captains for a council. For the sake of Konoha, I, Danzo, will never allow the existence of Hatake Tsukumo. Chapter 80. Preparing for Rainy Days. The plan to gather headpats from the 9 tails. On the following day, Orochimaru, engrossed in researching the second Hokage's Edo Tensei, has not scheduled any training for LiHuo. Seizing this opportunity, LiHuo visits Tsukumo's home. At this moment, Tsukumo has just completed his mission in the Sand Village and is enjoying a rare respite. Upon seeing the long-absent Tsukumo, LiHuo's heart is filled with emotion. Presenting the gift he had prepared in advance, LiHuo enters the house with Tsukumo. Kakashi is away on a mission and is not home at this time. The moment they meet, Tsukumo's face reveals unmasked astonishment. My goodness, little LiHuo, your strength has already reached the level of a Kage. Seeing the surprise on Tsukumo's face, LiHuo smiles slightly, choosing not to elaborate. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, LiHuo expands his senses to survey the surroundings, ensuring they are not being watched, and then articulates the purpose of his visit. Uncle Tsukumo, I hope you can take the following words seriously. Observing LiHuo's serious demeanor, Tsukumo senses the gravity of the situation and listens intently. In the event of a mission, which would you choose, the task or your comrades? LiHuo poses the question to Tsukumo. I don't quite understand what you mean. Tsukumo is unaware of the true implications behind LiHuo's inquiry. If completing the mission would cost the life of a comrade, what would your choice be? At this, Tsukumo falls into a rare moment of contemplation. From his expression, LiHuo discerns that Tsukumo is reflecting on many past experiences. After a prolonged silence, Tsukumo raises his head, his gaze regaining its usual conviction. If it were a choice between the two, I would choose the life of my comrade. LiHuo nods in response. And what if that choice would inflict significant losses on the village, leading countless villagers to blame you? Tsukumo pauses, momentarily taken aback. He does not grasp why LiHuo is posing such pointed questions, nor does he realize that this will foreshadow his eventual demise. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he provides his answer. If it truly results in losses for the village, I cannot evade responsibility. The villagers' resentment would be justified. After a brief pause, Tsukumo slowly continues. If I cannot atone for the mistakes I have made, I shall die to atone for them. Upon hearing this, LiHuo raised his head, revealing a knowing expression as he looked directly at Shuamao. He spoke slowly. Uncle Shuamao, your choice to save your comrades is commendable, but you must understand that your survival is the greatest contribution you can make to the village. LiHuo patted Shuamao's shoulder, discreetly leaving a flying thunder god seal upon it. As a precaution, he handed Shuamao a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique. Uncle Shuamao, this is my flying thunder god kunai. If you find yourself in a dire situation during your mission, do not hesitate to channel your chakra into it, and I will sense it. As a seasoned jonin, Shuamao comprehended the significance of LiHuo's words and was taken aback. Little LiHuo, you have even mastered the flying thunder god technique. One cannot help but marvel at the emergence of young heroes. After expressing his gratitude for LiHuo's kindness, Shuamao accepted the flying thunder god kunai, placing it in his ninja tool pouch, and pledged to inform LiHuo immediately should any insurmountable circumstances arise. Having completed these exchanges, Shuamao, puzzled, inquired, Little LiHuo, what purpose do your questions serve? LiHuo refrained from disclosing the truth, merely stating it was a matter of sentiment. After all was said and done, LiHuo did not feel entirely reassured, and thus proceeded to the Uchiha estate. In the original narrative, it was not only Shuamao's inner guilt that led to his demise, but also the external pressures of public opinion. LiHuo's intention for this visit was to seize the high ground of public discourse. Once again standing before the opulent Uchiha residence, LiHuo knocked on the door. Upon the butler's announcement, Uchiha Ting himself came forth to welcome LiHuo. Ah, how delightful that the strongest genius of our Uchiha clan has graced us with a visit. The hawkish elder showed no formality and directly led LiHuo into the inner chambers. After presenting gifts, LiHuo and Ting sat across from one another. After exchanging pleasantries, LiHuo articulated the purpose of his visit. What? You wish to establish a newspaper? Ting regarded LiHuo with mild surprise, struggling to keep pace with the young man's thoughts. LiHuo nodded resolutely, explaining his reasoning. Public opinion can both elevate and destroy a person. To control a newspaper is to command the high ground of Konoha's discourse. Upon hearing this, Ting pondered for a moment before shaking his head. But ninjas are constantly engaged in life and death struggles. Who has the leisure to read newspapers? LiHuo chuckled lightly. Firstly, the majority of the village's populace are civilians, and they need to be informed about significant village matters. Secondly, ninjas, embroiled in perpetual danger, lack entertainment, and newspapers could aptly fill that void. Ting contemplated this carefully before nodding in agreement. LiHuo continued, the purpose of establishing the newspaper is not for profit, nor does it require the reporting of classified information. Simply editing daily happenings can enhance the influence of the Uchiha clan. Why not embrace such an opportunity? After weighing the pros and cons, Ting concurred with LiHuo's reasoning and subsequently posed a question. But who will operate this newspaper? Without hesitation, LiHuo named his unequivocal choice, the Konoha Guard. Ting expressed skepticism, but before LiHuo could elucidate, he realized the logic himself. The Konoha Guard is entirely operated by the Uchiha clan, and having the newspaper run by them would ensure full control. Moreover, the Konoha Guard frequently interacts with the villagers, making their news-gathering capabilities the strongest. Lastly, as a force of authority, the Konoha Guard could maintain the newspaper's normal operations. Ultimately, Ting nodded and promised to propose this idea at the next clan meeting. LiHuo added, when editing, avoid overt Uchiha biases. It would be best for the newspaper to be approachable and relatable to the villagers. Ting nodded vigorously in agreement. Not long after, the Konoha Daily, published by the Uchiha clan and issued by the Konoha Guard, appeared throughout the streets of Konoha. Its humorous style and accessible prose garnered widespread affection from the villagers. However, this flourishing newspaper would inadvertently bring calamity upon LiHuo. At this moment, LiHuo remained blissfully unaware. After exiting Ting's residence, night had fallen, and he returned home. Once assured that he was not being monitored, LiHuo set up an extremely discreet sensing trap in his home to ensure that he could immediately return using the Flying Thunder God technique should anyone attempt to enter. After setting up the trap, LiHuo clapped his hands, activating a simple sage mode to perfectly blend his presence with the surroundings. He then channeled his chakra and declared, Earth Release, Camouflage Technique. In the next instant, LiHuo's figure vanished. This level of concealment was necessary because he intended to investigate the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. After exchanging for the 3-tomo sharingan, LiHuo had discreetly inquired about Kushina's residence from Minato, but the latter had shown no inclination to divulge any information regarding her. Following that, LiHuo had repeatedly hinted at possible informants among the ninjas, but they, without exception, remained tight-lipped. Fearing that further inquiries would alert suspicious parties, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Now, however, armed with the Manjiki Sharingan, LiHuo resolved to prioritize tracking down the Nine-Tails. Like a specter, LiHuo weaved through the houses of Konoha, cautiously extending his senses at each location. He understood that Kushina's residence would undoubtedly be protected by formidable sealing techniques, and even the perceptive abilities of an elite ninja might prove ineffective. Thus, he decided to adopt a contrarian approach, not probing the house itself, but rather investigating the surrounding umbu. As the host of the Nine-Tails, Kushina must be under constant surveillance and protection by the umbu. By locating the umbu's congregation point and eliminating impossible locations, he could roughly pinpoint Kushina's hiding place. Chapter 81, Shuo Mao's Critical Mission, Night Raid on Kushina. 5 months later, at a mountain bandit camp in the Land of Fire. With the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, the unforgiving ninja knife of LiHuo ruthlessly penetrated the body of the last mountain bandit, leaving no blood to stain his garments. In the past 5 months, Orochimaru had diligently researched the reanimation jutsu, while LiHuo fervently accepted various missions to accumulate the necessary 1,000 head touches to exchange for ocular techniques. Furthermore, periodically, LiHuo would visit Shuo Mao's home, reiterating his willingness to offer assistance in times of difficulty. Although Shuo Mao was filled with doubts and had inquired multiple times, he eventually relented when the youth remained tight-lipped. To LiHuo's astonishment, during these 5 months, the Konoha Daily garnered widespread acclaim. In an era before Jiraiya had penned the tale of the utterly lovesick, the Konoha Daily had almost become an essential read for the entertainment-starved villagers, successfully occupying a position of influence in public opinion. Moreover, Ting did not seek personal glory, naming LiHuo as the initiator of the project in the family meeting, thus elevating LiHuo's reputation within the Uchiha clan. In no time, the image of a talented young prodigy with both strength and skill attracted the attention of countless clan members. As evening descended upon Konoha village, LiHuo's figure appeared near the village entrance, illuminated by a flicker of crimson light. After completing the village entry procedures, he proceeded to the mission center to submit his report. Upon discovering there were no tasks available that would quickly yield head touches, LiHuo left the center and made his way directly to Shuo Mao's home. After a brief knock, Kakashi opened the door. Upon seeing LiHuo, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter as he entered the house. Honestly, you visit my home more often than I return myself. What is it you want? LiHuo, unfazed, picked up a pear from the table and began to eat. Where's Uncle Shuo Mao? he asked. Kakashi handed LiHuo a glass of water and replied. He went out on a mission. I heard it was a B-rank task. At that moment, LiHuo's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and he slowly set down the pear. When did he leave? He asked. Just a little while ago, Kakashi said, noticing his friend's grave demeanor. Assuming LiHuo was worried for Shuan Mao's safety, he attempted to reassure him. It's not like this is his first B-rank mission. It's dangerous, but I believe he will return safely. LiHuo did not respond, lost in his own thoughts. After a moment, he stood up, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Leave it to me. I'm heading out. With that, he exited the door, prompting Kakashi to rush after him. LiHuo, don't worry about me, just go back. No, it's not that I'm worried about you. Just take the uneaten pear with you. LiHuo stumbled slightly, then hurriedly made his way home, all the while under Kakashi's incredulous gaze. Upon returning home, it was already night. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo activated his sensory abilities and silently recited, "Exchange for Kimui." After much contemplation, he had decided to acquire the elusive technique as his first ocular skill, versatile in both offense and defense. Coupled with 5 minutes of invincibility and a personal space, the ocular technique of Tobi was undoubtedly among the most formidable of all Sharingan abilities. Far more practical than the cursed technique of the Uchiha's second son. As this realization dawned upon him, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. There was no familiar pain. Instead, LiHuo felt a peculiar power residing within his Sharingan. It was as if he instinctively understood how to harness this newfound strength. Gazing into the mirror at the formidable Sharingan, he called out, "Kimui." In an instant, a unique power radiated from his right eye, causing his form to blur and become indistinct. He casually tossed a kunai into the air. It fell directly downwards, seemingly poised to strike him. Yet, he did not flinch or evade. The next moment, a thud resounded. The kunai passed through LiHuo's body, embedding itself in the floor. LiHuo couldn't help but exclaim, "What a perfect phasing technique." Following this, an immense ocular power erupted from his left eye. Crack! The kunai, along with the section of the floor it pierced, was absorbed into the Kamui space. Observing the newly formed crater in his home, LiHuo sheepishly scratched his head. A cold mechanical voice sounded. The host will not receive rewards for touching their own head. Hearing this, LiHuo pouted. As if I care about that. Suddenly, he noticed his face was damp. What is this? Why do I taste iron? Looking into the mirror, he discovered 2 streams of blood tears flowing from his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a sharp pain surged from within, and through gritted teeth, he vowed, I must acquire the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. An additional pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Head touch requirement 1, 200. As LiHuo gazed at the exchange conditions, he felt a moment of trepidation. The number of head touches was manageable. But where was he to procure another pair of Manjiki Sharingan? He pondered each potential candidate within the Uchiha clan. I wonder if Obito currently possesses a Manjiki or a Rinnegan. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan cannot be used as a material for upgrades. Upon hearing this cold mechanical voice, LiHuo was left feeling frustrated. This won't do. That won't do. Am I expected to wait for Uchiha Shursui to grow up? Ding. The replacement conditions for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan have been issued. Head touch requirement 2, 500. Looking at the steep yet attainable requirements, LiHuo resignedly nodded. Next, he lightly tapped his left wrist, activating the thunderclap sword, and a scroll appeared in his hand. Unrolling the scroll revealed a map of Konoha. For the past 5 months, whenever LiHuo was in Konoha, he had utilized the late-night hours to track down Kushina's whereabouts. On this map, he had marked every location where numerous Umbu were surveilling during the night. This is the intelligence division, and this is the sealing team. LiHuo crossed out suspicious locations with a red X, ultimately leaving only 2 marked spots in the residential area. He understood that Shuan Mao would likely face a dilemma of either rescuing a teammate or completing the mission during this task. And he might very well need LiHuo's assistance then. If he couldn't locate Kushina and the Ninetails now, LiHuo feared he would be unable to spare the time in the near future. Therefore, tonight was an optimal opportunity. After setting up sensory traps, LiHuo adjusted his state to its peak. As the night deepened into silence, he moved like a leopard, swiftly navigating between the houses of Konoha. It wasn't long before he arrived at the first suspicious location marked on his map. This place was quite close to the Hokage building and was constantly guarded by a team of Umbu. LiHuo meticulously spread his chakra in an exceedingly subtle manner, allowing him to perceive the surrounding situation with clarity. Silently muttering, Earth release. Camouflage technique. LiHuo's form instantly blended with the environment, carefully avoiding the umbu's detection. He approached the door of his target location. However, before entering, he realized he had made a mistake, as the doorknob was coated with a thin layer of dust. If Kushina truly resided here, there would be signs of life present. LiHuo used the dust to obscure his footprints and ensured that no trace was left behind before employing the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, quietly waiting. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he commenced his actions, he had dispatched a shadow clone to another suspicious location. Meanwhile, at that alternate site, LiHuo's shadow clone discerned through various signs that this was indeed Kushina's dwelling. After leaving a Flying Thunder God mark nearby, the shadow clone instantly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. At that moment, LiHuo, who was at home, felt the information relayed by the shadow clone. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next instant, LiHuo appeared near Kushina's residence. Utilizing subtle perception and camouflage techniques, he materialized at Kushina's doorstep. With his exceptional sensing abilities, LiHuo detected a powerful sensory barrier in the area. Advancing further would undoubtedly trigger the barrier. However, LiHuo paid it no heed and boldly stepped into Kushina's home, though blood tears were streaming from his right eye. Thanks to the phasing ability of his divine might, LiHuo could disregard most barriers in this world. Arriving at Kushina's bedside, he gazed at the sleeping figure of Kushina, devoid of any malevolent thoughts. His hand slowly reached towards her head, but just then, an unexpected event occurred. Kushina abruptly opened her eyes. Chapter 82. The Diamond Prison. Patting the Nine Tails. Although LiHuo had done everything in his power to conceal his presence, Kushina, being of the Uzumaki clan, inherently possessed formidable sensing abilities. Furthermore, the Nine Tails sealed within her sensed the chilling aura unique to the Uchiha clan and began to roar restlessly. It was this combination of factors that caused Kushina to awaken as LiHuo approached. Yet, Kushina was not a battle-hardened ninja. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring into the gleaming red eyes of LiHuo's sharingan. In that fleeting moment, LiHuo reached out to pat Kushina's head. Ding. Headpat level ninja. Uzumaki Kushina. Please select 3 rewards from the following. Ignoring the system momentarily, LiHuo swiftly activated his sharingan, subduing Kushina. Once he ensured she could not escape the confines of the illusion, he began to assess the rewards from patting Kushina's head. Sealing technique. Diamond Prison. For symbol sealing. Exceptional culinary skills. Uzumaki clan bloodline. Kagura Hard Eye. Gazing at the rewards bestowed upon him, LiHuo displayed a troubled expression for the first time, as he yearned for them all, except for the culinary skills. Yet, time was of the essence, so he silently declared in his heart, System, I choose Diamond Prison. Uzumaki clan bloodline, and Kagura Hard Eye. The cold voice of the system resonated at the perfect moment. Rewards have been distributed. Crack. A faint sound echoed within Kushina's room. The sound of LiHuo's bones fracturing, likely due to the enhancement of his bloodline. This rewards distribution was more agonizing than any preceding experience. It felt as though he were being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press, rendering him breathless. To avoid attracting the attention of nearby umbu, LiHuo gritted his teeth, striving not to emit a sound. Just as he felt his bones might dissolve, an unexpected change occurred. From within Kushina, who had been subdued, tendrils of the Nine Tails' violent chakra began to seep out. LiHuo's heart raced with alarm. If the Nine Tails were to rampage now, the situation would spiral into chaos. Ignoring the searing pain in his body, he limped towards Kushina, his sharingan spinning furiously. In the next moment, LiHuo found himself in a dark, damp sewer. The air was thick with suffocating odors, and the walls were covered in moss. Before him loomed the fearsome Nine Tails. Its massive form resembled a mountain, with 9 powerful tails thrashing in the air, each movement stirring a tempest. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Tails' fierce eyes locked onto the intruder, LiHuo. Those eyes. Cursed Uchiha scum. The Nine Tails opened its vast maw and unleashed a deafening roar. Accompanying its fury was a foul wind that swept towards LiHuo. Simultaneously, the Nine Tails' chakra, imbued with corrosive properties, surged forth, enveloping LiHuo and gnawing at him relentlessly. Enduring immense pain, LiHuo slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the colossal Nine Tails. Silence. LiHuo's cold voice carried an undeniable authority. No sooner had he spoken than the once ferocious Nine Tails became strangely docile. For the image of LiHuo's sharingan had burned itself into its eyes. Thud. LiHuo collapsed weakly to the ground, the mental projection of his spirit gradually fading. He thought to himself, uncertain how long this enhancement would last. If he did not act soon, complications would surely arise. Resolving this, he staggered toward the Nine Tails, which obediently lowered its immense head. Straining against the pain, LiHuo reached out to pat the Nine Tails' head. Ding! Head pat level entity. Nine Tails Karama. Acquired Nine Tails Essence 1. Nine Tails Chakra 02. Upon hearing the cold system notification, LiHuo struggled to say, do not claim rewards for now. Subsequently, he disregarded the blood tears streaming from his eyes and thoroughly altered the Nine Tails memories of the night. Once he was certain of his success, LiHuo exited Kushina's mental space. After meticulously examining Kushina's room and ensuring no traces were left behind, LiHuo replicated the process with Kushina, completely altering her memories of the night. At this moment, the sky was beginning to lighten, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Yet, at that instant, the sensing trap LiHuo had set at home suddenly triggered. Without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God to return home. As soon as he arrived, he heard a series of knocks on the door. Is LiHuo home? It's Kakashi. Sensing that only Kakashi had come, LiHuo felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to open the door, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Although he remained only half as handsome as the audience's expectations, his vibrant red hair was strikingly conspicuous. This time, he was undeniably of pure Uzumaki blood. Not daring to make further comments, LiHuo hurriedly inquired of the system in his mind. Can you conceal my red hair? The cold voice of the system now sounded like a divine blessing to LiHuo. Uzumaki clan characteristics have been concealed for the host. Upon seeing his hair darken in the mirror, LiHuo finally felt at ease. Changing into a set of casual home attire and feigning the appearance of having just awakened, he opened the door. What is it? It's so early in the morning. At that moment, Kakashi looked at LiHuo, fatigue evident in his voice. You said a bunch of nonsensical things yesterday evening and then left without a word. I want to ask you, what exactly do you intend to do? LiHuo, hearing this, looked at Kakashi with exasperation. You came all the way here early in the morning just for that? I couldn't make sense of it. So I came to clarify. Ultimately, LiHuo concocted an excuse to brush Kakashi off, finally seizing the opportunity to examine his recent gains. First was the reward from patting Kushina's head. With a crisp sound, countless golden chakra chains emerged behind LiHuo, each imbued with immense suppressive power. This was the Diamond Prison. LiHuo controlled these chains with his mind, feeling their formidable strength. He was certain that had he mastered the diamond sealing technique at that moment, he could have subdued the Nine Tails in an instant without needing his sharingan. Next came the Uzumaki clan bloodline. After enduring the agonizing transformation, LiHuo eagerly anticipated possessing the power of the Uzumaki bloodline. In the original story, characters like Naruto, Nagato, and Karen, who possessed the Uzumaki bloodline, demonstrated remarkable abilities. The sharp kunai pierced through LiHuo's palm, blood trickling down the blade. Instead of utilizing his life force to mend the wound, LiHuo quietly awaited the natural healing process. Before long, the previously ghastly injury began to emit wisps of white vapor, rapidly halting the bleeding, and the flesh healed and scabbed over at an astonishing pace. Was this the terrifying regenerative ability of the Uzumaki clan? Moreover, with the infusion of the Uzumaki bloodline, LiHuo could distinctly sense the vibrant life force coursing through his body. The prowess of Kagura's mind-eye was indisputable in the original narrative. Kankuro relied on this ability to become one of the foremost sensory ninjas. With it, LiHuo's perception undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Next came the reward for patting the head of the Nine Tails. LiHuo silently recited the incantation to extract the reward. In a manner reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the Eight Tails, he acquired the essence of the Nine Tails along with its chakra. It is worth noting that the Nine Tails possesses the largest chakra reserves among all tailed beasts. At this moment, LiHuo had truly become a veritable tailed beast devoid of a tail. Within his mind, he opened the system panel. Chakra amount: 1 Kuin, 25, Kisame, including Samahata. Feeling the abundant chakra within, LiHuo was elated. In the following days, he diligently familiarized himself with the newly acquired powers, striving to integrate them seamlessly. However, one evening, LiHuo suddenly sensed chakra emanating from the kunai he had gifted to Shuo-emo. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. Shuo-emo is in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, LiHuo armed himself completely. In the next instant, a crimson flash illuminated the air as he appeared before Shuo-emo. Without a hint of carelessness, He quickly assumed a defensive stance after utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Surveying his surroundings, LiHuo found himself in a concealed cave, dark and damp, saturated with a heavy scent of blood. With the faint light, he spotted Shuo, who was battered and grave, blood dripping continually from his grip on the white fang. Beside him lay a critically injured Jonin. Upon seeing LiHuo, a flicker of gratitude crossed Shuo's face. "I'm sorry, LiHuo. There's no time for explanations. Can you bring my teammate back to Konoha?" Shuo's tone was urgent, evidently with other tasks awaiting his attention. Yet LiHuo placed a reassuring hand on Shuo's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, then shifted his gaze to the ailing companion. With a ruptured artery and severe poisoning, timely medical intervention was imperative. Otherwise, even the Sage of Six Paths could not save him. Hearing this, Shuo's pupils constricted. But he steadied himself and briefly conveyed the dire situation to LiHuo. "Our mission was to ambush the Sand-Hidden Puppet Master unit and intercept critical intelligence. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, but somehow they discovered our precise location and surrounded us." As Shuo spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave, recalling the harrowing experience. "The puppeteers somehow knew our exact position and encircled us." He flung the white fang, blood splattering onto the ground, silently narrating the struggle of their escape. "My teammates were injured by the puppeteers during the breakout, and the remaining puppeteers fled with the intelligence." With care, Shuo supported his teammate and glanced up at LiHuo. "LiHuo, although I don't know how you foresaw this dilemma, I must ask for your help." He gestured as if to bow deeply in supplication. Upon witnessing this, LiHuo quickly intervened, firmly asserting, "Uncle Shuo, please step aside." His expression was solemn, for he sensed his teammate's life force dwindling perilously. LiHuo approached the injured Jonin, assessing his condition while speaking to Shuo. "Consider carefully why the sand ninjas could pinpoint your location so accurately." This remark seemed to awaken Shuo, compelling this devoted leaf Jonin to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Could someone have betrayed us? Upon uttering this, Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. LiHuo refrained from responding, allowing Shuo a moment to ponder. After a brief pause, LiHuo slowly continued, "Thus, sending your teammate back to Konoha may not be the optimal solution." At this, Shuo looked up in despair. His voice hoarse, "Then what can we do?" But in the next instant, a look of shock crossed Shuo's face. Despite his attempts to mask it, his gaze towards LiHuo bore a hint of awe. LiHuo's arm began to twitch unnaturally, and then, with a sudden burst, countless strands of the grudge manifested from his wrist, thrashing wildly in the air. Observing this startling spectacle, LiHuo remained unfazed, for he understood that this was the sole method to save Shuo's teammate. Utilizing the grudge and human stitching technique acquired from his previous encounter, LiHuo could effortlessly suture the severed artery of Shuo's teammate, which had been cut by the puppeteer's blades. The complexity of this procedure rivaled that of a high-stakes surgery. Yet, under Shuo's astonished gaze, LiHuo executed it with casual finesse. Once completed, the flow of blood finally ceased, yet the teammate's complexion remained a deep purple. Though Shuo was astonished at the scene, he anxiously turned to LiHuo. "LiHuo, he has been poisoned by the Sand-Hidden's potent toxin, without immediate medical assistance." Before Shuo could finish his sentence, LiHuo turned and exited the cave without a backward glance. When he returned, he bore several herbs that Shuo had never seen before, which LiHuo had hastily gathered using the pharmacological knowledge he acquired from the scorpion. "Here." He thrust the herbs into Shuo's hands, exuding confidence. "Crush them into a fine powder, consume them, apply them externally, or hold them in your mouth. Within no time, the poison will be neutralized." Though Shuo remained skeptical, he did not hesitate and promptly complied. Before long, his teammate's complexion gradually shifted from deep purple to a pale hue. While he still remained on the brink of death, at least he clung to life. LiHuo gently laid his teammate down and turned to Shuo. "I may not possess more advanced medical ninjutsu, but I can assure you that he will be safe until this mission concludes." Upon hearing this, Shuo displayed rare excitement, gripping LiHuo's shoulders tightly. "Thank you so much, LiHuo." LiHuo exhaled softly, then stated earnestly, "Uncle Shuo, this is not the time for celebration. We have yet to locate the vital intelligence." At LiHuo's words, Shuo sank into despair, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. At this point, intelligence matters little. Returning safely is what counts. with a firm pat on Shuo Mo's shoulder. LiHuo's strength reminded Shuo Mo that LiHuo had ascended to the level of a shadow ninja. Uncle Shuo Mo, will you give up here? Consider Kakashi waiting for you. Will you halt your journey here? LiHuo's words acted as a whetstone, sharpening Shuo Mo's resolve. Before long, Shuo Mo stood tall once more, radiating a formidable presence like a sword drawn from its sheath. I will find them and reclaim the intelligence, he declared coldly. Witnessing this, LiHuo dusted himself off and called out, simple sage mode, activate. As his words fell, an influx of natural energy surged into LiHuo's body, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. Subsequently, he slowly closed his eyes, silently chanting Kagura Shingon. In an instant, the spirit of LiHuo seemed to ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters, surveying the area from above. In this vast expanse, no matter how deeply concealed, any trace of chakra fluctuations could not escape LiHuo's perception. To the southeast, for kilometers away, a team of ninjas was moving at high speed. Shuo Mo once again marveled at LiHuo's formidable strength, but due to the time constraint, he could only solemnly nod at LiHuo. Do not move from this spot. I shall retrieve the intelligence. With that, Shuo Mo vanished in an instant, enveloped in boundless fury, vowing to capture the entire Sand Ninja squad. As for LiHuo, he refrained from pursuing because he had more pressing matters to attend to. He deftly set a perception trap beside his already unconscious teammate and left behind his flying thunder god mark. Subsequently, feeling uneasy, he laid several attack traps. After completing these tasks, LiHuo concealed the entrance and summoned his chakra. A flash of crimson light flickered. In the next moment, LiHuo appeared beside Shuo Mo, whose sudden presence made him instinctively assume an attack stance. Only when he recognized LiHuo did he gradually relax, and the two dared not delay, continuing their rapid advance. Little LiHuo, you have assisted me enough. There is no need for your aid any further, Shuo Mo remarked, glancing at LiHuo. Under the enhancement of Kagura Shingon, LiHuo's eyes appeared particularly spirited. Shuo Mo felt as if those eyes could see right through him. It was likely not as simple as it seemed. As soon as the words left his mouth, they arrived at the location of the Sand Ninja forces. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Shuo Mo stood frozen, tightly gripping his white fang. Meanwhile, LiHuo silently activated his three-tomo sharingan, poised for action. Before them lay a desolate battlefield, devoid of life, with corpses scattered and blood flowing like rivers. The once mighty Sand Ninjas wore expressions of terror in their final moments. Beside them lay shattered puppets. And at the center of it all stood the instigators, clad in black, wearing animal masks, the unmistakable attire of Konoha's Umbu. One of them stood next to two massive ninja hounds, far larger than himself. The hounds, with crimson eyes, savagely tore at the bodies of the Sand Ninjas, while the trio remained unfazed, rummaging for something. LiHuo patted Shuo Mo's shoulder and coldly remarked, now you know who the true mastermind behind all this is. Chapter 84, Intense Battle? Ruthless Slaughter. Shuo Mo slowly nodded, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that if these were indeed members of the Hokage's direct Umbu, they would never fail to provide support. As an elite jonin, he was well aware that aside from the Hokage's Umbu, a deeply hidden organization existed within Konoha. So, the root wants my life? Shuo Mo's tone was neither mournful nor joyful, yet LiHuo detected a chill in his words. Nodding, LiHuo replied, precisely. It appears that the three of them intend to intercept the intelligence before you, causing your mission to fail. At these words, Shuo Mo exuded a hint of killing intent, almost alerting the three members of Root. His body was tense, like a bowstring drawn tight, yet he forced himself to remain calm. Turning to LiHuo, he said, we cannot kill them directly. That would be akin to handing them a weapon. LiHuo confidently shook his head, his Manjiki Sharingan activating. A chilling aura pressing upon Shuo Mo. Noticing Shuo Mo's repeated expressions of surprise, LiHuo spoke. Root ninjas perish at the hands of the Sand Ninjas, while we become the heroes reclaiming the intelligence. Gazing into LiHuo's enchanting eyes, Shuo Mo felt a tremor in his heart. He had devoted himself tirelessly to Konoha, only to find himself in such dire circumstances. Though he was kind-hearted, he also possessed the ruthlessness inherent to a ninja. Shuo Mo nodded, agreeing with LiHuo's perspective. In the next moment, just as he was about to charge at the trio like an arrow released from a bow, LiHuo stopped him. Shuo Mo keenly sensed a strange spatial fluctuation emanating from LiHuo's right eye. Like magic, a white mask suddenly appeared in LiHuo's hand. A glint of excitement sparkled in LiHuo's eyes. Let me take care of this. I've longed to experience the power of Kamui. Placing the mask firmly on his face, LiHuo's youthful visage was entirely obscured. In the next instant, a powerful suction erupted from his right eye, drawing his entire being into a swirling void. Shuoemo watched in astonishment as the LiHuo he had just been conversing with vanished from sight. Realizing this was a spatial ninjutsu distinct from the Flying Thunder God technique, he was taken aback. Meanwhile, the three members of Root, still scouring the sea of corpses for intelligence, felt a chilling presence and murderous intent pierce through their hearts. Caught off guard, one Root member suddenly found a figure wearing a white mask materializing behind him. The silhouette was vague yet exuded a terrifying aura. Crack! LiHuo placed a hand upon the Root member's head, and a stream of blood tears flowed from his left eye. Thud! The Root member's head was inexplicably crushed by an unseen force, subsequently drawn into the Kamui dimension. Thud! The body of the Root member collapsed lifelessly, while LiHuo advanced step by step toward the other two members. Observing this, the remaining Root members displayed no emotional response, swiftly launching their attacks. Secret technique, steel armor binding insects, one of them rasped. As soon as the words left his mouth, he frantically channeled chakra, and swarms of insects erupted from his sleeves and pants, swiftly covering LiHuo entirely. The steel armor binding insects feed on your chakra, once activated. They will bind you as tightly as iron, boasted the member of the Oil Woman clan. Yet, in the next second, LiHuo appeared before him like a phantom. Who needs your explanation? The Root member's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Crack! LiHuo placed a hand on his head, and another body fell lifelessly. Meanwhile, the last Root member from the Inuzuka clan was poised for action. He quickly retrieved 2 crimson pills and accurately flicked them into the mouths of the 2 massive ninja hounds. The hounds absorbed the pills in an instant, and in the next moment, one of them rapidly grew to the size of a small mountain, while the other slimmed down to an emaciated state, its legs becoming extraordinarily robust. Countless powerful muscles coiled together, each inch brimming with explosive strength. Seeing LiHuo effortlessly shake off the steel armor binding insects, the Inuzuka member dared not underestimate his opponent. He hastily doused himself in a liquid to repel the ninja hound's stomach acid, then dove into the gaping maw of the gigantic ninja hound. How flashy, LiHuo muttered, but just as the words left his lips, a spatial fluctuation radiated from his right eye. Boom! A swift shadow shot through LiHuo's body like a bullet, causing the ground beneath him to collapse in an instant. Roar! The robust-legged ninja hound let out a ferocious roar, and LiHuo suddenly felt a darkness envelop him. The enormous hound, like a mountain pressing down, came crashing towards him with overwhelming force. As expected, LiHuo pierced through the gigantic hound, and, utilizing Kamui, twisted its head off. It is time to conclude this. Thud! With a spray of blood, the last Root member's life was extinguished. Sensing the demise of its master, the final ninja hound emitted an enraged howl. Faced with this speedster, LiHuo's playful spirit ignited. A robust iron chain was firmly connected to LiHuo's hands, adorned with an array of explosive talismans. Since he had decided to emulate the notorious Tsuzi, he was determined to see it through to the end. In the next moment, the muscles and the legs of Shin Inu tensed instantaneously, propelling him forward like a cannonball towards LiHuo. Yet, under the gaze of LiHuo's sharingan, this speed appeared excruciatingly slow. Without the slightest hesitation, LiHuo leaped towards Shin Inu. Predictably, Shin Inu pierced through LiHuo's body, but the iron chain in his hand remained unyielding. Boom! An avalanche of explosive talismans erupted, leaving Shin Inu charred and lifeless on the spot. The entire battle, despite its apparent complexity, lasted less than 10 minutes. Moreover, LiHuo seized the opportunity to acquire the secret techniques of 2 clans. Shocked, Shuo Mao emerged from the sidelines, gazing at LiHuo as if he were a prodigy. LiHuo, unmasking himself, revealed his youthful visage, marred by 2 trails of blood tears. Recalling all the moments LiHuo had once helped him, Shuo Mao steeled himself and approached LiHuo, meeting him with unwavering resolve. In a barely audible voice, he declared, "Little LiHuo, while your ocular technique is remarkable, I have discerned several flaws. Firstly, during the moment of phasing, your body cannot attack others and can only rely on your ocular techniques or the chain to eliminate enemies. Secondly, although your time to execute the ocular technique is brief, should you encounter someone swifter, you may not have enough time to strangle them. With gratitude and determination gleaming in his eyes, Shuo Mao continued, "You have shown me kindness, and I have identified the shortcomings of your ocular technique. Therefore, it is imperative that I inform you, so you can leverage your strengths and mitigate your weaknesses. As for the secret I have uncovered, please ensure Kakashi's safety." With that, Shuo Mao withdrew a white fang and plunged it resolutely into his own body. Bang! A hand, as firm as a steel claw, gripped Shuo Mao tightly. LiHuo marveled at Shuo Mao's piercing insight while lamenting his stubbornness. Casting a glance at Shuo Mao, LiHuo replied helplessly, "Since I have chosen to reveal my ocular technique to you, it signifies that I regard you as someone trustworthy." He gestured towards the disheveled scene. "Our immediate concern is to fabricate the scene and gather intelligence." Nodding in agreement, Shuo Mao began collaborating with LiHuo to meticulously arrange the site, striving to leave no trace of their conflict. Shortly thereafter, LiHuo discovered a confidential document hidden within the layers of a defensive puppet belonging to an elite sand ninja. Once the site was flawlessly arranged, LiHuo unleashed a fire jutsu to obliterate the remaining evidence. Just as LiHuo and Shuo Mao prepared to return, however, the perception trap they had previously set was triggered. Chapter 85. The Fierce Battle of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly. The return to the village sparks a turmoil. LiHuo, unwilling to delay, synchronized his intelligence with Shuo Mao and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the cave they had occupied earlier. Upon their return, both adopted a vigilant stance. The cave was now vastly different from the moment LiHuo had left. It was engulfed in darkness, save for a solitary candle casting a faint glow, elongating their shadows. Beneath the flickering light, a burly man sat cross-legged, his outline illuminated while his eyes remained shrouded in shadow. The cave was eerily silent, with only the candle's flame crackling. With the light, LiHuo discovered that all the traps he had set had been dismantled. Shinkage, his keen perception heightened, quickly assessed the situation. LiHuo's cold voice echoed throughout the cave. 3 enemies, one beside the candle, one to the southeast, and one to the northwest. Just as LiHuo spoke, an unexpected change occurred. LiHuo suddenly sensed an unknown mental force surging towards him. The blood-red kaleidoscope sharingan began to rotate, and LiHuo easily shattered it with his own mental energy. A pained howl erupted from the southeast, followed by Shuo Mao's fierce strike, swiftly ending the threat. As the lifeless body thudded to the ground, a hoarse voice resonated through the cave. "I'll go first, the rest is up to you." In an instant, LiHuo's right eye radiated immense ocular power, rendering him ethereal. His shadow surged forth as if alive, viciously piercing through him like steel spikes. The secret technique, Shadow Thorn, was evaded by LiHuo's divine might against the Nara clan's attack, while Shuo Mao skillfully dodged the deadly thorns with his remarkable reflexes and acute instincts. At that moment, the robust man who had been conserving his strength beneath the candlelight began to stir. He rose slowly, and with a single stomp, the ground trembled. Crack! He placed a specially crafted pill into his mouth, chewing it silently. Gradually, his form grew leaner, yet his chakra surged, and his aura intensified. However, his head was no longer atop his body. LiHuo blinked his slightly dry eyes and murmured, "Transformations are not invincible. Poor reviews." Simultaneously, in the dim cave, a flash of steel illuminated the space as Shuo Mao decapitated the last root member. After handling the bodies, LiHuo meticulously checked his companions' conditions. They appeared unscathed. It seemed these 3 root members had laid an ambush using him as bait. Shuo Mao nodded slowly, his faith in the village he had endeavored to protect wavering for the first time. Once everything was secured, LiHuo utilized the Flying Thunder God to transport Shuo Mao and their comrades back near Konoha, while he himself returned home first. Before long, the news of Konoha's hero, Shuo Mao, returning victorious spread throughout the village. Villagers flocked to the village entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of Shuo Mao's glory. Meanwhile, LiHuo wasted no time and quickly sought out the editor of the Konoha Daily, requesting an article highlighting Shuo Mao's accomplishments to bolster public sentiment in his favor. Not long after, within the Hokage's office, Shuo Mao was reporting the mission to the Third Hokage. He concealed the existence of both the root and LiHuo, instead claiming that sand ninjas had unexpectedly discovered his hiding place. This marked Shuo Mao's first lie to the Hokage, causing even the battle-hardened veteran to feel a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing Shuo Mao's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he silently took a puff of smoke. "Thank you for your hard work, Shuo Mao. Konoha will remember your achievements. He then wearily gestured for Shuo Mao to leave. Once he sensed Shuo Mao's departure, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, a ripple of tension coursing through him. An Umbu appeared like a specter, kneeling on one knee, awaiting the Hokage's command. Send 2 teams of Umbu to investigate Shuo Mao's movements discreetly. I require first-hand intelligence. The Umbu nodded slightly before vanishing like the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Shuo Mao, what could compel you to lie? After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage spoke to himself. Investigate all ninja movements in the village over the past month, including the route. The curtains in the Hokage's office fluttered without a breeze, indicating that several Umbu had already set out to carry out his orders. Simultaneously, within the route, a resounding crash echoed. A bunch of useless fools. They were selected from the elite of various clans, yet they couldn't even subdue a mere Hatake Shuo Mao. If it were me, he would have died 100 times over. Danzo's roar reverberated throughout the base, although he had yet to receive detailed reports from his subordinates. The sight of Shuo Mao returning to the village in high spirits led him to suspect that his subordinates were unlikely to return. Just then, a root member approached respectfully. Delivering a chilling report, Lord Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to investigate this month's movements of the root ninjas. At these words, Danzo's gaze flickered, his heart tightening. Indeed, the reckoning had arrived. Fortunately, they were dispatched for justifiable reasons. Otherwise, I could have found myself in quite a predicament. However, on the surface, Danzo remained impassive, merely uttering, "Let them investigate." After the failure of the covert operations, Danzo regained his composure and meticulously contemplated his next course of action. What was once a foolproof ambush had been dismantled, and the meticulously crafted frame-up was rendered unfeasible. As he strolled through the base, Danzo mused, "If it were not for someone learning of my intentions against Shikaku Nara in advance, how could this have been so deftly thwarted?" Yet, Danzo was acutely aware that all root members had been inscribed with the curse of tongue, rendering them incapable of divulging confidential information. Without indulging in excessive worry, he understood that the immediate priority was to devise a scheme to utterly ruin Shikaku. If previously Shikaku had merely been an impediment on his path to becoming Hokage, now they had transformed into mortal enemies. Suddenly, Danzo's expression darkened like a stormy sky, the dim lighting casting a sinister shadow over him. He contemplated finding his ally and threatening him with the safety of his wife and children to compel him to commit suicide. Then drafting a confession to accuse Shikaku of assault and abuse during their mission, effectively orchestrating his demise. With a wicked grin, Danzo declared, "Let us manufacture public opinion to drive Shikaku to his end." No sooner had he spoken than numerous root members sprang into action, cloaked by the night as they concealed their nefarious deeds. At the borders of the Land of Wind, in the realm of the deceased puppeteers, a red-haired youth stood resolutely, his handsome visage adorned with an array of scrolls at his waist. Yet, his body trembled slightly. This was Scorpion, 3 years hence. It is him, that Uchiha boy. I recognize this aura. There is no mistaking it. Scorpion lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing the distance as if to cleave the night sky, infused with a fierce intent and madness. With all traces eradicated by the flames of chaos, Scorpion could glean no useful information, save for the certainty that his opponent had grown stronger. He caressed a dismantled puppet, his eyes vacant. These puppets were woefully inadequate. Only a human puppet could unleash their true potential. His voice, barely audible in the biting wind, resonated with a chilling aura. Scorpion penned his mission report, treading upon the ground littered with corpses, coldly stating, "Wait for me, Uchiha boy. Within 3 years, I shall return with my most formidable creation to find you. Do not perish." Chapter 86, Conspiracy. A war of public opinion? A contest of strength. A harrowing scream echoed from within the root prison, where Shikaku's comrade stood in the center of the cell, his visage twisted yet motionless. Opposite him stood 2 masked root members. "Do not struggle, Saki. You cannot escape the steel armor binding worms." "Humph," Saki grunted in response, each futile attempt at resistance resulting in the demise of numerous steel armor binding worms, while thousands more crawled toward him, sent forth by the oil woman of root. Meanwhile, another root member spoke softly, his voice as soothing as water, imbued with an almost hypnotic allure. "Saki, your task is simple. Write a confession and depart on your own. The rest shall be taken care of. We will provide for your wife and children." Upon hearing this, Saki bellowed, "I will not betray my mentor, Shikaku. Not for anything." Suddenly, his words were interrupted by a searing pain. Bound by the insect swarm, Saki's body convulsed in agony. Do not think that we will relent simply because your body bears no external wounds. The neurotoxic worms can stimulate your nerves, allowing you to experience the utmost torment without any visible injury. The voice of the oil woman was as frigid as winter's ice, while the mountain's root member spoke with a persuasive tone akin to the gentle spring waters. As the relentless psychological and physical torment continued, Saki's eyes dulled, his head drooping in defeat. The mountain's root sighed, channeling his chakra. If it were not for the excessive flaws in this approach. Saki's eyes rekindled with a spark of defiance, his head lifting slowly as he responded gently, "I have long since resolved to do so." The steel armor-binding worms retreated autonomously, and a pen and paper were handed to him. Saki continued, "Though the mimicry may be flawless, there will always be flaws, and the fabricated tale cannot compare to that of an eyewitness." In response, the oil woman merely shrugged. "What can we do? This man is far too resilient." Before long, Saki completed the confession and handed it to the oil woman, raising his gaze. "What manner of death shall you arrange for me?" In the next moment, the two exchanged knowing smiles. The Leaf Village required a cataclysm. Boom. In the dead of night, flames erupted as Saki, alongside his wife and children, took their own lives within their dwelling. Beside his remains lay the confession that had narrowly escaped destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in black battle attire, bore a stoic expression. Yet the Umbu and medical team present could sense the fury of the Third Hokage, known as the Sage of Ninja. "Summon all Umbu captains who are not on missions to my presence." Within 2 minutes, the Third Hokage was surrounded by Umbu captains, who collectively knelt, declaring, "Please, Lord Hokage, give your orders." Without delay, Sarutobi issued a series of commands. 1st Division, 3rd Division, Intelligence Department, Sealing Team, conduct a thorough investigation here, leaving no stone unturned. Seal this location with a barrier until the matter is fully resolved. 4th Division, 6th Division, investigate this case based on the existing clues. Ascertain the veracity of the confession. Effective immediately, the village will implement a curfew. The 7th Division and the security team are responsible for the village's safety. As the orders were given and acknowledged with solemn nods by all captains, Sarutobi concluded, "Disperse." All Umbu sprang into action, unbeknownst to even the Third Hokage. Within the shadows not far away, LiHuo's sharingan, radiating a chilling aura, silently observed all. Utilizing his Kagaya's eye, LiHuo could extend his perception across the village for a brief period. Upon sensing the disturbance, LiHuo hastened to the scene, camouflaged in the shadows. This situation has grown increasingly dire. I must swiftly inform Shikaku. In Shikaku's residence, Kakashi had already succumbed to a deep slumber in the adjacent room, while Shikaku found himself unable to rest, plagued by doubts about the righteousness of his beliefs. The sudden crimson glow jolted him into a state of alertness. Drawing his sword, White Fang, Shikaku cautiously peered ahead. "Do not be alarmed. It is I." Recognizing LiHuo, Shikaku slowly lowered his weapon, discerning the ominous portent in LiHuo's grave expression. "Has something significant occurred?" LiHuo recounted the events of the night in their entirety. Upon hearing this, the typically resolute Shikaku was moved to tears. "I have brought ruin upon Saki. He had just begun his blissful life." LiHuo grasped Shikaku's hand with such force that Shikaku was compelled to meet his gaze. "I regret Saki's fate, but now is not the time for sorrow. We must steel ourselves and prepare for retaliation." Gazing at LiHuo's visage, Shikaku felt ashamed that he fell short of a junior's resolve. He swiftly regained his composure and resolutely declared, "I shall vindicate Saki and myself." As soon as the words fell, LiHuo turned and exited, waking the slumbering Kakashi and bringing him along. Facing the astonished gaze of Shwomo, LiHuo calmly remarked, "Kakashi is not asleep. Besides, he is no longer a child and should be aware of such matters." After hearing the intricacies of the situation, Kakashi could not help but feel a sense of admiration for LiHuo's strength and concern for his father's predicament. At that moment, LiHuo patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and a flying thunder god mark was inscribed upon him. "Kakashi, take note of the following directives. Shwomo is to report to the Hokage immediately, cooperate with the investigation, and actively provide clues to prevent Root from framing him again. Kakashi shall follow Minato's training starting tomorrow without delay, and once rested, return to my home. As for my tasks, they are numerous. As dawn broke, the three proceeded according to their agreed plan. LiHuo first arrived at the Konoha Daily, instructing the editor to report the explosion truthfully while subtly conveying the injustice faced by Shwomo. When the newspapers documenting Shwomo's merits alongside the explosion were read and discussed by thousands of villagers, LiHuo ascended to the Hokage rock. There, at the crown of the first Hokage, his hand had nearly worn calluses. Do speak swiftly. Is this not considered a pat on the head? The head of the first Hokage statue does not qualify as a pat on the head. A cold system voice shattered LiHuo's reverie. With a slight pout, he settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes gently closing. He concentrated his chakra, a pale violet aura swirling around him with intense vibrations. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. All output, Kagura's hard eye, as the words left his lips. A substantial portion of his chakra, equivalent to that of a tailless beast, vanished in an instant. In a meticulous manner, LiHuo dispersed his vast chakra across the entirety of Konoha. In that fleeting moment, all that transpired within the village unfolded within LiHuo's mind. Found you, he exclaimed with a hint of excitement. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his black combat attire, keenly sensed LiHuo's probing. Just as he intended to employ a secret technique for reverse positioning, he discovered his perception was obstructed by a pair of crimson sharingan. Without hesitation, the third Hokage extended his right hand, summoning a puff of white smoke. Enma. His robust voice called forth an old comrade, and in his hand appeared a long, stout, black staff. With a forceful thrust, Sarutobi Hiruzen propelled the staff, causing it to elongate instantaneously, and he used it to leap skyward. As a massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground, Sarutobi soared into the air. Witnessing this, LiHuo adeptly utilized his Kamui to transport himself to the recently sensed location. In the next moment, boom, Sarutobi landed heavily atop his statue, scanning the surroundings only to find himself utterly alone, a growing sense of crisis swelling within him. Meanwhile, LiHuo, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuations, materialized within the root base. Adorned with a white mask and gripping iron chains, he sauntered into the base, muttering to himself, once one attains sufficient strength, power becomes the ultimate solution to problems. Chapter 87, Cages and Flames. Tuan Zhang's decapitation. In an instant, numerous root members, appearing like phantoms, emerged from the shadows. Encircling LiHuo, intruders in root shall perish, they declared, their presence radiating a chilling aura as their gaze fixated upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, a barrage of lethal attacks launched towards LiHuo. Kamui, he bellowed, his right eye erupting with formidable ocular power, effortlessly phasing through all incoming assaults. Noticing the astonishment among the root members, a subtle smile graced LiHuo's face beneath his mask. Unable to target me, are you? With a swift motion, he darted through the midst of root, akin to a cannonball. Heaven and earth explosion. LiHuo's cold voice resonated as the explosive tags on his chains flickered ominously. Boom. Smoke billowed, and flames soared skyward. The violent explosion rattled the very foundation of the root base. Grasping a barely conscious root member, LiHuo required no interrogation. His sharingan spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of ocular power. In the next instant, LiHuo found himself within the mental realm of the root member. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with the only source of light emanating from a locked box at the center. LiHuo understood that this lock was a manifestation of a mental seal designed to prevent the leakage of secrets by root members. Sensing more root members converging upon him, LiHuo casually remarked, "No need to unlock it. I shall simply smash it." With that, his mental energy surged, shattering the lock with overwhelming force. In the next moment, the box ignited in a frenzy of flames. LiHuo comprehended that forcibly destroying the lock would lead to the complete obliteration of the secrets contained within. Gathering an immense amount of chakra to his eyes, he activated his sharingan, displaying no sign of panic. He imprinted all the information into his mind before the box burned away. This effectively allowed him to absorb all the unfiltered intelligence the root member had encountered. Humph! LiHuo let out a muffled groan, realizing even he could not fully digest such a vast array of information. Rapidly scanning through the data, he became intimately familiar with the layout of the root base. However, the identity of the individual who had interrogated Zhuamu the night before eluded him. At long last, after probing an unknown number of root members, LiHuo finally discerned the true culprit behind Zhuamu's demise. Activating Kagura's hard eye, he appeared before the two individuals responsible. Report, intruder detected. Upon making eye contact, LiHuo utilized Kimui, shattering the legs of both assailants in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind them like a specter, delivering a heavy chop that rendered them unconscious, ensuring they could not take their own lives. LiHuo drew them into the realm of Kamui. Ah, youth truly brings vigor. I shall rest my head. He quipped playfully as his body began to be absorbed into his right eye. Simultaneously, sensing the prolonged absence of his dispatched ninja, Tuanzong recognized the gravity of the situation. However, Tuanzong, having fought alongside the second Hokage, remained composed. Aside from a slight tremor in his legs and involuntary tension in his hands, he exhibited no signs of panic. With a firm clap of his hands, Tuanzong calmly instructed, quickly summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. No sooner had he spoken than a subtle gust of air stirred beside him. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Tsukuyami was making her way through the base, on the verge of escaping and relaying the intelligence when a white mask obstructed her path. I must say, you underestimate my perceptive abilities. With a swift thrust, LiHuo's blade penetrated her body, causing Tsukuyami to spit blood before collapsing helplessly. LiHuo flicked the blood from his kunai, gently patting her head. Upon acquiring the body flicker technique, he blinked his dry eyes. The desire for an eternal Manjiki Sharingan grows ever stronger. No time for contemplation. LiHuo's gaze sharpened with resolve. Next, it is time to deal with the mastermind. At that very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen atop Hokage Rock sensed the disturbances emanating from the root base. The third Hokage's heart raced, his leg muscles tensing. After all, Tuanzong was a longtime comrade. He could not afford to lose him. With that thought, Sarutobi leaped into action, the force of his jump shattering his own statue beneath him. Meanwhile, Tuanzong, hiding in the root's secret chamber, awaited the storm to pass in silence. His eyes closed. He meticulously adjusted his chakra before slowly murmuring, "So, you have found this place?" As a violent spatial fluctuation surged, LiHuo's figure gradually emerged. Wind release, vacuum wave. Without a single superfluous word, Danzo relentlessly unleashed sharp wind blades from his mouth, infused with the unique cutting power of wind chakra, hurtling towards LiHuo at an astonishing speed. Bang! Countless wind blades shattered the entire chamber into fragments,